you live longer. Sometimes they say, yo, you're good, and you die. Like, so basically, we don't know what the fuck is going on. The best thing to do is to probably not poison yourself first versus like, wondering if some doctor did something to you, because before you get there, there's a ton of shit that you put in your mouth, as far as substance abuse or food, or you know yeah, whatever is like for consumption, and then also there's the side of what may or may not be for consumption, drugs and alcohol and whatever. So it's like we do all that stuff on top of, these pharmaceutical drugs, and it's like we really don't know. So I'm just saying, I would never get another vaccine for anything. I wish I had that choice as a child, because
Likewise.
you never know. We just don't know.
And to be honest, I mean, my reasoning is that, like, I mean, I probably could take a vaccine and I, could be just fine. But for me, it's just a point of setting an example because, like, they're not necessary.
Well, so part of from what I understand, the issue with the vaccine was like people having heart issues,
And yeah, heart issues. They had pretty much damn near every woman that I talked to that had it. Their period is irregular. That just the amount of women that I've asked, and they're like, yeah, since I took it, my period's been fucked up. Um, yeah, that's not normal. That's one thing I am willing to say. Like that's something that is a lot is talked about.
Yeah, it's like myocarditis in children is not normal, or
Oh,
athletes in the sports, whatever, just collapsing out of nowhere on the field. It's like in record numbers we've never seen. It's not normal.
yeah, it's just the whole. I just again, like, see, the one thing that I would go balls to the wall to say is for sure. Just ask. I've asked like oh, as many females that I know as I can ask who took the vaccine. I'm sorry for saying it. Who did this thing, right? And I asked them about their menstrual cycles, and they're all fucked up.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
That's again, I don't. I'm not a coincidence theorist, so that right there is hard to overcome when obviously the message is, oh, we've tested everything is safe, we did these tests, we know exactly what's going to happen, and then when you look into what they actually did, it's like, well, the news pundit is lying, or this supposed doctor on Facebook that's supposed to, in this video, help me feel better about the people that are lying and all the false information that's out there. This person is gonna, give you the reals, right? And then the thing is, like, they'll say that everything is fine, but the test group that they tested was like completely healthy people. It's not people, males. At the time, I don't know about now, but specifically at the time, they only tested males and they only tested a certain age group, not women, not the elderly, not anybody with any other prior conditions. Just like to tell everybody, yeah, you'll be good based off of that is wild. And then for all of the menstrual stuff with the women to happen after that, and nobody talked about that. Nobody talked about a lot of the complications that happen, because every time somebody tried to mention it online, it would get shut down and the narrative would be reinforced. Like that's not something that I made up because I'm a flat earther. Like you know, that just happened. You know, without my bias, without it just happened. April, you got $20 till tomorrow. Yeah. What do you think about this here? Is these the hats I remember him wearing? You know, like during like my most prominent time here. Hair is a little out there. I gotta condition my hair and stuff. So that I can like. It's like, you know, if you laugh at them, like you should see. Thank you. Appreciate it. Look at New Leaf. Why do people get so triggered? You know, yeah, it's weird. You share your own experience and you share conversations you've had with others, and people say, "Shut the fuck up! You don't know anything." That's what we're talking about. Not knowing what the fuck is going on, genius. That's the point. I can't sound like an idiot for not knowing what's going on. Sorry, bud. Like I said, hey man, if you took the V, look, chances are you're gonna be fine. Okay. Maybe you'll have like something, some like like crusted knuckles or some shit. Who knows what kind of you can't bend your hands and your toes. I don't know. Like who knows? But you'll be alright. You'll be fine. Maybe. We don't know. That's all I'm saying. But check it out. Look, none of us are fine. But they don't get us one way, they're gonna get us another way. You know what I mean? We're still gonna live in America where uh we're gonna eat that candy bar that has like 30 ingredients on the bag. And we have never even looked at what the fuck those ingredients are. Oh, that's that science lingo, glycerin, stills, whatever. But this fucking Snickers is good though, you know. Cigarettes, the weed that we think, oh, just smoke weed. It's the healthiest. Well, do you grow it? No, then you don't fucking know what you're smoking either. So, like, I think we all know as a people, like, we can't run around being afraid of everything. But if you want to take precautions, you sure can. We're all going to the same destination in the end, anyway. Maybe we don't even know that shit.
Somebody got any updates on the bridge that they blew up?
Nah.
The Black
I
Sea, I
heard there was
guess.
something in the water underneath it when it happened.
Was it a large bridge?
Yeah, connects,
No. They probably
mainland.
had to reconstruct it. That's the thing. Like, you guys ever think about like I go to the New York I use the New York subway station, the subway system a lot, and I'm always looking at these structures that I've been walking by since I've been a child, and I'm like, I know this nut right here and this bolt right here is the same thing that I've walked past when I was a child. Like, when is it time to change this stuff? Or is it going to be someone's unfortunate day one day? Like nothing lasts forever.
Do you remember Grand Central Station?
I don't.
They tore that shit down. That was pure Tartaria. And there's still subway tunnels under New York that are like ancient. They got like a vaulted
Oh
ceiling.
yeah. Oh
The
yeah.
train still goes past these certain points. You might have seen them, but some of those
Yeah,
bolts
yeah, for sure.
are a lot older than you think, dude. A lot. Like Tartarian age shit bolts. You know what I mean? Those old train tracks and shit.
See,
They're metal.
I get behind that stuff only because, well, again, like, see, all we did as flat earthers is discover, oh, what we thought was scientific about the world isn't. Actually, it's just basically someone's glorified belief that we've tied on to. So it's like, all we're telling you globers is like, it's cool to dream and it's cool to like have beliefs, but this thing called science is just a branch of philosophy that we probably created through experience. Um, experience being motherfuckers lie. So it's probably that on top of I need to figure out how I did this. Like, cause how did I get this effect? This seems interesting. This seems interesting is how it would start. And then, you fucking find out you can boil water. I know that from there it's like, this may be useful. What can I use this for? Like, aside from that, it's like history, all of that shit is just basically like our interpretation of not even an yeah, an interpretation of, no, some of it is an interpretation of what we observe, like the sky, and then there's also this added story tied to it. And we're just saying like it's okay to have stories. Like perhaps I would have chosen to believe in the globe. Chosen. Chosen. Like, you ever thought of that? Like, and perhaps that's what some of these people like are literally did. They just chose, because mathematically it's like, whoa, look at how this shit works. Yeah, I can see how that might have happened. I know somebody opened their mic, so I'm probably rambling. Got a big day today. I know you guys don't really know, but whatever.
What's your big day?
Yeah, so, well, I lost someone. So, it's like, yeah, so I said that to say the Tartare stuff, I believe it specifically because, yes, I did watch a YouTube channel. I started watching John Levi or Levy or however you pronounce it. And, he's brought up a lot of good points, like old maps. Can't verify that, but I'm like, that's interesting. Maps with the designation for not where to go because giants are there. That's pretty fucking out there, but I could believe it if I want. Why not? Right? Like, and like but there are some things that he says, like specifically about buildings of antiquity. It's like to these. Here's how I knew this one aspect was correct. What he was saying. So you have these post offices that were built, and they're built during a time where people are pushing horse and buggy, and the time frame that they've erected maybe a post office, then took it down, then erected a new one, then took it down, then erected a new one. It's kind of, there's a gap between that being true and how it was possible based on what we knew about the people, or but based on what we were told about the people at the time. So the only way I can verify that this had some meat on its bone is to go to the government website and pull both pictures from the same source. Same source, government website, both pictures. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this what I'm being shown is legit, and it is from what's supposed to be um a credible source, and obviously what I'm looking at can't be possible. So it is what it is. This is
But
why I
it's
believe in a lot of the old building stuff, because it's like I
you're
don't know
living
how the
around
fuck.
them, dude. Your
I
subway that
see it
you
all
go,
the time. It's very
yeah.
old shit, and
It-
I just can't put together in my mind, nor can I find it on YouTube or any old articles, when the fuck it was built. It just happened. It just seems like it's always been here. Like, that's just my feeling of it. They give you
that's why you
pictures of
should
what it
look
used to look
some.
like, and it's like, yeah, but we don't. I mean, how do
Next
I
time you
verify
see
that?
that, like those old
Yeah.
subway get some pics. Get your phone and take some pics of those old tunnels that have that suspicious looking Tartarian ceilings and shit. Get some
Mhm.
evidence for us, because none of us travel those tunnels. You're the only one in New York, and that's an old fucking city. Detroit is an old city. I need to do some work too. I need, like, Belle
Yeah.
Isle, on Belle Isle. The Bobolo boat is going to New York. That was a boat that used to go to an amusement park in the Detroit River, the
Wow.
island, right? And it's an old
I only
steamer ship.
know about Bob Lowe Boat because of the rapper, what's his, anyway, he had a song called Bob Lowe Boat.
That's right in the Detroit River. There was two of them. And when you ask when was it built, how was it built, I think it was the same steam technology that they used in steam engines. Those giant steam engines. If you look at the size of them, they're so much bigger than the
Mm,
guy operating it. Like the cab compartment, it's built for a much bigger person. Like, you see, is that the guy? Is that the engineer? His head barely comes up to the bottom of the windowsill, and then the roof is made, you know, the ceiling, the roof height of the train is made for a
Yeah.
guy like twice his size, for the operator of the train. It's like, why is it so big? Why did they make it? Why don't they make it fit the guy? How come the ceiling's so fucking high? The window, his head barely comes up to the bottom of the window. He looks like a baby in there, full grown man.
Right.
And then, you know what? Remember, have you ever seen those videos where they crash two trains head on to destroy them? They're like, oh, they used to crash
Mm.
trains. That would be such a highly valued piece of equipment, and they're just randomly destroying them. It's like that makes no sense. Those were the people that found all that shit, and they were getting rid of it because it didn't fit the horse and buggy narrative, the whole cowboy Wild West
Something-
shit. That's
something-
all
Yeah.
made up.
Something got brought up to me on another somewhere else. I'll just say they were like really obsessed with like the blue blood theory, like the royals and the 1%ers, and he was like aspired to be one part of the 1%ers, and he was like an individual that basically spit on anybody that wasn't like in the same direction as like the 1%ers, right? And he was just very into this whole lifestyle and stuff. But he brought up a thing about someone was royalty. There was a king that was executed, and the son was going to be executed. He was locked up and he was going to be executed. But instead of executing him, the theory is that he was moved and adopted by another royal family, and then was sent to America. And that individual was what founded the railroad system. So it's theorized that there's a royalty that ran all that entire industry.
Well, that's who claimed it. Like, why is the queen royalty? Who nominated her, or her like her dad, her great grandfather? How did he get to be the king? How does one become king?
A series of wars, skirmishes. You know, it's kind of like a power struggle.
But I mean, I
between
think
the
they found,
Anglos and the Saxons. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm saying I think they found it. They just said, "Oh, I'm going to take this place." They were like the first ones on the land and said, "Fuck yeah, this is mine."
Yeah.
I don't think they earned it through wars and shit.
Like this, another look, yo, listen, I think that gaining information, there's two ways to do it. It's when you experience it and you know it's organic, and then there's, oh, look at this industry plant. No, so what I mean is, like, in music, there's like people that you would never hear about. You would be like, oh, I didn't even know this person was a thing. Like, they're not even famous, this, that, and the third. But they make millions of dollars a year because they've been performers and they've been showing their skill since they were in high school or whenever. And they've walked this earth for so long and have fell into their routine, and they've cultivated this this crowd of individuals who, wherever they go, oh, I know that person. I've seen them perform. Listen, it's otherworldly. You have to come, honey. Taking you to this spot, see this person, or however it might have happened. And this is how real fame grows. It's almost like a whisper. It's like, wow, have you heard of the legend? Like that. That's real. Versus a TV telling me that everyone loves this star and this song, and I'm like not sure about it. Like, I'm like, how the fuck, when did people care about this person? Like, it, and then you ask people and nobody really knows who this person is, and everybody has the same feeling you do, and everybody hates their song, but the song is still being pushed like it's like the best thing since sliced bread, and they're trying to pretend that they got their rise out of being discovered on YouTube. Come to find out, no, actually they were already signed prior to being on YouTube, and being on YouTube was just another way that their record label tried to make them seem authentic. So what I'm saying is, like, people know real from fake. And it's like, when it comes to our history, a lot of it is so meticulously placed. It's like, well, I know you didn't experience it. I know you don't know any, like, you can't go back to who experienced it and told that story. It just kind of grew up on its own, like the whole fossil thing, like, for example, like the dinosaur thing or evolution. It's like, hmm, these are things that I have to question are real specifically because I can't experience it.
I think we need to be more like Nathan and, you know, call it evolution, right? Just, you know, put like a
Evolution.
luminiferious.
Oh my gosh, Lucian. Lucian. Evil. Oh. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that old world stuff too, where it's like, why would you make this door like this big, right? Baalbek, Lebanon. You know, it's like the door is like 30 feet in the air. It's like, who's going through this door? Like, dang.
Mm-hmm.
Some have proposed that it was boats going through those doors, not people.
But then you have like in fashion, you have the designs where they're wearing like these oversized clothes. I'm not talking about hip hop era oversized. I'm talking about like huge shoes, like incredibly huge. And it's like somebody believes something. You know what I mean? I don't know if they know something, but somebody believes something. It's like they're perfectly fine with us thinking that that portion of reality is like cuckoo and woo woo, and they're just totally like, yeah, you guys are poor and broken, don't know anything anyway. Giants are real. All types of, like who knows
Look at
what
that.
they believe.
Look at that window that the Pope is standing in. And he's probably standing on a step or something just to reach that height. But you see how big the shutters are and the window relative to him. It was the same thing in New York and San Francisco, and they both have sports teams named the Giants. That's just random though. But the buildings, a lot of the buildings of this scale have been demolished on
Mm.
purpose.
Windows of that size, they're not even practical.
It's not practical and it's expensive. Like if materials were very hard to come by, like in a horse and buggy era, stone, all these building materials are very expensive. Would you just squander them making giant ceilings twice as high as you need to, window glass twice as big as you need to? You wouldn't waste these precious resources.
No, that doesn't make any sense at all. Not for people of our height, anyway.
And the level of skill involved in building these buildings, that's not a guy like a log cabin builder is not building buildings of this quality. This, not just that, but if you look on the interior, the statues, the stone blocks that are fitted perfectly, that's not done with crude tools. I mean, flat Earth is just the tip of it. Like it's the tip of the iceberg. Once you get that, there's a lot of other layers, and there's stuff right in front of your nose, like the ancient buildings in New York, the subway system. It doesn't fit their storyline. And then when you see that same shit out in a place like say Kansas or Iowa
Mhm.
or places like that. But even in the West, like San Francisco, it wasn't supposed to be built out until a certain time. That their timeline was okay. The 49ers came there in 49 and they discovered gold, and that's when the population moved west. So you mean all this was built in this amount of time? They got rid of all the old gravestones, or at least most of them. So you could see when someone lived, you know, when they were born, when they died, their life. And it turns out the people that they were looking at some of the old gravestones, they lived a lot longer than we do. If you take the day they were born and the day they died, it's a lot longer time span than us.
So if you look at the like award-winning like fruits and vegetables and shit, like people are growing them in like hyperbaric chambers with CO2. And if you think about it, like if the oceans were at a different level, like back in the day, much lower than they are today, like we see a lot of underground sunken cities off the coast of Japan, India, etc., etc. And if there wasn't so much desertification in like the Middle East, and it was actually like a tropical place, right? And there was, you know, less concrete and everywhere, and more like, you know, nature, there would be like more oxygen. And in fact, in the amber, we've seen the little bubbles had like twice as much oxygen that we have today. So if you have the oxygen, like what's the limit on the growth, right? Because if you have like twice as much fuel for your body, because that's what oxygen basically is, right? If you have twice the amount of fuel for your body, right, how much bigger could you be, right? Or think about people who have like really healthy lungs, right? Like off the charts healthy lungs. They're probably going to be like bigger and stronger than someone with like COPD, right? So if you think about it, like in the past, you know, the rainforests weren't cut down. Like we weren't doing it to make paper. We were making paper out of hemp, you know, like you should. And I think that that would have caused people to be like much larger and the animals too, you know.
Not only that, what about your lifespan, right? If you go from like 19% oxygen to like say 40 or whatever, how much more intelligent would you be? How much longer would you live? You know, when you add nitrous oxide to a car, it makes a lot more horsepower. Same thing for your body. You probably make a lot more brain power. Your life, and they tell you, oh, we need to block oxidation. Oxidation is bad. Well, everything they tell us is bad, right? I think it's flipped. I think the oxygen is obviously good for you because without it, you die. So I like the hyperbaric oxygen chamber.
What
What you're
is
talking about?
oxygen? Like, what
Oxygen.
is?
When you pressurize someone in that chamber, they heal faster. Say you have a injured knee.
No, I mean in general. Like, what? Like, cause why have these different terms? Like, oxygen is air, right?
No, oxygen is a gas in the air. That's what we need. The oxygen it's O2. That's what we need to live. Oxygen. So like without it, we're fucked.
Hmm. Can you
So
separate oxygen from whatever? I don't care.
yeah, you
Never mind.
can. They
I,
distill it out. You can take it out, and you can condense it, right?
oh, okay. That's what you're saying is that like when they put people on oxygen, they give them like higher
Pure
levels.
oxygen, right?
Uh,
The
okay.
air is about 19%, and the thing that they bitch about is carbon dioxide. It's a trace gas. It's like 0.02, so like 0.2% of the air is carbon dioxide, which is it's a trace gas. And without that 0.2, you have no plant life. So if they want to scrub that down to nothing, we'll have less and less plants. Like he was saying earlier, if you hit plants with a lot of CO2, they grow really fast. Just like people, if you hit them with a lot of oxygen, they heal really fast. Like people
You
that
know
have,
another thing I heard. If you like manipulate plant growth with like was it magnetism or was
yeah,
it
magnetism too.
electromagnetism? I'm not sure. Um, yeah, that they also grow like really fast.
They'll grow faster, yeah. Because the water uptake, right, is affected by the magnetism. The water, if you've like say you have a 300-foot tall tree, it's not moving the water up the tree trunk, which is water pressure. It's magnetism moving the water up the tree trunk. It's being pushed up there. If you took those tiny little say tubulars or whatever, and you tried to use hydraulic force, it would never work. The same thing with your body. If your heart was a pump, you could never build enough pressure. Your blood vessels would burst if you exerted that much pressure at those tiny little capillaries to push like a thick fluid like blood through all those tiny little capillaries. Your heart couldn't produce enough pressure. It couldn't. It's not built to withstand those kind of pressures. your blood vessels too. They couldn't withstand the amount of pressure. So it's something else
Mm,
propelling your blood. And if you look at a blood cell, it looks like a toroid, like a little donut.
that's another thing. Like, fucking gravity is like they think, oh, our model explains things just fine. No, you have one aspect where you look at the circles in the sky and you call those orbits around spheres, but they're all just circles, okay? And you've come up with a way to interpret that. That's cool and all. It's cool. It's really cool. Like, I'm not even being, it is what it is, okay? And then there's fire. It goes up. Gravity, what? You know, it's like, oh, obviously the energy, the heat rises, and yeah, I fucking know. I know, you know, and I know. You know, I know, you know, I know, I know, you know. Yeah, yeah, that's what the fuck heat does. It rises. Has nothing to do with gravity. That's the problem. If mass attracts mass, then every molecule should be attracted to the greater mass of the earth. I don't want to hear this, it's less dense bullshit, because that's actually just completely non sequitur. Um, but fire, and like you said, if I were to take a fucking paper towel right now and dip it in some water, that fucking water is gonna creep up the dry paper towel. Period. Like,
Somebody said something yesterday, and the person's probably in the room who said it, but they were quoting somebody else, and they said, demonstrate gravity absent of buoyancy and density.
oh, that was me.
Yeah, I thought it was you. I wasn't sure, though. I was thinking about that all night last night. And it's like, how would you? How would you
Can't.
demonstrate gravity absent buoyancy and density?
You can't. Well, if it was something to experiment on, then you could, because you would have a substance called gravity, and you'd be able to manipulate it to do things. But you can't use that philosophy because that's inadequate. Uh, so, what else would you be able to do? The only thing that's left is begging the question. Can't do anything but interpret what's going on and believe that what's really going on is gravity. Gravity is the reason. That density and buoyancy is a thing. Oh, okay.
But teacher, why do things fall down? Oh, gravity. Oh, weight. Oh, okay, word magic. Cool. Yeah. Where does weight come from? Density. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, you got to think about all these conversations that we've had, right? We need a secretary to go through, clip out all of these fantastic conversations, because I mean, we're talking about things that are thought provoking and at the same time paradigm shifting, but we're not going to remember. I mean, we can have a conversation about it, but in terms of some of the connections that we're drawing, like, these are lost in the archives. You know, you'd have to go hunting for them and then write transcripts. But like Elijah, like, I was thinking, man, you should like do a blog, right, where you just write down the thoughts that you're having, so they're at least on the record and out there for the public. But I mean, that was really, I think, a profound question. How would you demonstrate gravity without buoyancy? Right?
Elon Musk bought Twitter. Maybe we need to reclaim that shit.
I don't want to take credit for a
No, it
guy by
doesn't
the name of
matter.
Young
Yeah.
Moses who
No,
goes.
no,
I,
that's
I I feel you. I just want to give credit. Then we can talk about that. Guy by the name of Young Moses, or Flat Earth Boxer, uh, uh, who actually did what I believe that we all should actually be doing versus talking to the questioning their belief. And
I
you're
think
not
you're breaking.
interested in questioning your belief. Why the fuck am I talking to you about it? You know.
I
So
think you're.
I'm saying like he actually went to. Am I breaking up?
Yeah, I think so. Every once in a while, you are. For me, at least. Anybody else?
He's kind of going like in and out of like optimal speaking
Yeah, it's like
stuff.
How
clipping.
about now?
100.
Well, it sounds better, but it was just clipping. It was like clipping every other word or something.
Oh, I had the I'm doing laundry. Could be frequencies or I don't know. I am on Bluetooth. So yeah, so basically he went and spoke he ran down I hate to say ran down. Like yo, we gotta be like fucking Jehovah's Witness out this bitch just to not be enslaved. So he ran down on this physicist and he's like, great, just the person I wanted to talk to. You've done experiments on gravity and this, that, and the third. He's like, yeah. So he's like, okay, great. He's like, can you give me an experiment separate from density and buoyancy that would prove gravity? He's like, stuff falls to the ground. Yeah, but I said separate from density and buoyancy. Uh, he didn't fucking have an answer. He's like, okay, if gravity is real, then you know, I take air, right? I put it in a box. I open the box on Earth, obviously. What happens to the air? Well, it expands to reach an equilibrium with the rest of the air around it. Exactly. Aren't those molecules though? Aren't these particles supposed to be attracted to each other? You know, mass attracts mass and all that. So what's going on with entropy? What? Why is the air expanding when it's supposed to be attracted to the floor? So, you know, he asked that guy that, and that guy sounded like any other regular Joe Schmo that comes in here and doesn't have an answer.
Well, it sounded like he tried the cop thing first. Like, these aren't the droids you're looking for. You know, like, I have the right to ask you for your ID. You know, like, it's not. He was like, well, things fall down, bro. Don't you get it? Don't you understand?
And it's sad because they took my boy's channel now he's a little on the harassment side. I ain't gonna lie. But they took my boy's channel down and that video with it. I wish I could because I had mentioned I started talking about him and he popped into 24/7 once, but I wasn't there. I was like, I know he was there because I was talking about him. I know he got wind of it somehow. So I just wish I could have a conversation with him and get that video because that video is the kind of content we need to be showing people.
Talking about Thompson.
I'll pass the
No,
word next time I see him. You
not
live.
Nathan Thompson. You've seen Flat Earth Boxer around?
I've never heard.
Yeah, yeah, I see him every once in a while.
Please do. Thank you, brother.
Yep, forget about it.
Yeah, Nathan Thompson, Flat Earth Data, Witsit, all the people that actually go out there. Obviously, we're not going to agree with their tactics, but at the same time, like it. Look, and this is why I don't like the whole. Sure, people are indecent. Okay, yes, they're indecent. At the same time, I'm a fucking slave. And the only thing stopping me from addressing my enslavers are the other slaves that are acting as a buffer between us and them. That's
Yep.
literally it. We're only in here because they've met us here. And I feel like we're locked in this game of you know, it's bullshit, man. It's bullshit.
What if, like, each of us got like a Twitter account and then live streamed like our conversations on here, to like each account of ours individually. Like, you know, multicasting or, you know, like broadcasting this like everywhere. I think that would help. And all you need is like a little laptop at the house. It's just, you know, live streaming. But it would take up a lot of space for each computer. So I guess that wouldn't work with it. Like a slot in the room.
Perhaps. Remember? Oh, wait a minute. Isn't today the day? Bandsaw is somebody's supposed to call up the 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 surveyors and just ask questions.
Yeah,
Remember that?
yeah, hands off. Yeah, I think he said he was going to do it today. I made a couple contacts yesterday that I got to follow up with next week.
Shit like
But
that. You know Andrew Thomas Young's number, and this is a Glober pointed out to me. He said, "Why don't you call him and speak to him? Like he lives right in my town. Like he's not some unreachable person." And I was like, "Oh yeah, shit. Why haven't we called Andrew Thomas Young?"
well, he wouldn't do a Zoom meeting with me. He wouldn't do a Skype or a Zoom meeting. The guy is absolutely cordial and gratuitous in his email exchanges, in that he'll give you more information than you ask for. You'll ask him a question, guy will spit knowledge, right? Just gives you everything. So he's very gracious that way. But when I asked him to do an interview, he wouldn't even do it on Skype. And so it was back in 2020 when the event started, and he said, and I said, "Hey, look, I'm going to be out in California, and I'll drive down. Can we have a meeting?" He said, "You have to wear a mask and you have to sit 6 feet apart." I said, "Thanks a lot. Catch you later."
Oh man, you should have wore like a Slipknot mask, bro. That would be awesome.
But anyway, but yeah, he's still around. I'm having a conversation with him again, asking him questions that I've developed ideas for over the past couple years since I've spoken to him last. So, but anyway, you know what you need to do, everybody who's listening to the sultry sound of my voice right now, is go to your local Department of Motor Vehicle or your state DOT website and look up highway development. Call up highway development or email the contact person. Tell them you have some questions about land surveying and see, because that's what they do, right? I tried to call companies, and the secretaries were gatekeepers. They're like, "Yeah, nobody's in the office. Yeah, he's not available." So I wasn't having any success calling up private companies. But I had two immediate responses with the State Department, and they were very helpful. They're like, "Yeah, I think I could put you in contact with the right person who can answer your questions." So that'll happen next week, hopefully.
Cool. You know, Travis, I don't know you very well, bro, but your work ethic is really impressive.
It is,
Well,
man. Thank you, man. He has a channel, right, Larry?
Yeah, I've seen this stuff before. I met him, I think a year or two ago, maybe in here, and seen his stuff, and yeah, really impressive, bro. Definitely what we needed in like early 16, when we didn't really kind of know what.
Sorry, my bad.
That's all right. Yeah, early 16, kind of trying to figure out the physics of light and how refraction works and all that stuff, because I'm a high school dropout. And, your channel is extremely educational.
I think so too. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I'm trying to make it that way. I want it to be accessible and simple, because I believe that the science should be, or it really is that way, but you can present it in a convoluted obfuscation. But, oh shit, what was I going to say from what you said? I was just going to say something.
That's what we needed in 2016. I was saying your work ethic.
Yeah, I'll
You were
get
talking
it
about the contractors and the government work.
Yeah.
Road
I was
work.
gonna ask,
surveying.
Are you guys going to Flattoberfest? Is that?
I am. Yeah.
I Witted and
Where's it at?
he told me about it, and I was like, I'm fucking definitely trying to meet you guys down there. I totally forgot.
Listen,
I hope it's. Is he in there?
You and Jeremy need to do a road trip, man. Jeremy should sweep down and pick you up, and you guys head down.
If Jeremy's with it, man, I'll put in on the gas and the tolls.
I gotta if I
Where
can
is
make
it?
the right, if I can make the right connection, because I don't know what your room and board would be like, but I know a brother-in-law of a friend of mine who builds tiny homes, and he has a couple on his property that he does Airbnbs with, and he's let us stay there when we came down for Flattoberfest in the past.
Dope, man. That's good. That's good to know. Yeah, where is it? I forget.
Greenville, South Carolina.
There you, yeah. So how could I forget my best friend that I've never met? Met her on the internet. She's in North Carolina. I was hoping to probably meet her at the same time.
Hey, it's no big deal, dude. I'm not trying to throw shade. Were you just messing with Snaps yesterday, or like you like? Are you attracted to her? Or are you just
I
messing?
don't know who she is. I was just fucking around.
All right.
I actually, and I told Witch that I told, look, I my sole purpose for going to Flattoberfest was to find a flat Earth woman. But my ex and I have come to terms, and so we're gonna keep going. I don't mean to sound kind of like, but I'm very happy, extremely happy. This is a woman that I've been with for 4 years, only her, and I love this woman, and we should have been married by now. I should make her my wife, but um, you know, I did want to. I did want. I like I thought it was over, and I came. I I got comfortable with the fact that, well, I have to move on, and maybe now I I don't. It doesn't have to be with a Glober. Like,
Why did you think it was
she
over?
she's not a Glober, but she's not a Glober. She's really cool. But I did want to you know have an experience with a flat Earth.
Why'd you think it was over, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, because she broke up with me.
Why?
That's a pretty good indication. That checks out.
What'd you
She
do?
broke up with me. She broke up with me because of bad communication. I didn't do anything. Well, she claimed I was doing this, that. Really, a lot was going on with her, and I was trying to be there, but ultimately, there's too many things going on her side of things with her family and all that, and you know, between that and figuring that your life should be like the life of those on Instagram without the discipline, without a road plan, without um, what do you call it? What do you call it? Budgeting and things like that. It can get toxic. When you want your life to be like others, and when you have certain expectations, and you know and I told her from the beginning, because we had like this communication issue. I told her from the beginning, I was like, "You're gonna be the reason we break up, because you're gonna break up off of false pretenses," which is exactly what happened. And
Did you
I'd
speak it
only
into
found out.
existence, bro?
I guess so. I I was trying to prevent it. Maybe I did speak it into existence, but ultimately, she had thought that something was the case that wasn't the case, and after we broke up, I was just the person I am, able to pull up receipts. I'm like, this is reality. What you're saying contradicts this right here.
Atta boy. Bring
And
up the
all she could
evidence.
say, right, so all she could say was, "I'm sorry, I've never been sorry, I've never begged for a man back in my life, and so this is me begging, so please take me back, because I'll fuck you up." And I said, we've been together for like 4 years, and I ran around for a couple months thinking I was single, but come on, you're my lady. All right, sure. Of course. Like people have broken up and gotten back together, and we don't have a toxic relationship. It's a great relationship. So it was no reason not to give her another try other than my selfish wants to be single again. So I totally disregarded that and said, all right, get back in the saddle, get back in the right mindset, and don't fuck up your life because you think you want to be single right now. So that's what I did.
Amen.
So we're
Something very similar happened to me and my lady. We were married for like 15 years at the time. Her mom passed, and her whole world fell apart, man. Like, it was one of
Yeah.
those things where, I mean, yeah, I could have been better, but I think it was her. Like, when a female says, it's not you, it's me, I think that's what was
really
going
is.
on, but she was saying it was me, not her. But, yeah, you're in a long-term relationship. Sometimes you split up for a little while. What counts is, like, your ability to get back together and, like, forget about the past. Like, that's really important. You got to
Right.
really, like, I don't know. Some women, like, really hold on to the past.
Right.
And
He was
it's
like,
like,
who'd you have sex with? I was like, it's in the past. It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah, I was with a chick once, and we had some issues. So I tried to reset. I was like, all right, forget about we're starting fresh, and she was on board and stuff like that. But she couldn't start fresh. They can't leave shit in the past.
Yeah.
remember the time that you fill in the blank?
I had when was that? Oh, that was back then? Deleted. I have no idea.
See, my deal was that my wife, she does those obfuscation tactics, right?
Oh,
But she doesn't
yeah.
understand logical fallacy. She won't, like, I was talking to her last night. I was like, what does it mean if, say, you're comparing apples to oranges? I was trying to, like, put it in English for her, like, so she can understand, right? Because who understands, like, Latin, right? These Latin phrases.
Mhm.
And she was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
We
she doesn't
become
understand the logical
legalese people.
fallacies. We have,
Imagine being
but
like, false analogy fallacy to your woman.
she's like, I don't understand that shit. It's like, comparing apples to oranges is not a compare. You can't compare them. But yeah, she uses the tactics, but she don't like being called out when she uses them. So we'll be having an
Oh,
argument
honey, that's
about,
a red
okay,
herring fallacy. Thank you very much.
yeah, you're doing this, right? And she's like, well, what about the time you did this? I was like, okay, we could talk about that afterwards. But right now we're talking about this. Like, if you really want to talk about that, as soon as we're done with this, we get this like 100% squash, we can move on to that. It's like, you
Yeah,
gotta
but
start doing that.
that's just like the ballers in these discussions, right? Like if I call someone out and he'll say, well, Elijah did that to me 10 minutes ago. I say, did you call him out? No. Then what the fuck are you bringing it up for, like as a defense? I'm dealing with you. What's this got to do with what you are doing right now? Right? But then they take it away from themselves, put it back on the past when they didn't even call it out. So they let it slide. That's not my fault you let it slide. Why don't you address it then? Right?
Yep, I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
wrap
I
up
wouldn't
here.
be using this logical fallacy shit on your wife if you know she
Yeah.
wanted divorce.
Well,
Yeah,
see
I
that
don't.
you
Yeah,
know
I don't
what?
play
The
that.
more I've been focused, like knowing what logical fallacies are. Like, first of all, I learned like at the very beginning of our relationship that's not. It's just forget about it. Forget about saying the words. Just forget it. Like you gotta express the fallacy without actually like, oh no, hun, it's a logical fallacy. That's this thing where forget all that bullshit. That's not that's not gonna work. But it was very annoying. Like the more you know, the more that I was able to tie a specific line of reasoning to this thing that was actually defined over here, it became harder to accept the bullshit that people, try to put past you. And it's like, you're gonna tell me I did something. like justify it. Don't just say I did it. Don't keep talking after you've introduced a faulty premise. Like, so you were gone on Saturday at 2, and because of that, hold on. No, but wait. No, okay, 20 minutes later, fine. You didn't want me to interrupt you. Well, everything that you said was false, specifically because remember Saturday we were at the ice cream shop? Oh, like it's so fucking annoying. Like it's just like I don't.
So in my wise old age, I've learned to choose my battles carefully and just agree, even if it doesn't really make sense, and then hope that it doesn't like come to fruition. If it's like the trash or something that I'm supposed to take out because I'm a strong man, I'm going to agree every time. Like, yes, you're right. I should have taken out the trash. You're absolutely correct. Won't let it happen again. Right. But if it's something more like, I don't know, like, if it's something that really matters, like I'll take a stance. But women do not like losing. They're sore losers.
Oh yeah, check it out, bro. My first year of marriage, actually probably like the first month, we got an apartment in Chicago. I had another year of college. We're going shopping for shit that we need for the apartment. So we get to the cooking section, and we're trying to debate over whether or not we're going to get Crisco or like a generic shortening brand, right? So it starts to turn into this conflict. And I think, look, dude, this isn't a battle that you need to die for, right? So I say, okay, I can't remember which one she wanted, name brand or not, I can't remember. But as soon as I gave in, she went like this, and walked away like she won. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And who are you?
Then what happened?
Well, I've been studying these creatures.
Then we got
for like
divorced 23 years later.
23. Dang. I've been studying these creatures for like 35 years, ever since like kindergarten. These creatures are so fascinating and so complex and so ESP. They're psychics, man. With their long hair, they're psychics. I'm convinced they got like an extra sensory that we don't have.
So let me. Well, actually, no. They know. I feel like they know.
It's intuition, right?
Like, because the intuition is, you know what? That dude yesterday, in a way, was, if I could copy paste his argument and apply it to this instead of applying it to human and not human, because it's like, for men, it's like there's this instruction book, and for women, it's like it's in them. Like they can sense bullshit, but also they're above it too at the same time. So like it doesn't apply. The rules don't apply, even though it's like you don't. They don't even need to know what fallacies are to kind of know that you're definitely telling a lie. Like they're predisposed to suss that kind of shit out. I think, but at the same time, that's what a lot of times also leads people to false conclusions. So well, that's why men need women and women need men. It's a balance.
Absolutely.
Symbiotic.
It's funny how like in this day and age they're trying to push this transgender shit, as if like all that's different is the physical. That's not the case whatsoever.
I just feel bad. Go ahead.
I just got my Falcon V3 9x32 scope, so I can
It's a pretty impressive scope right there.
Make my
It's
own.
like
Make my own. What is it called? Theodolite. It's got the flip. You know how you can flip up the lens covers? They go flip. Got one of
Young
those.
Flipper.
I just got to figure out how to create a mount.
Yeah, just get a
So
Picatinny
it's,
rail and yeah, I was gonna say just get a Picatinny rail and wrap it in wire against one of those camera mounts, like the tripods.
Yeah, I've got
And
two.
if you wrap it tight enough, it won't move, right?
Yeah. Well, I gotta see what's going to be the best way to go.
Hey, Travis, is it pretty funky that that what I'm saying in the videos is I quite literally think that that's the solid container that we're experiencing.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what a lot of people on our team think. But if you're listening to Beer Man, he's again thinking that it is out there, but it's in the different layers of the air, where those layers are volumes of density that create another lens. You should check out his channel, The Missing Curve, because he does a lot of in-home DIY refraction, stuff where he creates. He tries to create rainbows and glories and halos and things like that.
Oh hell yeah! Send me that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been hands
Beer
on.
Man?
Yeah, Beer Man. Yeah.
I heard that name before.
There used to be a Deer Man too, but now there's
Some of that trans animal shit, huh?
There's also an
Looks
I've been
good, Jack.
everywhere man.
It's fucking terrible.
All right,
That's
here it
horrible.
comes in the chat. It's his channel.
Hey, Jeremy, did I just hear
What
your
up,
voice?
Hank?
I think Gio said that they recorded the mod meeting, and I thought that I was like a really low level just to protect the stream guy. I didn't really understand that I was a mod. So I didn't know I was supposed to go. I tried to go yesterday, but I didn't really
It's
see you
fine.
guys in a room anywhere. So is it recorded? Can I get the
Yeah.
link? Because I want to
Yeah,
be on the same page.
Germs.
Yeah, we recorded it.
Yeah,
I don't know
Germs.
where it is.
I didn't have time to make it. My apologies, bro.
Oh, it's all good. Wait, are you a mod? We do got new mods coming on deck, and we still need more. So
The reason that I actually honestly don't want to don't care to be a mod is because the kind of modding that I used to do at 24/7 and the modding that these places need is the kind of modding that I'm asking for when someone is paying attention and they're actually there to say, oh well, actually you said this, and based on what you said, this is what's wrong with it. Now you made this point twice and it was addressed twice. And it's about just not letting people fly off the rail. What do you mean? No. We're not gonna deny reality. We're not gonna deny what went on in this conversation. That's why I'm here. I'm a moderator. Yada 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 yada. I think that would cut a lot of the animosity that happens. But again, who really has that kind of time? Like, not even me. Oh.
well, it's crazy. I can't. I just make sure people don't get crazy out of control.
Yeah.
I feel bad
Yeah,
every
but
time I
who's
mute
modding you,
somebody.
Jeremy? Who's modding you, man?
That's
What
right,
about
Jeremy.
Bro, somebody tried to mod me yesterday. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. That was awesome.
Yo, you can mod.
Oh, that was no, that was Zanuck, was it? Or was it? It was
No,
no.
that was your girl. That was your girl, Snaps.
Oh, yo, what's what's wrong with Snaps? I can't like Snaps.
Dude, she's off the rail, man. If you haven't heard her, she's off the rail.
My kind of girl.
Okay.
When I hear crazy, I know it. When I hear crazy, I know it.
I think she's funny as hell.
You would, Demond.
Some dude tried to mod me when I was silent in naps. conversation. Like, I have no problem being modded if I'm in the conversation, but not when I'm modding.
It is chilly today.
Jeremy, that's a
Like, I ain't gonna lie, if I'm in the conversation, I get out of fucking control.
So, I finally got a CPAP machine, and I feel like I haven't slept since I was in my 20s, you know, because I'm fat and shit. And man, it's like going to sleep with like golden air.
Chilling. They alright. Getting ready to pick up some shit. Probably. Oh, my bad. I'm hot micing on her. My bad.
Yeah.
Yo, that's a new thing we're doing too. If there's over talking or hot micing, we're just muting people. No warning, nothing.
Uh-oh.
We can't, because then it
Strict.
interrupts the whole conversation.
Hey, Jer Bear,
What's up, Smooth?
how do you calculate force?
How do you calculate it?
Yeah,
I don't know. How do you do it?
I'm
Vortex
asking you.
mathematics.
I don't know. How do you do it?
I'm asking you. That's it.
I don't know. I'm answering.
He says he
I don't
doesn't
Now I'm
know.
asking you a question. How do you do it?
Would you multiply the mass times the acceleration?
That's what I do.
What's mass?
What's
amount of stuff
accelerating?
in the thing?
What's up?
It's the amount of stuff in the thing.
Is that the physics? That's physics definition? The amount of stuff in a thing? That doesn't sound very physics-like.
How do you know if you don't know?
I know. I mean, I don't have to know how sheetrock works to go into a house and know that if their sheetrock's all fucked up or not. And what Left Lane said is some fucked up sheetrock.
Oh, Jeremy, should I bring out my example of the fourth grader and the compass student again?
The same question applies to you, though, for Jeremy. How do you know when you guys are saying stuff with mass? The same question applies to you from Jeremy. The same question. How do you know? I would ask if I was Jeremy.
He did.
Man, yeah, we can just circle jerk each other.
Then he turned
We
it
can
around
just.
on Jeremy and tried to ask how Jeremy knows. But the same question applies to him. That's where we were at. Jeremy asked him, how do they know what mass is? That's where we're at.
I know what Jeremy asked me. We don't need you to tell me that. But it's kind of pointless if every question I ask you, you respond with, I don't know, and then ask me a question. It's kind of a conversation.
It's pointless to not know.
No, because you're not asking me for any information. You're just, I started a conversation, asked a question. To every question I ask, you respond with, I don't know. Then every answer that I give, you criticize, then it's kind of a pointless conversation because everything I say, you criticize, and everything I ask of you, you just say, I don't know. Kind of a pointless conversation.
Conversations are always going to be pointless unless you have a demonstration talking about. So demonstrate or tell us what mass is, or else we are going to have a conversation about nothing because you don't know what mass is. So you or Left Lane got an idea since way from.
Yeah, what's the mass, bro?
Well, Jeremy, the funny thing is, if you don't believe in the heliocentric model, right, which I know you don't, then there's no way for you to differentiate between mass and weight. So we could just say weight, fine.
What is mass, bro? I don't know what mass is.
Mass is the weight of something for you.
Oh, but why would mass
What is
be
it for
different?
you?
Yeah, why would mass be different if there was a heliocentric model versus any other model. Isn't mass just mass?
Right. Well, what I'm trying to express to you is that we define it as mass because we understand that where objects are in relevance to massive objects, their weight can change. But if you don't believe in space and you don't believe that objects can exist outside of this plane, then it really doesn't matter. You can just use mass and weight interchangeably.
But didn't
I can manipulate the weight of
Richard,
something just by manipulating the medium that it's in, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with gravity. What you talking about?
Well, let's
didn't
say we
Richard
use weight. Let's say we use weight. Matter of fact, sorry, El Barico, I heard you first. Go ahead.
Sorry. So, I mean, didn't Richard Feynman said the laws of motion of Newton was wrong? They weren't right.
Yo, Feynman, Shanker, bunch of them, bunch of dudes.
So now, like, what I was gonna say about. Okay, go ahead.
One last thing. So, if Richard Feynman said that they were wrong, so can you tell me how do you calculate force then?
Let me ask you this question, right? What did Richard Feynman say?
He said the laws of motion of Newton were not right. It had to be modified with other laws, which are quantum laws of motion.
Okay, so what did he say was not right about F equals ma? What specifically was not right?
I don't have to get into specific, but he said it wasn't right.
No, we have to get into specific.
The F part.
I can just about.
Matter of fact, he says the law F equals ma is false.
No, see, we have to get into specifics. If you want me to accept something, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
I don't want you to accept nothing. I just want you.
Just be honest? Have you read the paper?
I read part of it. I can't remember all of it.
There you go. Then let's just move on because I haven't read it and you haven't read it.
So
wait a minute. No. I haven't read it. You haven't read it.
You haven't fucking read it, so you don't know what it says.
No, let's not move on. Let's do what flat earthers do when they're by themselves. Let's pull the document up and read it in full context. Oh, there's a shocking thought.
Yeah, I've never seen Jeremy read, you read, or anyone else read, so let's read it.
Oh, nigga, you lying. I read all the time.
Yeah, and you keep telling us that everything we concur is from a question, but every time we ask you a math, 40 questions now. So you just answer the question at hand? What is mass?
First of all, I just started reading again. Okay, so relax.
Well, Jeremy, I'm very happy to hear that.
It's funny because I'm actually pull up the paper and that's his last statement on the paper.
No. We have
to pay this guy for him to answer what mass is. Like, how much does that cost?
You're the most annoying one out of all of them.
Denmark wants to know what mass is.
I just told Denmark it doesn't matter what mass is if we use your idea set. If we use your idea set, mass and weight is interchangeable.
So mass is weight. What do you think? Okay,
I'll explain it to you.
Hold on. Let Elijah go. He did kind of had a little point to go.
Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, fine. Okay, mass is weight. Okay. Here's the thing. Everything that has weight, it goes to the ground. What goes up must come down, right? The problem with that is that's not what the weight of gas molecules do. Like when we start talking about gas molecules, then we start talking about, how dense it is relative to where it's at. Obviously, right there is where we point out the problem with weight being the thing that everything has and all being attracted to the ground. As a matter of fact, quite literally, someone was telling me that that air falls to the ground. And then I kept asking from where? Because the point that I was trying to highlight was that air doesn't go down, it goes everywhere, quite literally, every vector. So
Okay, so Elijah, two things. One, if we're gonna have a conversation, let's talk about what you and I are talking about, not what someone else and you talked about, because I don't know what goes on. Secondly,
Okay.
what is your explanation for
No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. You said, let's just deal with it in terms of weight. And then I said, okay, well, all gas particles have weight, except they don't fall to the ground.
Okay, so which one is it? Do all gas particles have weight, or do all gas particles not have weight? I need a clear statement.
I'm going with the premise that all gas particles have weight.
I
Inside
agree
a
with you. There
container.
you go.
Inside a container.
No,
There,
all gases have weight.
there you
You
go.
don't know.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All gases
Mm-hmm.
have weight. So that's
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is that mass and weight in a flat projection are interchangeable because you don't believe that you can leave the atmos. And
No,
the
I heard
heliocentric
what you said,
model
but in
and
the
the
case of
heliocentric
Hold
I
on,
heard
Elijah.
what
please
you
Hold on,
said.
Elijah. Hold on, Elijah. Let him repeat it.
in the heliocentric model, because we believe we can escape Earth and leave the atmosphere, we define mass as the inherent building blocks or the inherent material or the amount of stuff that an object is. And its weight is how that stuff interacts with massive objects, i.e., gravity fields. Right? So
What
that's how we
happens when
define
you
it.
move?
But I'm saying in a flat, Demok, please.
I thought you were done.
Just
You know I had a
use
follow
your
up.
inside voice. Go ahead.
If anyone wants a one-on-one for like
Yeah,
5-10 minutes
you
or
know
something, let
what,
us know.
Smooth, you're the
I
last
do.
one. Smooth, you're the last one to give anybody advice on
Hey,
how to conduct
Travis.
themselves in here.
Travis, I
Well,
love how you suck my
we were
dick.
It's
almost
But
there.
Elijah.
continue.
We
It's
were
Elijah.
almost there. We were
Yo, let
almost
these guys
there.
finish.
Okay, because I'm just listening for what any of that has to do with the critique I made. So I'm just waiting.
Well, you and I agreed. You agreed to what I said, so your critique was invalid. You agree that
No,
mass and
no,
weight are
I agreed
interchangeable.
with your premise to critique the idea.
What idea?
The idea that all mass is attracted to each other
I
by
didn't
this
say
force
that.
of gravity. Well, here's the thing. That's what the earth is, a culmination
I
of
didn't. We were
material.
talking about.
Listen, I didn't ask you what you said. Okay? We're talking about what gravity is supposed to be, not what you said about gravity in the last 2 minutes. Okay? So, again, what I understand, if we agree, is that the earth is this culmination of materials held together by gravity, air,
We didn't.
air, water, the earth, held together, right, intermolecularly by what? Gravity, force of gravity. So all I'm saying is, if that's true, then air particles should be attracted to the ground. I don't understand why they end up.
They are.
Can I?
Okay, so the critique is I don't understand why they end up there.
What? I have
I don't
no idea what
understand
you're.
why I'm breathing air right here. Like if say gas came out of the ground. The as a matter of fact, the language that I'm using right now is gas. You know what a gas leak is, right? I don't understand why gas leaks happen when those particles should be fixed to the earth.
They're not fixed there. There's no reason why they should be.
Well, they should be because of gravity.
Except for when the
That's
upper
not.
atmosphere
That's not.
spins with the Earth faster than the Earth cycle.
Yeah, that's not.
I can knock it
But
out real
y'all can
quick.
continue. He's obviously not trying to
Wait,
answer.
wait,
I'm
hold,
not the
I
type
yeah,
of
can knock.
hold,
person to drag a
Knock
conversation
out the
around.
FMA,
You know?
guys. Hold on, I got you. You say
No, wait a minute.
force times mass acceleration. Now, if I take an object and I put it in a vise, and I apply a force to it and I keep squeezing it, squeezing it, squeezing it, is it going anywhere? No. Newton's debunked. Good night.
So,
Well, let's talk to Elijah about what he's talking about, what he expects the air to do
No, let's talk
due
what
to
I just
gravity.
said. I put
I know
something in
Elijah
there.
said something before you said something.
I do expect air molecules or air particles or air whatever they are to act like all matter. Everything that has weight, gas particles individually included, right, are
It's a
to fall to the
fallacy of
floor,
division.
are to fall to the floor, are to fall. I'm not making the fallacy. I'm explaining the story.
Yeah,
You
that's their
understand the
fallacy.
difference?
Yeah, that's their fallacy of division. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
So my whole thing is, again, if I'm to believe that all of this is possible after an explosion, after there's no energy loss, meaning there's no impedance of any of that material whatsoever from the beginning, and the only answer is gravitational accretion. Okay,
What are
gravity,
you
gravity,
talking
gravity.
about? You're just
I'm
going
talking
from like
about
you're going from half points.
is.
We
I'm
we
not
were
going
talking
from
about
half.
something. Yeah,
Why are
you
you?
are.
I don't know it. Just to talk to you about that and not being critical or ultra specific. I wouldn't expect air being. I mean, there are other properties. All matter has, I mean, water's heavier than air and blah blah blah. The air to me acts just like it should under a gravitational field. So I'm trying
Yeah,
to figure out what you're wanting to
that's
see that we're not
Left
seeing.
lane stole your spot, Smooth. Left lane stole your spot.
That's what
No,
that's what
that's
makes it
fine.
that's what makes it begging the question. When you have a
Oh my god.
description for a particular thing, but reality shows you different, and then you give explanations, oh, that's just density and buoyancy. That's why I said, well, can anybody prove gravity aside from density and buoyancy? Obviously you can't, right? Because it's a begging the question fallacy that nobody wants to appreciate. So
I want to get in line
yeah,
too, please.
I
They don't
wouldn't
even
expect the
address
air
it.
to be doing that because I experience the air the way I experience it. I'm just told that mass attracts mass, and given that idea, I'm just simulating what should be happening since I'm told that the world that I'm standing on is being held together by it. So I don't understand why things are moving freely. You don't have to accept that that's a critique because at the end of the day, it's a belief anyway. You can believe what you want.
Another thing, the ground you're standing on, is it like
Travis, you're next.
weight?
Democ,
Like,
your mic keeps cutting in and
oh,
out. I don't know if it's your push to talk or what do you got going on here.
is this better or no?
We'll find out.
Okay. I was gonna say, they keep saying F like MA, right? Times mass.
It's
Doesn't
not
Yeah, it's
matter.
better.
good.
It's not better.
Okay.
It's like
All right, I have
is your hand slipping off the push to talk? Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, it's just real quick. So, Howard, this is the way I hear Elijah by analogy. When you drop sand, it doesn't go in every direction. It goes down.
Right.
He's saying that he would expect, since air is particles which have mass, they should do that too. But they don't.
Yeah, it's that you got to consider the other properties of matter, like air being really light weight, and it having a fluid nature. I mean, the air acts just like I would expect it to. You know, I kind of
That's
picture
what
like he
makes
thinks
gravity. That's what
maybe all
makes
the
gravity
air.
a begging the question, because you don't expect air to
Elijah,
do
hold
what
on.
it
He wasn't
does.
finished. I think he wasn't finished. Were you finished,
Yeah,
Kai?
you're right. No, he
Yeah,
wasn't. You're right. My bad.
I mean, in considering the periodic table and seeing the properties of all these different matters, to me, air acts just like I would expect it to. Understanding it the way that I do. I don't.
Well,
I
my
mean, I
only
feel like.
response.
Are you expecting, like, if gravity was a thing, that all the air would be all smashed down on the surface and compact like a beach would be, or something like that?
Look, that's the reason that this is supposedly a sphere. Except,
Except when it doesn't
look.
behave.
The bottom line is when you say I expect air to be doing exactly what it's doing. Here's the difference. I expect gravity to be doing what it's defined to do. Okay, and it doesn't. Now, you're saying, well, I expect air to do what I experience it doing. Well, you've already experienced it doing that. So you didn't have to expect it in the first place.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
And
when you gotta go ahead, Denmark.
yeah, and he keeps referring to air and the other stuff when the simple thing is what was mass, right? Force times mass, right? And they couldn't even tell you what mass was, and they keep asking Elijah what he thinks it is and about air. They won't they won't tell you about their great, definition. It's pretty crazy. But when you add force to something, like a vice, I've got a piece of cheese in a vice or a rock, and I squeeze it, right? Is it going anywhere? No. I got the earth. The earth never moves no matter how much we pile on it. It's not just expanding more because we stand on it. It's not moving somewhere because we added force. So all that was wrong right there. We don't even need to worry about Newton's garbage anymore. It's already debunked. When you
So
point
left,
out one thing isn't right about it, it's not right. Force times mass didn't equal acceleration. The rock didn't go anywhere.
so
Debunked.
left lane. Yeah, no doubt. So left lane. I asked you guys what mass was. You told me what you thought it was. Smooth wouldn't answer me. He told me what I think it is, which is weird when you ask somebody what something is and they tell you what you think it is. Anyways, you said it's the amount of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or something. How do we quantify that?
I guess it's based on the properties of the material that you're talking about. Like a ball of lead is going to be much more massive than a ball of cotton of the
Left
same
lane, you're
size.
dodging me, bro. You're dodging
Air.
me. How do we quantify it?
Well, I mean, it's measured in a laboratory, right? I mean, all the densities and properties of matter are determined in a laboratory setting where they weigh these things. Right?
Air.
Is it quantified? Hold on, guys. Give me two seconds. So it's quantified by weight?
Weight and mass are not really the same thing, but I understand that, like under Newtonian physics, and you've got a weight that's considered a mass of 500 kilograms. It also weighs 500 kilograms. So it's kind of like you would incorporate what science refers to as mass as weight within Newtonian physics. Is that right? Or am I wrong about that?
I'm just wondering what mass is. Smooth told me I thought it was weight because I don't believe in the heliocentric. Now you're telling me you think it's weight.
Yeah. I'm not sharp enough to, I'm not sharp enough in my understanding to differentiate the two to make it sound like it's supposed
if
to.
it's the amount of stuff, you have to. I don't know how else you would do that. You're not going to count atoms, or I don't know. How else would you quantify the amount of stuff in something? I'd throw it on a scale and be like, oh, it's got 100 pounds of gold or whatever.
There you go.
And Left Lane or Skylane said to his understanding, this is how it all works great. But now he's telling us he doesn't understand it, and he's not even smart enough to differentiate weight from mass. So where do we go with that, Skylane? So you do know everything about it, or you don't know anything about it?
No, I don't ever claim to know everything about stuff. I'm a layperson, and I try to discuss things within my knowledge base so that I don't say things that are wrong. And I'm wrong a lot, but that's kind of the way these discussions go. People say things wrong.
So why
See,
do you believe it then?
this is where
Why are you dying on the hill?
well, this is where we actually get like the rare genuine person. Because at the end of the day, we're all kind of in the same boat. Like, let's not forget that we came in wondering what the fuck is going on. That's what we came in as a layman person. Like, you know, and so when there are others who take the opposite stance of what the fuck is going on, like instead it's like, well, I know enough. You know, my experience with my teachers were enough. I have a respectable job. I went to school for this thing, and I understand these terms and they're meant and how they're meant to be used because I was taught a conventional way of speaking and understanding these things specifically. Like I said, that's why I said it's just like legalese because I'm sure you guys experience like now talking to normies is you're that person now that is like kind of you're out of touch. They don't really understand like what you're saying, even though we know it's like super simple. So it's like what I think is like we don't have to tell people, oh, so you did know, you don't know, you don't know, you do. Like I think that's the reason that we've only gotten so far is because they fell for the ridicule and we fell for the ridicule tactics. And I think that's the only thing that's stopping us from moving forward. And I'll end like this. It's just that's the first thing I experienced. Like as a normal person, I came in. I went asking questions to people, and they ridiculed me in a very specific way. And it wasn't until I got online and I watched the Professor Daves and this, that, and the third, I'm like, oh, when they went to look up the topic, they found this information. So now there's this learned behavior of, oh, ridicule this person when this comes up. Oh, that's dumb. You don't know that? Here's the explanation. You dumbass, didn't you look? Like, that is a learned behavior. I'm really hoping us flat earthers can disengage so that we can get back to figuring shit out.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's not do the let's not do the ridiculing and all that. That's not cool. Like people don't
Yeah,
know stuff.
Jeremy.
You know what I mean? Well, no, I mean when we came into this 4 years ago, nobody knew
I'm
what
talking to
any of
you,
this shit.
Jeremy.
I know, but I mean, and nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew half of this shit we know now.
Stop talking back to me, Jeremy.
I've learned more in the past, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, than I have probably all of school.
Yeah, I'd agree. Me too. Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
See, that's good conversation there. And going back to mass in relation to, you know, they talk about mass is correlated to weight, but then they also say the mass of an object refers to its resistance to acceleration. And I try to relate that to you've got a basketball that consists of the rubber the basketball's made out of and the air that's inside it. You can punch the fuck out of that and knock it across the room, right? But you take a bowling ball, the same diameter, occupies the same space as the basketball. You punch that bowling ball, and you're going to break your fist. So that's
Yeah, but
resistance
left
to
wing.
acceleration.
Right.
Hold on, real quick, because this is a continuance from what I was talking about with them before. Let me just get 1 more minute, 2 more minutes, maybe. So we're talking about physics, though, now, right? So
Yeah.
it's definitely not going to be the resistance to acceleration. That can't be the physics definition because when mass attracts mass, that's physics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not going to. No one would say resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. That's crazy.
Well,
That
that's,
doesn't even
I
make
mean,
sense.
I feel like that's a false equivalence. I've heard you say that before. I don't associate those two things, and that statement sounds strange to me. And I don't understand why you associate the resistance of acceleration to the mass of an object.
You just told me mass. You just said it was resistance to acceleration. I didn't do that. You did it.
That's a
Yeah,
property of
mass. You
mass.
said.
It's not mass
You said
itself.
mass is demonstrated
Wait,
or
wait,
in the
DMOC, did you hear what I
definition.
said? DMOC?
No, I didn't. I
Mass
just
is
now heard you say my
mass has a
name. Hello,
property.
Zanuck. How you been, buddy?
D-Mark, you were in the
We
middle
were
of something. Can you?
almost gonna
Yeah.
get somewhere, and it's not gonna happen
Go ahead,
now.
Demlock. Finish it
It'll
up.
be a different hour now.
Start over, Demlock.
You were talking about resistance because you said the mass can be looked at as resistance in the definition, another definition or a form of saying it. And Jeremy said, how can resistance equal gravity when gravity's supposed to, attract everything? How can a resistance be resisting to attract itself, basically? And then you said something odd.
I mean, we're talking about physics, right? This mass attracting mass thing, that's a physics thing. So we're the mass, this is also another physics term. So I mean, you can't have it be resistance to acceleration, because if it attracts each other.
Wait, no, Jeremy, that's why I was trying to interject. Mass has a property called inertia. So it has a property that it resists inertia. It resists acceleration. It's not a resistance of acceleration itself. It itself has a property that resists acceleration.
Well, what is it of itself?
What is mass? Mass is just any amount of matter.
All right, cool. How do we quantify it?
With units called the kilogram, for example.
Wait.
Oh, how do you, the methodology? You could actually try to accelerate it and see what the force is, and that would equate to the mass.
Wait, quantify it by kilograms, right? Wait.
No, sorry, not quantify. You would measure it. Your unit of measure would be a kilogram. You quantify
measuring something is. Go ahead.
You quantify it, but using methodology. The methodology to quantify mass would be try to move it, and based on its resistance to acceleration, that could quantify how much mass you have, which is different.
So it's quantified by its resistance.
And
it can be quantified by its resistance to acceleration.
Go ahead, Democ. No, me and Democ started going at the same time. That doesn't mean you go again. Come on.
So in space, we have no resistance. So how do you quantify all this mass, and how does it have mass with no resistance in space in the first place? How do we even get here? How does this stuff stay to the ground with no resistance?
Jeremy, do you really want to
next?
Yeah. So I forgot where we were.
You said.
I remember.
How do you quantify?
You're saying it's measuring but not quantifying.
You
or
can
quantifying
measure,
but not measuring.
You can measure it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can quantify. So you would.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
You would quantify it by trying to push something.
Yeah, one way of quantifying the mass would be to try to move it, and then you'd measure the acceleration of a given force to quantify its mass, the amount of mass you have.
But I thought it was I thought the definition of mass was resistance to acceleration.
Mass has a quality, a property called inertia, and the inertia is its resistance to acceleration. It's not what it is. It's
Okay, but the mass is the amount of
the
actual.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So the mass is the amount of matter, right? It's just the matter. That is the mat. The mass is the matter.
The mass is any amount of matter. Yes.
Yes, and we can quantify that with weight.
We can quantify it
in kilograms.
Well, no, that you can use the unit of measure. When you quantify it, you have to use some unit of measure. So you quantify it by moving it, and by moving it, by a given force, you would see how much it moved, how much it accelerated. That would quantify its mass, and that unit of measure would be called the kilogram.
You can see how long the weight is.
And no, so that kilogram is not the weight. Weight.
How do you do that with the air?
Weight is something different. Weight is the force that mass would.
The amount of time it takes.
Hold on.
Yeah. Before we go to weight, are you saying the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration?
No. I just got done saying that mass has a
game
quality.
over right there.
No, well, if you don't listen, it's game over. But if you listen, you understand. Oh, I get it. That's circular reasoning.
You just said it. You just said it's the resistance to acceleration.
No, I didn't say it was the resistance to. I said it has a quality, a property called inertia, and inertia is the resistance to acceleration. It's a property of it. It's not what it is.
Because it has weight.
Zanuck,
no,
so
can
we quantify mass?
It's not weight.
Zanuck, can we quantify mass in kilograms?
Can we quantify mass in kilograms? Well, we can.
Yes.
The unit of measure is the kilogram. I don't know exactly what you're asking, but
What do you
The
think
air,
quantify means?
Xanax.
I'm just
The
curious.
air.
how
Hold on.
much
What
of
do
it?
you,
How much of it we have? Yes. So
what do
we
you
can
think
quantify. If we
quantify
have a
means?
value, we can quantify that mass in using the unit of measure called the kilogram. When you say
Quantify
how,
mass with weight.
no, weight is completely different, completely not unrelated.
He
Kilogram.
said
What's a
we
kilogram?
quantify it by
This
resistance,
is
The
Jeremy.
why
kilogram is the unit
he's
measure of how much resistance or acceleration you have.
he did say he mentioned circular reasoning, but he attributed that to someone else. This is actually circular reasoning.
It's not
I
actually.
This is just a
I'd
waiting
like to
game.
read.
It's
Well,
physics. I mean, you want to learn physics? I'll help you
it's
learn it.
not
Just basically,
physics. It's
How
not
long is the
physics.
foot
It's
count?
circular reasoning. When you
how
physics
long
is
is the
the
foot count?
is
That's the kind of problem we have here.
physics
Hold
is
on.
when
Hold
you can
on.
attribute
Hold on, Eli.
physics is
Zanuck. I
when
don't think
you
Zanuck was done. Hold on, Eli. Zanuck, were you
was
done?
done, and then I started talking.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
Jeremy, he was
Oh, my
done,
bad.
and then when Elijah started
No
talking,
problem, David.
Zanuck just jumped over him.
I didn't. He said it's circular reasoning. I said it wasn't. Not at all.
Oh, all right.
Okay,
My
and I
bad. My
was
bad.
explaining
Go ahead. My bad.
because I was saying I would like to read something, and that's when all of the disruptions started happening. But quite specifically, when you're saying, well, this is an attribute, well, because we're asking you what something is, and then we have to start saying, well, this thing right here is not it per se, but it's attributed to the thing that I'm telling you. I know probably everyone else is not going to follow that, but that's exactly what you just said.
No, I didn't, because so you're saying by defining mass having a property called inertia, or having the property or attribute, which is a good word to use, that it resists acceleration. It doesn't say it in itself is a resistance to acceleration. It has a property of resisting acceleration.
Hmm.
You see that?
I
See the
don't
difference
see the
there,
difference.
Elijah?
I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
think
with
it.
that's very
Don't
inertia.
see the
clear.
difference.
You don't see the difference between something being a resistance to acceleration or something
No,
having a
no, no.
property
It's
of.
not be. It's not being. It's not being. You're saying that you're attributing something that we already experienced to something you're supposed to be proving.
Oh,
The action itself is
Can
the
we just
begging the
stop playing?
question, because the action that you're
Can we stop
expressing,
playing?
the act you're
what?
happening, but the action that you're expressing is the thing in question.
Why don't you use this? Like, give me an example. Like, people that use it, use that word in a sentence to show you can explain what you're trying to mean. Use it. Make an example of what you're saying. For example, this
You just
mass.
said
Hold on. This mass at the gym, marked clearly with 20 kilograms on it. Let's talk about what that is. And give me two examples. One that shows circular reasoning, and one shows it what you think it is.
no, that's what you just said is not circular reasoning. What you're trying to attribute it to it is the proof of your argument, which is circular reasoning. What weight is, what we've defined as
Weight is
weight
not.
is what it is.
What is weight? How is it defined?
Well,
Resistance.
how you're
No.
trying
Tell
to
me. No.
define it
Don't
is what
don't see what
how
I'm
you're
trying.
trying to
Give me an answer. Clear
how
answer.
you're trying you first of all, you asked the question, I started answering, you immediately
But you
started
didn't
cutting me
answer
off. Well, you immediately started cutting me off.
because you
Zanuck, he's
started not
answering you right
answering.
now. Relax. You're going next. You're next, Zanuck. You're next.
Okay, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. The thing that you're trying to attribute to weight is begging the question.
I'm not saying what weight is. We haven't gone to weight yet. And
That's
it's not
what you were
begging the
asked,
question.
and you started to.
No, wait, Elijah,
That's
come
what
on.
Jeremy asked
Be
you.
honest. I've said to
Jeremy,
you
what'd you
very
ask
clearly.
him?
Elijah, please. I was being very
Jeremy,
clear.
what'd you ask him?
Elijah, we're having a conversation here, and it's very
No,
calm
we
and
need
cool.
Jeremy to
I
answer
don't
the
even remember.
question in order for
I
us to
asked him a bunch
continue.
of questions. I
Yeah,
don't
you're
remember.
diverting and you're obfuscating, Elijah. Let's just get back to the
You
basics
asked
here.
him. You asked him what mass is.
The mass is
So he
any amount of
used
matter.
something we already. Okay.
Would you agree it's any amount of matter?
Okay.
Okay, good. So mass is any amount. That's what it is. Mass is any amount of matter. How do we quantify it? Well, quantifying would create some kind of methodology to be able to get a measurement of how much you have of it. And one of the ways
Right.
you can do that, Elijah, and this is not circular reasoning, I'm being very clear and articulate about how you would do this. You could take any amount of matter and you could accelerate it or use a force, a known force to move it. And how much it moves, how fast it accelerates, the rate at which it accelerates would determine how much mass you have.
Okay.
I don't see how that's
And then
circular.
once you quantify it, once you quantify it, you now have a specific amount of matter, right?
Correct.
See, one of the
That's a
issues I
mole.
have
No,
is
Apocalypse, don't
wording.
dilute what Jeremy just said. Exactly, Jeremy.
One of the things that I have
What-
issue is in your wording of your definition of mass. Give me a second. Just because I'm gonna let you go. I just because he says
we
inertia
can't
is an
because he's gonna go after
attribute.
you.
No, I'm gonna go back to you,
Yeah,
but
just jump in there,
because I want you, Elijah, to attempt to address this part because it says he says is an attribute of that mass has an attribute of this. In other words, but when you look at the definition of mass, it says it is the resistance to inertia.
Exactly. But anyway, like, so first of all, the amount of
Mass
stuff.
has
Yeah,
an
you can have more individual air particles than the amount of iron in a particular shape. And obviously what you just detailed would be wrong.
No, I'm not wrong, Elijah. You're wrong.
No, I'm just using the example that
hold
I
on,
gave.
I'm
Using
talking.
the example that
I'm
I just
talking.
gave.
No,
Obviously, there's a contradiction with what
there's
you
not.
said
Just because
in
you don't
the
understand it
example
doesn't mean
I
there's a
just
contradiction.
gave. It's not that I don't understand it. I heard what you said. You said mass is the amount of stuff. And then you said one of the ways that we can
No, I didn't
quantify
say
it
the amount. I said
is,
any amount of stuff.
and
Any
then
amount
you
of
said
stuff.
one of the ways we can quantify it is the resistance to movement.
Correct.
Okay. And then I said, okay, but there could be more stuff like gas particles than something like iron. So, in that sense, what you just said doesn't compute.
That is a nonsensical statement. You said because I can have more air particles than iron, it doesn't compute. You're just not
Well,
thinking
because
through,
you
Elijah.
said the more stuff there
You don't
is,
have to interrupt me,
the
by
more
the way.
resistance to
Hold
inertia
on.
there is. That's the point.
No, it is.
But that's obviously wrong.
If you have
What's
if you have
your
2 kilograms
inertia?
of air, gas, and you have 2 kilograms of iron, they will have the same mass. They will also have the same resistance to acceleration. Now, if you're talking about the semantical argument of, well, how do you accelerate those particles of oxygen compared to, or air, with compared to how you accelerate a block of iron, well, that is a nonsensical argument. And I hope you can see why.
You just said they have the same. What are you talking about?
It's not your
Now
turn,
you said it would be
Democ.
nonsensical to
It's
try
to
to do
Elijah.
it.
My
So,
point
so,
is going to get
so to
diluted
bring it
unless you
into
let Elijah
reality
talk.
would be nonsensical, but to talk about it
So
and keep
Elijah, you
saying
can let him take your
affirmative, you're
fee over
saying it
there.
is okay. So read it on the
Danik, why
book
you
and say
rumpusing
that's
him?
the definition. But then in reality, when you ask to demonstrate that, like demonstrate it with helium or demonstrate that with, you know what I mean? Demonstrate that with helium, what you just said, Zanik, please.
You can't. That's the whole point. That's the point.
You heard I said Elijah before Democ went in there and diluted it. If you have,
I'm disengaging, Zanik.
well, you should
You can say what
disengage.
you're
If you're
gonna
not
say,
going to be
though. I don't
honest,
care.
if you're not going to be honest and actually talk about it, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to. It's a discussion about physics. This is something that I know
Don't
pretty
waste
well. I mean,
time. Just go ahead and explain what you're gonna explain. I'm disengaging, though. You don't have
Okay,
to cry
next
about it.
time Smooth comes in here, I want to talk to him because I did cite the source for Professor Shankar talking about Newtonian mechanics.
Feynman also said it in the QED lectures, no?
what do you say?
Well, hook it up.
Well, if you're talking about the
What
wording
did
about how
Feynman say about how Newton's
Oh, is it that video? I think I got that.
Newton was wrong,
some
bro.
things
Shanker.
don't
Go
some
ahead.
things just resist motion that you would otherwise say is just like not a measure of its mass at all, really?
Yes,
Like
it's not.
that's why you use the principle of resistance or inertia for, like, for example, a wall can resist motion. Now, can you measure its mass by its resistance?
Well, right. And then things that, that might be, I don't know, too small or too numerous to move, right? Like if you were in the ocean and you're trying to move water, right? It's a little, like, you could say you're moving it, but are you really? Like,
Well, now you're getting, that's where it gets
What
into
about
some
magnets?
That's, creating a force. Is that inertia? Forces
What
are
about a
inertia.
vice?
Is
Well,
the
what is
acceleration
inertia? I
Hold
asked
on,
you what
Democ.
inertia
Democ,
is.
you're next. Democ, you're next. Let Xanac finish.
the force that a magnet can create if you put iron in its field or push it through its field and see what the resistance is, and that would be a force required. If you know that force, you can tell what the mass of that object was.
Yo, if anyone wants a
But
one-on-one
what I'm
for like
saying is a force
5-10
isn't
minutes,
always going to yield that.
That's why you can measure inertia by its resistance, its inability to accelerate based on a given force. You have to know the force. You have to know something. You have to know the mass. Or if you don't know the mass, you have to know the force, or you got to know the acceleration.
listen, if anyone wants a one-on-one for 10 minutes, quick, right here in the live chat, let us know and we'll accommodate it.
Jeremy, I think Democ and Zanuck want a 10-minute conversation.
Yeah.
You want a
What?
one-on-one with Xanac? Xanac, you want
Hell
to do it?
yeah.
Steel cage
Sure.
match.
Hell yeah.
There we go, guys. Clear the floor. Democ and Xanac.
Democ
Ding,
and
ding,
Zanuck?
ding.
No, I don't want to do. I don't want to waste time.
Oh, you don't want it? You don't want to do
Well,
that?
I mean, I can do it to be
Steel
funny,
match.
but it's not going to make any sense because Democ just makes gibberish. He does it on purpose. I mean, he
Well,
knows.
that's not it.
Zanuck, you're just not on his level. You don't understand, bro. Zanuck,
Oh, come on, Hank.
it's not his
Have you
fault
listened
you
to
don't
him?
understand.
Have you listened to what he
Poisoning the well
says?
fallacy. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Poisoning the
ahead.
well.
All right, Democ, one-on-one, you and me. Go ahead, and you guys can all witness by what he
I
says.
actually
He's serious.
despise all people that poison the well because
All right, I'm going.
I just
I'm diving in.
it's not just you. I just had the thought like, oh, wait a minute. Now I'm just thinking about.
Elijah,
I wish people would
straight
just let the
face.
information stand and stop
Elijah,
talking shit.
Elijah,
But that has nothing to do with just you, Xanax. So just please
Elijah.
continue.
Have you listened to Democ? Do you really think he's serious? I mean, be
Okay,
honest.
he's
Democ is pretty
gonna sit
serious.
here and jerk off.
Sometimes he's
Look,
very
don't
serious.
even respond to. Do you have anything to say or not, Xanax? You want to do it or not?
I
If
want to do
not,
it.
shut
Yes,
the
let's do it.
fuck
I
up.
want you guys to judge
Okay,
at
so
the
go
end
ahead and do it.
if it makes any sense. Go ahead.
We're
Democ's
not
as smart
judging a
as you are.
damn thing.
We're smarter. You're
Just
probably
say what
smarter.
you got to say, and whatever it is whatever it is.
Okay, let's clear. Xanac, you can do it. Democ wants to clear the
That's
floor.
within
Give him like
reason.
5 minutes, guys, please.
Whatever it is, whatever it is.
All
It
right.
makes sense.
He said, okay, the definition for mass, as Zanuck have said, is resistance, right? So if I resist something, so if I just stand on something, right, it's not going anywhere, right? Where's the acceleration with that, right? And then resistance is what they don't have in space. That's the very thing you do not have, right? And the resistance also is the opposite of acceptance, which that's gravity. The definition of gravity was supposed to be mass attracting mass, not resisting mass. Now, so what is inertia? So you said mass is resistance. So what is this inertia you keep talking about?
You made a lot of points and asked a lot of questions right there.
Yeah, you did. And I think I remember most of them. Mass is not resistance. Mass has a property called inertia, which is its resistance, the property of its resistance. What was the word someone used earlier? I think it was Elijah or somebody. Attribute, which is a good word, has an attribute of resistance to acceleration. And in space, there is no resistance because there's no mass in space. So why would a particle that is moving have any resistance? Doesn't mean it doesn't have mass. It just means it doesn't have resistance to it. So that's nonsensical.
How do you get the mass?
How do you get the mass? You go to the store and you can buy it.
And you said I was being funny. No, how do you accumulate and judge and how do you get the mass? How do you find out what the mass is?
You said, how do you get the mass? Now you want to say, how do I know what the mass is? Which is the question.
Yeah.
The question you're asking.
How do you know what the mass is of helium?
How do I know what the mass is of helium? These questions don't make any sense to me.
How'd you get the mass of a helium molecule?
You could weigh it in a field, a gravitational field, and you can see what the force is acting on the scale.
So mass is weight.
No, mass can have weight in the presence of a magnet, in the presence of other mass.
We could quantify mass as weight, kilograms.
That's why this is legally
Second time.
Only
you said
only
that.
if you know the only if you know the only if
the
you know
globe
the
is legally
gravitational
is
field.
it's literally the inversion. That's why we can't defeat it.
Yo, my
Oh,
bad.
my
It was
bad,
supposed
my
to be
bad, my
Democ,
bad,
and
my bad.
yeah, I forgot too. My bad. Go ahead, Democ,
Well,
or whoever.
it's 100% right though. Like space, right? You have no resistance. He keeps saying all this stuff acquires resistance to even accumulate or acquire the definition to define what it is, like the volume or the area or like
Acquire the
the sheer
definition to
definition.
define what it is. I mean, do you listen
Yeah,
to
to
yourself, Demo?
quantify it into a certain portion. Yeah. Now I got
Acquire the
helium.
definition to define what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, helium.
Okay, helium. It's an atom.
Of what? What do you mean? How did you find out its mass? Helium.
You could weigh it. You put a
How?
bunch
How
of
do you weigh it?
helium in a container and you weigh it.
You put helium in a container. You weigh in the container or the helium?
You weigh the container first, and then you can see the change of weight with the helium in it.
What other object do you got to weigh with the container? Do I got to put a carrot in a container to weigh it too?
No, the carrot's self-contained by its structure.
So isn't helium too by your sheer idea of mass attracting mass?
You could have helium in the container and then release it and see its effect on a plate, for example, what force it
The
imparts
carrot
on that
doesn't.
plate. That would tell you its mass as well.
The carrot doesn't need a container, and neither does a handful of sand. I can just throw so many. I can just keep throwing it on the scale.
And
You
you'd be weighing
understand?
it as it hits the scale. It'd have a weight.
No, it doesn't have a weight.
Sand doesn't have a
It
weight.
has an amount. It has an amount of resistance or energy you put into the fucking scale or the spring itself. Like if I smack it, it can give the same reading, right? That
Right.
force doesn't have to be a settled force applying
Well,
upon
that's
it.
not weight.
I can shoot it. I could smack it.
That's not
The
weight.
wind can
Shooting a
blow
bullet
it.
out of the gun doesn't tell its weight. If you
I
shoot a
can
bullet
move
at
it.
a scale, it's not going to tell you its weight.
Well, I can wiggle it. It'll start telling you the weight. I
Why
can
would you
smack it. It'll
wiggle
say
it?
a weight.
What would wiggling it make?
It'll say a weight. If you take a scale and start moving it up and down, it's going to read weights.
I mean, why is it doing that?
Well, you
For the
tell
reason.
me, gravity boy. I don't know. It shouldn't be doing any of
Well,
that. It should be zeroed out.
There are other forces besides gravity. If you shoot a bullet,
There are.
there's a force created by the explosion that's not gravity.
What's that?
It can counteract. It can
How
counteract
is
gravity. It can actually go up instead of go down by using a force that's
how is
greater than
there a
its weight.
force? Hold on a second, please. How is there a force without gravity intertwined with that? How does that work out?
Because it's a different force. It's a force created by some other different effect.
What is?
The firing a gun straight up. The
That
bullet
has
still has
nothing to do
mass,
with
but
gravity.
it had force behind it. It was caused by the rapid expansion of the gases of the gunpowder when it was ignited.
Didn't gravity give it its inertia?
Gravity didn't give it its inertia, no.
No. So how did
No.
gravity give gas its inertia?
Gravity doesn't give anything inertia.
So gravity doesn't give inertia.
No. Gravity creates a force in mass.
Gravity's a force now?
Gravity does not create a force.
No, did you hear what I said?
Hold on one
I'll
second.
repeat it exactly word for word. Gravity causes a force in mass.
No, it doesn't. No resistance.
Saying no
in
doesn't
space.
give you any answers.
So,
if you're going to disagree with me, say
hold on,
no
buddy.
and
You're
then
not
tell me
letting
why
finish,
it's wrong.
You're not letting me
Hold
finish.
on, Zanuck. Hold on, Zanuck.
You're in a gravity well out in space. You have no resistance, right? So there is no gravity. You're always falling. You're in space, the expansion of nothing, no resistance. Explain your gravity again.
You're in a gravity well, like you're up above the earth, and whatever is holding you, jets or whatever, and it was stopped, you would fall in that gravity well according to the amount of gravity or the force that was acting on you, and it would result in an acceleration.
None. There's no resistance.
So you don't have inertia.
You don't have anything. There's no resistance.
Okay, you say that, but you're not really being It's describing why.
No, I'm telling you what your physics are. That's your physics. It's like dropping something in free fall, and that's everything to you. Free fall in space is your gravity, that's your inertia, that's your resistance, that's your mass attracting mass. How does that work out?
So you want to know how orbits work? Why are you weightless in orbit?
You don't.
Because
How
the
are you
forces
weightless?
because the
Hey,
forces balance
listen,
out.
listen. Hold on a minute, man. If you're weightless, there's no resistance there to be like to have weight. You have to have resistance to be in orbit. You have to have a resistance to be held in orbit. If you're not, you can't be held in orbit without resistance. Zanuck, what are you talking about? In space, there is no resistance. You don't have orbit. That's why you can't demonstrate it even on Earth or in a vacuum. Right? True, right? Because you don't have any demonstration. You can't demonstrate a vacuum having a orbit on stuff because the sheer vacuum means no weight. Nothing has weight in a vacuum. It's all zeroed out. It's nothing. There can be no weight in a vacuum. I can flick a planet in a vacuum and it should fucking.
Who told you there's no weight in a vacuum?
Highlander, 1 second. Are you guys?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. He can't answer this. How do
Like,
you have weight in a vacuum?
hold on 1 second though. Are you and Zanuck done?
I don't know what Zanuck's doing. I'm asking him how to weigh something.
Zanuck, you good or you want to keep going? Or are you done? Okay, go ahead with Highlander then. Zanuck went. MIA.
Yes, there's no weight in a vacuum, Highlander. Go ahead and tell us how there is.
Who,
Demonstrate.
who told you? Who told you that a vacuum removes gravity?
Nobody. He made it up.
Who told you that it added gravity?
Nobody
It doesn't
said.
add gravity. The gravity is there because we have gravity here on Earth.
That's
To
why it's
remove.
begging.
Hold on a minute.
We
That's
don't.
why it's
The
begging the
claim was
question.
about. The claim was
No,
about
no, wait,
space.
Denmark. That's why it's begging the question, because we've taken an experience here. We obviously know there's actually no way to do that in space because you can't put yourself on a scale in space, just like you can't put yourself on a scale in water. Right. So so that's what's begging the question about it. Because obviously in the mind you would say, well, just because there's nothing there doesn't mean that you're not made up of matter. You're still a mass. There's just no way to quantify that in space. That's
Yeah,
why
sure,
it's begging the question.
sure you could. I'm sorry I lost you guys. My
Exactly.
computer died, so I apologize. But yeah, you can weigh things you cannot weigh things in space. You can determine its mass in space. All you'd be there sitting there and floating in space. And you can have a known force, some kind of explosion or a hammer or something. You're bent, like you can push something, and by its resistance to acceleration, you could determine its mass.
How do you measure that push? How would you measure it?
By the force,
At the speed of
the
light.
force is created. So you would push against it, it would move, and you would move. There's equal and opposite forces.
How do we measure that? We want to quantify it, remember?
Just all you gotta do is a spring. So you have a spring that you in your spacesuit. You're floating. So Elijah's got this picture in his mind. You're floating in space. You got this. You went to before you left up in space. You bought that weight. We talked about it at the weight store. You bought a 20 kilogram, about a 1 kilogram weight. Little ball of weight. Little thing using your hand.
Yep.
To
And you
run
throw it
with.
at the scale.
Hold on, Democ. Democ,
So you
hold
got
on.
the
I
weight.
want 2 minutes with Zanuck
You got
now,
to
or
wait.
unless you guys want to finish your thing.
Hold on. You have a spring. You got a spring now. And you also have a rule. Let's say you have a big piece of plywood you took it. It has like marks on it to show like distances, so you know how far something will move. And everything's floating in space. And so you got this plywood attached to you, so it's not going to go anywhere. And you have your hand and the spring, this little spring, and we know this rate, how much force per inch that when you compress it, it would actually create as a
How do we
force.
get force? How do we know how much force it is?
I'm going to tell you. So you got the plywood attached to you. Picture this: it's nailed to your body, to your hips. It's plywood. And the only reason we have the plywood is we can mark a ruler on it, so it's not floating and squiggling like string in space. So piece of plywood with a
One
ruler
question.
on it, measurements.
No, Democ.
Okay.
You can go
So
next, Democ. I'll back
now
off.
we have
I
a
didn't know you
spring.
guys. I thought you guys were done. Back off,
Okay, we
sir.
have this.
Demo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Zanuck.
Okay, so you have this spring, and you have this plywood with the foot marks and the inch marks on it, and you have this 1 kilogram mass that you brought up there from the weight store. You would take the spring, and you have a video camera that's going to film it all, and you would push with your hand, this hand on the spring, and the weight is on the end of the spring, and you push really hard. So you can measure how much that spring compressed. That would tell you the force.
All right, there's Zanuck. There's no point because follow-up questions because there's a lot of people that want to go. This isn't this.
Does that make sense? You could do the spring.
I can rip this apart, but Democ.
You can't.
Go ahead, Democ.
Why is Democ? I don't even hear him. Is he
You can
blocking?
drop kick it. Drop kick the board. How
No,
much did it weigh?
Jeremy. Just the amount that spring compressed will give you the force that it took to move this object. And by how much it moves, the rate of acceleration will tell you the mass.
Okay, so we know how much force the spring is exerting, you're saying?
Yes, because we know that you compress it by 1 inch.
No.
Say it might be a 1 pound per inch spring. So if you compress it by 1 inch, you know you used one. Let's say one.
Bro, it's just a yes or no
force.
question, man. All right, I'm gonna back out. I can't. I'm backing out. I can't do it.
Well, so if you have a piece of weight on the table,
bro, I'm backing out.
Why are you guys backing out? Why?
I'm backing out because I can't do this. I have a yes.
Oh,
I had
you're
a yes
busy?
or no question. No, I just had a yes or no question, and you want to tell me a whole once upon a time story.
You want to know how you
can't
do
live.
it. I didn't know that.
I can't
Go
live
ahead.
like this.
Yes or no? Go ahead. I'm all about yes or no. The question was, how do you do it? Use a spring in space. Measure the force.
Yeah, so you know how much force you've put on the spring now.
Right. And then you measure.
How'd you calculate? How'd you calculate that force? How do you know how much force you put on the spring?
Because the spring compresses let's say 10 newtons per inch or 1 newton per inch. Keep it simple. 1 newton per inch.
How'd you quantify that force?
Because you saw the spring compress 1 inch.
And then you just say 1 inch of this spring is X amount of newtons.
Right. We know this.
So now you know the force. That's the formula for force. You push a spring back and then just see how much it moves something. Where I'm asking how you quantify the force.
Yeah. Well, how you qualify it now? You have the 1 kilogram mass, and you push the one newton force, which is the 1 inch compression to spring.
Compression.
Hold on, and you watch the acceleration of that object move 1 meter per second squared. The acceleration. That would mean that you verify that it's a 1 newton of force, that it's a 1 kilogram mass, and that it moved 1 meter per second squared. All that would have to be true for that mass to be 1 kilogram. I know you're trying to poke holes in it. You can't, because that's how the Newtonian force is explained in detail.
See, some of y'all might think that I was poisoning the well because I wanted to hear those two debate, but I'm actually a fan of the debate. I like to hear it sometimes. Like I like to listen to different people's arguments and
it's interesting,
copy.
Right? It is interesting.
Is that Mock and Zanuck?
Yeah.
No.
I'm a fan of Devon. I don't know if you guys know that. I've known him for a long time.
Well, I think it's funny that if you drop kick the little scale that he's got set up, what does that say I weighed? Or if you smack it, how about if there's a meteor that's coming at light speed and it hits it? Does that tell you the weight of the meteor? I don't think so. He says compression. He said it's compression.
If you increase
is not
gravity.
Some of his
questions are unorthodox, but it's
One at a
almost like
time,
I'm
guys.
the only one that knows why the facetious point is being made.
Demo.
Because I don't know how everybody doesn't get his genius 80% of the time.
Well, a change of direction is a change of
You hear
momentum,
me
which is
trying to
a force.
compliment the man. You don't have to. Denmark, I'll definitely be done when the compliment is over. For sure, guys.
Demo, if you increase the speed, you increase the mass that the weight sees.
Aristotle's. Let's try not to clip people, please.
Well, one of the things that we know, DMOC and everybody, is that when we have a change of momentum, that is the force defined. So when you fire something or that meteor hits the ground, its inertia its momentum, and then its change of direction will create a force. The force that it creates does not determine its mass. You could find out its mass after you rule out all the other things. Get the momentum out of there. The momentum is not. You can't use the momentum to determine its mass.
All you're doing is just saying, we see what happened since the dawn of time. We're going to take a reading or a calculation. We're going to put an assumed word on this, and this, and give all these definitions that all mean the same thing as the other word. Why do you need 27 words for mass? Why do you need 27 words for resistance?
I gotta
It's weird for me.
admire his creativity, by the way, D-Mock.
That's weird, right?
You don't stop. You keep it going. So I have to admire you for that, bro.
Well, it's originality is like, you know what I
No,
mean? Hard to come
you're
by.
very creative, and you keep it going. You won't stop. It's like a rap song.
I fail to understand what the relevance of the amount of words is.
Is that smooth?
Yeah.
Mass would
Because
be pertaining
Oh,
to gravity.
smooth. Hey,
go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, smooth. Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you.
So I posted something on the live stream text.
Let me take a look.
Yo, real quick.
Yeah,
Hank,
you're gonna scroll up.
You want 5-10 minutes with Smooth?
Yeah, just a few minutes, right?
Yeah, let's give Hank a few minutes, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I have to scroll up.
1 minute past the hour.
I'll just repost it. Let's see.
Yeah, just repost it. Repost it so we can all read it, and then Smooth can tell you we're taking it out of context.
There's part of it.
Then distinguishes signs from
Yeah, I think the first sentence is an accidental copy. All right. Yeah, so there's Professor Shankar 3 times in a row. Wait, did I do that right? I mixed the gravity is not a force thing in there. I did not mean to do that.
So
there it is. There it is. Okay.
The first one
right.
has to do with
So
quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I kind of screwed up a little bit. Yeah, so you're looking for Professor Shankar. At the end, I got the last two.
Oh, so we have the double split experiment. Is that where you want me to start reading?
Yeah. Go ahead if you like.
Yeah, tell us about the double split.
Split.
Is that like a banana split? But this
Exactly.
is a double split.
Slit. You got wave particle duality. You got force. Gravity is not a force. We've never said that. Most people talk about gravity causing a force, but it's semantics.
What would you like me to read? There's a lot of links here, Larry.
Yeah, if it's talking about the force, I didn't mean to post that. That was an accident. So, Shankar, right? First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics, and the double slit experiment is a problem. It's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics, right? And then the other one is, it's the end of Newtonian physics. And then the first one that I posted way at the top. So they're going to shoot it down. So what does nail in the coffin, shoot it down, and the end of Newtonian physics mean? Does that mean that we still use Newtonian physics?
Yes.
Smooth.
You're asking.
Oh, so there's a nail in the coffin. We shot it down, and it's the end of it.
When it comes
Hold on,
to
that was Xanax. That was
mechanics,
Xanax.
it's
Just let Smooth and Hank go ahead for like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Jeremy, check your DM.
He didn't answer you, Hank. That was Xanax. Smooth was about to answer you.
Right. So if we shot it down and we put a nail in it, and that's the end of Newtonian mechanics, what are you bringing it up for?
Einstein.
So,
because you brought it up when you were in here last time. You're pretty confident.
Yeah. So when I read something titled "Putting the Nail in a Theory," I always
Damn, babe, those pants look good on you. Yeah, such fun.
Smooth. Focus, bro.
Can
Focus.
can you not do that, man? That's like disgusting coming from you.
Focus, bro.
Travis, you must be an incel who's never gotten laid.
No, it's gross. It's totally gross.
There you
All
go.
right.
Let me tell you something, bro. That's not gonna fly here, bro. If you when you're gonna talk to your girl or whatever, mute your mic. We don't want to hear that shit here.
You got something smart to say now, Smooth? Say it to everybody, bro, because we're coming at
What
coming
was
at
he
you.
saying? What did he say?
No, we're not doing
Travis,
smart
what did he
shit.
say?
Hey, just let Hank and Smooth go at it for like 3 minutes, guys, please.
I think he's avoiding me at this point.
Hank, that's a hard question.
I'm
because-
pointing out your biases, guys, because I'm always hot mic and sweet talking my girl, and everyone goes, "Oh,"
No,
and
the
I'm
whole
always saying the N word, and everybody goes, "Yeah, nigga." But every time anybody else does any of these things, like it's not right.
no,
Like,
you didn't hear what happened last time. That's
I just muted Eli. We're non-biased. Go ahead, Hank and Smooth. Hank and Smooth, go ahead.
I have to finish this up, baby. They've cleared the room for me. Give me 1 second. All
Bro,
right.
dude.
I'm here, Jeremy. My girl's literally right next to me. All right. So Hank, the thing is that's a hard statement. So first of all papers, like research papers, try to create a one of two titles, either a gotcha title or a like very like bland title. So when we look and read this, and I will read it tonight and have a more thorough response to you, we have to see what it's saying, right? Now the issue is a lot of research is contradictory, right? And that's to be expected. But I don't believe that Newtonian physics has been erased. First of all, Einstein physics is a more accurate representation of Newtonian physics because it kind of was building upon that. So we advanced the model or the idea. And secondly, it is what we use in our everyday life to make things work. So even though you have a paper saying that it's quote unquote debunked, if we use it every single day and we get the result that we predict that we're going to get by using that, it's not really debunked.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So first of all, it's not a title to the paper, right? It's a quote, right? And I'm citing my source to the quote. So that's not the title, right? It's what he said.
Oh,
right?
okay.
And you can go in there and read what he said and what he's talking about, right? But basically what he's trying to tell you is that it's been superseded, right? By the new theory, right? And there was a lot of things that happened to cause Einstein to come up with this new theory. And I don't think it's a scientific theory at all. I think it's unfalsifiable and therefore not science. So it's like a layman's theory, right?
No, it's
like,
not. No, it's not.
Okay.
Yo,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. Let's give Smooth
Show me
his,
the science. What's the independent, dependent, and control variables? Go ahead.
Stay on track, Hank. Stay on track. It's you and Smooth. You and Smooth.
Give me 1 sec, Hank. I didn't hear you through that jumble, but I am looking at this transcript right now. Just give me 1 second. You feel free to talk as much as you want. I'm just reading.
Yeah, maybe go ahead and answer that other guy's question and whatever he said.
well, another way to succinctly put it is, what was his hypothesis?
Yeah, what did that other guy ask?
It will include what Hank is asking.
What do you think his hypothesis was? And by the way,
Well, it will include the IV and the DV if it was experimentally valid. If it's
No,
something else, then we're not talking about that something else. Because he just said it's. Well, how'd you put it, Larry? You said
it's a layman's theory. There's no science.
There
See,
you go.
back in the day, they used to always ask us, do you know the difference between a scientific theory and a regular theory? Well, the obvious answer is the scientific theory has been validated with a scientific method. So if you guys are claiming that Einstein's theory have been validated with the scientific method, please provide the science. I would love to see the independent, dependent variables because I like doing science. Can I do the science?
Wait. So first
I
of
got
all,
a theory.
please,
Hold on 1 second,
wait,
Xanax.
real quick.
I got a
say
theory
something.
right now, real quick, Xanax. I got a theory that my wife's gonna make chicken for dinner. Are we gonna put that right next to Einstein's theory?
See, hold on, guys. The problem Elijah has and Hank has just read that's blatantly obvious. Don't confuse the IV-DV relationship with the hypothesis. The experimentation to support the hypothesis involves this IV, sometimes the IV-DV relationship, but the hypothesis does not. Just because you have a cause and effect relationship in the hypothesis doesn't mean that is the IV-DV relationship. That only applies to the experiment. Get that straight. You've been making that mistake for years now.
Okay, so I'd like to respond to that.
Cite
And
that.
my response
Go
to
ahead.
that,
Go ahead.
and my response to that is, well, actually, what I said quite accurately and definitively true is that the hypothesis is what leads to the experiment. It's going to have the IV and the DV in it because the experiment is a hypothesis test. You can't say that
one
the
of the tests.
IV and the IV and DV may not necessarily be in there because then what is the hypothesis test going to be about if
The
it's not
hypothesis
about the
isn't a
hypothesis?
test. The
Just
hypothesis
the
is
theory
a
come
test.
You're
The
wrong, and
experiment
I've
is a
cited my
test.
source.
So,
I can
The
prove it.
so he
experiment is a
tried,
Let me
test,
just read.
Elijah.
but he
You're
just
wrong.
tried to straw his
Eli, you just
response.
went. Eli, you just went, bro. Were you
But
done?
his
Were you not
response
done?
was a straw. His
No, it wasn't a
Hold
response
on.
straw
He
was a
man.
didn't. I
straw
don't think
man.
he finished his response. I don't think he finished his response. Were you done?
No. So
His response was a
the
straw man
IV.
because he
No, it's
said
not.
that
It's not strong. I'll tell
the
you why.
hypothesis is not the experiment, which is not
Correct.
what I said.
You said
Which
that
is not what
the
I said.
hypothesis should be able to show the IV-DV relationship. The hypothesis is
Not
not.
show,
It's not the
not
test.
show. I didn't say that. I didn't say
You
that.
said that. You said
I said
specifically that it shows
no.
the
I didn't say that.
IV-DV
No, I
relationship.
didn't say that.
What
No,
did you
I
say?
didn't say
What
that.
did you say
Hold
then?
on.
I
Slow
said
down,
the
guys. Slow down.
IV-DV is in the hypothesis. Is
No,
what
it's
I
not.
said.
That's what I mean. Same thing. It does not. Is not in
No,
the
it's not the
hypothesis.
same thing. No,
It's
it's
not. It.
no.
Hold
Okay.
on.
It's
Let him
not the
finish,
Play
same
with it.
thing.
guys. Yo, you're talking all over each other,
Okay,
guys.
let me
One
just
at a
finish
time.
real quick.
Well, you got to moderate. This is the point where you
Well, no,
have to
I'm
you
be
ain't
moderating
moderating.
right
knowledgeable
now.
enough
One
to.
at a time. Xanax, then
But
Eli,
no,
then
not. It's
Xanax, then
not
Eli,
one
Eli.
at a
just start
time.
talking. Just
Or
shut
It's
up,
you can
you're
go
Eli.
supposed
first.
to.
Eli, just shut up for a second. Just try to bite your tongue for a second. The
Well, hold on.
hypothesis is
Go ahead, Xanax, then Eli. Eli, you're next.
the hypothesis is the story about all the things that probably are true here to as to why things happen. The test, the experimentation has the IV-DV relationship. In each one of those tests, each one of those experiments, whether it's one or thousands, all provide evidence and support for the conclusions made in the hypothesis.
If your conclusion is in the hypothesis, then that's a presupposition. Like first and
No, of course
foremost,
you make a
a
conclusion in the
supposition.
hypothesis.
Yo, Jeremy. First and foremost, you need to be knowledgeable on what we're talking about to stop him from strawmanning. That's really the
I
job
have
of
not
the
strawmanned
moderator.
you at all.
Xanax.
So so when he says that the IV and the DV doesn't necessarily have to be in the hypothesis, that's absolutely absurd. Because a hypothesis is I presume that this, the IV, will cause this, the DV, the effect that I'm seeing. That's it. That's what the hypothesis is.
It doesn't do
The
that.
hypothesis test is testing that statement. And if the test concludes that that statement is incorrect, then the null hypothesis is correct.
You are
I'm
wrong.
talking about
It was well said.
what.
It was well said, Eli.
Well, no, but how if you're to say I'm wrong, either I'm using the appropriate philosophy, the scientific method, or you're going to have to justify how I'm using it wrong. You can't give me a different philosophy and tell me that the philosophy I'm using is wrong. If you're using a different philosophy, which would be actually called pseudoscience, if you would accept scientific method, then you go ahead and do that. But I'm not wrong with what I said. That's insane to tell me that I'm wrong, that a hypothesis isn't this will cause this, and the null is this will not cause this. That's crazy.
Who thinks Eli's wrong and why?
I do. I think I told you why he's wrong. It's very clear why you're wrong, Elijah. You keep on saying that the cause and effect relationship in the hypothesis is the IDV relationship. It is not. You don't call this thing that I say, this causes plants to grow. The water and the presence of sunlight.
That's not a hypothesis.
Wait, hold on. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
can
respond to him if I couldn't.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah,
without
yeah,
interrupting
yes,
Elijah?
There's two people that want to go next. I don't know how we're going to figure this
I'll
one
be
out,
brief,
but,
and
but finish it up.
5
Dan.
minutes with Zanuck.
Okay,
I'll be
Elijah, shut up so I can finish. I'll go quicker if you just be quiet. So I can say
All
my
right, 10 minutes
hypothesis.
with Zanuck.
Can you help yourself, Elijah?
Zanuck, give me a second, a little moderation. Somebody asked for 10 minutes with you, 5 minutes with you.
Pardon me?
Somebody asked for 5 minutes with you.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
Do you accept that 5 minutes?
Of course. Let me just.
All right.
respond.
Let me get this.
I was in the middle of.
I know. I understand.
Fuck up.
If you understood, you would stop talking.
All right. There's gonna be 5 minutes with Zanuck. Nobody interrupt. Thank you. Bye.
What I was saying is, Elijah, you keep on confusing the hypothesis cause and effect relationship, which can be a story about all these things that cause a certain outcome, this thing we see, and they're not classified as the independent dependent variable. The experimentation of each one of these tests has the IV-DV relationship, and there can be multiple IVs and sometimes multiple DVs, but generally we use those tests in the IV-DV relationship in support of the hypothesis. You keep on saying this relationship of the cause and effect in the hypothesis is the IV-DV relationship. It's not. So stop saying that.
Yeah, that's not justified. I can pull up citations, and you can pull up.
You're going to misinterpret if you do pull it. I'm telling you what it means.
I waited till he was done.
Thank you, bud. All right.
So anyway, I can pull up sources. You can pull up sources as to what a hypothesis is. Foolish to say that the hypothesis won't have the IV. Now, in order to delegitimize my position or the method more specifically, he basically proposed a false hypothesis to delegitimize my position when he brought up the planets and yada yada yada. Because obviously, there's no way that anything in that scenario can be an independent variable. So your response was non sequitur and wasn't
it's
justified.
not a non sequitur. It's very applicable. It's very, very pointed as a response to you. And this most simplest hypothesis you can make is a biology one, plants and things. And you say, here's why this plant grows, and you can tell the whole story. And you start testing each one of those components, and each one of those tests has a IV-DV relationship. This is basic science methodology. So are you saying that it's a false equivalence, circular reasoning, straw man? I mean, you're just making up logical fallacies.
I didn't say any of that just now.
Have any basis? You're talking over me. Stop. I let you talk. So no, the hypothesis is a story. There is a cause and effect relationship, but it's different. I wish they used different words rather than cause and effect, because it's the same words that are used in the experiment, which is different than the hypothesis. Yes, it does include cause and effect in IDV. Yeah, absolutely in the hypothesis, but it's through experimentation that those IV-DV relationships are developed and shown. So that's a straw man, by the way.
How is that? First of all, so the end of what you said is exactly what you said you didn't say initially when this first kicked off. That being that the IV-DV doesn't have to necessarily be in the hypothesis. That's expressed in the experiment. That's what you said. Now you said absolutely it has to be in the hypothesis. Which was my position.
You're not listening. In the form of the experiment, yes, hypothesis includes the experimentation, and in the experimentation there are IV-DV relationships, and yes, so that therefore IV-DV is part of the hypothesis, but it's not what you're declaring it to be, which is the cause and effect relationship in the hypothesis being the IV-DV relationship. You see the difference? Don't mix my words. Again, more of a straw man if you boil it down from you.
You mentioned biology, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, biology for majors 2, forming a hypothesis. When conducting scientific experiments, researchers develop hypotheses to guide experimental design. A hypothesis is a suggested explanation that is both testable and falsifiable. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true or false.
Yes, and you do that through experimentation. Remember, I told you earlier, Elijah. I've said it 3
Okay,
years.
so what is a
Well, I'm still talking.
hypothesis?
We're having a back and forth.
I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet.
Sound like you had a very long pause.
Well,
and I
you
didn't-
spoke for 2 minutes, and I spoke for like 15
2
seconds.
minutes. There's also 2 minutes. Go ahead.
A hypothesis is a tentative answer to a scientific question. A testable hypothesis, a hypothesis that can be proved or disproved as a result of testing data collected or experienced. Only testable hypotheses can be used to conceive and perform an experiment using the scientific method. Okay, so I'm still not done.
You're just reading things we all agree. I think neither one of us disagree with anything you said.
Yeah, okay, but here is the part that you disagree with. Okay. Hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. 1, the effect should happen when 2, the independent variable, is manipulated. The first blank, 1, is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank, 2, is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. So I'm citing this. What are you citing to justify your response that what I've just read, which is I'm not done yet.
You just asked me a question. I'm trying to answer
I wasn't done.
Keep on
I
talking.
wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet. And the only way I'll allow you to interrupt me is for you to formulate my question to you. What is it?
You just said it at the end. You just said at the end, the experiment.
What is it?
So you're saying that
What is my question? What is my question?
Elijah,
What is my question? If you don't,
it seems that you don't understand what you are reading.
So anyway, I only am going to allow him to interrupt to answer my question. If he knows it, what was my question?
You read things. You talked about the hypothesis.
So you didn't hear my question?
I heard everything.
Which I was going to ask you.
How is it? You said, how is it at the end? How is it that it cites that the independent variable having an effect on the dependent variable is not part of the hypothesis?
No, that's not my question. So now if I can ask you my question.
So when you read for 5 minutes.
If you'll allow me to ask my question,
go ahead, ask your question.
It'll go smooth. So I told you that a hypothesis includes the IVDV, which you now agree with.
I've always agreed that it's part of it.
So all I said was the hypothesis test, the experiment, will either validate or invalidate what is in the hypothesis. That is all I've said. What about that is wrong?
Initially, you were talking about the hypothesis having the dependent and independent variable relationship, that you need that in the hypothesis. You already described it. If you read what you read, understand what you read, the hypothesis includes the experimentation. The experimentation is where the independent dependent variables rely. There are also cause and effect relationships in the hypothesis that do not have independent dependent variable IVDV relationships. That's a story about what you think is causing the effect. It's different than the experiment. You were both saying the same things now, and if we're getting semantical, I'd like to stop now. If you agree with me, let's just stop. That there's a story, that there's a cause and effect relationship. There could be many causes to the effects, and each one of the independent variable dependent relationships through experimentation will provide support for your hypothesis. I don't know how you can disagree with me on that. And I've not been circular logic. It has not been logical fallacy ridden with any kind of circular reasoning or straw manning. It is very clear that people confuse the cause and effect relationship of the hypothesis, because there is one, with the experimentation phase, which has the IVDV. For example, you say gravity causes
Yo, keep it short.
Oh, like you aren't. You read a whole thing. But okay, I'll stop there. Because I think we're saying the same thing, and I don't want to get into a semantic argument with you just because you don't really understand what you're reading.
Okay, so
You
I
guys
asked
always
you
have to poison
what
the
I.
well and
So I
say that I
asked
don't
you.
understand. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. I did ask him,
No,
and
I
everyone heard
retract that,
me.
Hank.
I did
Retract that,
ask
Elijah. Sorry
him.
about
It
that.
doesn't
You
matter what
understood
you
it.
retract. You
I think
can't
semantics.
retract what you said. You can't retract what you said. And so here's why it's not legitimate. So I asked you, what about all I've said? Now, I didn't put a fallacy on you just now in this conversation. I didn't tell you you were wrong. Okay. The only person that did that was you telling me, like you just summarized at the end of what you just said, that a lot of people get it wrong when they do XYZ. But I asked you, when did I do what you just explained? Because all I did was tell you just now what a hypothesis is, which you agreed with. Now you asked me, why don't I agree with you? Well, you said, on top of everything that I just said, you said the cause and effect doesn't have to be in the hypothesis, and it could be a number of things and blah 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 blah. I didn't even get a chance to tell you you were wrong. But I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to ask you to justify that part. Seeing is that you just told me you don't disagree with anything that I said. But I don't agree with you yet because you haven't justified it.
Elijah, let's stop here. I justified it by telling you what hypothesis was. You agreed because you read it. I told you what the experiment was. You agree. You read it. We also agreed that the experiment is part of the hypothesis. You agree because you read that too. So let's just stop here because any other argument.
That's not all you said, but okay. If you're going to concede
what
like
I have a
that,
problem with is
I
when
would
we
like to
start-
clip this
Oh,
conversation out
I'm
for
still
sure.
talking. I'm still talking. Right. Let me finish real quick. So I just agree with you on everything. And here the next step of this, the logical step would be, we're talking about an example. The example was, for example, gravity or something. What's the IV-DV relationship? If your theory of gravity, the thing mass attracts mass. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That is explained in what I told you.
It's not a hypothesis, and I didn't propose that.
Well, I'm saying if the hypothesis was mass attracts mass.
If it is, I didn't propose that as a hypothesis.
Well, I'm saying it as an
it's
example.
Not a hypothesis.
An example that is.
You can't give a false example.
There's a
it's not a false example. It's a false hypothesis because
it's not a false
no
hypothesis
IVD.
because it's disprovable. You can it's falsifiable.
So this is what I'm asking you to justify.
Guys, hold on,
no,
guys.
let's not.
One second.
Let's
Guys,
not
one
stop.
second.
Let's
I don't
not
want to
stop.
stop, but one at a time.
Okay, so let's not stop because what you're saying now is the thing that I want you to justify since you already agree with me and what a hypothesis is. Now I want you to formulate a hypothesis using gravity or whatever it is. Since we agree on terms now, go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Go ahead and do it, Zanuck.
Gravity is a phenomena that we notice where mass attracts mass.
Is that your
Did you say
hypothesis?
math? He said math attracts mass. I could have sworn he said math attracts mass. This is so juicy. What's the hypothesis?
Yeah.
I think you heard me.
You said it's a phenomena where mass attracts mass. So what is the IV and DV in that statement?
This is where we have the problems. You don't understand what you read.
So you don't agree. So you don't agree with what I read. So you don't agree with what I read.
Getting it. There's not an IVD. This is the problem, Elijah.
So you disagree with what I read then?
No, you don't understand what you read.
Exactly.
Hold on. When these guys wrap it up, we'll open it up in minutes. Just like 2-3 more minutes, maybe with this. Mass attracts mass. That's your hypothesis, though.
Yes. We have a phenomena where we have a phenomena where mass attracts mass. We attribute that to the bending and warping of space-time. I can keep on going.
All I said was justify that because you didn't disagree with me, but now you're saying you disagree because here's this addition that I'm missing. So
You're missing because you're saying
this is the
hypothesis.
but remember, I didn't tell you were wrong. You keep telling me I'm wrong while telling me I'm right. But what I need you to do is
That's not true.
justify
You're
this.
making things up
What
now.
I
You're making things up. You're making things
well,
up. Let me
that's what
finish.
you
I'm gonna
just
say,
said. I don't
Jeremy, just
understand
for
what
the
I
sake of
read.
sanity, let me just say the rest of this. So I say my hypothesis is math attracts math. You say, well, what's IVD?
He did say math attracts
Oh, let
mass.
me
He's
finish.
being a real clown
Can you
now.
stop talking?
Hold on. The closing statements. Go ahead. We
Closing
both make
statement.
closing
So you
statements.
asked me, yeah, you asked me what's the IVDV relationship. I'm interpreting that. You say, what's the cause and effect of this particular phenomenon that you're talking about? Well, the cause and effect could be, let's say I can go a couple different hypotheses. One would be mass attracts mass because of this bending and warping of space time, and we can talk more about that in detail, right? How this happens, where it happens, how we can observe it, and then we would start doing the experimentations. The experimentations would have the IVDV relationship, not in the statement, not in the hypothesis. It's included in the hypothesis in the form of experimentation, but you can't say what's your IVDV because it's not as simple. There's many things that can come into play when you talk about gravity, mass attracting mass, or this bending and warping of space-time, which gives you the appearance or the effects of mass attracting mass. Make sense?
The hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the
It
hypothesis is
does.
true, if the hypothesis is true, then the effect should happen when the independent variable is manipulated. For you to say that statement doesn't have to be in the hypothesis is absurd.
He
It
did
doesn't.
not say that.
It didn't say what?
You are
I'm sorry.
clearly showing that you don't understand what you are talking.
Yeah,
Who's the
Elijah.
2 cent European, man? Why does he keep on butting in?
Well, mute Zanuck and let me clarify with this guy. So, what is it that I
No,
don't
no,
understand?
no, no. You got to finish.
Hold on.
Don't worry about other guy. You're doing
I made my closing statement.
No,
I want to go.
Zanuck is already done. I already got my soundbite from him.
Yeah, I want to jump in at some point after you guys are done here. Just
All
for
right,
1
yeah,
second.
it's not the Elijah show. Obviously, he was floundering around.
Yeah. I just
Just
want
go
to say
ahead.
Zanuck agreed that Zanuck agreed you have to have the IV and DV, and then he gave you a hypothesis without the IV and DV. Is that what happened?
That is what happened.
That's weird. That's weird. Anyways, go ahead, guys. It's all open up now.
Yeah, I was gonna also say that if if your hypothesis having mass, you're saying that it doesn't have to have the dependent independent variable in the statement. It's actually completely false because I'm gonna cite you something. It says a hypothesis states a presumable relationship between two variables in a way that it can be tested with empirical data. It may take the form of cause effect statement or an if X then Y statement. The cause is called the independent variable and the effect is the dependent variable.
All right, so let me add to that. So if gravity is caused by the bending and warping of space-time, then you should be able to manipulate the bending and warping of space-time and see the effects of gravity. You don't understand. We don't like science.
And I don't know how mass attracting mass is the bending and warping of space-time.
No, the bending and warping of space-time causes gravity or whatever. That's what he said. And I didn't even accept that as a valid hypothesis. You're
It
not
can't
bending
be.
and warping space-time.
The
But
mass attracting mass can't even be a valid hypothesis because the independent variable cannot be the dependent variable at the same time.
yeah, that's fucking yo there. Anyway, you're welcome.
There can be 7 different kind of hypotheses. So
7 different kinds. Okay, state them, please.
That was dope, Elijah. Eli, that was dope. Good work.
On the chat.
Done, boys.
Go ahead. We're waiting on the 7 different types of hypothesis now.
On the chat.
Can you speak English, please?
He gave us something from Grammarly.
Me voidaan puhua suomea, jos käy sulle. Vi kan spraka Swedish.
Ich bin ein Berliner. So let me guess, the 7 different types of hypothesis. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. Is that how it goes? Mic check.
Yep.
Like the 5th one, a logical hypothesis suggests a relationship between variables without actual evidence. What? An example, an alien race on Venus would have trouble breathing in the Earth's atmosphere. Holy mother. So, do you understand that this falls in the realm of pseudoscience? Aristoteles?
Mikä sun kysymys on? Vai onko se niin
You define-
sivistymätön tollo, että sä et ymmärrä, jos mä puhun suomea sulle?
Hold on, yo, yo,
Yeah,
yo.
sorry.
yo.
It's English
You-
only
yo.
here. I muted him.
You can't. All right. Because I have no idea what he even said.
Yeah.
You got to speak English here, bud. Sorry. Anyways, where's the object? I don't understand. Zanuck told us that a hypothesis has to have an independent and dependent variable. And gave us a hypothesis. Is that really what just happened? Really?
Chainsawed.
And one of the things,
Did that really
Zeddy
just
got
happen?
his asshole
Yo, did that really just happen,
chainsawed.
though?
You can
Is that-
unmute
is that-
him now.
Oh, he's muted?
No, I didn't mean to say it.
I didn't mute him either.
No,
There's a guy muted. Is that was there? Aristoteles or whatever?
Extremists. That guy
That's
speaking a different
that's
language.
what happens when I talk to people without interruption. They kind of just stop talking. It's happened all
Well,
the
I
time
had
at 24/7. You'll learn to like
I
it.
had to micromanage that whole conversation, dude. Half of it, I was muting either one of you in between. But it went
Thank
the weird
you.
thing-
Thank you. I
good,
appreciate
though.
it.
It went good.
The
That was
weird
good.
thing
He
is,
yo, but did
supplemental-
that really, that real, hold on one second, Hank. That really happened? He told you that IV and DV and then gave you a hypothesis without one. That actually happened?
What?
Or did I miss something, or is that what happened?
No, that's that I'm when you said that, I was glad that my point was made, because when you're in a conversation, it's like this ethereal thing that happens. It's like my brain is. It's not like I'm in. Anyway, it's like it's like a feeling, right? And it's just like, well, I know what you're trying to tell people, and you're trying to double speak right now because you're trying to tell people that my position is wrong by hijacking my position and telling people I don't understand, while baiting and switching with what was supposed to be legitimate, something illegitimate, like a bad hypothesis, which is what he did. But I mean, I'm used to Zanuck doing that.
So
one
can
of
we
the
get back to
you know,
the
one of the
sorry.
things that one of the things I was reading says, to establish the causal relationship between two variables, you must establish that 4 conditions exist. 1, time order. The cause must exist before the effect. In other words, they just can't create this thing that doesn't exist out of nowhere and just say this is the cause of the effect. 2, covariation. A change in the cause produces a change in the effect.
Elbow,
Yep.
1 second. 1 second. I'm sorry. You would have to know the cause is like a real thing.
Well, we know that
Is that what's
a lot of people don't agree with that. And the jury's still out on that because that's where other philosophies come in. So we got to be careful with saying just because you don't have a cause first means that it's
imagine, but this is the
believe
thing,
me,
though.
you
No,
don't want to say in this room that you don't have to have a cause first.
No, in other words, I see an effect, right? But the cause has to exist before you just can't make a cause up, and that's the cause of the effect.
Like you have to know your cause. Yeah, I got what I took from that is you have to know the real thing. Like you can't say, I don't know, invisible unicorns make shit happen if you don't know invisible unicorns are even a real thing yet.
Yeah, covariation, a change in the cause produces a change in the effect. Relational, there must be a reasonable explanation of why they are related. And spuriousness, sorry. No other rival cause for the effect can be found.
Actually, I do think you guys don't understand what you just read. Before is sequential, right? So the cause has to happen before the effect. So you have to manipulate the cause, then see the effect. I think that's what it meant.
No.
That's wait a minute. Wait. That's what I thought y'all were saying. Now we're all fucked up. What? Yeah.
So in other words, because when you observe a phenomena, before you create your hypothesis, you have to observe a phenomena.
Yes.
But the other thing is that the cause must exist before the effect. In other words, something has to be causing it, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't necessarily mean like we won't know. It's not like just because we won't be able to hypothesize something happening doesn't mean that it's not happening until we hypothesize it. That's damn sure not what I'm saying.
right. So in other words, water boiling, heat makes water boil, right? Hypothesis, heat makes water boil. We don't see the heat, but it exists before we actually test that it's heat.
But you can change the heat in that example. But if you say gravity is the reason things fall down, you say, well, change the gravity. Well, we don't have to change the gravity for this example. You want to find the cause of gravity. We're saying that gravity causes things to go down. So we make an experiment that shows that this force, whatever it is caused by, could be a whole nother set of hypotheses and experiments, causes things to accelerate downward toward the Earth, or causes mass to attract mass. That's the hypothesis. Then you start doing the experiments. You don't change gravity. You change the mass and see how the force changes.
No,
see,
but this is the thing. We know heat exists.
Can I finish? So we don't have to really find out what causes gravity. That could be a whole nother hypothesis. What we are saying in our hypothesis is that this thing called gravity, we've just named something. It causes a force, an object, or causes mass to accelerate when it's in the presence of it, or causes all these other things, and apple to drop to the ground. We can say all these things. That's our hypothesis. And then we do experimentation. And in the experimentation, we change the mass of the object, see if the acceleration it stays the same. That means the force has to be proportional to the mass. I mean, these kind of things is what we do in experimentations.
Yeah, but where do you manipulate the cause? You're not manipulating the cause.
You don't have that goes back to square one. This is what I had the beef with Elijah. You don't change the cause. You don't
what I just read.
No, you're the experiment. God, please, guys. Experiment versus hypothesis. Two different causes, two different relationships. Please keep those two things straight. You're just confusing
What?
Yeah, no. But this is why I said, Zanuck, no, I'm not confused. I have one epistemology. You have another epistemology. You can just let your epistemology stand on its own. You can also call it science if you want. What I understand what you said to be was begging the question because it presupposed the outcome. So you have a presuppositional statement, why my epistemology uses a suppositional one to be tested.
So this is the
Yeah,
thing also,
appreciate
Elijah. This is the thing, Elijah, because he's just saying that you don't have to manipulate the cost, but the covariation, it says the part of number 2 of how to establish 2 variables, it says a change in the cost produces a change in the effect. If you're not changing the cost, you can't produce a change in
What
the
I
effect.
said. You keep on missing the topic.
Well, what
You
y'all are
just said.
doing, it sounds to me,
Let me finish.
what y'all are doing, it sounds to me like a hypothesis doesn't necessarily have to have the detail of the experimentation in it. I can say mass attracts mass, and then I can say, here is my experiment in determining that. And mass attracts mass is still a valid hypothesis as long as it's backed up by the experimentation. You don't have to include the experiment in the hypothesis.
That's exactly what you would like us to agree to. That's a different epistemology. All
Well,
we're
as
saying
long
is
as
all we're
I'm
saying is
sorry.
there is a difference. That doesn't mean that we're confused about it. You're using a different philosophy, my man. That's what the problem is. It's not a problem until you guys tell us we're confused, because we're not.
Left lane is kind of right. You don't need to include it. You don't even need a hypothesis. If you have an experiment, that in itself you can like form a hypothesis from the experiment. But there's
isn't
an issue if the formed hypothesis doesn't match up with the experiment. If there's a disjunct there, then it's not valid.
But that's kind of
I
what I
just
left room. That's kind of what I left room for, because I did say. Now, that's not to say that just because you didn't hypothesize a cause doesn't mean that there isn't a cause of something. Like, so that leaves room for
Absolutely.
another epistemology to come in and do whatever it does. I'm not shooting it down. They're just saying we're wrong. See the difference? Because all I did was say, okay, Zanuck, why don't you go ahead and let that stand on its own and you present what you feel is a hypothesis? He can do that. Guess what? I don't have to accept it. Or if it's internally invalid and I can critique it from its internal value, then so be it.
I mean, it seems invalid when you say a hypothesis has to have an IV and DV, and then you give a hypothesis without one, an IV and a DV. That just sounds like you don't know what you're talking
Well, that's
about.
what Zanuck said, but
I'd also like to add Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define how I'd be dropping these.
yeah, that was
And
Zanuck. Percentage. Zanuck did agree to that, but then later on tried to make it seem like that was the disagreement, the thing that he agreed to. Like that did happen. I want the clip of our conversation because that's how it's done, boys.
And then you can't state that your hypothesis can be your IV and DV be the same thing. It's mass attracting mass. It's just you're saying your IV mass is what's causing the IV.
No,
the DV.
The hypothesis is things fall there due to mass attracting mass, due to gravity. That's the hypothesis. We see something fall. That's the effect. Something falling. We say it's caused by gravity, mass attracting mass. And you can get into more details of what causes that too if you wanted to, but you don't need to.
That's wrong.
Now you go to the experimentation. So the left lane was exactly right. You can make hypothesis, and there doesn't have to be this description of or varying the cause, because we're talking about the cause. Varying of a cause in the experimentation will support that hypothesis, and that's where you guys are kind of getting it wrong.
No, but that's wrong, Zanuck, because in that experiment, you're not changing mass attracting mass. What you're changing is the mass of the object, right?
No,
yes.
not right.
When you change the mass, something falls at a different rate.
No,
that's the experiment.
That's
right?
why you're confused also. No.
All right,
so
go ahead. What's the
mass
experiment?
attracting mass so mass attracting mass is the cause of objects falling to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. Now we go.
Give us the experiment, bro.
Hold on. I just said, so let's make an experiment. The experiment now would be, okay, now let's set up in my lab, mass and above the ground, and we'll drop it and we'll measure the acceleration. We'll say, okay, we measure the acceleration. We figure, because the Newtonian physics, we know this formula F equals ma is valid. We can prove that too through experimentation, but let's say we already have done that. Now we're going to say, what are we going to change? Well, let's change all sorts of independent variables. Change the the medium that is in the room, air density. We can change the mass of the unit, make it bigger, make this object larger, keep it the same size, the same exact volume, then change the mass. So it's not a volume thing. We can do all sorts of things through the experimentation to determine what's going on. And every time we do this, we rule out the fact that it's not the medium, it's not the size, mass. No matter what the mass is, the force is always proportional to the mass. That's what we determine in our experimentation, which supports our hypothesis. You can say, well, not really. We want more tests. Well, we can do more tests then. We keep on breaking down more and more and more. And pretty soon we realize there's some failures in it. At the quantum level, there could be failures at the galactic level, or we can do we start pointing ourselves toward bending of warp space-time. I mean,
all right, wrap it up.
Right, you know where I'm going with that. So I don't want to go any farther in this because this is getting boring.
No, but the issue is your claim is that it's mass attracting mass, right? So in that case, the experiment, the effect should be the thing falling, the rate at which it falls, and the cause should be the mass that's attracting that which is falling. So you're going to change the mass that's attracting it, meaning you're going to somehow change the mass. You're going to put a mass above or below, aside from the control, right? That's what the experiment would be. That you're introducing a mass, and now you see a different rate.
No, that's not the experiment. No.
You're not changing the medium. You're not changing anything else. You're saying it's the mass.
No. Mass attracting mass is the claim, is it part of the hypothesis. We prove that through experimentation. In the experimentation, it's different than the hypothesis. We're not going to change the gravity. We don't have to change the gravity. We can test where we create synthetic gravity. We put things in a centrifuge and measure forces that are caused by this fictitious force.
What are you talking about, Danik? You're all over the place, man.
I don't want to go any further because it gives me a headache. You guys just don't get it.
You're all over the place.
For a second, I've been waiting for a minute. Okay, so I understand science to be like something where you can like count on it. It's verifiable, like falsifiable, right? Any average Joe should be able to do science, right? As long as he's got a couple brain cells to rub together. Some is better than others, right? So, for example, if I say the sky is blue, therefore everything I say about electromagnetism is true. Okay, you can't do that, right? It's kind of like saying if I drop my pencil, everything I say about gravity is true. That's not how science works, right? It has to be more stringent than that. Or I could just say that, my facial hair causes things to rise and fall, right? Which is actually more scientific than saying space-time because you can actually manipulate my facial hair, right? You can't manipulate space-time. So to just say that, I drop my pencil, therefore space-time causes time dilation and everything, we have to reset the, all the bullshit that you guys say about gravity. Just because one thing is true doesn't mean everything else that falls out of your mouth after that is true. In fact, that's the best way to sell a lie, is to wrap it in truth, which I think is exactly what you guys are doing, right? If you want to say that Einstein's theory is a scientific theory, produce the science, right? And I'm not talking about, Larry manipulated his face hair, right? And then it fell to the ground. Therefore, everything we say about space-time is true. It's retarded, right? I'm going to need a cause and effect relationship for me to understand it because that's firsthand primary knowledge, experience, right? I can't just say, there was a guy back in the day who played with some balls and therefore everything that happened in the shed proves everything we say now about space-time. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'm gonna take you out to the shed, show you something, Larry.
So, Zanuck, you changed your hypothesis from mass attracts mass to something else?
Yeah, I mean, and by ThoughtCo says that independent variable, the independent variable is a condition that you change in an experiment. It is the variable that you control. It is called the independent variable because the value does not depend on its not affected by the state of any other variable in the experiment. Sometimes you may hear that variable called the controlled variable because it's da, 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 da. So you have to change
I'd
the
like to.
cause. And again,
I
like
like. I,
go ahead.
sorry. I'd like to say this while I'm. Never mind. The thing is, this feels quite nostalgic, doesn't it? This is exactly the context in which this conversation has happened throughout the years.
Yep.
Nothing more and nothing less. Remember that.
Zanuck, did Zanuck answer me? Zanuck, did you change your hypothesis from mass attracts mass to something else?
You mean change it in that respect, or change it to a whole other hypothesis, or relating to gravity?
It sounded like we asked you what your hypothesis was. You said mass attracts mass.
Well,
And then
hypothesis,
just now it sounded like you changed it to
well, I
something else.
added. Well, yeah, I said, yeah. The reason. Well, I thought we implied that the reason that things fall down is mass attracting mass. That was the hypothesis.
Prove it.
So the first time you didn't know, you forgot the last half of your hypothesis, or what happened the
Well,
first
I
time?
thought it was assumed that we talked about things, falling down. Reason things.
So
fall
it's
You
down.
assume the
resistance to
cause and
inertia.
effects, not you.
We
Is it
assume
resistance?
that we're talking about gravity thing, dropping an apple. Reason okay, the effect is something falling down and going to the earth, and the acceleration rate that is caused by mass attracting mass. That's our cause and effect relationship.
So resistance to inertia attracts itself to
No, why
itself.
would you say that?
Because you're saying that mass is resistance to inertia.
Mass has a property called resistance to acceleration.
You almost defined mass
I
exclusively by that.
No, I said mass has a property, which is inertia.
But isn't that
is a
just to
resistance to
shoehorn in your gravity?
Inertia is a resistance to acceleration, property of mass.
It sounds like it's a circular thing.
I'm not. It's not circular. You're just not understanding what I'm saying, and you're repeating it incorrectly.
No, I think I am. That's the
So then
problem.
tell me what I'm saying. Tell me what I'm saying. Then go ahead.
I'll back out.
You should.
We don't presume the last half of the hypothesis. What we do is we presume the cause of the effect. I don't know why you would think your hypothesis, half of your hypothesis was presumed. So what is the hypothesis? Can you give us the whole entire complete hypothesis, or what?
Yeah, we see an effect called a ball or an apple falls from the tree. Well, that's the effect, and we notice it accelerates at a kind of constant rate all the way to the ground. We think that is caused by mass attracting mass, and we can get into. There's more details in the hypothesis because it talks about what would lead us to different parts of experimentation. It could include bending of orbiting of space time, or that the mass actually has a constant force. Now, regardless of the mass, the force is proportional to the mass, or not constant, but will vary proportional to the mass. We say the acceleration is 9.8 meters per second.
Zanuck, can you just state the hypothesis in one coherent sentence?
No, it's not. A hypothesis is not a sentence. It's a description.
One or two sentences.
I just did. So the apple falls. We see the apple fall from the tree. We say that the reason that the apple falls from the tree at a constant rate is due to mass attracting mass. That's a simple hypothesis.
Okay, I got to step in again. Okay, I want to give. Unless you're not done, Jeremy.
That is circular reasoning. That's exactly why water boils at 100 degrees. That's why that's not a hypothesis.
Yep.
All right, I got to say it. Okay, so I'm going to illustrate like a little analogy, right? You got two mechanics. I'll let you guess which one is which. One of them is a pseudo mechanic, and the other one is a real mechanic, right? And you take two cars, right? One to each mechanic. They both won't start. One mechanic says, well, the starter won't start because the starter's broke, right? And then he calls you, come pick up the car. You come pick up the car, but the car doesn't start. You're like, bro, the car doesn't start. He's like, I'm telling you, the starter didn't start because the starter was broke. The other mechanic, right, he calls you, come get the car, it's ready. It actually starts. And he says, oh, well, there was a fuse to the starter, right? It was blown. I'll fix that for you. You're good to go. Which one was the real mechanic? The one that manipulated the cause and shown the effect and proved it by starting the car. The other one, the car didn't start, but he swears it was the starter that kept the starter from starting. Which mechanic is the real mechanic, guys? And this isn't something that I need you to answer, Zanuck. It's for the audience.
It's completely nonsensical. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm talking
It
about.
absolutely has to do with
No, it
talking
does
about
not.
cause and effect
Come on, it does not.
relationship to
No.
the car not starting, dummy.
So as a mechanic, and you know I am one. In fact, I got to get out of here to go to a race right now, so I got to get rolling. But this is what I'll finish up with. Yeah, the real mechanic will go through a series of tests. First he'll check the fuse. If key doesn't turn.
Wait a minute, he's not going to manipulate the actual cause in these tests, right? He's going to form like a separate hypothesis.
What is the effect you saw that didn't start? Is that your effect?
Yeah, that's
so there's many reasons why
of bringing it into the mechanic.
So the scientific method would say there's many reasons why a car can't start. Might not have fuel, might not have spark, a litany of things, right? So what you got? Your hypothesis is what? What is your hypothesis? What is the one?
Well, you start with the cheapest part and you start manipulating it.
One mechanic, hold on. One mechanic says it doesn't start because I think my hypothesis is that the key's broken or the key or the lock doesn't work or something. Well, that's that's a hypothesis that's not going to be supported by test and evaluation. Suddenly you change the key, change the lock, and suddenly it still doesn't start. So you proved the null hypothesis. See,
science proves things now. Okay.
Well, no, you provided support for the hypothesis. Tank, this is nonsensical, and you're just going down a rabbit hole for no reason. We don't have to. I gave
it's not my fault you don't understand, bro.
No, I do.
I can't help you not understanding.
I do understand, but a true hypothesis would say, here's why it's not start. Here's possible reasons why it doesn't start, and you leave all these hypotheses, everything on the table there, and you go through every one of them. And you find out that it's the starter that's bad.
What do you mean you go through? You manipulate. You manipulate it, right?
Every one
you
of these
manipulate the cause to see if it's the reason, right?
Where you start is not in question here. I could start logically by my intuition. This car has been in a rainstorm. There could be corrosion, or it's old, or you got in an accident. Every situation would tell me where I should start. There's no one where place you should start. All these things.
Yes, there is. You put the key in the starter and you see what it does.
No,
that's where you start.
Really? Okay, so I put the key. Yeah. No, you don't.
Yeah, you see if it's getting charged to the starter.
Well, you already know it doesn't start.
Take your voltmeter, right? You connect it to the starter.
You already know it doesn't start. You already know it doesn't start. You turn the key, it doesn't start.
It can turn over and not fire up and start, right? So you want to make sure that there's voltage going to the starter. The starter is engaging. The solenoid pops out.
No, because I could bump start. Hank, you're being ridiculous. I could bump start the car and have it start up. No, it's not the starter. I can do all sorts of things. There's a litany of things that will have control variables and manipulate those independent variables to see if I get it to start.
Oh, so you do understand science.
Where you start makes all the difference in the world. How much time you're going to waste, but all of them will come to the same conclusion. But your one guy who's just said it's the starter was incorrect because he didn't go through a controlled scientific methodology to find out whether the starter was bad. He just said, I think it's the starter bad. And it's not.
It's a cool theory, but
a lot of mechanics do that. They're not pseudo. They just use the wrong process.
There's no way to do that. What you would do is figure out, that wasn't correct.
No,
so
there is a systematic approach when it comes to cars.
Exactly. Okay, I got to bounce. I have to go to a race session. So
you interrupted me.
Yeah. Okay. I got to go. So I'm not being rude. I got to go.
So exactly percentage, but even if we wanted to tie the scientific method rhetoric to that, then during this, trial and error, you would just have a whole bunch of errors being null hypotheses until one of them was actually valid.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's for instance, a car that doesn't start. There's specific kind of things that you can do to gauge what path it is, because it's either no spark, no fuel, no, I forget what the third one is,
air,
no air.
Compression.
Yeah, exactly, no air. So you can at the beginning of each of those, the first kind of step for each of those, you can test to see which one it is. And I've had a car that doesn't start, and I took it to the mechanic, and he said it was the fuel pump, and it wasn't even a no fuel issue. It turned out to be a no spark issue. So he was completely wrong. He wasn't scientific. He wasn't deductive in his approach whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
Can I just
No,
that's
add
right.
real
right,
quick?
no, right, right. If he just said as a statement that this is what's wrong, and then you paid him, that's the difference between a presupposition. Except you could actually test it versus not being able to test it at all. So at least you could test it. That's the difference between a presupposition and a supposition. A guy
Right.
saying, it could be this, but we can do this to determine if it's this, which would be the scientific approach, not
Yeah,
telling you
absolutely.
what it is
Let's
and
let Snap.
concluding what it is
Can
before
I butt in
testing.
real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, so that's like mechanics as if it were like you're treating it like a philosophy or something. Like this is like we're trying to do the best job, but it's a business too. So like the heuristics of that job might be like, hey, replace the expensive parts that we think it could be, and then if it works, it works. You know what I mean? We just give them the bill. That's the quantum mechanic. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
It sounds like you're doing you're taking a shortcut, not necessarily. Some people are gonna fall
That was a good
through the
joke.
cracks.
But it does happen because like I've had where they're just like, oh well, we get this signal back on the machine, so we must replace everything within this train of possibility, and it's like 4 parts when it was 1 part, and it was attainable for much less money. So that's happened, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's messed.
sure.
I would just follow the kind of like.
But it's a
train.
reality, and it's business, and people get sloppy, and attention to detail isn't always there, and people don't always know the right reasons and causes for things that happen. So, things like aerospace, I don't know. I just
I
magnify
think
the
it's
problem and
greed
say
and
like,
laziness. I think it's greed and
yeah,
laziness. You're getting the customer to pay for these parts that they don't need,
sure,
charging additional labor for replacing these unneeded and they didn't need to replace these parts. You're charging additional labor. You're making more money off of it. So it's like greed,
right.
man.
Right. So like I apply that to NASA and be like, there's a possibility things could be a little bit messed up with their
Oh, of course it is.
with their stuff.
Well, I want to go back to the pseudo mechanic, the one that says, well, it's the starter, right? That's his theory, right? But he's not testing his theory, right? He's just telling you, it was the starter, that's why it wouldn't start. That'll be $6,000 or whatever, $500.
Yeah, that's
right?
how my mechanic was. He said it's the fuel pump. He had no fucking clue. I ended up like tearing the fuel line, like replacing the fuel pump, and it was a hassle. And then it turned out that it was the distributor cap the whole entire time.
Yo, real quick, they actually did a study on this decades ago. They took a perfectly good car, had a bunch of mechanics check it over, tons of mechanics, all checked all the stuff, and they brought it in the shops. They would like just wiggle a spark plug or something, right? They had a loose spark plug so the car wouldn't function correctly. And you wouldn't believe how many mechanics came back with all kinds of problems that weren't even there.
Yeah. CBC
Most of them came back with
Marketplace. CBC Marketplace did the same thing like a few years back. It's absolutely heinous, man.
Those are quantum mechanics, right? They're not even pseudo mechanics because they didn't come up with a theory. They just charged you as much as possible. That's a hilarious joke, man. I'm still laughing.
Thanks. Well, quantum mechanics aren't they mostly just basically coming up with a formula to describe like chance, chances of things to occur more so than actual physics, like actual a car's on the road, it's driving. They're more like trying to figure out the percentage of like if that car gets to its destination or something. I don't know. It's a little bit cloudy for me. Maybe somebody else can explain it better. Hank, you look into all that quantum stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I think most of it is experimental science. The problem is that after the experiment's done, then the scientist opens his mouth and gives an explanation of what he thinks is happening, right? And people say that, nobody understands quantum mechanics. If you say that you understand it, then you just prove that you don't understand it. And I think that's because, Michio Kaku, he's working on the string theory or the M theory, where, there's one theory for everything. Well, gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, right? So what they're doing is saying that, well, gravity has to work, and I don't understand why it doesn't work at the quantum level. Therefore, I'm the problem. No, full.
But
Gravity's the problem.
but ain't that just a Coulomb force inside the mat? Like at the small scale, we're just calling it something different. It's the same thing through everything. It's the same force fundamentally. Am I wrong there?
I don't know what the Coulomb force is.
Coulomb force
but no,
is
there's no gravity force at the quantum level.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean,
I,
there's
I
no
think
real
we,
like, gravity is
I think
a
we,
fictitious idea anyway.
I think we see parallels on levels that we can accept. Like, what's a good example? Well, like water flows, but so does air. But water isn't air. But
Right.
they're subject to the same kinds of laws
Right.
as everything else. You know.
Yeah. Also, like glass
So
will keep flowing even after it's set.
so that
Slowly.
so that right there, like, I think they discovered different things, and I think they're kind of describing different word I picked up modalities of something that's ultimately all connected, you know. And it's like we're never gonna. I mean, you, what do you do with that after? Okay, so everything is connected. Now what? You know. But
Why can't they just give up on the gravity? Well, because their ball would fall apart. Their galaxy would fall apart, right?
The
Why
universities
can't
would
they
fall.
just? Yeah, exactly. But
Where would you?
I mean,
You
why
wouldn't
can't they?
fund a university. Yeah. Good.
the
Why can't
only
they just admit
practical.
that?
Mm,
You know,
sorry.
sorry, I just want to say that everything's electromagnetic or electric in nature. Um, this whole space-time thing, it's just to hide the fact that Tesla was right, because they didn't want everybody out there with Tesla tech because it was too powerful, and you couldn't have the average person with all this technology. And I kind of get it, right? Do you want the Crips and the Bloods to have earthquake machines? Not really,
Right. Right.
right?
Well,
We don't know what would happen if that were to happen, though, right?
Well, the East and the West side would crumble, bro. That's what would happen.
Well, it's like was using petroleum fuel the best way to move things around, And it's like technologically, you
Yes.
might say like electric might be better, right? And maybe there's another side that would say, well, the petroleum stuff, it's easier to make a stronger, powerful motor. Perhaps, I don't know, right? But geopolitically, it was expedient for them to use all that oil in the Middle East to kind of like economically like do a whole bunch of other like things, you know what I mean, that have nothing to do with inventing of machinery, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of
well,
machinations, a lot of plans within plans out there.
so I was thinking that the only tangible thing I can think of today, if it's not the we don't want them to know about the creator angle, if it's not the with the resources, and if it's not any of that stuff, like what, like, to a greedy man, if that's what really really ruled it all here, then it could be the whole hiding more land thing. Like it, because what's gonna stop a human or any being from trying to go outside of its society? It's like as if it believes it can't really do anything else. Like the only reason we would not do anything is if, well, reality in a sense, if you're on a globe, you can only go but so many places because it's a finite space. So you would never consider, even there would never be any conversation about doing anything outside of that.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot of people like that never even like leave their own town,
probably because of this kind of I think that this is like a psychological cage that kind of expresses itself in our micro uh lives, you know.
So I read this book once. My brother recommended it to me. It's about farm animals, I can't remember the name of it, but so the animals would like move away from the pigs, which is a metaphor for lawyers or bankers or whatever. And the pigs would like move in and like control everything. I think it was pigs. Anyway, and then they would like move away again, and they would like find more land, right? And they would just want to farm. They just wanted to go out there and like live their peaceful life. And then the lawyers would like move in again, right? And then set everything up and set up like a court and everything. And then they would like move away again. It's like no matter like how far you move away. So in order to keep the lawyers and the pigs cops from having to go to a new settlement, like set up shop, like, oh, you guys can't be out here like all free and shit, like farming and trading. I see hemp. That's the good stuff. How dare you manufacture your own rope? Did you guys know in Texas, if you get caught with some dab, it's like a felony? Is some oil in your pen? It's a felony?
Yeah, wait, what did that, what's she still locked up in Russia for? For like one cartridge? I forgot. I can't remember her name. Brittany
Breonna Taylor.
Griner?
No.
Yeah, you talking about the basketball player that like hates America and like kneeled at the national anthem and all that stuff that like don't give a fuck about us?
No, talking about the woman in Russia.
Oh, it's the same person.
Yeah, a lady got arrested with a THC cartridge and caught like a crazy amount of years. I don't know too much about that story, actually.
Yeah, 10 years in a Russian prison. But the thing is, there are people in
Oh my
America
God,
in prison
they
for
are
him.
the same person, Hank. That is hilarious. Sorry.
Yeah. That chick should have known the consequences of bringing stuff into another country. That was stupid of her.
It almost
I don't even
seems.
believe that this is happening. Like, it's not really. Come on, I don't believe this
Exactly,
shit's
bro.
happening.
I don't know if that story is real. I don't know if it's real. Because that's silly, right?
That's what they
It's a
say.
whole
I just wish she
political
would have went
thing.
to
It's always
Singapore.
in the news. It's always in the news. It's a narrative
Well,
for
since
political purposes.
it's impossible for them to plant CIA into professional sports. That's not possible.
In order to understand why this is happening, like it's the Democrats' need to legitimize a lie that began probably 2012 or who. I mean, they probably been beefing with the Russians and shit, but this particular instance, they wanted to pin the loss of the Democrats. If any of this narrative is real, but just taking an internal critique, the whole idea was that this Guccifer dude and Guccifer 2.0 and what all these hackers that happen to be from Russia and shit. And then it's like, oh, they're helping Bernie Sanders and blah, 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 blah. Oh, you guys are flipping coins on camera and then it's turning up heads for Bernie and y'all are still saying tails. Like, the Russians did it. Like they've been running with this lie and it's just been changing and shifting the entire time. And now we're here. I'm fucking tired of it. It's so stupid. It's the stupidest shit I've heard. Now we're supposed to, Russia bad because some chick got locked up for 10 years for weed. Fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out. Who you think you're fooling today?
Do you guys
So
realize how close we are to World War III? Because Ukraine is asking to be part of NATO, and if somebody attacks one NATO country, they all have to get involved. But the stipulation is, once they tore down the wall, they said, okay, if you guys don't encroach on Russian territory and you keep these countries neutral in the Baltic states, then we'll tear down the wall, right? And that was the agreement they made. Well, guess what? Every country, just about, except for like Ukraine, has joined NATO, except for maybe a few others that haven't. But Ukraine was like the borderlands, like a buffer zone. And we all know that proximity equals conflict. I say that all the time. And I just want to point out that if one country from NATO says, no, Ukraine can't join, then we probably might be able to avoid World War III. But Russia just like called 300,000 troops into existence. Yeah, basically called them into Ukraine. So it's basically if NATO is ready, then all the countries will say yeah, and then Ukraine is part of NATO. And then as soon as Russia attacks, which they're already doing, then it's World War III to be on like Donkey Kong. I wonder if the United States government has ever made like an agreement that they kept besides Antarctic Treaty. Is that like the only one? Because they call it Indian giving, like when you give somebody something and you take it back. Shouldn't it be called like government giving?
Well, I would guess there's probably lots of things. Think about it, like banking and patents and international shit.
Snack, are you still staying out in the desert? We're right down the road from the Flat Earth
No,
Society guy.
no longer. Haven't been out there in a while.
Gotcha.
I'm sitting
Just
here
out here.
gazing at the clouds again. And
What's that?
sorry, you wanted to say something?
No, I thought I was just. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, no, I'm sitting here gazing at the clouds again, and I'm just sitting here trying to figure out, like when, like if you can, like maybe not these clouds because they're too segmented, but I wonder, like if you when you see like a big cloud formation, like just a big one, and the sun is right over, and you can see that shadow that looks like the bottom of a flat foot, you know, and it's like, you ever wonder why there's no curvature? Like, how much area is one of the biggest clouds that you've seen? Obviously, not when it's a completely grayed out day, but like a cloud where you could actually see it's huge and it's a separate shape. You ever wonder why there's no curvature whatsoever to any of these clouds, regardless of their span?
Why would there be?
Yeah, you're right. Like, I wonder how big that cloud is. Is that 3 miles worth? You think, Hank? Is that more? Like, what you think? Eyeballing it.
I can't see your cloud, buddy, but I've noticed there's like all kinds of different clouds now. There's like 12 more cloud types added to the types that I learned about when I was a kid. I think it's like a lot of weather manipulation, aka terraforming. But yeah, look up the memory clouds. They look like, well, boobies. You guys ever seen all the different cloud formations, the new ones?
Mammotus.
Yeah, that's right, mammoths.
There's also clouds at high. They're nocturnal clouds or some shit. Like, what do they say? They're like, the clouds are like hundreds of thousands of feet high or something.
It's crazy because when I first came out here, one of the first conversations I remember having was with Texas. And he was complaining about arguing with Spaceman, a crackhead from Canada. And he was saying that he couldn't get the guy to understand that chemtrails is a real thing. And I was like, oh, you got to say cloud seeding. And like Spaceman came in and Cathexis just changed the word from chemtrail to cloud seeding. And they actually had a conversation about cloud seeding. I was like, bro, you got to use the right words with these people. Like, they're not going to accept chemtrail because they're going to Google chemtrail, right? And it's going to pop up on Wikipedia and say it's a conspiracy theory, right? And
Yeah,
nothing has
Cathexis
changed.
was good. He had some good stuff on his YouTube channel.
He still does.
Okay. What's up?
Yeah, it's still on his channel.
Yeah, well, if I said it past tense, I just meant he's good. He's still good.
Yeah, King's Dethroned. He turned me on to that.
How gravity find the center and go through everything. It goes through everything. So we're
We didn't quite catch that, Demok. Gravity permeates everything. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Now that you guys are talking about clouds, have you guys ever noticed, like, you guys know I'm a truck driver, right? So sometimes there's like a long, like a long distance of clouds, and they all seem from the bottom, they all seem really, really flat, like if they were sitting on something, on top of something. Have you guys ever noticed that?
No, because you didn't describe it very well. Try to describe it again.
Clouds look flat on the bottom.
Clouds look flat on the bottom, like if they were sitting on denser air.
That's exactly what I was just talking about.
And it's like a long range of like far into the distance, and it's all like flat and level.
Yeah,
You can
tabletop
tell
clouds.
Yep, it seems like they're level all the way down, doesn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
So, can any ballers in here demonstrate gravity without buoyancy or density?
Buoyancy and density occur due to gravity.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
Well, you got the downward acceleration. Without the downward acceleration, the heavier, more dense substance, there would be no buoyancy.
Hey, Left Lane, let me ask you something. If there were no gravity, things will be floating all over the place, right?
Yes, independent of their density.
Mm-hmm. How do you come out to that conclusion? If
That's
nobody
just
has
the
ever
way.
experienced that.
I mean, it's the way well, we'd have to go to the Vomit Comet and look at that density tower and how you shake it up. Everything separates or mixes and doesn't separate when it's weightless, but when it's
to be fair, that density tower is not. It doesn't stay without any forces external applying. Let me reinstate. It doesn't last long enough for them to rearrange to where they will find their equilibrium. That's why you see them moving all over the place. But if you stay like in free fall for a long period of time without moving it, they will rearrange according to the density.
well, yeah, of course we have to talk about the ISS at that point.
Yeah, I've seen that show, the ISS on TV. I don't know, man. I kind of think that they're using a lot of movie magic in there, man, to make all that stuff happen. I don't think they're really like floating around up there, especially all that hairspray.
Yeah, that's that's kind of a stumbling
Yo, hold
block
on.
to
Who's
that
got the
conversation.
keyboard? Hold on, Left Lane. Who's got the keyboard going?
No, me.
Sorry,
Silence
Left Lane.
playing
Go ahead.
zombie killer. Go ahead. No, it's just Silence playing zombie killer.
He's on the Overwatch, man.
Nah, I'm playing Overwatch. Sorry, guys.
That's okay, man. Yeah, we keep hitting stumbling blocks to the conversation without any conclusion, and then the conversation it'll come back around, and we'll talk about it again, and we'll hit a stumbling block, and well, it just kind of cycles that way.
Yeah, because nobody talks logic. Everybody just talks their talking point, and nobody listens to the other guy.
Well, that's why we stick on topics. I try to stick on topics for so long. Like we've been talking about star trails for like 2 days straight, trying to get to the bottom of something. I mean, it's not like we're not trying, Left Lane.
I know.
Yeah, and I killed it with a couple of sentences. 11 vectors. End of story.
Yeah, but some
right
of
there.
those
I mean, there's
vectors.
nothing more to talk about.
Okay, but if we're talking about it in the globe model, some of those vectors in the globe model wouldn't even matter, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. See, that kills it for you, but in reality,
Some of them
it
do.
doesn't.
The orbit, I think the orbit would have an impact.
Hey,
The
Jeremy,
orbit
you're right,
vector.
but right. How about the other ones? Let's say you eliminate maybe the wobble of the Earth. Fine. How about the other 10?
All right, the movement of the galaxy. We'll do this one. The movement of the galaxy. All the stars are moving in relation to each other with that movement, and we're only seeing the stars in our galaxy, right? We're not seeing stars in another galaxy, so like, they're all moving together. So that you could basically look at that vector as like, or that motion as like standing still.
No, you can't, but I'll grant you that. How about the other galaxies then, in relation to the other galaxies?
Well,
there's no way around it, bro.
Well, I mean, if you talk about
the 11 motions.
Well, if you talk about the orbit around the sun, I mean, we do see that change as in the zodiacs moving, in different positions throughout the year. But as far as observing a star trail at any given time, you're not going to see that.
Left Lane, over the course of one night, 1 year causes us to move in relation to the stars 365 degrees over the course of 1 year. Right? And that's pretty steady. So if you chop it up, it's 1 degree a day. If you chop it up again into a nighttime, say you get a 12-hour night, an equinox or something, or you're on the wrong side of a solstice or whatever, then you're looking at like 12 hours. You're looking at like a half a degree of movement.
You're cutting out, Jeremy.
You got a half a degree because of the orbit.
Cut out
because of
again.
the orbit, you have a half. Am I cutting out?
No, he's not cutting out. It's you, Left Lane.
Okay.
You missed everything I said?
He did, but we heard you.
Well, I'm hearing about 3 words, and then it'll skip a couple, and then 3 words, and it'll skip a couple.
It could be my microphone. I don't know. In the course of 1 year, the orbit. All right, go ahead. I was going to say it again, but
I think you're talking about a half a degree a night is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, half a degree. We move our position in relation to the stars 1/2 of a degree throughout the course of a night. Yes, due to the orbit. It's not counting the rotation. So I think SE was kind of right when he said the other day, there's all these other vectors or motions or whatever. And I don't think all of them would have an issue in your model, but I think the orbit, now we got a half a degree shift.
Well, we want to look at the one that's most influential in our observation, which would be the rotation of the Earth. The orbit around the sun, we just talked about a little bit.
That would be most influential, but we could definitely... My bad, go ahead, my bad.
Yeah. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're looking at the one that's most influential, but we want to look at what, we're looking at the globe model and what would cause the star trail to move in the globe model. And we now have this one motion, yes, but we now have another motion that would change the position of stars, right? 0.5 degrees, half a degree.
You know how they explain it away? With math. Look what they posted in Livestream.
So how would you
believe? Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
They expect us to believe. No problem. They expect us to believe 11 vectors turn into one because of mathematics. Like truly insane. Truly,
Well,
like I don't know
well,
where your brains are, but
well, you have to think one object can't be moving 11 different ways at one time.
that's exactly right. That's
I
exactly
mean,
what you got to think. But
yeah,
but in your model, left lane, there is 11 different vectors. That's when I stopped counting. Now you can deny that. You can say somehow math solves the problem, but you cannot recreate a model where there's 11 different vectors of lights that come to one circular motion. I've been challenging you guys for a long time. Do it, man, and prove me wrong.
Well, let's talk about what Jeremy was saying about the half a degree per night. The way that I would try to represent that would maybe set up a telescope rigid, not on a, not rotating, just rigid, and one night take a snapshot at exactly midnight, and then 24 hours later take another snapshot, at that exact same position. And would you see that star that you're focusing on move by 1 degree in frame? Maybe do it 7 nights. Would you see that star moving by 7 degrees within the frame?
Yeah, we should see it a half a degree in one night, though, right?
Yeah, but I don't know how you would see that. I don't know how that would show up in a star, in a 10-minute star trail.
You could do a 12-hour star. How about we do a 12-hour star trail?
Yeah.
Or a
I don't know.
14-hour
I
star
don't
trail. You
know.
go to the opposite side of a solstice.
Yeah, I don't know
You
how
know,
that
if you're
would.
in the south, if you're in the north and the sun's in the south tropic, you're gonna have a lot of night.
Yeah, but then you go to the other part of like our solar system moving through the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. That's supposed to be like a 25,000 year cycle, which we won't be able to tell
No, we're
that in
just
our
talking about the
lifetime.
orbit. We're just talking about the orbit right now. Half a degree over a night. We have sextants. They can measure, I think, a tenth of an arc minute or something. I forget. I think they were saying 6 arc seconds. So half a degree over the course of one night should be easy peasy to measure if you can measure, 10 arc seconds.
Well, I think that's one reason that the almanac and time is so important in finding that exact GP of that star. You have to know what the date and exactly what time it is to know where that GP is.
The book, your almanac book is cool, but I'm talking about measuring it with a sextant, right? This half a degree over the course of one night. We've shifted. Earth has shifted a half a degree in one night, 12 hour over the course of 12 hours.
But I
The
think in
stars
order
come
for
up.
you to, realize that difference, you would have to take that snapshot at say midnight, and then 24 hours later take another snapshot from that same exact position and see where that star was in relation to the previous. That's where you would see that difference.
Left lane, you would see that difference in an hour. Okay, because we have a sextant and you can measure this. Why do we need to wait a day or a week? We can see this over the course. You should be able to measure this over the course of, I don't know the math, but pretty much minutes, if not hours. 10 arc seconds they can measure. Bro, 10 arc seconds. We're talking about a half a degree. You know how many arc seconds are in a degree? I think it's like 3,600 or something.
3,600 arc seconds per degree, yes.
Yeah, so 1,800 arc seconds over the course of the night, and you guys with the sextant claim you can measure 6 arc seconds.
You see how you go into the weeds with this stuff? Well, all you have to say
it's in the weeds because I don't think it's significant.
You're feeding the trolls, Jeremy. All you got to do is say 11 different motions of light making one motion. Do it. That's all you got to do, bro. Why waste 5 days talking about this?
Well, that's where I get into talking about all these other things. You want to look at one thing at a time to evaluate if it would be significant. Like I said, we could do the rotation of the Earth, and we could look at the orbit around the sun, and then we look at, you know, the spiral of the galaxy and all that, and it becomes insignificant.
Yeah, the
I mean,
elliptical
as far
orbit.
as yeah,
Were you here the other day
I
when I read out the different motions? This
yeah, I've
galaxy,
heard you
the
read them
Lataka
out.
galaxy, the Great Attractor, moving here, moving at this speed, ending up somehow
Yeah.
4 million miles an hour. I mean, seriously, left lane. You're
Well,
a
I
truck
mean, if we
driver,
look at
bro.
it
You're
in,
about to
if
make
we
a
look at
turn,
it
you'll
in,
spill all your goods over.
well, if we talk about it in miles per hour, that's one thing. But if you really think about it, it's really extremely very slow. I mean, it's like 25,000 year in a period of going around the galaxy. We won't know that in a lifetime. We'll never see that, much less feel it. And I like to relate it. If you stand in your backyard and watch the stars move, the stars are moving. We know that. But you stand there and you watch them. They're moving very, very slowly across the sky. And you should be able to relate that to, would I feel that? You know, I just
Yeah,
don't
I
think
hear
so.
you, bro. Very slow. But take the time to pause, right? You're a truck driver, chugging down the highway at 70, 80, right? Now,
Yeah.
can you imagine that you're traveling at 2, 3 million miles an hour right now? Like, just think about that. Forget the math, forget the fantasies you've been told. Right now, you're supposed to be traveling at 3, 4 million miles an hour without feeling anything. This is the story that you've been given, bro.
That's in relation to what? What is that speed in relation to?
You see, right away, your brain is okay. I'll tell you the cosmic background radiation. See how your brain is already, like, right away. You have that answer in your pocket, but it's not
Yeah.
yours.
No,
That
it's
answer is
not in
not yours,
my pocket.
bro.
It's just in my understanding of it. It's insignificant. Yeah, see, it really doesn't matter.
You can imagine your truck traveling at 4 million miles an hour, steady speed, and somehow it's insignificant. You can imagine such a thing.
You always have to think in speed in relation to what? It's all relative.
Okay, in relation to the cosmic background radiation, in relation
Well,
to that, your truck right now on the road is traveling 4 million miles an hour, plus 70.
That's faster than the speed of light.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just not, it's just, I mean, it doesn't, it's insignificant to me. I mean, you think about the size and the period of rotation in these velocities that we're talking about, it's just not relevant. To me, it's not.
I hear you, bro, but you
I don't
gotta
think that word means
you gotta
anything to me.
understand.
Well, Rakia, you gotta
Sorry,
understand. I mean, Essie, you gotta understand. We were born at this speed. Therefore, there's no way we can, you know, distinguish.
I don't think he
Right.
understands what the word
That's why a
relevant
baby
means. Maybe he
stumbles
means
in the
real.
beginning of its life till it gets used to it. Yeah, I mean, come on, it's a tall tale. I mean, you can't have a serious conversation with a person that believes that.
Well, we speed. We talk about it. And
You're breaking up.
And I did this. I'm breaking up. Sorry. Wait.
Yeah, a little bit. You're breaking up. Kind of choppy. But yeah, I think if he would have said, not real instead of not relevant, I think that would have made a lot more sense. Because, like, how do you verify all this stuff? Like, okay.
Well, that's the thing.
Left Lane, you're still breaking up, bud. Hey, Left Lane, imagine if I had you, right, as a young man, 5-year-old, and you stayed at my house. I could get you to believe anything I told you up to a certain point, right? But if I did it in such a way where I traumatized you and then I taught you what I wanted you to learn, like they do in school, especially back in your day, Left Lane, I imagine they slapped you on the hand with a ruler if you weren't paying attention. Back in my day, they just hit your backside with a paddle. But yeah, it's trauma-based mind control, right? From the government, right?
Trauma-based mind control from the government. That's an extreme statement to me.
Are you
Well, I
serious?
mean,
Do
actually,
you, do
out
you
of
not
war,
understand what? Go ahead.
after which war,
I
Hank,
used
did they institute this kind
I
of
used to
this
get my ass whipped.
curriculum?
Yes.
W- Well, you
So
said it
when my
was
mama whipped
outlandish,
my
and I'm
ass,
just asking him a question.
yeah.
Like,
Guys,
Well, I mean,
100%.
when my mom whipped my ass with the belt, was that by the government, or was she just trying to get me to act right?
no, but if your mom was whipping your ass to get you to acknowledge a doctrine you didn't agree with, that would be punishment. That would be different, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
'Cause that's exactly what
yeah.
happens in Christian households, isn't it? No, yeah.
Well,
So,
I didn't get a spanking in school because of my learning or disability in learning. I get my ass whipped at school because I punched little Johnny in the mouth because he was making fun of me or something.
but you understood
You know.
but you understood the true analogy. You said yeah, right?
Well,
Yes,
yeah, I
'cause
understand what you're saying, and I hear that those,
we're not
but
talking about what you're
but I
talking about.
well, I know. Well, he talked about you getting a spanking in school, and it's the government indoctrinating you. That's an extreme statement to me.
Well,
So which part's not true? Does the government spank you when you don't pay attention in school and do what the teacher says? Maybe not
I
so much
used to get
these
my
days.
ass whipped a lot.
Right.
I got more than my share of it.
Well, I didn't ever get in trouble in middle school, elementary school, but once I got in high school, I started asking questions. And my God, can I tell you how much schools hate asking questions? One time I delivered to a school, delivering pizza. They got cones blocking off an area, so I go left. And I go in and through the building. I have to get the officer to let me in. I asked them, why do you got cones? They told me, they said, you need to go through the entrance through the cones. I said, why do you got cones blocking off the entrance that you want me to go through? 3 people called me and called my job and tried to get me fired. When I got back to the store, my boss was cussing me out. You able-bodied son of a bitch. Why don't you go through the cones? I was like, bro, what are you talking about? I just asked a question. Schools hate questions. And let me tell you, I spent a lot of days in SAC because teachers hate questions.
Yeah.
So how is it that you accepted all this left lane? You seem like an intelligent fellow. You're learning how to fly and shit. How is it
Yeah.
that you? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just through. I mean, just through levels of education and the sciences really got my attention. I really enjoyed the sciences, and when biology, I remember getting my first bullfrog to dissect. That was an amazing lab, and and then I went to college and studied biology and blah blah blah. I mean, I'm a truck driver now, and I'd have to send you a copy of my paycheck to tell you why. But my interests lie in science and biology and things like that. But I just couldn't. I didn't make a sufficient living. Couldn't make enough money at what I was doing, so that's why I'm driving a truck. But
I hear you.
in these sciences, I mean, all your sciences, you've got an hour of classroom and 2 hours of lab, where they demonstrate all this stuff, and it just developed into an overall understanding of how things work on the layman's level. I'm not a scientist. I'm no expert in any of it, but I do have a pretty good fundamental understanding of how things work.
okay, so let's say you have a question.
I hear you,
Class.
and I
Let's
would
say you have a
never
question in your class.
question.
Let's say you have a question in your class, and they say you don't agree with what they're telling you, and you decide they give you a test, and you write down the answer you think is right, not what they tell you is right. What will happen to your grade?
Well, you would be marked wrong, and you would get a bad grade. However, if
So
you've
is
got an
that not?
idea that you think is an alternative, and you can demonstrate that alternative, then that would be something special.
Yeah, now, but what was the problem though? You still got to answer the question the way they tell you to answer it. Otherwise, you're gonna get a failing grade. Well, or a bad or worse grade than you're supposed to, because it's not their answer.
Yeah.
So it's a sort of a punishment of not giving the correct answer they demand or what they believe is right.
And most people desire to fit in, so it's going to be reinforced by your peers like, oh, he's dumb. He got like a C. Right? What an
Well,
idiot! You couldn't
I
even
see
get the answer right.
I feel like the feel I'm getting from, I'll call it my opposition in what we're discussing, is that education is bad, period. Which I
Not
think
at all.
that's an
No, 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 no,
outlandish
no,
position.
no, 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 no.
It's
That's not what I'm
false
saying at all,
information.
brother.
False
So
information
it's
is bad.
so education without demonstration is indoctrination. Would you agree to that?
I would agree to that. Yes.
Excellent. So I have no problem teaching a man how to fish, show him how to hook the worm, set the bobber, cast the line, reel it in, set the hook, all that
Absolutely.
stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But, just to tell a kid that there's tree fish and he needs to go out there and, find out how to tree fish, that's indoctrination, right? You're just telling him something that he can't even verify because we all know there ain't no fish, no trees. But when I was 5 years old, guess what I was doing? Looking for tree fish. Why? Because I went out in the pond and some guys from church had strung up a fish, a little perch that they caught, in a tree and pulled the fish out of the tree and showed me. So for about 2 hours, hanging out with those guys, I believed in tree fish because
Yeah.
they
Somebody
demonstrated it,
fucking with
and
you.
I was 5.
Yeah.
Right? But as soon as I went in
Yeah.
and told my parents about the tree fish, my dad set me straight. He's like, "Oh, they were just pulling your leg," right? Which means that they were joking. They were having fun.
Yeah. So maybe they fooled you with their demonstration rather than. Yeah,
It's the same
I
thing
don't
that
feel like I
happens.
was. I don't
Sorry,
feel
man.
like there were any of the laboratory experiences and the experiments that we did were. I never. I mean, I've got pretty good discernment on people and situational, discernment, like this ain't right and things like that. But I never
But
got that feeling.
those were real tests, weren't they?
Well,
That
I
you
mean,
experienced, right?
yeah, I mean the experiences in the laboratory where we were testing these things from physics to biology to chemistry, all these things resulted in my education
Yeah.
of
So
how
what
things
about
work.
so what about the gravity part when they told you about gravity and everything holds down everything to a ball?
Gravity makes
How did they
makes
teach you
sense.
that with an actual? How did they teach you that with an actual physical ball and things sticking to it?
I would, that's an interesting part of this conversation. That when did they first teach you that Earth was a ball? I don't ever remember ever being taught, Earth is a ball and here's why it's a ball and all that. It's kind of like it all just came together, and this is what I understand it to be.
Actually, the documentary starts before that. I remember my daughter telling me that the Earth was not flat; it was a ball, and she was still not in school, and that came from actual watching Sesame Street and whatnot.
Well,
But in school, they reified it by showing a globe on the
Elvo,
showing a
I,
globe on the table. Go ahead, son.
I can tell you my experience in Mexico. One of the first how you say task that they let you in school is that you bring a model of the solar system.
That's true.
So what you go out and you buy like little foam
Foam balls. Yeah.
and then you cut them in half. Oh, you too? So in Mexico, that's in first grade, that's one of the first things they ask you to bring to the school.
In the books, it shows
Yeah, we
you.
did the
This is where
atom
we
like
live.
that too.
Go ahead.
Sorry, we did the atom model like that too. But now when you look at the atoms, it's more like there's fields around the atom nucleus. And back in the day, it looked very much like the heliocentric model.
I mean, wasn't one of the questions in science class, which is to name the planets and the position in the solar system?
That's right. I remember when my teachers got the most pissed off. Some guy, presenting himself like Abraham Lincoln, he came to our school, right? And I asked him, who was president when you were a kid? He couldn't answer, right? Oh, my teacher was so pissed off. But we were told to raise our hands and ask questions.
Yeah, and they made you memorize that little sentence. I can't even remember it now for the order of the planets, their positions. My very something mother bought 9 pizzas or something. Right? Remember that sentence? Can anyone remember it?
No, we just memorized the planets.
Our teacher wasn't as cool as yours.
You guys don't remember that cool sentence they
So you
made you
do
memorize?
so you do
Which
remember
one,
learning so you do
Jeremy?
remember learning It's a Globe, like how it all came together is like these little songs and things. And yeah, oh, what's the furthest planet from the sun? Oh, we're the third planet from the sun. Oh, girls go to Mars to get more suns, some Jupiter to get more Jupiter. all these all these things, like, yeah, it was implied that this was our reality and we've never experienced it. But you know what I wanted to point out earlier, when you mentioned looking at the stars and seeing how slow they move, and when you mentioned, not feeling anything, you equated your experience with what you've been told. That is a hijacking of what you could have chosen to believe had you had the chance.
You know, it wasn't even a couple hundred years ago that people thought that all these heavenly bodies had like consciousness, right? That's why they still to this day have the name of the gods, right? And I always hear people, especially atheists, right? The atheist type complaining about separation of church and state. Have they ever raised that with the Apollo missions, right? With all the, the gods, right? Imagine if it would have been named the Jesus mission. Oh my God. People would have lost their effing minds.
Yeah, how does no one remember that little sentence for the order of the planets?
Where'd you go to school at and when?
And I mean, they taught me that in like the 80s, late 80s in America.
I meant
New
what
York.
state, bro? New York? Oh,
New
okay. You're from
York.
New York? Okay.
Yeah,
Or Larry,
upstate, not the city, not the city.
name a rocket. The 10 Commandments. they would
Right?
flip.
People would have lost their minds, bro. They'd have been like, separation of church and state. But no, the Greek gods or the Roman gods or whatever, like, they don't care. No problem.
It's Artemis.
Mercury, he's the messenger of the god. Where's my separation of church and state?
Thursday. What?
When did we first land on the moon is one of the questions, and it's always juxtaposed to what people used to think and how they were proven wrong. And yeah, I remember all that shit, man.
I could tell you it's right around age 10, maybe before that, because my nephew is getting those papers about gravity, about space, things like that. He's getting that in his assignments.
So earlier, Left Lane said that you can't have buoyancy and density without gravity, right? And I asked, well, why? He's like, well, gravity sets the downward force. Like, okay, well, what causes gravity?
Well, we don't know what causes gravity.
I mean, if you get rid
But
of that
and I
downward.
need,
Oh my bad. Go ahead, left line.
I would clarify. I said buoyancy and density. Buoyancy is dependent on gravity, but density is an innate property of mass,
So when you
of matter. Yeah.
yeah, the density, relative density. Anyways,
I can make a ping
go
pong
ahead.
ball go up and down all day long by manipulating the medium that it's in and the relative density or specific gravity. What can you do in a laboratory to make a ping pong go up and down by manipulating the I don't know?
When you get rid of the, I mean, this is a weird way to say it, but when you get rid of the downward force, the density tower mixes up, right?
How do you get rid of
There
the
has to be something else, bro. There has to be something else.
How do you get rid of the downward force? Can you show me that? Like, what are you talking about? Jumping out of an airplane or something? You're still going down.
Free falling.
Yeah, free fall.
So you
You're
match. Okay, what they do is, right? What they
Go
do
ahead,
is
Jeremy.
they match that force, right? Yeah, they match that force going down. I think so. When you match it, the density tower gets all mixed up.
Why would you expect it to be a density tower when you throw something off of a mountain?
That's a good
or have
point.
a parabolic flight. It's all
I
falling.
actually use that when I argue against this. Yeah. I don't know. This one's on left lane. Why would we expect it to be? I mean, I don't know.
See, I respect Left Lane a lot because he doesn't talk unless he knows what he's talking about, and he'll say that he doesn't know. I can respect that, right? Like, you know, he seems like an early Gen Xer, right, who was taught all this stuff at school, right? The early Gen Xers, you know, the Vietnam era guys, they were not too far removed from, you know, the baby boomers who trusted their government and everything. But you got to think, how powerful was the television, right? Because I can post a video right now showing you guys how the BBC were hypnotizing people in like the 1940s with television. Do you think just because they didn't hypnotize them to sleep, they didn't hypnotize them to think whatever they want you to think? I mean, the power of suggestion is so powerful, right? Imagine if I could go back in time like 500 years and show the Native Americans, you know, with my 3D programming and my computer screen, I could make them believe whatever I wanted to. Because it's one thing if you hear voices in your head, you might start to think you're crazy, right? Or you may not believe it. But when you see and hear audio and visual hallucinations, that's almost like experience. The brain has trouble differentiating between the experience. I mean, it is called live vision for a reason. So that,
Well,
you know,
advertisement is so
it's so effective for, you know, soap operas and women, you know, Downy Fresh.
It's technology that you don't understand is magic. Like if you show them a 3D printer, it's like, watch, I will make anything you want from this machine. And then out of nowhere comes an object. How did that happen? It's magic.
But people perceive it as reality. That's the problem. You go into the alpha state, you're watching TV, and it's like the meme that somebody posted earlier. He showed like a picture of Arnold on Mars, right, with his eyeballs popping out. And then they showed like the NASA astronaut who saved the ISS by putting his finger over the hole that a meteorite caused. It's like, I don't think so.
One of them said the metal was so thin he could poke his finger through it. Oh yeah, we got the metal so thin you could virtually poke your finger through it. It's like, okay. So if you pull a vacuum, there was someone did the same thing with a steel cylinder. It was like an oil tanker for a train, and they pulled a vacuum on it, and you could watch that heavy steel container just implode on itself. But yet this guy's in an aluminum can thin enough to poke his finger through it, and we're supposed to believe that. He's pressurized, and outside is near a perfect vacuum. He's going to plug it with a stick of bubble gum in his finger.
Sure.
Yeah, it's crazy is that they claim the same Echo 1 and Echo 2 a lot higher than where the ISS is from. I think it was like 600 something miles to 1,000 miles, and it used a gas that was lighter than air to stay afloat. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, explain that it was a balloon.
Yep.
A balloon with powder meant to explode at a certain height to inflate it. A balloon. Let's make that clear for everyone. Funny that, huh?
Well, they still launch their balloon satellites at the NASA, and they buy more helium than anyone else in the world by far.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
How hard is it to make a ISS balloon?
They launch dozens of them every month.
No. I'm saying
all over the place.
I'm not saying a Satelloon. I'm saying a balloon that looks like an ISS.
For someone to be
I've said
in
that
it,
many times, bro. If I was the government military, right? What is your number one objective in battle? Is you want to get the high ground, right? Exactly. So you make something that looks like the ISS, right? You fool people, and it could be balloons. Absolutely. That's what I would do. The first thing I would do is like what Picard did, right? You have a metal container with a balloon, you put cameras on it, and you achieve high altitude over your enemies. Imagine what they have now.
If they had real enemies, you know what I mean? Like the leaders of the world are all their frenemies. They're not true enemies. Like all the wars are all predetermined, like the Ukraine-Russia thing, maybe China, Taiwan. These will all be decided before the first shot is fired, like how it's going to play out. They even call it the theater of war. They're like putting shit right in our face. Not to say no one will die, but the outcome is still predetermined.
Right.
I would just like to
Absolutely.
point out,
That's,
you know, the number one, you know, asset is the females, right? And what better way to, you know, get, you know, as many females as possible? Well, you send all the alphas to war, and then you have a whole bunch of females left over. And then you print money, and guess what? You know, they need money. So what are they going to do for that money?
look, it's easy, bro. Once you convince somebody in the model, right? Like right now, there's people arguing with me that believe we're traveling at 4 million miles an hour right now. And they're calling me crazy. See how they do it? Just imagine now being fooled that you're traveling right now, sitting in your chair, or wherever you are, you're traveling at 4 million miles an hour.
In
Yeah, but
multiple directions, right? Not a straight line either.
Yes,
Oh,
11 different vectors.
That's what I was getting at earlier, and I didn't make the point. I got sidetracked, I think. But Thursday when I was flying, is very still. There was zero wind blowing, and I'm always thinking about our conversations because I spend so much time on here. And I was trying to imagine. I let go of the controls and just sat there and tried to imagine that the Earth was actually moving beneath me, looking out the window, and I was sitting still. And it's a very real sensation that I got, that I was sitting still and the Earth was moving beneath me. But in reality, it was me that was moving across the ground. And
That's
I
right.
thought that was just an interesting way to look at it. So I was actually moving at about 120 mile an hour, but I couldn't tell it because it was so
Well,
smooth.
that's because the
How
Earth
about if
doesn't
you
spin
turned
underneath you
and kept
or
a steady
benchmarks.
turn, left lane? How about
Huh?
if you pulled the yoke to the side and kept a steady turn? Think you'd be feeling that?
Yeah. That I mean, you can turn such that you still experience 1G, but normally you'll feel the inertial effects from maneuvers. You know.
Yeah.
That'd be
You would
aspiring.
have to. You would have to. It's physics. I mean, and somehow they convinced you that you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator while traveling at 66,000 miles around the sun, while that's traveling 666,000. You know, on and on and on. Right? I don't have to continue. But yet your experience as a pilot told you, wait a minute, man, that can't be.
But I was able to kind of fool myself.
Oh, that's for sure. We
Don't
agree
do
on
it,
that.
left lane. Don't do it.
Nobody's arguing that.
Well, what you could do is a barrel roll and a corkscrew at the same time, and then feel none of it, right? Try doing that,
Yeah,
without spilling
and
your
then ramp
coffee.
up the speed. Yeah,
Yeah, and
then
you don't
ramp up
spill
the
your
speed to 4
coffee.
million.
Yeah, but the differences there are the rates of change. That's the difference.
You can't produce near the velocities they're talking about. These are supersonic velocities, faster than high explosive travels. These are
No,
ridiculous speeds.
You know
no,
what an elliptical orbit causes,
that's
right?
the disconnect.
You
What?
know what an elliptical orbits cause rate of change, right?
Well, yeah, you'll speed up as you go into the apogee and decelerate into the perigee and accelerate.
Right. So if you have a
conservation of
major stall,
momentum goes out the window.
Back.
Bro, you said you convinced yourself. That was a pretty big statement there, left lane.
I'm sorry. Am I back now?
you're good.
Yeah.
10-4.
I don't know if you heard me, but I said what you said was you convinced yourself while flying that it wasn't so. That's a pretty big statement there. Sounds like somebody's awakening to
Maybe he
reality.
sees it, he can see it's flat from up there. You can see how flat it actually
Yeah.
is.
That's why I had to imagine being on a ball. So if you can't see
I
it
don't
from
get-
Earth, like Professor Dave says, then you can only see it from space. And if you can't go to space, then it's imagination. No one's ever experienced it except for these, so-called government employees who are probably, swore an oath to what is that, a non-disclosure agreement rather than the Constitution. And they're not going to say anything, right? And if you're a body language expert, which I'm not, but I do like to dabble in the that stuff. When you look at those three guys after they came back and they were given the interview, right, and they were asking all the questions like, "What was it like being in space?" Those dudes look like somebody had just removed their reproductive organs.
That's being generous. Yeah, there's so many holes. I mean, come on. I mean, only a child could believe this story.
Yeah, and
Not
the only one
certainly
who will
not.
ever talk. Yeah, the only one who will ever talk is Buzz, and he screws up all the time. Out of those three.
He's always drunk. Yeah.
That's why they call him Buzz. He's always drunk. He's got a buzz going like Helio. He's I mean, it probably would drive you to drinking if you had all of this stuff you can't talk about, and it's like it's just easier to go through life with a buzz than because he knows how fucked up the world is. Buzz knows, he knows, but he can't tell anyone, or else he'll wind up like the other people that maybe open their mouth. There'll be an accident that happens to Buzz.
Yeah, they got a microchip up his ass. He ain't saying shit.
Maybe, but I mean, he's so
Well,
old right now. There was
every once in a while.
a Russian cosmonaut blew the whistle. He said, "No, it's flat." He said it, and he's like, so I think it's leaking out slow. But how many people speak Russian? Or
Yeah, so did a
Polish?
Polish one. He said,
Yeah,
no, Russian and
Polish.
a Polish one, and then another one.
Yeah, that's when it was part of the Iron Curtain. Poland, they stole it. All those countries, I mean, like Ukraine, Poland, Russia, the boundaries are artificial because there's the same people live across those borders that are cousins to each other in a large geographical area. Those borders, just because they put a line there and said, "Now this is Russia, you will speak Russia. Poland, you will speak Poland." But then when they erase the border, now you speak Russian, even though you're Polish or Ukrainian.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that it may look like a great concept on paper and everything, but then when we the human race go to try to do it, there's bubbles in space, there's people drowning in outer space, they're kicking their legs, and little air bubbles or water bubbles are moving, and it looks good on paper. It doesn't work.
Yeah, the other thing worth mentioning is it's Neil Armstrong. It disappears. I mean, I'm not going to say what I was going to say maybe he's ashamed, whatever. The fact is he disappears. The only time he ever comes back is this bloody cryptic speech that he gives about many hidden truths behind these veils. What the fuck? I mean, it's ridiculous. If he'd have actually done that, it'd have been on everything. You know what? Especially in America, bloody hell, it'd have been on Dave Letterman, it'd have been on everything, all the time.
Yeah. Then there's Von Braun's gravestone. And there's so many things. We see stars, we don't see stars, and it's full of holes. Full of holes.
But it's part of a
was
bigger
there a
lie.
radiation belt? We didn't. We must have not gone through it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't remember going through it, so it didn't affect us. That's good logic.
It's the stepping stone for the next bigger lie. Like all these things have to be in a specific order. First, you have to convince people they live on this ball, right? Then you have to convince them that there's life forms outside this ball that are different from us. You know what I mean? They're getting their ducks in a row for the final plan. What the Werner von Braun secretary was saying, when she kind of gave the heads up. And then you look at the clues, everything in the Illuminati card game seems to fucking happen. It's like, okay, here it reads like a book. First this, and and you only figure it out kind of after the fact. Like, what is this? Here's a building burning. Boom, 9/11. Here's this guy with a mask on. Boom, COVID. Like all these things, you only recognize it after you're living it. Like there's one with the alien invasion thing. It's like, well, fucking A. What are the odds they're going to do it because they did all these other things? The odds to me are pretty fucking positive. I mean, it's almost 100% they're going to pull it. They're going to try it.
They're talking about alien invasion. You think they're talking about Europe?
No, we're already got aliens invading the country, but they're talking about space aliens from these other worlds, alleged, these demons.
Oh, I
Speaking
thought
of
they were
the
talking about the
not
Arab
seeing
Spring.
speaking of the not seeing the stars, has anybody
That's a
heard?
different kind of aliens.
Yeah, a little mean of you. But Eric Dollard has some thoughts on that. If anybody's heard what he has to say about seeing the stars or not seeing the stars, he says that we don't or would not see the stars because they're not what we're told, and he's part of the mainstream. Yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm all for America being a melting pot. I don't care who my neighbor is, as long as they don't break into my house or my shit. But I think ethno-states is a thing. Like, imagine if, like, Japan had this new policy where, the people that were local Japanese had to pay, like, exuberant taxes and could no longer afford children. But they would take anybody from any other country and let them live off of the taxpayer. Like, pretty soon there wouldn't be any Japanese people, and that would be genocide, right? It doesn't have to be dead bodies in the streets. Racial replacement is genocide, according to the Geneva definition. So I would hate to see, like, Japan, like, disappear their culture. That would be, like, extremely. It's already sad enough we, did whatever we did in World War II. But yeah, I think the same thing goes for Ireland, right? It's very sad that not very many people speak Gaelic and have the old tradition of the old gods. Even though I'm a Christian, right? And I don't want them worshiping the old gods, but still, like, we shouldn't, like, take their culture away. And, like, I think the Arab Spring, all this stuff that's been happening, the war since 9/11, I think it's by design that, all these immigrants are flooding the West, and it's to destroy the West. And I think it's because the Western culture, built off of the philosophy of separation of church and state, give to Caesar what is Caesar and give to God's what is God's. I think that's a great thing. I mean, I would hate to see it disappear. So yeah, as far as Texas, I
Brother,
don't care who you are. You can live in Texas. I don't care where you're from. It's big enough for everybody in the whole
you're
world to fit.
absolutely right.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. No, I was going to say you're absolutely right. I'll back you on that 100%. And it's even going on in Europe. They're weaponizing immigration. That's a new weapon, new assault on countries. Right now, as we speak, Turkey is doing it to the European Union. They're actually busing immigrants to the Greek border, where the EU border is, and they're giving them little really dinky boats, and they're like telling them, okay, go, you have a chance, go, cross over. And a lot of them are sinking and dying. So yeah, immigration has been weaponized. Yep.
It's not fair to the immigrants either. I mean, first of all, there shouldn't be war in those countries driving them out. Second of all, it's bad on the immigrants because a lot of them die, get raped, etc. on the way there. Coyotes, ask any Mexican lady about a coyote. They'll tell you. Like, it's almost synonymous with rape. Like, those two words go hand in hand. That's because of human trafficking. So anybody who's like, oh, the wall is racist, like, okay, but human trafficking is okay? Like, you're okay with that? Like, that doesn't bother you? Like, fentanyl coming into the country and, like, lots of people dying because of that, you're okay with that too? But, oh, the wall's racist. I mean, I think it should be easier to get in legally and extremely harder to get in illegally. That's what I think. Big gates, bigger walls.
It weakens the country when you have all these divisions of different people with their own interest, right? Like, if you got one country united, then the government is weaker against the people. And that's what, even look at Korea, North and South Korea, they Ukraine and Poland, those countries are like basically like it's one region, but the people are like one type of people, but they're causing all these artificial divisions to keep, and then you insert other people from another part of the world, and now you have another division. You keep dividing. It's atomization. You atomize the people so that none of them trust each other. In a country that's homogenous, the government is weaker against the people. But when you divide them and atomize them, and you divide them on sports teams and all this other bullshit and what kind of music you like, they divide men against women. Now everyone's atomized, and it's easy for the government to control all of them. So a country that's
true.
too homogenous, they dilute it with other things.
That is very
Well
true.
said.
Yeah, to quote a very wise guy named Snack to the Future, like all these sports is like organized tribal warfare, right? There's like no reason why I should hate like people from San Francisco, but growing up in Texas, oh, it's the 49ers, those fuckers, you know, I hate those guys, you know,
Yo,
because they were
sports
our
is
old rival back in the 90s.
sports is like I equate it to the gladiators in ancient Rome, right? You got to give them games and bread, and you know, so they're not worried about what we're doing. Otherwise, they'd be rioting. You know, they're just like the gladiators in ancient Rome.
Give them bread and circuses, and the people will never
Bread and
revolt.
circus. That's
They will
right. That's
never
right.
revolt. The thing is, they'll never revolt if you give them fluoride beer and then bread and circuses. So you're getting fluoride in your tap water, in your beer. You're drinking
Well,
beer. It's fluoride.
the idea behind that was you give them bread and circus, and then you could basically do whatever you want because they're so busy with this games and circuses, they're not even watching what you're doing. That's the whole like idea behind that.
That's what they've done, though. We're so distracted. Not only that, but entertainment. Did you hear what this person did, or what this person did? Right? These celebrities. Oh my God, it's Caitlyn Jenner. Bruce Jenner is Caitlyn Jenner. Like all these stupid fucking things that they're like, and people are sidetracked. Oh my God, look what he did. He cut his dick off, like or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like all these side stories. It's like then you have no time to think about the real things that they're up to. You know what I mean? If we had our mind focused, they couldn't pull all these bullshit tricks they're doing.
Well, I think it was the leader of the CIA back in like 1982 said when everything the American people believe is false, then our disinformation campaign is complete. And then I have a video, I can't remember, but it said that NASA is not a space agency. That was the other CIA guy.
William Casey. It was the CIA, those fuckers. The CIA, the FBI, those are the two, and NASA. They all work hand in hand. All of them need to be disbanded. But that's the government. That's the real power. Like the black budget, the budget we don't see, the people we don't know of. That's who's pulling the strings.
So I heard there's a huge, massive
Force?
exodus. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, with Space Force, it's only getting more solidified, more bureaucratic, more bolstered.
That always gives me like a little bit of chuckle. The Space Force, it like makes me like on the verge of laughter every time I hear that. It's like, oh my God. And it probably won't be funny because they're going to use it for the fake alien invasion. Oh, look, and it's going to be Trump beating his chest. I formed the Space Force to fight this. See, I had foresight that we might be invaded. It's like, oh, I could just see this this clown world playing out.
But now, if there were aliens, you'd be glad for a Space Force, though, right?
Right.
Even alien, I don't know.
I think the Space Force is like Negator, Triple X, and Smooth. You know,
it's Negator.
See, there's a great division that I'm recognizing. I'm listening to you guys. You're saying very factual, making very factual statements, talking about dividing the people and such that they have less power over the government that's supposed to be for the people, but the government is corrupt and taking advantage of these divisions and makes the government more powerful, the people less powerful, and blah, blah, blah. But when we talk about the things like Space Force, you know, that would be a great advantage over your enemy to be able to get up to a point that they can't get to you, and you could be more offensive in your attack or whatever, and be heighten your defenses in being up there. But it's like why don't, I mean, that's where I get lost, wondering why do you think that so funny or
how do you define enemy? Right? Enemy is
hold
somebody
on.
who attacks you, right?
that's not
No,
what
let
I'm
me get
talking
through this,
about.
Jeremy.
I'm
Let
next.
me get through this. Let me get through this, Jeremy. Enemy is somebody who's attacking you, right? I don't think we have
That's
an enemy. Like, who would want to attack the United States of America? We got like
not
a
my
billion
point.
Irishmen over here, potentially, because, who doesn't like to drink and have
Oh,
sex, right?
yeah, that's not my point though. My point is there are very good points made, and that could be beneficial to progress. But then when we talk about the Space Force thing, and y'all think it's funny or something, or don't believe in it or whatever, that's a huge roadblock for me, from my perspective in viewing this community. That's a huge roadblock to potentially making significant progress within the community or within humanity or whatever. And
Brother, I can show you Navy and Marines. Show me Space Force.
well, I mean, it's all
Prove
over.
it, even. Prove it's
How
not a
many
black hole and
satellites
the
you want me to
text.
show you?
All right.
I mean, night before last, I stepped outside right after sundown, and I saw this really bright light airplane. I thought coming up off the horizon. I got to watch it before it got to me. I'm like, that's not an airplane. It don't have lights on it. It just looks like a really bright fucking star. And I'm like, shit, that's the fucking ISS. And it went all the way almost horizon to horizon before it disappeared. And I got my app out and looked, and sure enough, it was the ISS. I mean, that shit's real, guys.
Let's say, okay, but Ronald Reagan said just what you're saying, like a perceived enemy that's attacking the world would put their differences aside and unify to fight the common enemy. So this is the world's enemy, this outside invader, and that's how you build a one world government. And Reagan talked about that to the UN, that speech, right? So what the Space Force is, it's another cog in the grand deception. The grand deception is that we're going to be invaded and we have to have a one world government. So all the borders will disappear. We'll have a ruling body that controls all of us. It'll be a cashless society with a digital currency. It's going to be a complete dystopia that we can. I mean, I've got a good idea of how it's going to be, because you look at their Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, and all those things are playing out. They put out their papers, and then they all seem to get pushed through somehow.
Well, that may be very true. That's the part that I'm saying. There's some validity, a lot of validity in the things I'm hearing about that. But once you get outside the Earth's atmosphere, where we don't think space is real and things like that, that's the roadblock I'm talking about. That I see would prevent the progression of our I don't know, our discussion or our unity.
Hey, Left Lane.
Like,
Hold on, man. Is Hank done? Because I wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I said
Yeah,
Howard too. I wanted to get in line.
I'm done.
I'm after the last person.
I want to ask one.
I'll let everyone else go. Go ahead, guys.
I just want one.
No, I'll let Jeremy go.
All right, Travis. Go ahead, Travis.
Howard, so you see the reason why you need to get a camera like ASAP, right? You just saw the fucking ISS and you got no equipment, man. Come on, step it up.
I know it.
All right. Secondly, like, walk us through. I am curious. Walk us through, like, how you saw this object and what it, like, to the best, what it looked like the whole time when it was going across the sky.
I just got a habit when I step outside to smoke. Most we don't smoke in the house. Rosemary and I always go out on the porch. I always look up at the sky. It's just what I do. And it just right after sundown, there was still light. It's dusk. And I saw this really bright light come off the horizon. I'm like, God dang, that's odd looking and really bright. It's brighter than any star I've ever seen. I would say it's probably the most visible that it ever is. And as it's coming, I'm realizing it's not a plane. It's not lights flashing. It looks like a massive star moving across the sky. And then it dawned on me that that's the ISS. And then I got my app out and looked, and sure enough, it just went overhead.
I appreciate that almost word for word repeat of what you said before. I'm curious about, like, would the sun had to have been behind you, because the ISS, in order to be seen, has to reflect the sun, right? So you have to be at the right angle. So the sun had to have been behind you or whatever, right? So, and now is this going from like right to left? Was it at an angle coming?
No, it came up off the western horizon right after sundown.
So the sun would have been behind it.
Basically, yes. And
So
I was in Earth's shadow, and it wasn't.
how did you see it if the sun was behind it? You were on the wrong side for the reflection, dude.
No, that's not true. The sun's still shining on it as it moves overhead.
So okay, look, man.
Because of its height.
If you're facing west and I come at you and the sun's behind me, you're going to see my silhouette. You're not going to see a reflection.
Well, if you're 250 miles up in the atmosphere, up in the air, that would be different. I see what you're saying, though.
Okay, right. Okay. So now we're talking about the whole time you're watching it. It's at the right angle all the time, the whole time to catch the sun. Like nothing changes with the reflection, and then it goes over your head, and you're watching it going. So here's the thing now, because you didn't have equipment, you can't see it like it should have because it's a physical object. Change angular size the entire time. Right? That would have been an interesting thing. So there's all sorts of things that would have been more interesting about this conversation if we could like see how you broke this down. But it's just, I don't know, man. Being at the right angle that whole time for the sunlight to be on it, I don't know.
Well, if you're thinking about it as if the sun is overhead, but I'm thinking about it as if the sun was coming at an angle below my eye level. So it was reflecting off the bottom of the craft and hitting my eye.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, the panels and all that shit would have had to been like right at the right angle for you to have, you know what I mean? Like it's not a sphere. It doesn't reflect on every angle. You'd have to be at the right angle to hit those 250 mile away panels. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see.
Carry on.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I want to
But
point
I
out
guess
that.
I guess
ahead,
I'm just
bro.
trying to make the distinction of where I see the breakdown and and things that I'm attracted to this community, and that's why I'm here, because there are things that attract me to it and part of the discussions and things. But that line that's drawn between space is fake and all these other ideas about society and humanity, there's like a big division right there for me.
I think Snack wanted to go, and I want to go next. I want to address the space is fake thing. Snack may have lost its place. So the space is fake. So space is real, right? There's space between you and me, right? Probably 1,000 miles or so, depending on where you're at. But does that mean that everything they say about space is real, right? So allegedly, there's this place called outer space, right? And how am I to verify that? Like as a man.
I mean, it's kind of like, there's a lot of things and aspects of everyday life that we have to trust the experts on. Just because you haven't ever done a heart transplant doesn't mean that heart transplants are fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
the doctor
the
said
only way
my
you
son,
can verify that is to go do it. Is that why? Is that what you mean?
So the doctor said my son had swollen lymph nodes, right? And I got a second opinion 2 weeks later after running the antibiotics course through my son. And the second doctor said, pack your bags. He has leukemia. You're going to Children's. I came back and I asked the doctor, I said, hey, did you see the first blood count? She said, yeah, I ordered it, the one that you took 2 weeks before. I said, so you saw the one that you did that day, because we got blood done that day, and blood done 2 weeks before. I said, could you tell that he had leukemia when you looked at his first blood count, the one that was taken 2 weeks before? She said, yeah, the other doctor should have known and should have told you. And I was like, okay, so what I know now is that when you have leukemia, the white blood cells go through the roof. Like the white blood cell count is like crazy high. And the doctor didn't look, right? Because, we say experts, right? An expert is like saying fetus, right? Well, what is a fetus? It's a human, right? What is an expert? Well, it's also a human, right?
Yeah, but
so
just because some experts are wrong doesn't mean all experts are wrong.
That's not my argument. My argument is that go ahead and count your change, not because the person is trying to rip you off, but because they make mistakes, right?
Okay, I got you.
So yeah, I trust the experts as much as I trust any other man, woman, or child. Which is, to an extent.
Yo, I see. Made a good point earlier. You always want to get the high ground, right? That's all. That's you always try to get the high ground. Huge advantage having the high ground, right? And
Yeah, Hamburger Hill. They fought and
yeah,
bled and died to get the high
hold on.
ground, and
There's
as soon
more.
as they, oh, sorry, go ahead.
You always want to get the high ground. So what's a higher ground than the moon, right? That'd be the highest fucking ground you can get. No one can even get at you there. Like, normally we dig in the mountains, tunnel underneath a mountain or something for like what's better? What would be better than being on the moon?
Like for golf, you mean?
No, for military, for military wise.
Yeah, for golf.
I think the same thing, Jeremy, and that's totally what that was the point I wanted to make about what was, talking about all the good parts about it. But at the same time, if you look at like when the moon landing was purported to happen, there were some bad economic things that were almost as a result of this, what should have been a tremendous amount of money spent for the space program to ramp it up to get it to the point where it could theoretically land a person on the moon. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like stagflation, gas lines, gas shortages, and stuff like that. We're just burning up rocket fuel. It's funny. It's a funny, almost psychological trigger point. You know what I mean? For a lot of people who were experiencing some of the downturn of the economy at that point in time in the 70s. So
The 70s is a lot like today, right? The perpetual war, the pipelines, Pipeline-istan, all that stuff. To minimum wage going from like $2.15 all the way up to $4.15, right? And back then, that was like a livable wage, right? Think about that. People were like living off of like $4.15 an hour, right? And in a lot of ways, this is like a mirror of the 70s, right? But we're kind of on the precipice of, point of no return. Like either we're gonna like find peace with Russia, or we're not. And what does it all boil down to? It's not your decision, right? The people that you elected that are supposed to make the decisions that you want made. Because don't we all want peace? Like, okay, if you had a choice, do you want Europe to freeze to death this winter, or do you want them to like continue getting heat in their homes? Well, let's go ahead and see if we can negotiate some peace, right? But that's probably
Depends
not
on where the
what's going
money
to
was at.
happen.
It depends on where the money was at, Hank. If there was more money in letting them freeze to death, they would just do that. Like literally, that's all we look at is with the money. Didn't they shut somebody's electricity off before in America in the middle of winter or something, and they froze to death or something? Like, it's all about the money. That's just a ruthless way to live as a society when it's all about the money. You end up doing crazy shit. My bad, though. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I was just saying that Putin has his, hand on the energy to Europe, and I've been told that what would you do if you were Putin? Like it's said that I'd wait till the first freeze and cut that shit off. You're like, what now, bitches? That's if we force his hand. Because, everybody wants to say Putin the bad guy. And look, I'm not pro Putin. Like, I'm definitely pro us, right? Imagine if instead of making Ukraine great again, it was like make America great again. So I'm all about us, right? What's better for us to an extent. And I think it would just be really great if we could just do commerce. Imagine if we could do commerce in Ukraine instead of having war. Imagine if they were growing food. Wouldn't that be weird, right?
Yo, heads act like it ain't the same people. Like Russia and America, that's the same people calling the shots for those countries. It ain't different people. It may look like it's different people.
Well, I got into my, let's say, bean cabinet and checked my oldest beans, and they're still good. So, well, we should be good. I hope the rest of you guys have the same thing going on.
No, I'd have to go to the mountains, Adirondack Mountains, to be a hunter gatherer.
I recommend you get some grain, bro. Beans and rice, flour.
I got like 40 pounds of rice.
Sugar and salt.
We're
You
stocked.
got 40? Good.
It's not a great amount, but like we'll be able to weather a little storm with that. I mean, I
Never
got
get
other
your rice
shit
from
too.
Texas.
How long do beans? I had canned beans, like baked beans, and they they only last about 2 years. Are you talking about dry beans?
Yeah, I got dry beans.
Do they last more than that? Do they last more than 2 years?
Well, they usually last until the bugs get in them. Oh shit, this guy's hauling ass. Where are you going,
Bro,
bro?
what you got to do is get
Sorry.
enough food. I mean, go ahead.
No, I was just complaining this guy's like speeding up to a red light. Like, where are you going, dude?
I would
Vienna
just say to do
sausages
it.
last 2 years.
Yeah, I would just say to do it like if you have pasta one night a week and use 1 pound of pasta and 1 jar of sauce, just go buy like 50 or 100 because the shit's good for 2 years, and then you'll have 2 years worth of food or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I just threw
Just,
them
just
out.
buy shit you're gonna eat anyway. Buy shit you're gonna eat anyways, so you don't throw them out like you just said you did.
I threw out 6 cans of beans. They were 4 years past the expiration. I didn't even realize I had them that long because I don't eat them that often, obviously. So
Yeah, that's why just everyone should stack up. Everyone should stack up. Just stack up on what you use on a normal basis.
But what do
Anyways,
we?
like if you eat tuna, say you eat 1 can of tuna a week, go buy like 100 cans of tuna because it'll be good for like 2 years.
But you know what we don't have? Hand pumps for water wells. So if the electricity goes off, how is Americans going to get water?
That'll be another huge problem. I mean, yeah, you should all get a life straw. I have a life straw. It's good for like I think 10,000 gallons of water or something. You could drink through it. So
Get ready to 3D print yourself some pumps.
actually, I can get water from my sub pump in my basement. That nasty water that leaks into the groundwater. I could distill it, but God, that water's pretty crusty.
yeah, I haven't left. I'll be right back.
You guys don't have
Get
basements
a
in
life
Texas.
straw.
No,
Get a
we
Yeah,
life
ain't got
straw.
basements. I've seen a few bomb shelters. That's about it.
Get yourself a life straw. They're not that expensive. I got one for Christmas once. I think you could drink like 10,000 gallons worth of water through it, right? You'll be fine for a while. They're super small. Keep it in your little,
yeah,
keep
we
it in
got
your
a high
little
water
supplies.
table. Like, yeah, I guess that could be distilled because it's like sitting on top of a well, dude. Our water table is really low, so you have to pump out these wells. There's like a little well in the basement, and it fills with water. It sits about maybe 3-4 foot below the basement floor, and then the drain tiles around the house drain into it. So it's like a reservoir, and it pumps out every so often. More so when it's raining, but it's always collecting groundwater, seeping in there. But it is disgusting. It's all mineralized. It's full of minerals and shit.
I mean, do you live near a major city? How far are you from
Oh
a
yeah,
major
I'm in
city?
Detroit. Yeah, but all the groundwater here,
You
we're
said you're in
surrounded.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you ain't gonna need to worry about getting water.
No, there's plenty of water.
You're gonna need to worry about staying alive. Anyone within like 4 or 5 hours driving time of a major city, it's called the Golden Horde. Like if the food or something or the water were ever to stop, like people would just be swarming out in droves.
I know it's good. Well, the thing is, no one can find gasoline. If you don't have your tank, if your tank ain't full or whatever, you got problems with your car. There's going to be, when they evacuate a hurricane, everyone's bumper to bumper, and all these cars are running out of gas because people just left home with whatever they had, a quarter tank, whatever, and they just start running out of fuel, and all the gas stations are out of fuel, and it just creates this giant backup.
I'm
Everyone
just
had
saying. I don't know. I live 3 hours north of the city, and if something were to ever happen like that, where the food or water stopped coming, I would not be able to stay where I am. Absolutely not. There's no way. It's called the Golden Horde. Like people aren't going to just lay down and die. They're going to get out and try to get supplies and stuff.
Well, there ain't nothing we can do to stop it. Like they're going to pull it off. I mean, they got their dead set and going through with this plan. They've been planning for 100 years plus. It's going to play out, and the problem is we're going to be the only ones that know what's going on because we already read the fucking playbook. Everyone else is going to believe they're attacked by aliens because every fucking movie they've seen and because the government says so, then they're going to believe it.
Well, we're not going to know exactly what's going on.
We'll know enough.
There's going to be, well, I mean, communications are going to be cut. So, I mean, we're going to have a better idea than some, but I think there's still going to be a lot of unknowns.
Like
What?
the game plan is what Reagan said. That's what they
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to do. Warner von,
Yeah.
we know it's coming. We know it's coming. Whereas the other people are going to be hit right out of the fucking blue. They'll never see it coming. They're like, what the fuck? And they're going to be turning on their propaganda news. We've been attacked. This city has just been leveled by these alien flying saucers. And it will be leveled. Just like they leveled Paradise, California, and like they leveled the buildings on 9/11. They will level these motherfuckers. In Independence Day, it shows that beam coming down upon a city, just destroying shit. That will happen. But they're going to point the finger at someone else. They'll point the finger at someone. Oh, it's the space aliens. See, you guys can't possibly fight them. You need us. You need the government, and you need a world government, or else you guys are fucked because you can't fight them with your AR-15s.
So
It'd be easy to fool people too. You suit up some guys that can. I mean, remember the dude from? I'm sure they have some kind of suit that can repel fucking machine gun bullets. So they'll go in dressed like robotic aliens or some shit.
who wants to level
You know,
city? Who is that?
what's crazy to me is there's a video of Beto O'Rourke, like drunk on power, saying, "Yes, I'm coming for your AR-15s and your AK-47s." Like, is he like himself coming? Like, no, he's wanting other people to do it. But there's like Beto signs, like one on like every neighborhood, and I'm like thinking to myself, like, this motherfucker right here who put up the sign in their yard, they only want the cops and the criminals to have guns. What happens when the lines begin to blur and you can't tell the difference between the cops and the criminals? Like, people are just so stupid. It's like, I really get the zombie thing. It's a metaphor, but I get it. Go ahead.
Is there a difference between the cops and the criminals?
There can be, right? There can. I mean, it's possible, right?
I mean, occasionally you get a good cop, but for the most part, they're both gangs. One gang member, the gang member with the badge, he gets his marching orders from people like Beto or Beta or whatever the fuck. If they write these laws, these dictates, then they send the other guy, the SWAT team, to go to raid your ass.
Right, they're fascist. By the original meaning of the word, bundle of sticks. The Crips and the Bloods are fascist with one another, just like the sheriffs and the police.
Oh, I was thinking the other bundle of sticks for like someone a homosexual. That's what I was thinking.
No, those are cigarettes, mate.
Well, yeah, the Brits call them cigarettes, but it's also a bundle of sticks. Can be. See, these words are subverted. There's no reason that word should mean what it does, and there's no reason the word gay should mean what it does. Like they've all been subverted. That's not what they mean.
Our whole country's been subverted.
I know, man. We're living in ass backward world. Put your clown hat on. We're in clown world. Everything is ass backwards. Have fun. It's no wonder I'm not an alcoholic.
Wait, what are we talking about anyway?
Do you know what subversion is?
It's been infiltrated. Is right. They've infiltrated the country. They've taken control of the leadership, and they've destroyed it from within. like almost like they described AIDS, right? Like AIDS is not a real thing, but they are like AIDS. They've invaded the host and they've destroyed it from the inside. They take leadership of the top positions and they can do whatever they please because the other people are powerless against the boss. Whatever the boss says, especially military, police, every agency in the government is stacked up like that. You just got to control the top of the pyramid and you control the entire country.
But
So
who is
last
they?
night,
Who is
go
they?
ahead, bro.
We still don't follow.
They, the hierarchy enslaving you. You know who that is?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The hierarchy enslaving you. THEY. They.
The
Do you know who that is?
hierarchy enslaving you? That's
The hierarchy enslaving. Yeah, that's who they is.
It's
Every
the
time someone says it.
invisible government, the government you don't see, you don't elect. It's the hidden hand. You know, when they stick their hand in their coat, that's who they're swearing allegiance to. Like, look, I am a puppet of the hidden hand. That hand might as well be up his ass because the hidden hand controls all these world governments.
Put the hand so far up your rear they
Well,
can't
I know
fit.
I know the theories regarding that, but what's the actual evidence? Like I know there's lobbyism, right? I know there's
Exactly.
corruption, but where's the hidden government that controls
United Nations.
every
Right?
the
Who
Council
United
of
controls
Foreign
Nations? That's not hidden.
Relations.
That's not hidden.
Yeah, I hear a lot of talk about it. I've never seen any evidence of it.
You're not supposed to see it. You ain't supposed to see it. I'm not supposed to see it. These people, they hide in the shadows, and the people you see, like Joe Biden, he is one of the puppets. Putin is one of the puppets. They are all one of the puppets. That is the heat shield. In other words, if you direct your anger at the heat shield, you never get the source of the problem. The source, the hidden hand, is the source of all of our problems.
Well, so how do you know if you say it's
It's
intentionally
out there
hidden
in
that
their
we
papers, dude. Go read their papers. The CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations, United Nations, Club of Rome, Club of 300, the Bilderbergs, all these fucking groups. They're all controlling
Knights
all
of
these.
Malta, Knights
well,
of
but
Columbus, the Mason, the
well,
Jesuit, the,
well,
Illuminati.
sure,
The
sure,
list is not enough.
there
Have
are
you
these
not done
groups,
any
right? But
research? Hold on. Have
that
you done any research on any of these groups?
yeah, I have at least some
Okay.
of them.
What have you done? Tell me what you learned.
Well, I have previously researched the Bilderbergs. I've researched the UN. I've
And what
researched
are they
the
talking about? What are they talking about in the Bilderberg group? You don't know. It's closed, right? But they're very powerful people getting rules, right, from someone you don't know, right? Does that sound like that's good? Does that check out? Does that logically sound fair?
well, I mean, it does show that sure, powerful people have organizations that are not, you know, uh, you don't know what they're doing
Transparent.
exactly. You just know that they are meeting up and I don't know, planning things, but that's still not evidence for a hidden
But
world
let me ask
government,
you a
right?
question, bro. Let me ask you a question. What do you do in private when no one's around? Do you do things that you want everybody to see? Things that you're proud of? Or do you do things in
But
private that you wouldn't want everybody to see?
but that's
Right?
not addressing the
It
you're
is.
like you're trying to justify the lack of evidence for what he's asking for. There's a lack of evidence for these things, and
The
then we have some allegories and we hear some anecdotal stuff, but I'm not seeing any evidence being produced for these things. If you're going to cite a paper, is there a particular passage or paragraph that we could look at that would support these
There's
ideas?
something you can do. Look at which countries had a Federal Reserve type World Bank IMF style banking system before 9/11, and look at which ones have it now, and then look at which ones don't have it now. And if you can rub two neurons together, you probably figure it out.
Well, right now, I think
What
it's like I
what
think
sort
it's
of
like
paper are you looking for, Skyline? That's what I want to know. What are we talking about? You just
I
said
think
you wanted some evidence of papers. What are you on about? Skyline.
No, what do you mean? Well, I mean, I'm hearing a bunch of things presented. Look, have you read this and that? I mean, but what we're talking about is direct evidence that would support these ideas that we're talking about. Like,
What you mean? You mean people like a shadow government, people who are hidden, that
yeah,
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Isn't
Where's
that the
your evidence
point
for that?
though? That's no,
But
exactly. That's the point.
no, I understand it, and I don't totally disregard it, but it's just an idea that's. I mean, what makes you think that?
Well,
You just
it's an
got to scratch the
educated guess,
surface.
isn't it? I've a lots of different sorts of evidences, but the point is, they are operating from the shadows. That's the point.
How do you know that?
You scratch the surface. It's all there, dude. There's so much evidence. If you want to find it, it's there.
That's how they got the power. Don't you see that? That's how they got the power.
Okay. I would need to. I mean, somebody would need to slip up and expose and you know, I
Well,
don't
there's been
know.
lots of whistleblowers. Don't forget they take blood oaths, secret oaths. They take all sorts of death oaths. In fact, they put a blindfold on them. They put a blade to the chest. Oymar will tell you. You joined the club, didn't you, Oymar? Which one did you join?
Sorry, who's talking? I didn't.
Andy.
Andy. Okay. I sorry. Oh, you're alleging that I'm part of them. You're
Which
making
club
the
did you
conspiracy
join, dude?
larger
I'm
in order
sure they
to
use
avoid
fancy
discussing
words
with me.
like Fellowship of Men and all that good stuff. I know, hey, listen, it's powerful to be part of something. Better to
But
stand
why
on your
would
own 2
you?
feet, though, like a living
Why
man.
would you insinuate that? Like, what's going on? Like, why do you make the conspiracy even larger just to not have to discuss?
Because when somebody's insincere, it rings in my ears. Some sort of cymatic thing. That's the best way I could explain it.
Someone's
I
being
bet you love me
insincere.
then.
Oh, there's lots of insincere people around these
I bet
parts,
you
around
love
these
me then,
servers.
don't you, bro?
They're all
Right?
over the place.
I'm always insincere.
Dude, I'm just a random guy on the internet discussing this with you, just like you. Like, you don't even have evidence to make that allegation.
Okay,
Like, why
you
don't
want
you
evidence?
just
I'll make it
why don't
clear.
you just
This
discuss
is
the
real
topic at
simple.
hand only?
Real simple. A guy asked Bush, "Hey, I heard you guys are part of the Skull and Bones, right?" And Bush was running against Kerry. "Hey, I heard you guys are Skull and Bones. What can you tell us?" "Well, the only thing I can tell you is so secret we're not allowed to talk about it." "Okay. So if you elected Bush for president that year, you elected a Bonesman. If you elected Kerry for that year, you elected a Bonesman. So how many people like physically went out and voted for president that year and did their vote count? Come on, Left Lane, where you at, bro?"
No, I'm just trying to figure out the significance of what all that you're saying that
You
contributes
didn't
to
catch
one
that?
world government.
They're both
What is a
part of the
bonesman?
same fraternity.
What
Are
is a
you kidding?
bonesman? No, I'm
Skull
not
and
kidding. I'm
Bones,
asking a
Yale.
question. What is a
Okay, I
bonesman?
apologize. I just assumed that you knew. Okay, let me start over. There's a fraternity called the Skull and Bones, 233, 322, right? And this fraternity is part of Yale, right? So these brothers both ran for president in 2004. So it didn't matter who won the election, it was the Bonesman who won, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you can prove what I just said by doing a simple YouTube search. It's not even censored. It's right out there for everybody to know. So you
But
guys asked the question, where's your evidence? It's been
who are
right
the
on your
bonesmen?
noses.
Who are the bonesmen?
The Bush family, like a lot of movers and shakers in our government, like come from Yale, and they're all in the same fraternity.
Okay, it's a fraternity of Yale that they call the
It's
bonesmen.
more than that though, because there's other fraternities that are part of it. It's like Freemasonry. They have different like Shriners, and they have other branches. So it's not just the Skull and Bones. There's like Scroll and Key, and there's other elites in these Ivy League schools that are those are where they find their new members. They all come. They're like the grooming ground. They pick from Freemasons, Skull and Bonesmen, and that's their network. Those are the people. So what they're telling you, you're rolling loaded dice. It's like, or like flipping a two-headed coin. What's it going to be? It's going to be heads. You know, like they're always going to win. You're never going to have a legitimate person in the race. Just don't happen.
Yeah, and when you
I
think about it,
apologize,
from
Left Lane.
the sorry, Larry, go on.
Just wanted to say real quick, I apologize, Left Lane. You know, I've done the research, for so long that I just assumed that everybody knew this because it was public information. So I apologize for getting a little quick with you.
That's all right. Appreciate it.
When you
guys,
think about it as well, you've got all these different. If you look at, your Freemasons, and then you've got on the Italian side, Jesuits. You know about the Society of Jesus, right? Well, perhaps you don't know about that either.
They're about as legit as the Flat Earth Society.
Well, you don't think these shady organizations with common goals are going to eventually find each other? Of course they are. They don't have conflict with each other, you may have noticed.
Well, I'm struggling to connect this information that we've discussed here in the last 10 minutes to the reality of the one world government and all of that.
yeah,
All right, let me
that's
help you out,
exactly.
Left Lane. That's
Yeah, I wanted to
definitely
say
understandable. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to say exactly the same. Now, I think nobody denies that, we have secret societies, we have Freemasons, we have powerful people organizing in these societies, or even way less powerful people. The CEOs of the local companies in my area, they're all in some lodge or something. It's not like the mere existence of these organizations would justify the claim that there's a one world government controlling everything except I don't know, the street lamps. So yeah,
Okay,
connecting those
let me help
dots.
you guys out. Let's look at a Russian-American relationship. Okay, ever since the Tsar and his family got gunned down in the basement, right? We haven't been at war with Russia. Not a single American soldier has shot at a Russian or vice versa, right? Ever since then. But we were, at war with Russia before that, right? Because before that happened, New York was funding, the uprising that was happening in Russia. I'm pretty sure you guys know about the Bolshevik Revolution. Are you guys familiar with that? Anybody not know about the Bolshevik Revolution?
That was
Okay.
Jacob Schiff. They were funding both sides.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so ever since then, we've had conflicts, quote unquote conflicts with Russia, right? But during Vietnam War, they supplied the guns to the North. They had AK-47s, and we supplied the South, right? But did we ever actually engage the Russians directly? No, it's
They're not.
what's going on now, right?
Well, yes, but the point is, if you can't just use the absence of a war, as a reason to say, well, since then we have had X, Y, and you also have to look at the technological development. Weapons got bigger, more powerful. We have atomic weapons since 20 or 30 years after the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah, atomic weapons that blow up everything but the camera, right? Even though the film is extremely sensitive to heat. But anyway, thermonuclear weapons, sure, guys, sure. But my point is that us and Russia have had good terms, right? Every time there's a conflict between us and Russia, we're just playing both sides of the war. So I had a friend from Vietnam, and his dad fought in the war, and he explained it to me like this. He said he overheard his grandpa and his dad talking one day, and he said, when you look at the rules of engagement, it was like this. When the when the Southerns started winning, right, the Americans would go to the other side and say, this is what they're doing. It was like watching two people play goldfish. And when one guy starts winning, you're looking at every card in his hand. Then you start going to the other guy and whispering in his ear and helping him out. And then when he starts winning, you go to the other guy and start whispering in his ear and helping him out. That's how they described the war, that it wasn't meant to be won or lost. And it was meant to be perpetual. So here's the evidence for that. Every war in history before this war was about land, gaining something, right? Well, when they took Hamburger Hill after they paid dearly, right, with all the men who charged up that hill just to get mowed down, when they finally captured the hill, guess what they did? They let it go. Why did they let it go? Because they weren't trying to capture the land, right? So the war wasn't meant to be won or lost. If you look at the rules of engagement of the Vietnam War, they weren't even allowed to fire on a northern Vietnamese missile silo until it was operational. What does that mean? That means they spent their load. They already shot the rocket into southern Vietnam. Now you can attack. What? Is that how you win a war? Anybody ever play real-time strategy games?
Sorry,
Imagine if you couldn't
can I
attack.
just interject? Do you have a source for either that Vietnamese guy you were citing or the rules of
Bro,
engagement that you were describing?
I've interviewed probably 100 vets in my life. And no, I didn't write it down, and I'm not going to reveal my source. These are random dudes that I met in my life because I like talking to old people.
Well, I've had a couple of buddies of mine that were on Hamburger Hill, and they never talked about any of the rules of engagement or any of that stuff. They talked about the slaughter of their friends lost and the Vietnamese that they killed and how they were glad they made it through. But that's about all that was talked about on Hamburger Hill.
Not too many people volunteered either. A lot of people were drafted. These wars, I don't agree with any of these wars. That's like the left and where I am, like a more libertarian person, we can agree on. There's a lot of common ground. I'm anti-war. I want nothing to do with it. I'm anti-Federal Reserve. They claim to hate these big corporations, yet they're stooges for these people like Soros. That's who's paying these leftists to cause all their shitstorm and do what they do. They're being paid by the same people they claim to hate, like Antifa and groups like that.
Yeah, the libertarian philosophy is pretty much simple. You should be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun as long as you don't hurt anybody. I would think that most Americans would agree to that. But you know what? We're divided and conquered over gay marriage and, abortion and shit like that. Like, the fuck? How come we can't just come to an agreement that we all want individual liberty? But no, we gotta play like identity politics and shit, stupid games.
Well, we ain't running the show. The show is being, regardless of what you think you have some skin in the game, they're gonna implement whatever the fuck they want. It doesn't matter who the president is; it still gets pushed through. So it's like, not even that. I mean, some people, and I think they might do it by design. You get a governor like in Florida, where he didn't have the COVID restrictions, no mask, and all that stuff. People were free to roam around without the mask, and the other states were kind of like, requiring masks to be worn in stores and schools and stuff. They might do that by design, but the big picture that we can vote ourselves out of this is very naive. Because it's a hidden hand, dude. And I'll prove to you that it's a one world government. That's why they don't want you to know the earth is flat, because it's not all you got to do is follow step by step. Okay, if the earth is flat, you have evidence that countries that supposedly hate each other, like Russia and the United States, they say that's our enemy. China, they say, is our enemy or adversary, whatever. They're all signatories of the Antarctica Treaty. They're on the International Space Station, allegedly, right? So we need Russia to take our men onto the International Space Station. It's like, wait a minute. They all have a fake space program. They're all part of this international treaty for Antarctica. They're all keeping a bigger secret, right? Because once we figure out this connection, we'll figure out that the government, the United States government, is suppressing that the earth is flat. The Russians are suppressing it. They're all doing it because the last piece to be played is that alien invasion that brings an open one world government. We have a hidden one world government. It's hidden. It's disguised. We think that we're electing our own representatives. They don't want to spring the trap yet. They're not ready to pull the fucking rug.
Bro, I cannot believe how many wild connections you're making to get to this idea.
Yeah,
what are you talking?
The left and right hypnotize
connections?
the masses. You're hypnotized by the pendulum swinging from the left to the right.
You're saying that they're not all part of the Antarctica Treaty. You're saying that they don't have these fake space programs. Have you seen the Chinese moon landing? You think that shit looks legit?
I have not seen it.
That's even worse than Elon Musk with the Tesla in space. That's even more cheesy.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're making a bunch of wild, unbased accusations.
Everything I said can be proven. It's not even a secret.
Well, I mean, you have to admit, and putting a Tesla in space was an extravagant publicity stunt by Elon Musk. But all you have against it, and I'm not saying this to be derogatory or insulting or anything, but all you have is incredulity against it because you can't prove that it didn't happen, but yet there is evidence that it did. And So
The
that,
car
I
in
mean, that's
space.
kind of
Yeah,
difficult
we saw it
thing.
on TV, bro. Good job.
I
You
did
could
the
see that
caveat.
same car.
I'm not trying to be derogatory about it.
That's in a movie studio or film studio. The same car on a ramp with cameras all around it. When the footage the lights cut on momentarily, and you could see all the cameras surrounding it.
No, you shut the fuck up, dude. Stop fucking talking out your ass right
You want to see it? You want to see proof? I've got the fucking pictures.
If we
Fucking show
just talk, if I was Elon Musk, and seriously, I mean, if I was Elon Musk and I had to do a payload test of a rocket, and I was also a car manufacturer, I mean, I'd be like, wouldn't it be cool to shoot a rocket up there, or put a car up there? And I would have done the same thing.
He even said, "You know it's real because it looks so fake." Why would he even say it looks so fake?
I don't know, man.
He knows it looks fake. They put shit in your face and they laugh
I mean,
at you. They laugh at all of
kind
us.
of it is kind of crazy, you know, to see pictures of a damn Tesla floating out in space. It is kind of crazy. Yeah.
What's so crazy about that? I don't
Well, I
understand
mean,
what's so crazy.
I don't mean it's crazy. It's just it's like look at that shit, you know, kind of thing. I don't disbelieve it, and I'm sure he did what they said, but it is, you have to
Why do you
admit
trust
it's
him? Why do you?
extravagant. It's an extravagant publicity stunt
Okay, think
to
about it
put a
this way,
car up there.
guys. Right? Let's think that you're a business owner. Right? So no rocket test launches without some type of ballast of payload, right? So think about this. You own these two companies that are gaining a lot of attention. You need to have some payload in the rocket to act as a counterweight or a ballast or whatever. Prove that the rocket can actually take something up. Why the fuck not put a car in there and launch into space and have everyone in the world talk about it? We're talking
Yeah.
about it right now. He succeeded in making us talk about both companies are his, the
Did
fucking
any of
rocket
us buy a
company and the
Tesla?
car company.
Did you go buy a Tesla?
You
I
know what
bet
would have been
you
way
wouldn't have bought
better?
one.
You know what would have been way better if they took the Tesla, crashed it onto the moon, and then a camera popped out, and now we have a live feed from the moon. You could actually profit. You could have profited off of that.
Yeah, that's a good idea, but it'd been a
You could
great
have made a
idea.
profit off of the car in space instead of just, okay, maybe, it was a good publicity stunt. Would have been just as good of a publicity stunt if you now have a Tesla cam live streaming 24/7 from the moon pointed at Earth.
Jeremy,
I
do you
mean, holy
understand
shit.
how fucking stupid that is? We're talking
Well,
about
here's
putting
the
something
thing.
in low Earth orbit, not taking something all the way to the fucking moon. That's a
But
completely different mission.
but
Dude,
think
they
about it,
sent a
Smooth.
Tesla to Mars. The
Yeah,
Tesla
we could put
went off into.
we could put the Tesla on the
Hold
moon
on, left
with
lane.
a set of
Left lane,
solar
hold on.
panels. The car's electric, so when the men go to the moon,
Exactly.
they'll have a car to drive.
Something. You could have done something else, right? Left lane.
Yeah.
I mean, and to rebut Smooth, they didn't keep the Tesla in low Earth orbit. They sent it out of low Earth orbit, headed towards Mars. So I don't know where that came from.
No. What I'm saying is to land it on the moon is that they released it in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, very
I don't know.
low
You couldn't have put a couple
on a studio on a ramp.
like on the ground. Yeah, they couldn't have
Yeah.
put I don't understand. They got it to
They
float.
did
They
put
got it to shoot towards Mars. They got it to shoot towards Mars. They couldn't. You're telling me we don't have the technology for them to have been able to hit the moon?
Why the fuck would we want to go to the moon? It's a much more complicated mission.
Because you
I
can't do
just
it.
said why we would want to go to the moon. Make a camera pop out, or Left
Elon
Lane had a
Musk
good
doesn't care
idea.
to prove anything to you. You know that.
You could
You
have
know that
it's a
Skinner.
money making thing. It's a capitalism thing. He could have had a camera pop out. You could have made a ton of money off that, or you would have got even more publicity if you landed it. And then next time we go to the moon, they have a car to drive around in, like something.
Oh my God, Jeremy!
That was
And
Left
then
You
he
Lane's
all of
don't.
a
idea.
sudden he's like, I own the moon. I'm
I don't
Elon
think
Musk.
you
I own the moon.
understand technology, but that's all right.
Like, I have a car on the moon. No one else can say that, but Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like that. I don't know.
There's already a car on the moon.
Yeah, that's like a fucking
Oh
go
man,
kart
he
kind
believes
of.
it all. He believes
It's
all of
like
it.
that's like a go kart at best with a lawn chair seat, like a legit car. anyways, there could have been other money making. You could have got way more publicity out of it than what just happened if you had landed it on the moon.
Okay, the guy that what was it? The guy who's a pilot, the Southern man. He thinks that it's legit, but he's also a pilot. He flies a small bush plane or whatever kind of Cessna. I'm not sure what kind of plane you fly, but a smaller plane, I assume.
Yes, sir. Cessna 172.
Cessna. Okay. So if you look at that car in space, the picture I just posted. Oh, they got some good ones in here. The pitch and the yaw of the car, it never changed. It just remained the same. So if you were floating through space, it would be turning every which way. It wouldn't stay so steady relative to the Earth in the background.
If you didn't set it in motion, as far as a tumbling trajectory, it would just stay the same. There's no reason it would tumble.
Right? It's on a rocket and you let go of it, it's going to have that momentum, right? And there's no friction in space to slow it down. So any little bit of momentum, just releasing it, the forward energy, it's never going to stay steady like that, steady and level.
Yeah, it would just stay in the same trajectory. There's no reason for it to tumble.
But it already has momentum. As soon as you cut the bolts or release it, it's going to tumble. Everything would do that. The conservation of energy, it would have that built up momentum.
No, all the momentum being the same. If you let go of it, it should just stay in that orientation. It should. I don't see any reason why it would tumble.
Didn't we just discover
you would never release it perfectly like that? Like it's situated upright, right? And then it never changes. It's never drifting.
Well, I mean, there's not an upright out there in space. It's just whatever it is.
No, the camera's upright to the car. Whoever's filming it or however they filmed it.
Yes.
And if you look at the early pictures of the moon landing, who is filming the moon landing? Like it's being filmed from another perspective. It's like the fourth wall in a movie set, right? You only see the three walls or in front of you. You don't see what's behind you. In other words, the cameraman filming it all. You don't see that. But it's clearly someone's filming the moon landing.
First of all, there's always an up, no matter where you are in your heliocentric model. I don't know if you knew that or not, Left Lane. There's always an up and down.
An up and down.
In your heliocentric
it is on the
model.
surface, yeah.
What's that? No, anywhere you go. No, anywhere you go. It's where time moves. I'll tell you what it is. It's where time moves the slowest is down. That's literally how you guys define your up and down with the Einstein paradigm.
Within a gravity well, I guess that is an accurate statement.
Well, everywhere you go, you're in a gravity. Where do you go where you're not in a gravity?
That's true.
Yeah, so there's always an up and down.
Gravity well? Is that like a well that like spews out gravity liquid? What is that?
Yeah, we gotta get a pump.
I didn't know because this is new scientific terminology, and I thought I was up to date on my Einstein. But gravity wells.
Every time you have a tough question, you go back to the well.
You're breaking up, sir.
You're breaking up, Left Lane. I don't know what he's talking about with the gravity well. I just went with it, but they do have an up and down, and it's where time's moving the slowest is down.
Cyrus, you've never heard of gravity well?
Oh, I want him to explain it. Come on, bro. Of course. But I don't know what that means, though. It's like a well that you dig and just like gives you gravity, or I don't get it. What's a gravity well?
Further down you dig, the more gravity you get.
Yeah. So yeah, they always have an up and down in the paradigm. So where time's moving the fastest is up, time moving the slowest is down.
No.
You put the gravity in the bucket.
What you mean no?
That's not up and down.
In their paradigm it is, yes, in the heliocentric model.
It's an incoherent notion of up and down.
I mean, bro, I didn't make that shit up. I mean, that's the heliocentric model right there.
Where time is moving the slowest, that's down. Where time is
Yeah,
moving
bro.
the fastest, that's up.
Yeah, that's how you know where up and down is in the heliocentric, Einsteinian paradigm.
And which direction is that, up or down? It's like begging the
Top
question.
and bottom, top and bottom. Like oil floats on water, air is above water, bubbles. Everything's a density gradient up and down.
In a cosmic vacuum where there is no upper extremity and lower extremity, so as to adjudicate between upward and downward.
I mean, I know on construction sites, I always see them with the atomic clocks checking. They stopped using plumb lines. They stopped using plumb lines now. They're just using atomic clocks, and they're like, all right, now we know.
I got a question for Smooth.
Well, punch an atomic clock. My time card.
Does it dilate?
Is Smooth in here?
Yeah.
But Larry, just to quickly get back to the Vietnam topic, did you not know that the Vietnam War was a proxy war between the Soviet Union and the US?
Yeah, it's a proxy war, right? And what does proximity mean? Right?
Proximity to
basically, like,
munitions depot.
Right. Proximity is like your surrounding ambiance, right?
I'll tell
So
you what.
were we at
right.
war with
They,
like
they,
our surroundings?
they try to wear each other down, basically, via a war fought not on their territory or with their citizens. Well, except when the US entered the war, obviously, but that's a different topic.
Real quick on a side note, if anyone wants it in GoldenEye with proximity mines in the basement, you don't want that beef. Go ahead,
Tranquilizer
Larry.
darts.
My
Can't
bad.
handle my tranquilizer darts. You'd be so googly eyed, you'd be running around in circles.
Isn't it funny that first the Russians fought in Afghanistan and then United States fought in Afghanistan, and they're both fighting banker wars, and these proxy wars, they're nothing but predetermined wars with a predetermined outcome. They're selling weapons.
Every major empire since fucking Persia, ancient Persia, has tried to take over Afghanistan.
No, these are recent times. I'm saying recent times that we know
Yeah,
about.
I'm saying that it's always been going on forever. Afghanistan has been a war-torn country since fucking the whole time. Every major world empire wants to fuck that place up.
Maybe they don't want to bend over to the Rothschilds and they say, fuck you. And they're like, well, we'll send in the Russians. Okay, boom. They kick the Russians' ass. We'll send in the Americans. Boom. Then the Americans leave. They just maybe they don't want central
yourself right now, dude. You were saying a proxy war was predetermined, but you're contradicting yourself by saying, well, they were kicked out, which they were. Do you think the US would have sunk in trillions of dollars into Afghanistan?
They trade in the heroin, opium. That's
They
their
already
trade.
did sink trillions.
I know why nobody can beat Afghanistan, right? So in Afghanistan, basically you get to like go choose your like 12, 14-year-old wife, right? Those motherfuckers are willing to like fight and die for that shit. They're right to go pick like a 14-year-old woman or a child and turn her into a wife. Right?
No,
So
You want the opium fields,
hold
dude.
on,
The
I'm next.
opium
I called
fields,
next, bro.
when they can't get their
right.
opium, they send in their thugs. So they used us to thug them because they ain't gonna do it themselves. They ain't gonna go fucking keep their. So they need militaries to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell
Can
you
you
why
imagine
why we actually.
Everybody's up.
I'm gonna tell you why we actually couldn't win the Gulf War or the war in Afghanistan or whatever or Vietnam. All right, it's because you can't win a guerrilla war when you're not the guerrilla.
It's not designed to be won. It's designed to churn up men and equipment. That's all. That was the win for the bankers. It was never us beating them.
But even if you wanted to win, you couldn't win.
I don't think
can't win a
that's
guerrilla
true.
warfare.
That's
You
true.
can't
Like
win
if
guerrilla warfare if you're not the guerrilla. If it's done
it
correctly.
was, they didn't want it. What I'm saying, like if
That's
you
not
wanted
true
to
at
Even
all.
if they did want it, you couldn't do it.
That's not true at all. It's not true at all. You could just kill all the guerrilla fighters.
not even
If you kill all the guerrilla fighters,
Yeah.
you win.
not even
Yeah,
they
but that's not
manipulate the
even
weather.
possible.
Like
Right.
Vietnam, they flooded it out. Operation Popeye. Let's say you keep flooding them and they can't grow any food. There's other ways besides just killing everyone.
You can't win a guerrilla warfare if you're not the guerrilla. If it's done correctly.
Who said you can kill all the guerrilla fighters? Because if you can kill them, then they're not guerrilla fighters. That's the
Why
entire
do you
point.
need to why do you need to kill them to control them? I mean, like they're controlling all of our countries. They haven't killed us all. They're controlling the country. They control everything that's happening here.
No,
Who said the biggest threat?
we're talking about a conflict, right?
No,
Like
but
guerrilla war.
we are a conquered country. Every country is a conquered country.
That's
right
true,
now.
but for different reasons than why you think it is.
No, these wars are fake, dude. These wars
They're
are
not. They're
fake.
not fake. Are you fucking insane? There are millions of people dying
They're
from the
fake.
wars
They're
over the last
bankers
couple of
control both sides.
centuries.
The bankers control both sides, and they are the only winners. They will always win because they control both sides, just like they control all of our nations right now. They control every bit of it. They
Let me
want to
help
jump
these people out.
2030. They
Again,
will
that's
fucking
just
win.
Hold on.
an assertion by you.
Hold on. Listen, that's not an assertion, bro. Do you know how expensive a gun is? You think they're cheap? Well, how
No,
much do you
exactly.
think like a
That's
Tomahawk?
the point.
Hold on.
That's
How
the
much do you
point.
think a Tomahawk missile cost?
$1 million a piece, I think, or two.
Oh, I don't know exactly what kind of
Right.
missile it is.
Do you think these wars are cheap and people just got like gold laying around and shit?
Well,
Or do you
obviously
think we
not.
have to
I don't.
finance these wars?
Okay,
The
hold
only
on.
reason we have wars is because the bankers allow it.
Let's
Who do
talk
you
about
think funds this
one
shit?
thing at a time, okay? There's
Okay,
a difference
let's talk about
between
the law of
saying
cause
that.
and
Hold
effect.
on, let him.
Let's talk about the
Harry,
law of cause and effect. Go ahead.
Hold on, you said a lot. Let him respond. You go next, Hank. You get a couple. Let's give Hank a couple minutes with this guy.
Right. So I just, there's a difference between saying all these wars from the last decades were fake and saying, well, there's no economic interest in fighting a war in the first place. I don't deny that we have a military industrial complex, which is obviously interested in keeping wars
It's
going.
been fake since World War One.
That's ridiculous. What do you base that on?
I don't think.
I agree. That's ridiculous.
Hank, you want a couple minutes with this guy, or what? You guys want to do a little quick one-on-one,
I
or
just
no?
want to talk about cause and effect, right? It's one thing to say that the war is a hoax, right? And I think that's how he interpreted it. So I'll give him a little, pause to think about it. He's not saying the wars are a hoax, like they didn't happen. We're saying that the military-industrial complex, the military intelligence industrial complex, has gone way out of hand over the past few years, waging war on people that never attacked us. Right? Okay, if you want to go by the official narrative, let's do that. No conspiracy theories, right? This is all official. 15 of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it's their conspiracy that they like, right? Okay, so 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi Arabian. Did we go to war with Saudi Arabia? No. Why not? Oh, we went to war with Saudi Arabia and Israel's enemies. Would that be like a conflict of interest? Right? Like, so let's say the judge, right, he has a son, and his son murdered somebody, and his son stood trial for that murder. Well, the judge has something to gain to benefit from that, right? So that would be a conflict of interest. He couldn't be the judge on that trial. Do you see the similarities between Saudi Arabia attacking us and us going to war with their enemies?
Bay of Tonkin was a hoax. Lusitania was a hoax. They knew Pearl Harbor was coming. 9/11 was a hoax. All the reasons for all the wars are all fucking hoax. Since like the French Revolution,
false flag.
They could have just been fuck ups.
Ever
Well,
since
not-
the French
not according
Revolution,
to-
ever since the French Revolution, there's been no independent city states in fucking anywhere.
How many fuck ups do you want to rule it as a fuck up?
Well, I mean, you talk about Pearl Harbor. There was supposed to be information shared that might indicate that Pearl Harbor was going to be attacked, and they simply didn't take it serious. and
No,
what
they
happened?
broke the Japanese code and they knew the attack was coming. It was not an indication. It was a definite. We know they're here. We know they're coming. Send the
Well, I
ships
mean
out.
that's
And send the
debatable, I guess.
ships out. Send the ships out and have a little practice. Oh, the Japanese just arrived, even though we know they're already coming.
If no new states have been created, why is the new state of South Sudan existing?
Kool-Aid.
That's not a sovereign state. That is a fucking extension of probably the U.S. government. It's probably a CIA puppet state.
And your evidence for that is?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm just saying probably.
Oh,
I don't know
so you actually
specifically.
have no evidence. You're just making claims without evidence. So ipsy dixit, we can dismiss all your
No,
claims that are made without evidence.
No, we already know. Here's the thing. We already know. You're the one who doesn't know. So you can. It's not really an argument. It's just we're stating facts here. You can go research and find the support for yourself later.
Right. Like the fact that no new states have been created except for the one that I just pulled out, named off the top of my head. And if you want, I can continue to do this.
The fact that South
I'm
Sudan is
sorry.
not really a
You
state.
can
It's
go
not
ahead
really
and
a state with
overtalk
any
me.
party, with any power. They're just a
Okay.
puppet state. That's all they
Cool.
are, and that's
Do you
all
feel
most of
better
them
now?
do.
Just try to go one at
Yes.
a time, please.
Can I
One at a
finish my
time, please.
sentence now? You claim that no new states have been created. Without even looking it up, I name a state that has been created within the last 5 years. Your instant reaction is it's a puppet state, but you have absolutely no evidence of that. Ipsy Dixit, we are going to dismiss
No, we
all
have
What are
claims
you
made.
talking about? I just looked
we
it
have
up now in
we have logic.
Britannica. This has been existing since the 15th century.
Hold up, we have logic, bro. If every other state before it is just a fucking CIA puppet state, why the fuck would this one be different? Why the fuck would I go with what is already going on and say, no, this one's a new sovereign state and has full rights and the U.S. respects it. All these countries respect it. It's definitely not a puppet state. Are you fucking retarded? Do you know anything about power?
Come on, man. Don't call
You
me.
know
But the
nothing
retort
about this
itself,
state of,
but retort itself, though, to retort
you
with
know
South
that
Sudan, I just looked it up. Background on Britannica, this has existed, been settled since the 15th century,
been settled.
at
What
least.
country was it? Was it the
The
country of
South Sudan.
Sudan?
A quick
Was it
snippet
the
from
country
Britannica,
of
South
Sudan
Sudan was
that
settled by
has
many of its
had a,
current ethnic groups during the 15th, 19th century.
so there wasn't a civil war that caused Sudan to split into Sudan and South Sudan? You sure you want to go with that one?
Was there a war?
Yes. Millions of people died.
Okay, so people died. What does it matter? It's all controlled by one fucking world government. Sorry. Sorry to say, your belief in sovereign states is not true. Sorry.
It
It's a one
shows
world
that what
government.
you're saying has absolutely no basis in
Because
fact.
someone writes
I'm
on a piece
sorry.
of
Can I
paper that we're a
finish the
sovereign
sentence?
state.
Seriously?
No, because someone writes on a piece of paper we're a sovereign state doesn't make it true. If I write on a piece of paper I'm a king, doesn't make me a king.
I just had to temporarily mute him. Guys, don't interrupt. Like, let's go one at a time. Blade, you were going? No way, you could be next, bro.
Yeah,
I got
one more
next after
time.
that.
He has absolutely no evidence for what he's saying. It's just a claim. Ipsy dixit, we're going to go ahead and dismiss all evidence made without any backing. Or
All right,
claim
I got
without it.
backing. Noam Chomsky is my source.
Wait, hold up. What's your evidence that South Sudan is a sovereign state? A piece of
Well,
paper
before he
that
says that,
someone
let me
wrote
just
on?
read this here. This is on
The
Britannica,
government of
Constitutional
South
History
Sudan.
section. The creation of the semi-autonomous region of southern Sudan was provided for by the 2005 Comprehensive Peace Agreement that ended the long-running civil war between North and South region. It's semi-autonomous. It's not a sovereign state.
Yo, if anyone wants to have like a 5 or 10 minute one-on-one with someone, like we can accommodate that. You know what I mean? So just let us know.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there's this book by Noam Chomsky, Manufacturing Consent. He goes over like a lot of the stuff, about the presidents being war criminals and all these Pearl Harbor-like incidences being the catalyst for catapulting the United States into war, even though the American people usually want peace and rather do business, underlying their, showing their goodness, their innate goodness, right, by tricking them and lying to them to convince them to go into war.
showing their underlying goodness is what I was trying to say.
Every war in the past 50 years was instigated by media lies or a false flag, without exception, right?
Except you have no evidence for that.
Except every war that's ever happened. Like
That's the claim. But do you have any evidence?
9/11.
I just said Noam Chomsky.
9/11. 9/11.
Manufacturing consent.
Right.
We'll start
9/11
with
for the war on terror.
9/11.
For sure.
We can start
false
with the
flag.
Lusitania. We can start with the
Yep.
Bay of Tompkins.
Yep.
We can start with all these false flags. Which one would you like to
Operation
particularly start with?
Northwoods.
Which specific
You
one
know
do you
what?
want us to
You
go
guys still, I'm sorry to say, have not learned how to have a
over? You
conversation.
asked for evidence.
I'm
I
going to
gave
go
you.
ahead
I
and
asked for evidence. I
can I
gave
get a
you a
mod
list.
to at least
I gave
get my
you a list.
sentence out,
I gave
please?
you a list, and you still
Please.
haven't chose one. You were given a list to choose
Can we
from.
get a
You
mod
didn't
in here
choose
to help me?
Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to what happened. Was Kool-Aid in the
So
middle?
I
of
asked
something?
him a question.
he's asking for
I asked him a
evidence.
direct question.
And I got
And he
2
hasn't
words my
answered. He
answer
hasn't.
out,
He hasn't
and you
answered. Well,
overtalk
he's not.
just
No,
like you
he's
did
Okay,
not.
before.
He's
well,
not.
let's
You're
let him
over
finish
talking.
his answer. Noah,
Actually,
let's let him
you know
finish.
what? You guys are good. You have yet to figure out how to have an adult conversation. I'm going to go ahead and leave. When you figure that out and you start acting like adults, I'll be back. Noah, I don't hold out hope for you.
Can I ask you one question, Kool-Aid, before you go?
No, Shane, no.
I guess
Guys,
not.
watch over talk. I'm telling you right now, I'm home with my family. I'm gonna just start dishing out warnings.
I mean, every false flag is just proclaimed and credited by the media. They claim that it's false, like 20 years after the war. That's the underlying connection between them all. It's not that they're theories. The media themselves admit that those events actually weren't happening and were lied about. They just wait till after the war's over, right?
Yeah, that gentleman just asked for evidence, which could have easily been provided. You just pick something like the Gulf of Tonkin, and then you can provide him with the declassified documents showing that they basically created a false flag to go to war in Vietnam.
Bingo.
But
he ran away. He ran
no,
away
well,
before you could show him any
so
evidence.
Numpty, you're talking over me, man, and that's the reason why he ran away is because you just started talking over him and didn't allow him to respond. You know what I'm saying? So if you give somebody time to respond and then you come back with some very poignant, specific points, you know, you can just demolish his
Right.
argument.
But here's the thing, dude. He
You
asked
did
for
so
evidence.
good against
I gave him.
McToon, Numpty. Numpty, you did
I
so
asked
good
him.
against McToon.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Here's the thing.
But
I
you do
asked
that
him. I
here.
gave him.
Do what you did with McToon here, though. Like, you know,
Yes,
let him
Jeremy.
finish
Okay.
and shit. Thank you, Noah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was getting a little heated. But it's like he asked for evidence. I give him a bunch of supports for my evidence. I say choose which one you want to. My question is choose which one. And instead
but
of
you're just
choosing which one, he just starts blabbing about something that's not even like, dude, all you had to do was make a choice so we could go and get the evidence you wanted.
right.
So
That's why I'm saying you just kind of like scattergunned him with a bunch of stuff, which is like overwhelming to a person. So just like, yeah, just come back with
my
something
bad,
specific,
guys.
man, because there's definitely evidence, right? Specifically, the Gulf of Tonkin is something that easily can be thrown right back at him. You know, like that's a very obvious one. It's been declassified. Nobody can really deny that the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag to get us into the Vietnam War. Like, there's no debate anymore about that one. So that's an easy one. But yeah, I think he just got mad that you were over talking him. So yeah, no
my
worries.
bad for getting too hype and.
Yeah, and I was trying to provide Noam Chomsky. You know, this guy, he ain't no slouch, right? You guys like academia, right? So Noam Chomsky, he wrote this book called Manufacturing Consent. So if you ever needed any evidence of false flags and stuff like that, that would probably be a good place to start. I mean, it's not like he's a college professor or anything.
Why did we go into Iraq? 9/11, right?
Afghanistan, I believe.
Okay, so why did we go into Iraq?
That was allegedly weapons of mass destruction, which
right
was
after
a complete
Afghan,
lie.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was because Saddam Hussein threatened to kill George Bush Sr. And so that's why we went over there.
Oh,
so 500,000 children had to die because of that.
You've been doing everyone a big eat by that.
I had to kill everyone. Goes. Get a threat. And what was it? Nam? Why did we go in there?
The Bay of the Gulf of Tonkin, bro.
Yeah.
That's the official like narrative. Yeah.
Well, I heard the guy do the
Well, it was officially
interview.
debunked.
Yeah, this guy did the interview. He was there at the Gulf of Tonkin. He was like talking about how he was explaining that, you know, hey, this is what happened. This is what you guys are saying is happening, and it's kind of like the USS Liberty. Who knows about that here?
I've heard of it.
USS Liberty. Yeah. So the USS Liberty was an American ship, right, non-military, right? So they were like off the coast of like Egypt somewhere, and they got like napalmed, like severely, you know, badly damaged. And as the medics came out and started to like, you know, take care of everybody, they came back through and napalmed them again. But before they did all this, they took out every single communication device so they couldn't call out for help. But there was one that was down for repairs. So they took out all their communication devices. So they got out in the midst of getting fired upon and fired upon again. And they reconnected the communication device and then started calling for help. The president said, and I quote, "I'm not willing to embarrass one of our allies. You know, we're not going to do anything." So they didn't want to embarrass Israel. And Israel attacked us, and it was a war crime. But, you know, because they're our allies, they can get away with stuff like that. So, yeah, the USS Liberty, there's a documentary by True News, TRUnews.com, if you wanted to see that documentary from the actual survivors, the people that were on the ship. Or you could just, you know, look at Wikipedia and read about conspiracy theories, whichever you like.
So yeah, Noah, if you ever want to have like a 5 or 10 minute one-on-one with someone, like we could do that. That way you don't feel like it's like rushed and shit. You know what I mean? We have good conversations when we do those little 5-10 minute one-on-ones. I think they're good.
Yeah, my bad. I came in a little hot in the
No, it's all
beginning.
good.
Just
If
sometimes I
wants.
come in like that. I don't
I
know.
would love
Sometimes
a
I just get in a way, like my mood just, you know, I'm not angry, but I'm like, I have like a lot of energy. You know what I mean?
No doubt, I hear you. If anyone wants a 5-10 minute one-on-one with someone, just let us know, and you know you can have that time so you don't like feel rushed.
Can I have a 1v1 with the Gravity Well guy?
Yeah, whatever you want. Who was that?
I'm not sure.
What's your name?
I'm Cyrus. I don't know who else.
Cyrus, dude. Cyrus, and I think Left Lane is the Gravity Well boy.
I'm not a Gravity Well boy.
Wasn't that Smooth? I think Smooth was the Gravity Well guy.
Okay.
But I can try to take on that stance.
Okay. What's a
Okay,
Gravity
who
Well?
wants to be the Gravity Well boy?
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Fetch the Gravity Well boy.
I'll do a 3v1. I would love that. Like all the Gravity Wells versus Cyrus. Let's go.
Let's just do one on one. It's a lot. It's a little bit easier like that. All right, who was the guy? Gravity Well guy. What was your name?
Okay, Hank. My opening Larry. Hey, my opening statement. Whenever there's mass, there's a gravity well. Prove me wrong.
No, I thought there was a guy that wanted to defend the Gravity Well thing.
Yeah, me, Hoymar.
Heimar, there we go. Heimar is your Huckleberry. It's Hucklebearer. It's Hucklebearer, Hank.
Huckleberry? No?
Bearer.
Huckleberry? Oh, okay.
What he said in the movie, but the actual thing. The huckle was the thing on the casket, the thing that the knob or the handle on the casket. So they used to say, "I'll be your hucklebearer." Like, I'll bring your casket. What does huckleberry even mean? Anyways, who was it? Cyrus and Heimar. Go ahead. Give these guys some space. Give them, 5 minutes maybe. We'll see how it goes. One at a time. Ding, ding, ding.
All right. Define that which is Gravity Well.
So the term gravity well comes from visualizing the gravitational potential. So basically, you try to visualize the concept of space-time and how masses in space deform space-time. So if you place a mass in space, it will deform that gravitational potential. So if you move across the space-time, you will appear to be attracted to that mass, and that mass will have basically a hole, or an how do you call that? A well in that space-time. That's roughly how it is defined, or as I understand it anyway. I'm not an expert on general relativity, but that's my understanding of it.
Okay, so mass produces. I thought it produces a curvature in the space-time continuum, but it's okay.
Yeah. That's pretty much the same. The curvature is basically around that mass, and it forms a well.
Yeah, but like the well is like, I'm assuming if you graph it, it's sort of like asymptotic sort of thing from both sides.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not asymptotic. What's the right word? Like parabolic asymptotic sort of thing, right? Yeah, like a very steep cone sort of thing. So my question to you is like, how do you get matter that dense to cause a deformation as such? And I'll post a graphic so we can all follow along.
Yeah, you can get a 5-sided square. Oh, my bad.
Oh, no, go ahead.
One. I was just gonna say you get a 5-sided square on the edge of a gravity well, but go ahead. It's a 1-on-1. My bad, guys. 1-on-1. My bad.
It's not a strict thing, but yeah, man. Oimar. So how dense does the matter have to be to create a gravity well? Because I understand the deflection in space-time curve. That's theoretical, but mathematical.
How dense does it have to be? Well, I mean, it's dependent on the mass and and the shape. What kind of gravitational potential you will have around a body. But generally, it's simpler to, if we don't need that, we can just use a point mass. So I'm not sure what you're trying to get at with this question.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure too with the gravitational potential. How could you have potential to absorb objects? Is that it? Or like, what is that? Gravitational potential. And where do I look it up when I look up like properties of materials? Let's say let's select aluminum. What's the gravitational potential of aluminum? Because I could tell you like the yield strength, the hardness, resilience, and all that. These are all properties of materials to tell you about the crystalline structure, if it's body-centered, face-centered, all that stuff, all that beautiful junk, because you can slice into it and kind of actually see. So, well, where do I look up this property?
Well, it's not a property specific to a material. It's just specific to any mass. So if you have a mass, it will have a gravitational field around it. And the
field.
Yes.
Like a flux, like magnetic flux. You talk like a field like that, like a flux field.
Yeah, similar to a magnetic field.
How is this field being generated? And what's the energy? Where's the energy coming from? Because it's a field. Like if you have like an antenna, there's an RF field around it. Well, there's energy being consumed somewhere to produce this energy elsewhere. So if there's this potential to do work, because once an object gets close enough, now it gets sucked in, that's work being done, and joules have been consumed somewhere. So where are these joules coming from to create this field of potential? It doesn't have to do work now because it's potential, but once it gets close enough, it will do work. Thus, there is energy.
As soon as you move a mass through a gravitational field, work is performed. As soon, like the fact that the mass moves, right, means it's accelerated, and work is being performed. Now, we don't know why mass has generates a field around it, gravitational field.
But doesn't that break the first law of thermodynamics? First, not second. First.
I don't think it does.
Why not? Oh, it does. But I don't know if you know mathematically how it does, but go ahead. Okay.
You have energy being created. You have energy being created from nowhere or destroyed.
He talked about the
No,
motion of the mass in space.
it's not from nowhere, right? Because the potential energy is stored in the body. You know, if you move a body inside a gravitational field to a specific potential in that field, then that energy, you know, will be preserved. So as soon as it's unconstrained, it will drop back into the further down into the gravitation, the well, right?
You said two opposing sentences. You said if you move the matter or the mass through a what gravitational field. So now you're claiming the field exists outside of the mass and the mass is moving through it. But 2 minutes ago you said that mass has a field of potential around it. So which one is it? Is the potential around the balls or is the potential in the space between the balls?
Yes.
Because you said both.
No, both of these actually agree. I said the field is around any massive body, right? It permeates through the space around the body. Does that make sense?
No, I thought we were talking about gravity.
Right. Yeah, and the gravitational field
Okay, the field is where?
around any massive body.
So it's around the mass, yeah? So it's emanating from the molecular structure? Where's it coming from?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
cool.
That
Done.
answer is actually as
So what's decay?
That question is not yet known. We don't know why masses have this innate property that they create a gravitational potential around them.
I mean, we actually do, but that's quantum mechanics. We'll table that. Because this is Einstein, which is opposing, but it doesn't matter.
Can you go into this? Because as far as I know, general relativity has not yet been unified with quantum mechanics. So.
Of course not.
That's correct.
Of course not. Cannot. Because that field. Okay, have you heard about the Casimir effect? This is where things become interesting and for real interesting, where masses actually attract each other. But we understand that it's from the quantum field that exists outside that pushes the bodies together, because when that gap is small enough to exclude what they call the large quantum fluctuations, right? Then you have a higher this is their stuff. Higher fluctuation pressure on the outside between the plates, and it actually sticks the plates together, and the force is high, called the Casimir effect. And if you dig into that, this really happens. Okay, so this is an electrical effect. It's well understood now that this stuff that gets pushed together exists outside of the matter, and this is where it's like, oh, okay, so you can forget about your field around your objects. That's not what's going on here, and this is experimental. This is empirical.
What's the name of that effect again?
Casimir effect. And it has to do with the
that has
Van der
something
Waals.
to do with quantum foam and two objects in proximity to one another in a vacuum or something like that. I don't relate that to gravity though.
That's exactly the Cavendish. That's all this stuff. This is all Casimir effect. And it's well understood, but the theory behind it, the quantum foam, there's theories there too, right? But the effect has nothing to do with the objects. The objects get pushed together from the environment, and this is what's interesting.
Wait, you said there's something about it, it's well understood, or it's something about the Casimir effect being something to do with the Cavendish? I've never seen that.
Well, that's why objects attract each other and they oscillate. Yeah, Cavendish didn't know about it. Casimir did.
Well, the Casimir effect.
Go ahead.
Can I talk to this guy just for a second? So, Cyrus, I gotta say, I missed your brother. Glad to hear your voice, and I love to hear your arguments. And I just wanted to say real fast that I posted something in your direct messages. They proved a Schwimmer effect. So they actually pulled particles out of the vacuum using the superlattice made out of graphene. And with this, it kind of, in my opinion, it either proves that the first law is null and void, and you can pull something out of nothing, or it proves that there is no such thing as nothing, and they pulled it out of the vacuum. I would love to hear you do a little research on this and come back and talk to us about it.
I would love to. But we'll table the breaking the first law stuff for now, because we're just keeping it ball basics, I guess. But yeah, man.
Yeah, obviously, it's not a first law violation. Obviously, I'm saying that there's no such thing as nothing.
No, and the quantum guys know that, because the quantum field has torque. That's what. Well, anyways, that's what controls the speed of light.
Except for quantum eraser.
But if it's understood that quantum and relativity are not necessarily the same thing, why are we talking about two things that are mutually exclusive, basically?
Exactly.
And
The
trying to come
Casimir
to any
effect.
conclusion.
I gotcha. Because
The
one is
Casimir effect is not. The Casimir effect only relates to the quantum field. I'm not sure why it brings it to relation with the gravitational field.
Because the quantum field is all around you. But let me answer Skylane's question. Because you have one guy, Einstein, and he's purely mathematical. And you have this other field of science that's empirical. And they're trying to understand what's going on. So that's why it's good to compare these guys, because Einstein is held up on a pedestal, even though he's got 0 experiments to back up anything that he's saying. And the other guys have experiments to back up what they're saying.
But that's not true. I mean, relativity is the most tested theory known to man today, isn't it?
Okay.
Isn't that the truth?
I got you. 1 second. Well,
Yeah,
we're about to discover how. How? Go ahead. Get into it while I Google something for you.
It's just weird that you would say it has 0 experiments.
Go ahead.
Every aspect of general and special relativity, we have measurements of that.
Don't pull up the special relativity observation and give me something. What experiment did he forward, or from what experiment did Einstein work out his general theory of relativity? Go ahead. If this is proper science, this came after an empirical test that they've done. So which empirical test did this come out of first? Like the Casimir stuff? From a ball and a plate, or 2 plates together.
That's not related to Einstein, though.
Well, it's not related.
The Casimir effect has nothing to do with Einstein, does it?
I know. Nothing. It has to do with objects.
Well, why are we talking about it then? If we're going to talk about Einstein, why are we talking about the Casimir effect?
Because we're talking about the field around the objects that attracts them to each other. That's it. That's why I brought up the Casimir effect.
But not on a quantum level. The gravitational field extends well beyond what quantum effects are known to.
Quantum is all around you.
Well, yes, but not in empty space.
There is no such thing as empty space. We know that. Einstein knows that.
Well, it obviously idealized, right? But it doesn't depend on the medium or the amount of matter present.
It has photons in it. It's got muons and all these. You can't pump photons out of a vacuum chamber. We know this.
It has nothing to do with Einstein.
Well, the gravitational field is not affected by photons. But photons are affected by it.
Okay. Okay, good. Good. So what's the gravitational field that affects these photons? Because now it's around the object. I have to understand, is the field in the field, or is the field around the sphere? Let's just simplify sphere.
That's the same. Is the field in the field? That's a nonsensical question. But it's around any. It's not really obstructed by any mass, right? Like you can, regardless of how much matter is in between you and a gravitational well, it will not stop the gravitational waves from permeating that space.
Okay.
Even if you're outside.
So I'm gonna take you guys down the road of Einstein, since you guys love him. I'm posting this field equation. So can you explain to me what's going on in this field equation? Just before we get into how to use it to actually work out this field. Where is the field in Einstein's equation? Go ahead, identify it. Because I can. I just posted it. It's 10 minutes after the hour in live stream text.
Doesn't it have like these different tensors in the field?
Yes, yes, those are tensor equations. Yes, on the left and on the right. So where's this? Where's the field here?
Well, a tensor, right? A tensor describes the relations between objects in a vector space, and that the field creates that vector space.
You're not answering my question. You're just talking about tensors, and I understand that I posted tensor equations. I just want you to identify, and this is Einstein's field equation. Where is the gravitational field here?
I just said that the tensors refer to the gravitational field.
I understand
to
that.
The vector space of that field.
Is it?
Is it on the left side?
Yes, it is on the left side. Thank you. It's the two terms on
Is
the
it
left.
in front of? Yeah, is it the two
One of them is
G's
called a
on the
metric.
left?
Yes, the small g, thank you, is called a metric tensor. But
I didn't even learn general relativity.
I know. All he had to say is, I do not know. And it's okay. I would have just told him. So
can you explain it?
Space is on the left-hand side. These are the metric tensors, and you have to identify the universe that you're working with here, actually, because you have to plug in for it's called the stress energy momentum tensor on the right, T sub UV. That can go to 0. And your Ricci tensor also can go to 0. The big R, which you can plug in later, it's another tensor, because you can take the the stress energy tensor, and you can replace that one with another equation and actually solve for that. And you have to identify, because Big Bang universes come from this equation, and black hole universes also come from this equation, and both of them cannot coexist at the same time according to the mathematics. Because one has it's very famous. It's the Schwarzschild solution. It has a 0 mass universe, and it's a valid solution for the Einstein field equation. And it tells you that the universe contains no masses, and all you have to do is to disprove that is just look up. All right, just look up 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. 0. It's not 0. We do have many masses, but that's where you get the black hole universe. Nobody understands that it's a mathematical solution to the Einstein field equation, and just purely mathematical. There is no empirical anything here. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm baffled or dazzled. One of the two.
In other words, this is the part where they say you don't understand. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I don't understand. You could show me all the tensor equations, and I'll just throw my hand up at them. So I think it's irrelevant in a discussion in a panel full of lay people that everyone being honest don't understand the tensor equations. I don't know why we're talking about them.
To disprove Einstein is why I'm talking about them.
These field
to
equations, Cyrus. These field equations actually predicted gravitational lensing.
That's another solution. That's what I'm talking. These are all
which was confirmed in 1919, I think it was,
for special relativity with the observation of the eclipse.
Yeah, the eclipse and the stars, the light of the star behind the sun being lensed around
that
the
was
sun.
refraction from the heliosphere.
That's from actually the fluctuations in the quantum field around that mass that bent the light. We understand that from quantum mechanics.
We've heard the explanations for this in 10 seconds. That's interesting.
No. It's because quantum mechanics opposes Einstein. It's easy. What controls the speed of light? Let's just dig into this because we have
I have to reiterate. I don't know if I'm dazzled or baffled, but I'm one of the two.
Okay, maybe both. Whatever. So speed of light. Yeah. Or we can stay. Whatever. I just want to talk about this just briefly. Speed of light. What controls the speed of light? Because it slows down and it speeds back up. Thank you. Okay. So, a cool question. When, let's say we're in a vacuum and we have a piece of glass and then a vacuum all around it, and we shoot a laser through it, right? and whatever. So it's traveling at C in a vacuum, and then it hits the glass, slows down, and then when it exits the glass, it picks the speed back up, and it starts traveling at C again. So how are the same photons able to do that?
They interact with the matter in the glass.
Yeah,
they take a longer path. It's a longer path to get out of the glass.
Yep.
It actually slows down.
No, it just takes longer because it doesn't take a straight line path anymore through the medium.
Well, all right. So, do you know what controls the speed of light? This is Maxwell. This is the father of all this, Sir Maxwell, and he's not really dissed on by anyone, because if you actually look at the Maxwell equations, they're 20 pages long, the legit Maxwell equations, and it's way too thick for me. It's like, oh, okay, Maxwell, I see. He discovered something very cool. He discovered that if you take the total quantity of electrification and the total quantity of magnetization, they called it, the proper terms today is permissivity and permeability. If you take those two quantities and you multiply them together, he discovered that you would always get 1 over the speed of light squared. Okay? So the speed of light is controlled by the permissivity and permeability of the field, of the material, of the space that the light is about to travel through. So
sorry,
that's
which field? Which field?
The permittivity and permeability, magnetic permeability and electric permissivity. How much it permits the electrical field to flow, and how much it allows, how much magnetic permeability it has, like permeable, like holes, like how much of a magnetic sponge the space is, and how much of an electrical allowance does it allow to flow. Those two properties solely control the speed of light in anything, actually. And that's why in glass it slows down, because these two quantities are different. It's well understood. Again, Maxwell, just open up his stuff. He's the one with the speed of light. And then this is where Einstein and these guys, because they came along and they were like dazzled by his discoveries. If you take this quantity always, it'll equal 1 over the speed of light squared. So the speed of light was an effect, not a cause. It was an effect to something that was already in the field. And the quantum guys today, fast forward, they call it the torque of the quantum field. That's what controls the speed of light. And the torque is controlled, again, by the permeability and permissivity, because you can look this up. Glass, permeability of glass, or permissivity of glass. Boom, you look this stuff up, it actually comes up, because it's real.
Which Maxwell equation actually predicts a varying speed of light? Which one did you mean?
From one of his 20 pages long equations, his actual work. Oh, this is credit to Maxwell. Everybody gives this to Maxwell.
Sure, but do you know which one? Or
yeah. Epsilon mu equals 1 over c squared. That's the equation.
Hold on.
Now that's in its light form. You can get it in its differentials from like Maxwell.
What is the average of mu?
For space? Yeah, there's an average for that.
Okay.
You got to talk about the substance, because these are properties of a thing. So this thing has to be something, glass, air, oxygen, whatever, argon, pick your gas or your medium, and it has these properties. And the theory behind it creates a torque, blah, 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 quantum theory, but these properties are real. And
okay, man. I guess I need to reel it back in at this point. I mean, to me, my perception of these things you're saying is just unperceptible. I'm trying to be kind with what I'm perceiving this to be. I really don't feel like you've got a good grasp of what you're talking about.
I posted
he's talking about Maxwell's equation.
From Einstein's
It's not
paper.
Confusing. It's not
And
hard
I'm
to
talking
follow.
about Maxwell from his papers. So maybe I'm taking you back in time to a point where you can't understand what I'm saying, but that's what these guys were saying.
We could talk about why when you let go of a rock it falls. That's more our speed.
Oh, okay, that's boring for
He's
me.
talking about the cause of the
like
speed
tensor.
of light. He's talking about the cause of the speed of light. It's actually quite interesting. It's just you don't
Yeah.
understand. I don't understand if you don't understand why you're
Yeah, I
trying to
don't.
put
Yeah, I
into this
don't.
conversation. Why are you trying to? Why
I
are you,
would
like
guess that it would.
you're not
I
answering?
would
You're not
guess it would
asking any
take a
specific
semester.
questions. You're just kind of like coming into the conversation and just
No,
I'm
I
trying
would
to
guess
listen
it would.
here, and you're just coming in and just saying like random
Yeah.
things. This is not productive.
I would guess it would take probably a semester under direct supervision of a professor and experimenting and explaining before I could understand
Bro,
what he's
you just
talking
need to
about.
get.
Oh,
You
wait.
just need to get electromagnetic dynamics by fucking Griffith or whatever and read that shit. It's a
Or you could
textbook.
pretend
It's
it. You
free.
could pretend to
It's
know about it
free.
and
It's
say
free. It's
words.
free. It's
Okay.
free on PDF drive. The textbook. You
Can I
read that textbook. You read that textbook. You'll know about these Maxwell equations and stuff. Not too
look?
complicated.
I'm
But
gonna post.
don't just come into the conversation and try to interrupt it before you know anything about it.
Yo, Numpty, let me
So-
just say one more thing, and I'll give you the mic, bro. I'm just gonna back up.
Nah,
that
take it, bro.
I'm not full of shit with the speed of light. Like, why are we talking about the speed of light? Because I was talking about Einstein. Why are we talking about Einstein? The gravitational well, and here you go, sir. C to the power of 4 in his fucking equation. So I do know what I'm talking about because the speed of light is the core of this. So yeah. Anyways, yes, go study and come back.
I mean, this guy
Well,
about
so let me ask this: what does the speed of light? What does the speed of light have to do with gravity, though?
Hold on, guys. One at a
Talking
time.
about gravity, that's why.
I heard what he was saying, and it sounded to me like he knew what he was talking about. I know about GR and SR, and it sounded like he was talking specifically to Einstein, the cause of rocks falling, as you put it, right, Left Lane?
Yeah.
Still like to know where exactly Maxwell predicted that the speed of light would change depending on the, what was it, electric permeability?
Yep. Permissivity and permeability of space. I'll get you something on it.
Closest equation I can find is
It's an equation.
equatorial law.
It's not a complicated equation, and you should be familiar with it if you know anything about electromagnetism. If you don't, then you should just shut your mouth in a conversation that's about it.
I would just like to know which one you mean, because that's a pretty wild statement to make that Maxwell predicted.
I will.
I mean, Numpty, do you know the answer to what Cyrus is? To what I asked Cyrus?
Yeah, I've seen these equations. I know which equation specifically that he's talking about with the permeability and its relation to 1 over the speed of light squared or whatever. That's an actual thing. I've seen it in the textbook by Griffiths on electromagnetism. He's one of the most acclaimed. He's one of the most acclaimed fucking lecturing professors today on electromagnetism. That's his book. He wrote it about it, and in there he talks about Maxwell and that the equation that the guy's talking about in the chat right now is in that book. And you guys should know this if you've taken at all any fucking course on this. If you haven't, or you haven't read a textbook on it, there's no need for you to really say anything at all in the conversation.
But actually, it's do not say much. I know there are many Maxwell equations. So
No,
which
hold on.
specific one?
This is the very specific one. Here it is. This is arranged in terms of C, right? So you can rearrange it. You can have it 1 over C squared on the other side, right? If you square the epsilon.
Yeah, and there's another
Yeah,
symbol
I've seen
for the
that.
mu times epsilon. Mu naught times epsilon naught also has its own symbol, so it could just be 1. Then you basically just reverse the equation so that
Yes.
one term is on one side and it's 1 over C squared.
Correct.
This is very basic fucking electromagnetism. So if you don't know it, then you don't know about basic electromagnetism. Sorry.
Well, you can't really blame them, right?
doesn't say
Because
that
they've been
you can-
chasing their tail with E equals MC squared for like 100
Like-
years, right? So
This
it's really not their fault that they're ignorant.
This was posted for Hoymar, Maxwell's book, Electromagnetism, in 1873. This is where you'll find this equation, the same exact way.
Right.
What
but
page? Don't ask me what page.
You do notice that he's using the permittivity of free space and the permeability of free space, and not just any arbitrary one from any material.
Well, that's why you have to. For each material, it's different. That's why if you plug in the material, the stuff we know, like about glass, you plug that in there for glass, and you're going to get the speed of light in glass, and it's accurate. So it's like, yeah, there you go, bud. Like, here you go, Maxwell's findings. In 1873, he published this. So this is why he's the father of this, because of this finding was very interesting. Very interesting.
And the constant changes,
it definitely is
right?
interesting.
But the constant, if it changes, nobody's going to know, because by definition, in 1976, they made the speed of light, right? And they tied it to the meter. So if the speed of light changes, people aren't going to know it, because then the meter will change. And they'll just say, well, it's the meter. It's the size of the meter. So, yeah, I got that from Dr. Sheldrake, and I also posted that to you, Cyrus. I think it was a really interesting video that Sheldrake went on the Thunderbolts project, and he was talking about the 10 orthodoxies of science. And if you've ever listened to me, Cyrus, you know I'm always talking about orthodoxy and how we got to get rid of it.
Bro, I love Sheldrake. I don't think I've seen that one, and I will. It's on the Thunderbolts, I'm assuming.
I sent it to you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm just backing up my stuff. There's the speed of light in Einstein's equation. You have to understand what that is. So I do understand what I'm talking about. And I know that no one understands Einstein. So I can't say I'm an expert or, I actually understand what Einstein is saying. I understand that he's a quack. That's why I don't understand what he was saying. No one does. But his math is shoddy. So.
I think the only thing Einstein invented was the Jufro.
Spicy. I forgot what I was going to say. I can't get that out of my head.
Here it is for space. It has values for space, for free space.
I was going to say, I'm just really grateful that, Michio Kaku was out there working on string theory, and he showed us the discrepancy between Einstein and quantum mechanics, which that's the difference between, theoretical, mathematical, just so baseless assertion fallacies, and comparing it to, real experimental science, right? You get a discrepancy of 120 orders of magnitude.
And I'm even defining each term for you guys. Like, I'm going to be a nice guy today. I won't just leave you with blank equations for you to define here. And how permeability is calculated.
So, do you have experimental evidence for a variable speed of light? I mean, you're not the first one to propose it. It's a school of thought in modern electrodynamics, but
it's different all over the world, bro.
Google it, man.
They get different results.
Yeah.
It changes from time to time. In fact, Sheldrake, he went to meet with this guy, and this guy at the end of the conversation, he said, "We don't like the word fudge," and he said that here's the most modern results for the speed of light, and he handed it to him, like these, the new ones that come out, like the Dow Jones, like it's up this week, oh, it's down this week.
Same thing with the gravitational acceleration, the 9.81. That's an agreed upon average. It's not the same, and it varies from time to time and place to place. So that's
especially in real life when you're jumping out of airplanes, terminal velocity kicks in, 9.8 meters a second goes out the fucking window.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
That's all understood, though.
Yeah, but basically you're saying that the equivalent of the gravitational constant in electrodynamics, which would be the speed of light, is variable, and I'm asking for evidence for that.
Is the speed of sound variable?
It's in the video that I posted with Sheldrake. I've been passing it out for like 2 weeks.
It
Ever
is
since it came out.
That's
but you guys could just ignore it and keep asking for evidence.
They measure the speed as it enters a piece of glass and it exits, and how long it took. And you can dig into that. I gave you stuff. Dig into it. I don't have to provide you with everything. I gave you the foundation.
Because your claim that light through a medium takes a straight path, therefore the speed has to change.
It slows down in water. It's not like it doesn't slow down.
It has to take a straight.
It
has to take a straight path through the glass.
It does.
No, it does. What if it collides with nuclei or electrons or whatever?
then it's going to become like white, like it's going to become like fucking static. It's going to just make the fucking image on the other side of the glass less clear. But all the ones that are going through straight, the ones that are going through straight will show you the image that's on the other side. That's how you can see through glass. Because most of the particles going through it go straight through instead of colliding with something.
As far as I know, they don't. They don't actually go straight through a medium. They're affected by the actual atoms.
What is?
The photons.
Yes, they're affected by the atoms. Yes, correct. What of the atoms?
But most of them have to go through straight for you to resolve the image on the other side of the glass, or else the image would be distorted. That's why the less straight they go, the more distorted it is. That's the reason you can't see through wood or rock, because the image doesn't go straight through; it gets distorted. Whereas with glass, it goes right through most of it, and not even most of it, just enough of it for you to see the clear image on the other side. Or else, when you look at glass, it would just look like a sheet of rock. You wouldn't be able to see through it.
Right. Yeah. Sure. That makes sense.
So the speed of light through a rock, a dense rock, is 0 then, right?
What's the permeability and permissivity of a rock? Plug it in there, whatever. Like specify the type of rock because glass is a rock. So pure glass, silicon dioxide.
Are metal and glass considered a rock? I don't know. I don't feel like that's strictly. They're more of like a product.
They're ceramics. I mean, to be like, yeah. I just like materials.
It's like saying a door is a tree, right?
Yeah.
The door is the product of the tree, just like metal and glass are the product of rocks.
Wood, yeah. Of these elements, yeah.
Yeah, just in case you ball earthers haven't figured it out yet, Cyrus isn't your typical flat earther. He seems to be highly educated and knows your shit inside out, frontwards and backwards and upside down.
Bro, I used to love space. Come on, Brian. You already know. I'm a big space fan.
Me too.
Been an anti-Einsteiner for at least 10 years now. Been a flat earther for 5 or 6 now, but been an anti-Einsteiner way before flat earth. I knew he was full of shit since the age of like 19. And I at the time I was in college and I hammered. I also knew about Maxwell stuff, and I just like with the professors, I argued day and night about electrical theory and this horseshit gravity, just because Einstein was a quack, and I knew that. His math was very shoddy.
I mean, his wife's math.
Have any of you guys? Have any of you guys actually read those like paradoxes, like the Einstein paradoxes and stuff? Like, there's a guy going like near the speed of light one way. And as he's going, the guy above him is going to chop the axe down. Like, is his head going to get chopped? And it's like, yes or no. And then, like, basically the fucking... dude, go read some of those... I don't even know if they're called paradoxes or whatever, but, like, scenarios in special relativity. And it's the most ridiculous shit ever. It's like, yeah, no, his head didn't get fucking cut because the fucking length of his body was fucking, like, compressed or, like, stretched out. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. You gotta read that.
Fight or something.
Fucking,
yeah, well...
Bro, like... You can read it and like, but you can't understand it. It's in no way does it make any fucking like sense at all. Like when you read it, it's fucking weird.
Yeah, well, the biggest grudge I personally have with Einsteinian relativity is that it's just axiomatic that the speed of light is constant in every reference frame, which is just totally counterintuitive. It might be my lack of understanding, obviously. But it just intuitively, it just breaks, all natural laws that
yeah. It's Einstein's lack of understanding, not yours, man. He didn't.
But the thing is that his theories still make quite accurate predictions.
Which one?
Time dilation, gravitational lensing. We have even from GPS satellites, they account for time dilation. So it's used in practice, right?
Have you looked into it from the other side of science, bald science? Forget about forget that you're on a flat Earth server. Look at the opposing scientists of his day, what they said.
Hey, have you got an alternative for how GPS works?
God damn it! You don't even know how GPS works. Like, fuck.
coordinates.
Why do I always
It's
get
pretty
dumbass
basic. It's
comments?
pretty basic. Yeah,
Monkey,
and
why aren't you
if
a
you call me a
hostile?
dumbass one more time, you'll be muted for the rest of the day.
Real
It's
scary.
against the rules to call names here.
Yeah,
Yeah, no need. We can just discuss
would
the.
be cool if you would be less hostile, Nancy.
I do not know how GPS works. I've never worked on a GPS system. I don't know the in and outs, so I cannot make any positive claim on it myself. Besides what I read, and that's I just read this or read that. So
Yeah, I'd like to apologize for calling names from time to time. I realize that I do that. It's a bad habit, but where do you think
Okay, I apologize
learned it
too.
from? I
I
learned it from
appreciate it.
watching
I
you,
accept
Calling
it.
you dumbass.
Globers.
Sorry for calling you names. I think that was left lane.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
all right, back to
Yeah,
why the rock
I do
drops.
it too. Sorry.
Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, so why does my phone drop and break every time it slips out of my hand, bro? Is it because I got butterfingers?
Nah, man. It's because the curvature of space-time on the phone is greater. No, wait, hold on. Let me figure this out in Einstein. The curvature of space-time around the phone cannot be greater than that around the Earth. No, it's less than, and the curvature around Earth is greater, and that's where you get the differential, thus accelerates. Boom, Einstein. That's how difficult this stuff is.
You know, I thought it was because my cell phone was made out of like earth material, like technology rocks and plastic and other dense materials that caused it to freely flow to the ground without enough buoyancy to hold it up. But I just might be a crazy conspiracy.
Honestly, I'll just use Lagrangian mechanics, and let me just tell you, because you've inserted potential energy into when you picked it off from zero, wherever zero is, and it's in
China
above ground, so it's not at zero, and that's why it fell, sir.
Well, at least we get to blame China because they picked it up out of the
Did you
ground, right?
really drop your phone, or are you just using that as an example?
I did drop my phone earlier. It's dropped out of my hands. But
I just
I got
bought a new phone, and
stuff.
that's one of the things. I can't find a case that's grippy. All these clear cases got no fucking grip, and it's like, oh man, like I haven't dropped it yet, but I just paid $1,000 for this fucking thing, and I'm scared to drop it. I'm like, oh man, it's all
Yeah,
glass.
get you a Dremel and
A
make
what?
some grooves on the side.
Dremel? Yeah, maybe I need to
make
do
some
that.
diagonal grooves.
I was gonna use a hacksaw, hack some nice straight lines in it, give it some grip.
And yet it fell because it's less dense than the medium around it, buoyancy, and I want to hear what the Globies have to say, because I'm gonna bust out my fluid mechanics slides. Now it's been a couple of years, so
Nobody ever disagrees with the buoyancy and density thing. They just slap, gravity on the label. Buoyancy. Well, you can't have buoyancy without gravity.
Let's talk about relative density disequilibrium, right? Why would you think that density creates a vector on a massive body?
Density itself doesn't. Buoyancy and this gravity does. They're two opposing forces.
But buoyancy requires the medium that a body is submerged in to already be accelerated by, for example, gravity.
How about I post some slides from fluid mechanics college textbook? I'm not going to play any games. Yeah, let's do it. Let me just find where it is though. I'm a little rusty. Fluid mechanics. Oh no. Okay, I can get it from the book itself. Then hold on. I got the slides. I'll just have to clip it out because I want formulas. I don't need words. Give me some formulas so I can understand. Because words, they can be misleading. Mathematical equation it's a balance beam. This equals that. What is this and what is that? Let's see. Does it actually work? And if it's derived from an observation, well, then it actually, from an experiment, why the experiment actually works. We're just trying to bind it mathematically to kind of always predict, to get accurate predictions that work. based on an experiment. Einstein never had. Sorry.
Yeah, we were arguing about that earlier, whether or not Einstein has experiments and whether the independent dependent variable need to be like included in the hypothesis, or whether or not you could do an experiment without using the independent dependent variables and form a hypothesis that's independent from the variables, and that just got really weird because it was like Zanuck was agreeing with
You're clipping, bro.
Like speaking out of both sides.
Oh man, you're clipping bad.
You know what makes a good hypothesis in science? Falsifiability. Whatever
That's
the
right,
fuck.
Karl Popper.
So, found the slides finally. Sorry, it took me a minute. Hoymar. There we go. Bon. And air is also a fluid. Gases in general are gases and liquids are both fluids. Okay, let's just get this. This is an introduction. This is chapter 4, I think, or no, chapter 3. So they take you by the hand in these college textbooks. So read them from the beginning. So identify everything first.
Right.
That way you can understand. So a fluid can be a gaseous medium too. Okay, gases and liquids equals fluid, both of them. So this is what happens whenever you have any body suspended in any fluid. You have two vectors, up and down, right? These two bungees that are on an object. We understand this. So what are these two bungees? One of them is the weight of the object, and the other one is the buoyant force. So, yeah. Newton. Oh yeah.
I totally
Hank was
agree.
saying a non-traditional flat earther. I love Newton. I love algebra. I love math. The more math you post, the more I understand what you're saying, because I don't understand words that well. But math is simple.
Right.
Graphics too.
I agree. I like that.
I can see that because there's no wiggle room in math, right? It is what it is.
Yep.
Right. There's no ambiguity, so I can see.
There's no like semantics. Like it's X and Y. Like it's like go ahead, argue. Here's equations now. So the buoyant force equals what? W. And what's that? And then you break down, the rho of the fluid. Rho here is the Greek term. Rho is density. Density of fluid multiplied by little g, the acceleration, multiplied by the volume of the submerged object. This is just mathematics. It's way easier to understand it in Archimedes' principle, as in it's the same thing, just in words actually. The buoyant force is equal to the weight of the fluid displaced by the body. That's it. So
right.
whatever.
Hold on, before you get even deeper into this,
okay.
You were basically trying to replace gravity with this kind of whatever density thing you're trying to explain. Now, then the question to you would be: what is weight? What is g? What's that acceleration?
Weight is measured by Hooke's law, spring deflection, negative kx. Spring constant multiplied by the distance of the spring deflected equals W. And show me a scale that, unless it's a balanced scale, but show me a spring scale that doesn't use this, even if it's electronic. I just calibrated for it.
Sure, but that's still using the downwards acceleration, right?
Is it?
Yeah, F equals kx.
Yeah, just because it exists doesn't mean that you get to say gravity and then everything you say after that about gravity is automatically true. We all witness a downward force, right? Why is it happening? That's the question.
Well, you can pull the spring sideways. And if this, so if you have a ball of water in water and you have that spring and you hang that ball of water in water, you'll have 0 reading on the spring. Yeah, but the ball has actually weight in the air, not in the water. Yeah. So you can apply this too that's why I love diagrams. If you the second diagram I just posted for 43 minutes after the hour, it has 3 spheres in it. So kind of That way, it's great to visualize like what's actually going on because it's just basically it's density. If the density of the object is greater, it's going to move to what? Equilibrium. It's trying to find equilibrium. Where is equilibrium? Well, wherever it meets the same density layer. Now it has it
or
lost
more
all
dense.
kinetic. Yeah, or more dense. Earth stops it. And then if Earth stops it, then yeah, you'll be able to go to the bottom of the ocean, hook a spring scale, and see how much it weighs down there. That's cool. That'll work. If it's more dense than the water, rock, let's say. But the weight of the rock in the air will be different than the weight of the rock in the water, because water now is more dense, so it has more buoyant force. It has more push upwards, remember? So now you have to go back up to the first slide, which is, I can repost it. It's the body with the two arrows on it, because that's how it is. Once you visualize this in everything you look around you in the world, like I'm looking at my computer monitor, there are two bungees on it. Bungee of it, because it is displacing a fluid. Which fluid? Air. How much does that weigh? I can calculate it based on the volume of the monitor. I just take the volume multiplied by the density of the air, which is roughly 1 kilogram per meter cubed. Boom, I know how much air weighs. So if I know a volume of a thing, I know how much air is being displaced. I know how much buoyant force is on the object, even if it's like a cup of coffee. There is a force pulling it upwards because it's displacing air.
I think the key point is that Hooke's law doesn't address why downwards acceleration exists because it uses it. We can actually equate Hooke's law with Newton's second law of motion.
I know that. I know that.
We can equate Hooke's law and second law of motion with Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Did you look that up, or did you know it? Be honest.
What do you mean? Did I look what up?
Yeah, you equate it with Newton's law.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
And
okay.
the coolest thing is that you can use Newton's law of universal gravitation and equate it with both. So this assumes. Let me finish, please. This assumes the gravitational constant. This assumes the mass of the Earth and the radius of the Earth.
That's not Newton's gravitational constant. So it's
I
not.
was referring to his law of universal gravitation, though.
I know.
F equals G times M1 times M2
divided by
R.
Zooms in there.
That's not Newton. Newton never came up with big G, so I don't know what you're talking about.
He didn't. That's just a modern formulation of his law.
How did we come up with big G? Because that's the one I don't like. I don't like big G. I like little G.
No, but there was three assumptions in there, wasn't there? We assume this, we assume that, we assume the other. There's three assumptions.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Why does this work?
But you assume it.
Why can't we measure?
Wait a minute. How did you get the radius of the Earth?
Can I just finish?
Wait a minute. That's downtrack.
Can I finish that point and we can move on to the next thing then? So, I intentionally mentioned these assumptions.
You're going to hand wave the three assumptions you've just made. Is that what you're going to do?
Can I address that? So the point is that we can measure the mass and the acceleration that a body on the Earth is subject to. We can then equate the result of that, the resulting force, to Newton's law of universal gravitation. Let's just say assuming these three values that I mentioned, and they will be equal.
Assuming again.
Ninja. Let him
why
finish.
does this work? If gravity is false, why does this work? So let me post what I mean.
Yeah, you got interrupted, and I do want to dig into this further with you. Can you please say this one more time? Whatever you just said.
Basically, how we can demonstrate that using Newton's law of universal gravitation and the measured values for G and the mass of the Earth and the radius of the Earth. We can, they both agree with each other. The second law of motion and the law of universal gravitation.
Done. Okay, we're just going to identify terms. I love that you posted the equation. Cool. How'd you get big G? How'd you get R? Easy. Not like you have the freedom to do this to me too, especially with Einstein. And it'll be a 6-hour thing, but no, whenever I post, I will identify, or else I don't know what I'm talking about. So what's big G? What's R? How'd you get those?
Right. So now big G, the first measurement of big G was done by Cavendish, and he came within. I don't
You mean
quite
Casimir?
remember. I think 1 or 5% of the modern code data value.
Incorrect.
It's just really amazing.
I'll post it from Cavendish writing himself from the title of his paper. He was trying to weigh the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I'm
It was
referring
coincident. It was a coincidence of the Cavendish that it came.
So show me where he worked out Big G, because from my understanding, it wasn't Cavendish either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It just worked out the density of the Earth. So basically, a modern formulation that I worked out from what I know about Cavendish is something like this. Basically, you're measuring the forces of attraction between known weights and compare that to the force of attraction of a weight on the Earth, and you'll be able to measure G.
Okay, how'd you get the radius? Now this is your G. Awesome. Okay, cool.
The radius? Well, you can there's several ways. One would be to measure an arc section on the Earth. So if you know the distance,
Doing what?
you known positions on the Earth.
Let me see. I don't know.
I imagine the refracting horizon.
Oh no,
Alberti?
the horizon is
Yeah.
sighting to the horizon is one of the worst methods to try and calculate the radius. You can estimate it. You can estimate it if you do a lot of observations under controlled conditions. But I would do it, or not I, but it has been done before by geodetic surveyors measuring large arc sections of the Earth, thousands of kilometers, and getting precise values for the radius. And this was done multiple times in multiple locations over centuries.
How are we going to measure it over the oceans precisely?
Well, over land, right? Not over the Earth.
Connected by oceans to get the circumference of the sphere, then we can work out backwards.
It's sufficient to measure an arc section, right? If you know a couple of degrees, the length of a couple of degrees on the circumference, polar or equatorial, then you know the entire circumference.
But you're assuming a smooth surface, a smooth terrain that's evenly distributed.
Well, you have to know the elevation of your triangulation points, so you can correct for that and work out an ideal geoid. But yeah, you can measure these circumferences.
And Cavendish did that?
Cavendish?
Okay, so here's what you're doing, Cyrus. That's really dishonest. These values that we have been detailed, have been improved, have become more accurate in the past 3,000 years. And to ask where we got it, you're going to try to pull it apart, and that's fine, right? But what you're not realizing is that there's 1,000 other experiments that all agree with the same value. So we have 1,000 separate experiments that agree with the same value, and that value has only got more accurate over the past 3,000 years.
What the experiments are? The 1,000, just 10 of them. 1, 3. Okay, so I'm dishonest, I guess. Well, no, I just know both sides, and I know my ball earth stuff well, so I don't have to show all my cards. So that way I take it wherever I want. And I'm going to always take it to Einstein, just to let you know.
Right, which means that, see...
And I never checkmated Einstein yet.
But see, that's the thing. Right now, you're trying to play a game.
Of course, it's a game.
Right.
Because they all play a mathematical game, bro. So I'm playing the same exact mathematical game they're playing. They divide by 0. If they get to divide by 0, so do I. That's what's up. This is how this works.
So what I meant, the surveys done in multiple places, they all have a very high congruence, right? So the radius value, or the geoid that they measured, they all agree. So it's not like that was one systematic error performed over one entire survey, or whatever you would want.
Light bends, though.
Let's get into.
But yeah, your survey is correct, but ours is not. Okay.
Well, there is no survey of a large section of the Earth that determined that the surface is flat, and shooting a laser towards the surface is not a survey.
Okay.
Cyrus, you don't have any large scale publication that supports your claim.
How big of a publication? What's the section length that you want?
I said supported. Let's say supported by 10,000 separate individuals.
Like appeal to like popularity sort of thing.
No, it's not an appeal to popularity. No, it's a robust measurement. Sample size is a factor
to determine the sphericity of or the radius. Yeah, to get the density, or what are we doing here? Okay, ball equals 3,000, 4,000 miles in diameter. Okay, in radius. I'm sorry. So 8,000 diameter. Now what?
Can I interject, please?
Well, I just gave you the radius, bro. No one else will give you the radius. I want to know where you're going to take the radius. Like, that's a big sin here. No one will ever give you the radius for free. I will give you the radius and big G and little g. Then where are you going to take it? Because I'm going to take you to Einstein. Because he superseded Newton. So don't you bust out Newton. But it's okay. I like Newton. Like I said, I love Newton. Doesn't matter.
I want to hear Smooth versus 101 with whatever the fuck this educated father's name is. I can't remember.
Do you mean
Cyrus? It's King Cyrus.
I'm no educated letter through, bro.
Cyrus, what did you mean when you said you would give us the radius and little g or whatever? What
Give
did
it
you
to
mean?
you. Like, I won't argue with you. Like, okay, I can give it to you. Then where are you going to take it? Like, I'll give you the values you want for free.
Oh, welcome to Globe Earth.
Right. So the discussion would be more like your
Not
versus
welcome.
Einstein as compared to the shape of the Earth.
I'll always go back to Einstein. With gravity, why things fall. No, we're talking about rocks. Why do rocks fall?
Okay, I see.
Yeah. And you busted out Big G, and I busted out fluid mechanics, and I could cite the book for you, like the college textbook, and like it never mentioned Big G and stuff like that. So I'll give it to you. Okay, take it all. Where are you going to plug this into?
It does presuppose little g all the time. You know, the downward acceleration is just taken as
the downward
which
acceleration is
fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Downward acceleration is measured by a stopwatch. We don't assume. We measure it to be different. We don't assume it has no relation to Big G. It's not even in the same equation with Big G.
Didn't I just point out how measuring that acceleration perfectly agrees with Newton's universal law of gravitation?
Yeah, it's called the fudge factor. If I'm allowed, I can put in M1, M2, and R squared and change Big G to get the number that I want. And this is mathematical. If I know all the other variables in the equation, I can just plug in, and that's what they do.
Acceleration is the cause of gravity, not the other way around.
No,
you need the radius and the mass of the Earth, though. Is that also part of the fudge factor? We have now 3 variables in the fudge factor that are always used in other fields too.
Which variables?
The radius, the mass, and big G. For that formula to agree with the second law of motion and Hooke's law and buoyancy and so on.
Well, yeah, you just need one fudge factor. Yes, correction factor. They're called constants. That's what in math we know what constants are. They're correction factors. So the math meets.
They are measurements. They are measurements that have been measured many, many times, and they're known.
Yeah, physical constants are basically, like basic truths about reality. Like a physical quantity. It's not like it's just like a knob to turn wherever you need it to be.
So do you want to talk about this G, or do you want to talk about the rock falling?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. I talk a lot.
Are you sure? Oh, okay. No, sorry. I just want to ask you. You mentioned about a stopwatch. You use a stopwatch to measure something falling, but measuring that falling or the rate that it falls, does that give you the cause of that acceleration though?
Absolutely not.
No. So what causes it then?
The differential in the density.
Differential between what and what? The density and what?
The medium that the object is suspended in. Here.
But so explain how that causes the acceleration then.
Because there are two forces that are pulling on any object.
So
yeah?
density.
The weight,
So you're saying that density is a force?
No, buoyancy is.
Well, you said there were two forces. So what's the second force? If buoyancy is the first force.
And buoyancy.
Buoyancy and what?
Weight.
Buoyancy and buoyancy.
So
would be the
buoyancy and weight. So is weight a force then? Is it?
Is weight a force?
That's what you just said. You said buoyancy and weight.
Yes, it's defined in force. Correct.
So weight is a force.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Well, it's not.
No, I said yes.
But
why did I say no?
What do you mean weight's not a force? You think if I step on you, you're not going to feel the force while I cross your ribcage, bro?
It's not a force in itself.
Gravity.
You can't calculate weight without gravity. You can't.
Calculate weight without gravity.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
Is that anybody any
You got to rub some gravity on it, right, in order to do anything with these guys.
Okay, so we're back to square one again, aren't we? We're gone in a full circle.
What is gravity?
You still haven't been able to explain what causes that acceleration. We've gone in full circle. We've still got nowhere.
Comparative. You could weigh things like
F equals ma.
Not without gravity. You can't. You can't weigh things without gravity.
Are we discussing Newton here, sir? I'm really trying to understand because you are talking Newtonian mechanics. Are we talking Newton?
It doesn't matter.
Why do you keep saying Newtonian? Like I don't. Are you trying?
It doesn't matter. You can call it Newtonian. You can call it Fred Blogs. You can call it Spaghetti Monster. It doesn't really matter. What I'm trying to get at is from your perspective, what causes acceleration? We've done a full circle, so we've established that still what you've said is not the cause of acceleration.
We have not done full circle. No.
Well, we have.
When you have a greater, you have two vectors on any object, down and up, and when one is greater, it will move towards the greater until it reaches zero. Because it's seeking equilibrium. Why? It was made that way, actually. Why does heat travel from hot to cold and not the other way around?
Well, that's by three different means, right?
That's the gradient. That's the slope. Why does it fall that slope?
Yes. What slope?
Oh, the temperature slope. Well, okay, you don't know the.
So there's three ways that heat travels, right? There's radiation, there's conductivity, there's convection, right?
Correct. And all of those require something. The antecedent to that is a temperature differential, delta T. They're all in these equations.
Okay.
All three modes. Yep, delta T. So if there's no delta T, there's no slope. Same thing with the buoyancy. If they're both equal to zero, if you have the weight of the object and the buoyant force upwards are equal, so one will be negative because assign a negative sign to either one because they're opposing either the buoyancy or the weight. When they're the same number, the object will not move and it will suspend in the fluid. We know this.
What? Okay, hold on.
But what happens if it's not on fluid? Because I mean, we've seen things drop in a vacuum. There's no fluid in a vacuum. So how do you equate that to that?
There's particles. Yes, there's particles.
Yeah, of course, there's going to be some vacuums. There's no perfect vacuum. But the thing is that you've seen the demonstration of a feather and a bowling ball falling at the same rate. So how does that work? According to your theory, in a vacuum,
they're both the densest objects in the vacuum. Duh.
Yeah, you're removing the.
But you said it had to do with fluids. So where's the fluid coming to play?
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But there's no fluids. There's not enough fluids in there to cause a problem. They're falling at the same rate. There's no fluids in there to cause enough of a problem even on a feather.
You forgot about the quantum foam.
How does that work?
The quantum foam, mate.
There's no relative in the vacuum. There's nothing relative as far as density goes in a vacuum.
Relative to what?
Yeah, it's not really. There is no relative to anything in a vacuum.
About?
You just have the weight of the object.
You think it's a real vacuum, like there's no material in it? Is that what you think?
Did I say that?
Well, you're talking about vacuums. You mean partial vacuums?
So let's not all gang up on it. Let me slip on some gloves and fight for the Globers real quick. He is 100% correct, right? So if you guys are stating that there is a fluid that's causing this density gradient, right? And we pump that fluid out, right? You're not going to expect to see objects fall at the same rate in the fluid, right?
That's exactly what you would expect to see.
So you're saying that if I get rid of the fluid, that the objects are going to fall as if they were in the fluid. Is that what you're telling me? So you're telling
No.
me,
Yeah, that's the
no,
problem.
hold on. So which means that your issue here is that what's causing things to fall is no fluid.
What you're going to do is the fluid, the vector upwards is going to equal 0. If your density of that fluid is equal to 0 now, you're going to cancel out that side of the equation. So what's going to happen is you're only going to have the downward vector accelerating the object, which you already had anyways. So when you put the vacuum chamber, just removed the upward force, you made it equal 0.
All right, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about basic physics, right?
We are.
All right. Force diagram of an apple sitting on a bench. Talk to me about it. Show me what's the force diagram.
Apple pressing on bench pressing upwards on apple of W, apple negative.
All right, cool. Right.
I'm following you. Cool.
So we take an apple off the bench and drop it to the ground. We pause time as the apple's midway through flight. Draw the force diagram for me.
Midway through flight. You have W downwards still of the apple, but now you have resistance on the surface from the velocity of the fluid.
Okay.
So now your diagram got complicated because you have fluid now that's in motion. And unless you want me to neglect that, I can.
No. Perfect.
How do you pause time?
It's hypothetical, you dipshit.
This is just mathematical on a graph. I'm following everything you're saying.
No name calling.
Go take a physics.
You fucking wanker.
You take a slice through time.
No name calling, guys. We're attacking arguments here. We're all men, brothers, different opinions.
That argument is a jerk.
No, he's talking about like projectile mechanics. You do that. You pause it through a frame in time, and you solve for those variables in that frame. It's fine. It's legit. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but calling people names—that's not right.
No, I didn't. Yeah, that's on them.
You should totally do like Snack and call the arguments names.
That's
Cyrus, your argument's a jerk.
Whatever.
No, Cyrus is fine. It's whoever said that, bringing up something stupid like you can't pause time. That guy just doesn't understand the level that we're talking at.
No, I asked, how do you pause time?
You don't pause time.
All right, thank you very much. So
T equals 3 or whatever it is, man. It's just, this is mathematical. Like, we can do this in math.
I don't. Mr. Tesla picture guy, Ninja. I actually have a Ninja. I wish we could be friends. But yeah.
Like you own a Ninja, like you went to Asia and like got a farmer and like taught him a whole bunch of like tricks.
I'm here to learn.
No, it's a motorcycle.
I'm here to learn, but if people have started calling me bloody names, that's not right.
Well, I mean, you got to have there's a level of education needed to participate. You have to be this smart. You have to be this smart to go on the ride.
No, you have to make stuff up to get on that ride. You got to be like T equals telemetry, T equals turbulence, T equals what? Tacos?
All right, so let's go back to the tacos, right? All right, so you and I have the exact same force diagrams. Perfect, right?
Yeah, look, I posted a slide for you from the same fluid mechanics textbook, and this is an example. And to work out the difference, the weight loss when you suspend a concrete block in water, because of the fluid change, right? The density of the fluid.
I'm good with that. I'm good with fluid dynamics.
All right, then. I'm only going to argue fluid mechanics, fluid dynamics when it comes to why do objects rise or fall, because we are in fluid. Now we can do vacuum chamber stuff and they still fall. And okay, cool.
Yeah,
I didn't expect them to not fall.
Well, no, see, this is the issue, right?
They don't fall.
You and I have the same force diagram for a body at rest and a body in motion, right? And that's fine. And I agree with your force diagram of a concrete block suspended in water. I'm okay with that. The issue with the vacuum chamber is that what I claim to be the reason that things go down, so G, right, the downward acceleration force, as we see it as the object's on rest on the table, the downward force and the downward force when the object's in motion. What we claim as that downward force is different. You're saying that it's an interaction of the fluid that the object surrounds itself with. I say that it's something else. So the issue is when we take a vacuum chamber, right, and we get 99.999999999% of that fluid out of that chamber, and the object falls, the issue is, right, the object's not interacting with your fluid anymore. So it's clear that the object is not being propelled downward by your fluid. And here's the issue as well. Even if there is some particles, because I grant you that there are some particles in that vacuum chamber, you should not see the same downward acceleration in a vacuum chamber and in the room next door if fluid is the method of action of your downward acceleration.
No, fluid is a method of action on upwards acceleration. Yeah,
but not
the
downwards.
weight. No, the weight, the W, man. I'm gonna stick with the textbook. I will not move an inch because it's very clear. Like it's not. The weight is the downward force, and the buoyant force due to the fluid. So by you evacuating the chamber, the prediction, it's right on the prediction, which is it's just gonna accelerate the weight. You're gonna have more weight now. You're gonna have the pure weight of the object. Because now you've sucked out all the fluid, so it's actually it's not breaking any prediction or anything like that.
The issue, Cyrus, that you have is a vacuum chamber and the room next to the vacuum chamber are two different environments, two different systems with two different physical values that we have to account for. You initially stated that the reason objects go up and down is because of an interaction in a fluid, right?
Okay. Yep.
If I get rid of the fluid, I still see the object going down.
Yeah, you canceled one of the forces. Correct.
Right.
Right.
So why my prediction is it? Why is it if I take a racquetball and I drop it in a vacuum chamber, and I take a racquetball and I drop it in the room next door, why is it that they're going to fall at the same rate?
Do they?
For all intents and purposes, yeah.
That's your claim that everything falls at the same rate, yes. So the thing is what's the vacuum really doing? A vacuum is supposed to be null and void of anything, no push, no pull, no resistance. When you turn a vacuum on Earth, what are you doing? You're pulling something out of a container. So when you pull something out of a container and you don't have anything left but the medium inside the container to pull towards the vacuum, all you're doing is pulling some shit with a pump. It has nothing to do with a vacuum.
I just want to go over this real fast, right? I'm sorry for interrupting, and this is a very interesting understanding, but I want to point out that, so he's saying that the material affects the material, right? The medium affects the object in the medium. The material affects the material, right? That's like me punching a brick wall, right? The material affects the material, right? So what this other guy is saying, Smooth, he's saying non-material, metaphysical space-time continuum that exists in a vacuum, completely void of atoms, affects material. That's kind of like saying I'm worried about getting punched by a ghost. Like, I'm not worried about getting punched by a ghost. Hold on, don't interrupt, bro. Don't interrupt. I'm not worried about getting punched by a ghost because the ghost ain't got no hands. I'm not saying he can't box. I'm saying he has no physical hands to punch me with. Thanks.
Well, Larry, that's a little bit of a straw man.
Okay, show me the material in space-time. Give me like some material. What is space-time? What atoms is it made out of?
Oh,
if it's a straw man, please do tell.
Right. Do you just want to steamroll me, or do you want me to explain my accusation?
No. I want you to explain your straw man accusation.
That's what I was trying to do before you steamrolled me. Yeah. So the reason why it's a straw man is because I'm not really talking about my side. I'm really arguing against the idea that it's the fluid that makes something go up and down. It's the interaction of the material, the apple, and the air that makes the apple go up and down. I'm arguing against that point. And the way I'm arguing against that point is through logic, by demonstrating, right, that if I remove the so-called fluid, the method of action to make things go up and down, I can still view things going down at the same rate, which means that your method of action is incorrect.
All you did was took away the resistance. Like if I sit you on a table, and if I pull the table out from underneath you, I didn't add any force. I didn't do anything you claimed. I took away the resistance, right? And then you fell. Where's the force there?
Where's the what now?
Anyway, I didn't straw man your position, right? I get it that you didn't make an argument for space-time, right? But I was pointing out that you're ridiculing his position, which says that material affects material, which we experience that every day, right? Every time you wake up and take a deep breath, you feel your lungs expand, right? And your position, even though you're not claiming it right now, is that space-time continuum, which exists in the vacuum of space, is this non-material fabric, which I've never heard of a non-material fabric. That's an interesting concept, but this non-material stuff, this metaphysical, entity, as known as the space-time continuum, it affects material. And I said that's like being worried about getting punched in the face by a ghost, like he's going to knock the tooth out of your mouth, but he has no physical hands, right? That's what I was going against. Yeah, it's okay. It's for the audience. It's not for you, bro. I can't help it. You don't understand. Please get back to the conversation.
Immaterial.
Oh, okay. Well, Cyrus, I hope you go back to the idea of magnetism or the electro gradient or something as your idea of why things go up and down, because objects interacting with the fluid air is incorrect. That's not why things go up and down. I'm not saying that you have to believe in gravity, but I can show and demonstrate that your idea is incorrect.
No, you cannot. Not in fluid.
Pretty easily.
Go ahead. I can demonstrate all day long that it's correct. It stands in fluid.
You have yet to be able to answer with any type of honesty or specificity as why objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber.
I said in fluid. You remove
right. If I get rid of the fluid, why do they still fall?
If you took the resistance.
If you actually want me to answer, I can, but that's irrelevant.
Oh, okay, it's irrelevant. Got it.
Yeah, it's theoretical now.
No, it's
he
all
took
right.
a
You're right.
medium away, so there's no action on the other medium.
The conversation
Stop.
about
Stop.
the
You're
fluid.
not listening. I'm gonna answer for him. It's resistance. All you took, the water was the resistor, right? You took that away. So where do you have to go? You can't go back to the water. The water's gone. So you're gonna fall until you hit a resistance. Correct?
That's his answer, not mine.
Right. No. I'm just saying that's from my point of view. From that, like, if he doesn't want to, if you don't want to answer, I'm gonna go from your point right there, and what he's asking, I'm gonna answer it from my point of view, and it's resistance. What else do you have?
Why does it fall though, Demo?
Because you took the medium that resisted it, and then it falls to the next resistance. How many times do you want me to say this?
But so,
why does it?
The issue with what you're
Seeking
saying
equilibrium,
right? So you're saying I removed the resistant force, which is why it falls, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Perfect. Well, if I'm not in a vacuum chamber, right, and the fluid is still there, the quote unquote resistance force, why the fuck does it still fall? Why do things fall, right, if the resistance force is there and the resistance force is not there?
And where do
They
you
still
have
fall either way.
Hold on. Where do you have a non-resistant force at? Show me that.
Vacuum chamber.
Can I
There's a
reply?
non-resistant force in a vacuum chamber that's sucking the air out of the chamber. You call that non-resistance? Are you crazy? If you suck the air
That's
out of
what
the
you
vacuum
said. You
chamber,
said it was.
you'll compress the chamber and break it. How is that no resistance, buddy? You're using the medium of the outside that'll crack the container when you keep pulling on the medium. That is resistance, pal. You don't have a vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's a resistor.
There you go.
I can't even follow what you're saying.
If I give you a basic answer, you might not like it, but I could say that you put potential energy in the object, even if it's in a vacuum chamber. But you're not gonna like that. That's physics textbook.
No, that's
you
fine. I'd rather have that. I'm more okay with that answer than the fluid answer. The fluid answer is just a bad answer.
It's not a bad answer in fluid. It works.
It is a bad answer in fluid because it's not uniform.
Bro, it works in fluid all day long.
It does not.
It does not.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Here, dude, I can show you here. Ready? Watch this.
All of the chip.
Why does something happen? Why does something happen the same way in two different environments, where one of the environments removes what you claim to be the thing that makes things go up and down?
My claim has to do with the environment. So you remove the environment, my claim is gone. Like, I'm discussing fluids. If I'm designing an air balloon or whatever, that's how I'm going to design it. Air balloons don't work in a vacuum. I don't know. Whatever, you do your thing.
I'm just showing you. I'm showing you. Like, listen. I know I'm never going to convince you anyway. I'm just saying that argument that you made about the fluid being the method of action is a poor argument, and you should rethink it.
It's not a poor argument.
It's really weird that you said that, right? Because we can manipulate the medium and cause objects to rise and fall. But that's not science for him. First-hand experience, right? Demonstration, that's not science to him. He wants it to be theoretical, that way that you can't falsify it. That's his science.
I'm going to post mathematically my claim, and you tell me if you have a problem with that. And this is from your science, your world. This is from this mechanical engineering curriculums. If you're going to argue against this, you're arguing against the mechanical engineering department in whatever MIT. So you're you're not like in fluids. This is solid.
Okay. In fluids, yes, but if I remove the fluid, if you're missing the main point, Cyrus. If I remove the fluid, because air is a fluid, right? And that says it, right?
Easy. You still have energy in the body.
But see, there you go. Now you see it. It's not the fluid that causes things to go down. It's not the downward acceleration force. It's not the fluid. It has to be something else. And you just said it yourself. Well, there has to be potential energy stored. That's a better answer than saying it's the fluid. Just drop the idea of the fluid. It's a bad idea. I keep showing you how many ways you're wrong, and you don't want to accept it. You keep saying you can't address the idea of what happens in a vacuum chamber. Clearly, man. Clearly, it's not the fluid that's causing things to go up and down.
Because I'm discussing fluids. You want to discuss vacuum chamber, and then you want to know why, and I can't give you an answer to why.
I know, because your theory is wrong. That's what I'm saying. I just proved your theory.
It's demonstrable, bro. It's not a theory. It's first-hand knowledge, right? Okay, so let's get this straight, right? I got a ping pong ball, right? I throw it in a pail of water. I remove the water, it goes down. Did that have anything to do with me manipulating space-time? See, what we have here is a category error, right? What's it called? Somebody's rattling something. Somebody doing dishes?
Come up here.
Yeah, so one of these things is like functional, demonstrable, falsifiable, and all that good stuff. And one of them is like purely theoretical astrophysics, right? So this guy, Smooth, he's in a complete category error, right? Because one of these things is real knowledge, first-hand knowledge that anyone can do, right? And then the other one is like pure mathematical, like baseless assertions, right? Anybody can theorize about anything they want. Don't call it science. Certainly don't call it knowledge.
I mean, I'm okay with all the words that you're saying.
My answer would have been wait time. We'll call it wait time.
That's fine. I'm okay with wait time. I'm okay with anything. We can address all your points. I'm just saying that it ain't the air, guys.
Well,
I was just being a smart ass,
you're in
man.
the air.
I was being a smart ass.
Isn't
I
it?
like the potential energy. I think the seeking equilibrium is perfect. It's going back where it came from.
That's why it's called fluid mechanics. You remove fluid, you remove the entire science of fluid mechanics because it talks
Well,
about.
see, that's what I'm trying to show you is that fluid mechanics are not the answer to why things go down.
In fluid,
nope, not in fluid dynamics either.
It's not. What is it then?
The fluid in fluid dynamics, the water, right, is not why the apple sinks or the apple floats. It's not the water. It's the apple in reference to the water.
Buoyancy.
So again, I'm showing you over and over. Every way you want to twist it, you are wrong on this one.
Okay, I had communication issues and missed what you were saying. So
In fluid dynamics, right? Whether you talk about air, water, or metal, or whatever you wish to say, it is not the water that makes things float. It's not the water that makes things sink. It's the object in reference to the fluid. So fluid.
You see my video, bro?
The submerged body and the fluid. Yes.
The fluid is not the reason why things go down.
I thought we hashed this out a long time ago. Didn't we say there are two vectors on a body?
The fluid is not the reason.
I told you the fluid is for the upward vector. Like this is recorded, so you can rewind and listen to me say that. I said you canceled out one of the vectors, the upward force. So now you're gonna have the downward. You ask why? I'll give you the top answer, Supreme, because the curvature on on the feather on the ball was greater than whatever. So you had an acceleration. Einstein. I don't know.
Yeah. We're having a pretty nitty-gritty conversation, and I appreciate the respect from both sides. I like it when it goes this way.
I always try to.
I just want to point out. Yeah, sorry, I'm going into the second law, right? So hot always goes to cold, right? Nobody knows why, right? It just seeks equilibrium. And if you got two batteries, you hook them up, one's dead and one's full, it's going to seek equilibrium, and the high charge is going to flow to the low charged battery, right? And it's the same thing with pressure. You got a lighter, like you click the flick, right? And the pressure starts trying to reach equilibrium. Nobody knows why, right? And it's really weird that you guys, on the ball side, like you try to say why, and then it has something to do with like something that we can't prove or verify or falsify. So it's kind of like the sky is blue because King Richard said so, and you can't question King Richard because you can't prove him wrong. So you best, so saith the king, right? It's kind of like that. It's really weird that you guys do that. And why can't you just say that
this is kind of
things in
sophistry.
nature tend to reach equilibrium? They tend to seek equilibrium, and nobody knows why. But for some reason, it just appears that nature likes it when everything's in equilibrium. That's the natural way of things, right?
I just want to point out that was a good conversation. It did get a little crazy. People got warnings in the middle of that. Guys, there's no name calling every day not to call names. You know this.
Why does the magnetic field is always orthogonal to the electric field? I don't know.
It just does.
It just is, man.
Listen, we can talk about all kinds of things, Cyrus. Like let's ask this question, right? Does gas have weight?
Of course it does.
Oh, cool. All right, that was pretty easy.
Yeah, of course it does. Table of elements.
Does gas have weight? Does gas have weight outside of a container?
Oh, most certainly.
Can you hold on to gas outside of a container?
No.
Okay. So does it have weight outside of a container? Because that's a cool
Of
question.
course it does.
Well, it
It's a
does.
cool question, right? You like that?
I like
It
that.
can't.
Because my answer would be, of course it does, but you can't actually get the weight until you trap it. It's like, okay, that is actually a cool one.
I mean,
how
does demonstrate gravity,
you know what I'm saying?
absent
I
of buoyancy
use
and
that one
density.
a lot.
It's a good one.
I use that one a lot because
It's a good one.
You know, they say, "Oh, well, gas has weight." I'm like, well, you know, does it outside the container? You can't show me it
course it
having
does.
weight outside the container.
Right, no matter how big of a scale you put on the ground, it ain't gonna register.
You
Jeremy,
could put a barometer. You could use a
No,
barometer.
you could do something even easier that not a lot of people think about. Right? What you can do is you could take it. You can put yourself in an open space. Then what you can do, right, is you can fill. You could take a few tanks with different, hoses, all of a gas that's heavier than oxygen, right, or than normal air, and you can watch yourself suffocate as you unleash this gas and as it pushes the oxygen away. There's a lot of different ways. Yeah.
Where does
But
that?
Nature.
Where does that show
Okay.
me the weight of it?
Let's move the goalpost again. Sure. You want me to show you the easiest way that I can prove to you that gas has weight without a container. All right. Ready? Let's all put our hand in front of our mouth. Let's do it. I'm putting my hand 6 inches in front of my mouth. Then take a medium-sized breath.
Okay. Now what?
Blow in your hand.
That's a force.
Then what?
Hold on. Let
Then
me
what?
ask you something. That's a force.
That's how
right?
much their breath weighs?
Hold on.
Is that how much?
Hold on. That's a force, right? You felt something on your hand.
Of course.
You told me you like Einstein. So
I like Einstein, I like Newton. I'll play ball with any of them.
Yeah.
You gave it a vector, bro. Hold on, you gave it a vector. You gave it a vector when you blew.
All forces have vectors.
That's not Deba.
That was Brian Lee.
Oh,
that
that's
wasn't even
Brian. Well,
close, but it's.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, without
all forces have
coherent vector.
vectors.
Yeah, but without a coherent vector, it's pretty much infinite vector. I mean, that's the way y'all describe gas, right? You could put a scale on the. So you think you could put a scale on the ground where nothing can get underneath it, about 10 square miles, and it'll register weight?
Brian, I'll love to have this conversation with you in a second, but just let me finish.
Yeah. All right.
Let's let Cyrus. You know what? Let's let Cyrus go through this with him because I like the Cyrus guy. He doesn't come here a lot.
I enjoyed
Give him
that
like
too,
5
man. I'll
minutes.
back off.
Give him like 5 minutes.
Yeah. So we all agree. I mean, well, Cyrus, you and I agree that we're blowing air. We feel it. All right. We agree that's a force. Well, force is equal to ma, right? So if you feel force and you're accelerating it, then clearly what you're pushing out has mass.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
I'm playing 100%. Nothing
So
wrong.
there, I'm proving to you that gas has mass.
But you proved that we registered a force due to the velocity of the mass. Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
that's
okay.
all I'm saying. Is that gas has
Now
mass. You and I agreed to that, so we're
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah.
That was just that.
Cool. How much did your breath weigh?
How much does my breath weigh?
You said you were gonna show me the weight of gas without a container. So how much did it weigh? Yeah, what was the weight?
Does bad breath weigh more or less than good breath?
Dude, you could probably get a Nobel Prize for that one.
How much did it weigh?
Bad breath would definitely weigh more than good breath.
How much did your breath weigh? You said you were about to show me this gas having weight outside of a container, and you blew on your hand. I didn't see any. Was that a kilogram of breath or a gram? Like, well, how much breath was it?
Okay. Well,
you want me to answer that one for you? I'll play ball. Like I'll be on the ball side, or actually just on
no,
the
don't
side.
do that. You're on our side.
Okay. All right.
I mean, Jeremy, we've kind of gone through this a couple of times. It's kind of irrelevant.
But you're using your hand as a container, bro. I mean, ain't your hand kind of the container?
It's not a container.
It's not. Okay. I'm gonna answer this for the sake of science. It has nothing to do with the shape. When you're blowing on something, you don't have mass. You have something called mass, MDOT, yeah? Mass flow rate. because something is flowing. So we can't actually weigh this. But what we're going to do is we're going to have to freeze time, a snap, right? Like we're going to have to take a slice of time. So what we're going to do is we're going to assume that we have laminar flow coming out of the mouth, which means non-turbulent. We don't have tornadoes or whatnot, but we do. But we're going to assume it's laminar. It's flowing in like a stream, a laminar stream. Okay, we're just going to do that. So we're going to draw an imaginary boundary from the distance from the hand to the mouth. All right, this flow, this column of air that's flowing, and we're going to freeze it. And only when we freeze it, we can theoretically assume how much is in here in this boundary we drew, because it's flowing, right? We have a mass flow rate. So in order to cancel that, you're going to have to cancel time out because it's flowing to at any given point in time, because it's going to be like whatever, like mass flow rate is going to be like a kilogram per meter, per second or whatever, So you're going to have a rate of mass. Yeah, anyways, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. But you can't.
Cyrus, hold on. They're supposed to be showing me how. They're supposed to be showing me how to weigh the gas without a container. If it involves freezing time, we could just stop right there.
Okay, fine. Well, you have to draw an imaginary. It's an imaginary container. Essentially, you're going to draw an imaginary container, and you can work it out if you know the mass flow rate. So
let's say it like this instead. We'll say it like this: it's got to be bonded to something because gas is unbonded. So instead of saying container, it's got to be bonded to something, like a hand. Or a container, or a wall.
You need a specific volume of it. That's what I'm saying. That's the container. So unless
where do you draw? Okay, when you breathe on your hand, where do you draw we freeze time and then we draw a container where?
Between your hand and your mouth, like that. That's the specific.
The opening.
Yeah.
Opening of my mouth. The whole like circular opening of my mouth to the shape of my hand.
Yep.
Ah, man.
Cradle the balls too, Jeremy. Cradle the balls.
And it's going to be heavier than air.
This is going to be a weird shaped container, but all
right.
But whatever. Cylinder. Don't matter.
I mean, here's an example I've thought about. The sulfur hexafluoride gas where they float the aluminum boat in the aquarium.
Definitely.
So you could weigh the aquarium and zero the scale, and then add the sulfur hexafluoride in it, and that would register weight. So you could be weighing the.
So you want to put the sulfur hexafluoride. So you want to put the sulfur hexafluoride in a container to show me that gas has weight without a container.
Yeah, just like you would weigh a bucket of water, you would need a bucket to weigh the water, right? So you would need, a bucket to weigh the gas because it's fluid.
I could weigh water without a container, first of all, right?
How's that?
You get a scale. You put a few drops of water. The surface tension will keep it there.
That's true. You could do that. Of course, gas doesn't exhibit that surface tension property, so you would have to figure out some way to hold it.
Yeah, a container. I know. That's why you can't weigh it without the container.
Sure.
Yes.
Right. That's the point.
I mean, they're trying to fight me that you can weigh it without the container. It's weird, Laughlang.
I'm not.
It's difficult.
I was just saying, like, you can work out.
No, I know.
The weight of the air. Yeah. This is like I posted a diagram of what I'm saying. Like, you just work out this area that you dotted in a piece of paper. It's like, okay, and you can assume a lot of stuff. Yeah.
So can we work it out the same way we worked out the distance to Venus, or the distance to the sun that same way?
No, this is worked out. No, this is worked out backwards because we know how much the gas already weighs. So this is actually reverse engineered because we know how much it weighs in a container per specific volume. So now I know in the air, like air around me is roughly a kilogram per meter cubed. For a cubic yard, you're gonna have a kilogram of air, average, sitting there. Because we know how we can get a cubic meter of container and vacuum it out.
Cyrus, real quick, when you're drawing the container from my mouth to my hand, where do you start the volume at? Do you start it from where it exits my mouth, or inside my mouth, or from the bottom of my lungs, or my windpipe? Like, where's the container? Stop the shape.
It doesn't. It does. It's just this is a flowing fluid. In open,
but you need the container, right? So where would you? Yes. But you need the container. So where would you stop? Would you stop it at like as my whole lungs to my hand, or is it from my when it exits my mouth? Like, where would you make the container? Could you do
How
it
much
anywhere?
force is being exerted? How much force is being exerted on the air?
I don't need it to work out the force. I don't need the volume. I just need the velocity and like the density.
The weight, but you need for the force, but you need the container at the end, right? You needed to draw volume, an imaginary container.
If I wanted to like weigh a section of this fluid that's flowing, yeah.
Yeah. We want to weigh a section of it. So where would you draw the container in that scenario? From my hand to my mouth, but would you stop it at my mouth or my windpipe or my my lungs? Where would you?
Well, why do you want to weigh it anyways? We just need the flow. How much flow we're having.
I don't know, because they're saying you can weigh it without. Because they're saying you can weigh it.
Yeah, you would have
the whole.
Well, because your breath has more water vapor than air around it, so you would actually have to work it out by sampling it, and you have no way around it. And containing the sample, obviously, because you're going to sample it. There's a specific known volume of it to know the moisture content, all that. Then you can know per this much space occupied is going to weigh that much due to the contents in it.
So basically, the container is absolutely necessary for this.
Absolutely, it's absolutely. This is just
they've been trying to argue with me that way. You know how they use the argument. Why does gas? We'll say you can't have gas without a container, and it'll say weight is keeping the gas down on Earth. And then I thought, how do you know gas has weight outside the container? You can't really prove that. It's just fun to kick around. We've been kicking it around the office a little bit.
Well, how could it have weight when everything else doesn't? Like, is it just they always have like these special pleading cases? Like, you just have to adapt to some form of thinking.
How would you have a known volume as well?
You trap it to weigh.
You would also need a known temperature, right?
Yeah, PVT, of course. They're all related: temperature, volume, and pressure. You can never separate them apart, no matter what you do.
So how do you get all of them then?
You assume a lot of stuff, man. But you can. What I'm saying is, you can make stuff, like based on the wind speed of wherever you live. If you put a turbine with a blade of this size, I can tell you theoretically the maximum horsepower it can generate.
So it's assumed and theoretical.
Yeah, as long as it gets us close enough. This is engineering where rubber meets the road.
So
we have to
theoretical.
No,
sounds appropriate. Sounds appropriate, Kawasaki, because remember, we don't really have to work at the really is level when it comes to the globe.
Well, that's the difference, right? That's why I said, Smooth was in a category error, right? Because we're talking about the difference between applied science and like theoretical stuff, right? So why does the cell phone fall, right? Well, you can tell me all kinds of stories, right? And the stories don't really matter. What really matters is what you can demonstrate and have firsthand experience, right? That's what we call knowledge, right? And, you may not want to call it science, right? Because you think that science is different and you think that it's all about asking a question and it has nothing to do with manipulating variables. But what you can't do is you can't say that it's not knowledge, right? Because when I drink the tea, the ice goes down. When I refill the cup, the ice goes up, right? This is applied science. Does anybody disagree? This is applied knowledge, firsthand experience, not secondhand. We're not hearing about, a story that Grandpa told us about walking uphill both ways in the snow. Right? This is firsthand experience. Firsthand knowledge.
Barefoot.
Yeah, barefoot. That's right. Barefoot.
Experience is a difference to science then.
So Larry, what you're saying is that everyone that has a functioning brain or just a brain, right, can conduct science. You don't have to have 20 PhDs or even a fancy white coat with your name on it. Anybody can have the ability to conduct science. Is that what you're saying?
That's true.
Well,
that is true, Matrix.
You kind of have to have an intellect to be able to know what would be a good experiment, right? So if I shave, does that make the sun rise tomorrow? That might be what somebody wonders, and that wouldn't be good science, right? But if I shave, does it help me get the job, right? Like that's like a little bit better of a theory to test out, right?
Well, I've always said, like we take Travis for instance, Matrix. I've always said the hours and hours of time that Travis has spent behind the lens of a camera, even though I don't necessarily agree with his narrative or his conclusion, I consider Travis an observational scientist because of the hours he spent observing.
I would agree with you.
Doing observations. That's it.
All right, but observation
science is he
is
doing?
a part of science, though. It has to be. Because for you to do science, you will have to have had observed something long enough to recognize a pattern coming from the thing you are observing, right? Then you
Exactly.
no. Hypothesis, and then you go to the experiment to try to confirm your hypothesis. But because of the pattern that you've already noticed, so it comes
Exactly. Here's Travis, y'all. It's like he'll be like, "You see it? You see it?" And we're all like, "No, we don't see it." So, dude, he just had, he's been doing it so long. He's a specialist at that. So he detects shit. And I was like, I wish none of us are speaking up, but he sees shit right off the bat, dude. No, he's definitely
No,
a step beyond.
he's observing something. Correct.
Yeah, but he notices shit. Like somebody who studies, like, say, satellite footage, they're gonna see shit that we don't see, right? Because that's what they do.
He's observing something that he can't reach out and touch. He can't turn the valve on and off. All he can do is watch it and try to figure out and come to a logical conclusion of what's going on. He's limited to that. But
what's he sciencing?
I call him an observational scientist because he spent so much time behind the lens and considering this phenomena that I would consider him an observational scientist.
No, he's just observation. He's just observation something.
I consider him a specialist.
It's still a science.
So you guys have to realize
if you observe has a different understanding of science. He's got a different concept.
If you observe 10 million hours of porn, and pretty much, that makes you an observational scientist or watching porn for so many times.
Yes, it does. If you watch 10 hours of it and you learn something from it, you have conducted science. Doesn't matter how depraved
you conduct science.
Listen, if you watch 10 hours of porn, hold on. If you watch 10 hours of porn, and because of those 10 hours of porn, you are now more knowledgeable in sex, you have conducted.
You're more versed.
Hey, I've got a hypothesis. Here's a hypothesis.
Science, bro.
If you hit that rig-a-lick, something's going to happen.
So let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Would you?
I just want you guys to know that I am now a scientist.
You watched 10 hours of porn.
Funny.
Congratulations.
Honestly, media.
I had to come off, bro. I had to come off mute.
I think you guys are confusing the context, which is the point of the depravity of the masturbation, with the actual science. What I said was, it doesn't matter what you watch. Porn, you read a book. If you learn something from it, if you're able to take something from it, you have conducted in a way, shape, or form science.
Birdwatching.
Jeremy, I had to come off mute. And laugh at that one out loud, bro.
Yeah,
If
I'm not.
If I write a book about bullshit and you read that book, you made science.
Yeah, media. What are you talking about, man? If that's science, what's empiricism?
I call these people specialists, man. I call them specialists at what they do.
How does science start? How does it start?
Special.
It starts with observation. Doesn't end there.
Oh, watching the porn is not observation?
No, watching porn is observation. That's how science starts, but you're not doing anything else, so it's not science. Science is more than just observation.
Watching the porn, is it not observational?
Well,
it's yes or no? It's yes or no? Is watching the porn not observational, which is the key part of science? Yes or no?
It's a key part, absolutely, yes. But that doesn't make it science.
Calm down, guys.
It's a part of science. It's not science in and of itself.
Listen. Okay, so do I drive my alternator to work? No, I drive my car to work. Is the alternator the car? A part cannot be the whole. The first step of the scientific method cannot be the whole of the scientific method if we're talking about natural science. If we're talking about natural science, then the first step, which is to make an observation of a natural phenomenon, that is the first step. So let's say that I have an alternator, right? And I want to sell this alternator for $5,000. No idiot is going to pay $5,000 for that alternator because it's not a car, except for Glover's.
A little deep.
I think even Globers would agree with this one. Media's just on one.
No, they actually don't. They think the alternator is the car, and they think that observational science is science.
First of all, what I said was observation was a very key point of science. I did not attribute it as science, but it is a part of the scientific method. So if you do watch porn for 10 hours, you have conducted science. I am not
No,
saying
you haven't.
No. Yes, you have.
You've conducted a part
It's-
of what science is. You've conducted observation,
The
which
first
is part of
step of the
science,
science
but
is
you've not
philosophy.
conducted science, man. Come on.
Right. Read the definition of philosophy and think about watching something. You can observe bird patterns all day long, right? But it's not science. It's philosophy. It's not natural science until you start
it's not.
manipulating its cause.
It's not philosophy.
Matrix. What's the definition of pseudoscience?
Yo, Jeremy, I'm gonna tag you.
Bro,
what's the definition of empiricism?
Philosophy, the study of nature, causes or principle, reality, knowledge, or value based on logical reasoning. That's not philosophy. Watching bird
Well,
patterns.
let
the
me
study
say
of nature.
this. Like, I'm not sure which bird it is, but there's a bird that builds an elaborate house in order to attract a mate, and I can't interact with him because he'll fly away. But I can sit back in the shadows and watch him, and I can determine that bird, I think it's a bowerbird, will build a structure that we call it his house in order to attract a mate. And I can watch that over and over again, and I can make a prediction that this bowerbird that's hatched he's going to grow up to build a house to attract a mate.
That would be the Howard
That's
Swallow.
knowledge of philosophy. That's philosophy.
That's not philosophy. That's empirical
We
evidence.
predicted eclipses
You've
way back
observed it.
when. That doesn't mean we did science.
Read the definition of philosophy
Engineers,
from
we
whatever
reverse
dictionary.
engineered. It's not the same thing. And Howard, right with the bird, because you observe the bird for a prolonged amount of time, right? Are you able to affect the bird, its environment? Because
No,
you've been
that's-
observing the bird, right? You know the bird's habits. You're telling me you
but-
haven't learned a thing or two about the bird or
Hey,
the
yeah.
environment?
You guys the thing is, that's what I mean. You can't touch the bird. You can't interact with it, or you'll spoil your observation. But you can draw definitive conclusions about the bird and his activity by observation.
Can I jump in real quick? I want to make mention of something and point something out. You guys are both arguing like both sides of a coin, because by definition, let's say whoever's saying watching a bird isn't science, there's more to it. That's correct in the definition of what science means to him. And then someone saying, well, just having knowledge of something is science. That's correct, because that is in the definition. It's like you're arguing definition 1 and definition 3, and you guys are flying shit against each other.
No,
but
but
you're
we're talking
both
about-
right.
I said this from the very beginning. I said observation is a part of science. I never
Jay.
said that it was science completely. This was something that was attributed to the conversation.
No, but you're acting
Jay,
like
can you please
you're
stop
acting like
being
it's
so
science
loud?
completely when you say that observing porn for X amount of hours is science. All you're doing is observation there, and you're saying it's science. So that means it's science completely.
Yeah, no.
No. Hold on, percentage. This is the second
No,
time
Jay,
you said
hold
it.
on, Jay. 'Cause I had.
I'm
Oh
being
my
exact
God.
right now. I've never mentioned anything about it being science. I
Yes,
said it
you
was
did.
a part of science. I said it from the beginning. This will be the 4th time I say it.
But even still, Matrix, let me point this out. You're saying that's not science, but that by definition, that actually is. And
No,
like,
but
We're not going by that definition. We're talking about the scientific method, like
you're
actual
arguing
scientific
different
evidence.
definition.
We're
That's all it
talking
is.
about
talking about science as in
percentage. I was trying to get it. I'm trying to get in. We're talking about natural science. We're not talking about the general meaning of science, because science in itself means knowledge. We're talking about the natural science.
Yeah, we're not talking about the etymological.
Well, again,
Y'all
I'm
entertaining
just hearing you guys argue, but you're both right, but in your own definition.
No, well, we're
No,
not
man,
arguing
listen to what
about.
media's saying. Media's now
Wait.
changing it to say he's saying it's part of science. Before you were saying it was
Y'all
was
quit
science.
entertaining it. The conversation will go away if y'all quit entertaining it. Part of science is the beginning. Didn't I say that observation is part of science? Haven't I been saying that?
Absolutely, it's the part. But you were saying before that just observing it is science because you learned something.
But isn't learning something and observing it a part of science?
It's a part of science, but you're not doing science just by observation only. Because if that's the case, I would ask you, what's the difference between empirical evidence? What's the difference between empirical evidence and scientific evidence in that case?
If it's a part of science, you can also categorize it as science. But nobody's saying
no, you can't.
Okay, let me ask you this. I want to let me.
Part of science? Is that what
you can't categorize observation only as science. It's only part of science. It does not fulfill the criteria of science.
But let me ask Jay. Let me ask.
Hold on. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
Is it science?
Knowledge of an area?
I'm gonna start muting people because everybody's being way too loud, screaming up their asses like they have no scruples inside them. Please calm down.
Yeah. It's percentages right though, man. So, you did say that, man, early on, but I see what he's saying now. So let's get a topic here, man. I hate when we get stuck on this.
We're talking about something that has to be worked out before we could continue to the next steps.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool.
And I don't disagree with percentage at all, but I want to ask percentage a question about ornithology and birds, and we want to determine and be able to predict this species of birds' behavior. So we spend 3 years observing their behavior, and through that observation, we can now determine how that bird is going to act and predict how that bird's going to act. Would you say that has been a scientific endeavor?
No.
Okay.
I can predict that the sun's going to come out, from the east every day. That's not science. It's just observation. You've never, you don't know what the cause of the sun coming up just by observing it is. You have to actually, affect it somehow to be able to separate from correlation to causation. And you don't do that with just watching porn or what have you.
In that sense, we don't know absolutely anything because we can't. We can't know anything.
Relax. All right. So I'm going to settle this real fast. I just posted some stuff. Right, so everybody go to the live stream voice text. Just real fast. It won't take long. Right? You see where it talks about systematic experimentation? That's what sets science apart from everything else. Now, why is this systematic experimentation so important? Right?
Yeah, I guess we'd call the observation a study or something like that. Instead of
hold on. Relax. Yeah, let me go over this real fast. It won't take long. Guys, I'm just give me a few seconds, right? Okay, so in an experiment, the independent variable is varied. The independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates the independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. Right, so this is from the government, if you trust them. Right, so here's another one. An independent variable is defined as the variable that is changed or controlled in a scientific experiment. It represents the cause or the reason for an outcome. So if you just take your time, do a little study on the stuff that I just posted right here, you can't just observe something to do science. Right? Because the independent variable, the variable that is stable and unaffected by other variables you are trying to measure, it refers to the condition of an experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It is the presumed cause, University of Southern California. So, if you understand, hold on. If you understand the division fallacy, a part is not the whole. Thanks.
Okay, so I want to read this definition as well. The definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to study cause and effect relations. Scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording our findings over time. That's what I was talking about with the ornithology.
Is that an experiment?
Hold on, Larry, because I know where this comes from. Can you post a link for that?
It's stand by and I can tell you. I don't have a link for it. It's
are we
kind of difficult. This
No,
is from
stop.
Best 7 definitions of observational science.
So are we confusing experiment with so experiment be the real science and not the observational part of it?
No, this part of it.
Observing the experiment
hold on.
is science.
There's a method to actually coming to the science, through a scientific method. There's a method to it. It's a method that you have to make an observation. That's the first step. but you can't skip the other ones. In other words, then it'll be pseudoscience. The definition of pseudoscience I was asking you to look for, Jay, is a collection of belief or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Now, when you're saying, oh, it's observation, not science, it's not part of it. Sorry, it's not part of it. Yeah, it's part of it, but it's not, like Larry was saying, it's not the whole. You have to take the whole step to continue to actually make it a scientific endeavor. In other words, if you're just doing the observation and not the experiment, or making a hypothesis and not conducting the test, then you're not doing with a scientific method, and it becomes pseudoscience. And actually, that thing you read. Okay, I'm not gonna hog the mic. Go ahead. Where was it?
No, I was just saying, what about the things that we can gain knowledge about that we're not able to interact, or where interaction would actually spoil the outcome of the observation? We can still gain knowledge about these things through observation.
Pseudoscience.
It's not pseudoscience. Hold up,
science.
it's not pseudoscience. It's empirical evidence. It's you get a confidence level from that information. If you were able to manipulate the variable and have like this action reaction cause effect, then your confidence level of that information would increase.
Yes. Now, Skylane.
At that point, it would become science when you're actually manipulating it or seeing the actual relationship between these two. But until then, it's just correlation. You just see this happen, and then this happens. You can't actually say that one causes the other.
And we can't say that the only way to gain knowledge is through science, because that's just erroneous thinking. In other words, you can observe something and actually learn from it, but it doesn't have to be say this is science.
Of course, that's what empiricism is.
Science is,
which is like a main branch of knowledge.
Can I not be heard?
Science is like, we're trying to determine the cause and effect relationship. That's what. So you have to come up with an experiment to determine the cause effect relationship. So if that's not what you're trying to figure out, then it's not science, but it could be knowledge of whatever.
Mic check good.
You know.
Yep, Larry.
Absolutely.
Somebody mic check.
It's good.
We can't be heard. All right, so let's say I observe your mom at the crack house, right? I could, say I gain knowledge, right? Scientific knowledge that your mom's a crackhead. Well, what if I test this theory, right? What if I try to sell your mom crack and she says, no, I don't smoke crack, get away from me. I was just delivering a pizza there because I'm a pizza woman, right? That's the difference, right? If I say that I saw your mom at the crack house, therefore she's a crackhead, it's been scientifically proven, that's pseudoscience. But at the moment I test it and I say, oh, you don't want crack, you're not a crackhead, what if I give it to you for free? No, I don't like crack, I'm not a crackhead. Okay, so my theory's been falsified, right? So I just used actual science because I tested it, and she's not a crackhead, right? That's actual science.
Did you forget the first thing that you did before you made the conclusion that she was a crackhead? What was the first thing you did?
Observation.
Exactly.
I observed her in a crack house, at a known crack house.
It's a step to a process.
It's just weird that, although you guys say that observation isn't science, it just weirdly enough always starts with it.
No, of course it starts with it, man. That's a necessary part of the method. You have to observe the experiment. You can't do an experiment and not observe it. That's just retarded.
It's weird that you start your car every time you're driving it, but starting your car is not driving it. But it's the first step. Right?
Hey, Hank, at least you proved that she wasn't a dependent variable.
She probably just thought you were a cop, so she said no.
Yeah, there you go. That's another thing you have to get, you have to work that in.
Science is never settled, so do your own research.
Larry does sound like a cop.
I have to add this, that, watching a lot of porn may make me a more proficient masturbator. But I don't know about if just listening to you guys has made me more proficient master debater.
There you go.
The other issue with all these examples that are given here of these observations being made is that none of them are actually natural phenomenons.
Yeah.
So you're watching one example is not a natural phenomenon. You're observing your mum at a crack house is not a natural phenomenon. So none of them would even.
You're saying somebody getting jizzed in the face is not natural?
No, it's man-made.
Literally?
Is this where the masturbate is?
No, he's just making a distinction to what we're talking about, what occurs in nature versus watching porn. It's not the same thing.
And I think we were talking about gases before that. Somehow shifted.
Right, because we were talking about what makes a scientist, and then other things came up.
No, hold on.
Well,
no.
this is-
Now, what makes a scientist? I think we're talking about science. I think scientists and science might be two different things.
Right, but I think it was Skylane said that Copernicus or Travis was an observational scientist, and that's where everything got this. We started discussing what is science.
Yeah, if there's a category called observational science, whether you call it pseudoscience or not, he's saying observational scientist. So technically that would be the case, but it's categorical. You know, it's not like what he's trying to say that he's proving anything by watching these things. He's not doing scientific method, which is the main distinction that we're trying to make with, you know, being able to prove things with this.
To be fair, I disagree with that. I do think he is doing science, because he'll have his camera in front of him, and he'll change one thing. He might change the focal length, he might change the zoom, or he'll change one thing and he'll observe something else. You know,
Are you guys
Percentage,
Percentage, are you okay, bro? Are you high, bro?
So in that
You
vein,
literally just
he's
contradicted
changing the
yourself.
independent variable. He's changing one thing, which is the zoom or the focal length or the lens, or whatever it is, and he's observing, you know, the effect after. So it's not science in terms of actually like it, you know, in nature
Natural
he's doing
science.
the science, but it's science in terms of his equipment. You know, how he's using his equipment
Hey,
and his gear and
Howard.
stuff like that. He's scientifically using it.
Is it me or the percentage just
you guys not
contradict
hear me? I've been
himself?
trying to get in.
Not you.
Hey,
Correct.
Howard, can you hear me?
Yeah, Travis.
I was just wondering, is my picture next to the term yet? Observational science, is my picture there yet?
I'm going to submit it to Wiki.
No, we
and
don't
see
want
if
to
we can
mentally
get
scar
that
people.
done.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
But Travis, since you're here, maybe you could speak on the distinction of when you're just observing something and taking note and gaining knowledge, or, you know, have there been times where you consider what you're doing actual science, where you think about, you know, the difference between one setup compared to another, and with some sort of dependent, independent variable and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I've tried to be as honest, and just by honest I mean coming at it from my experience and my knowledge level, because I just got into this 4 years ago. So honestly, I bought a camera and went out and didn't even know what I was going to see. I had no clue what I was going to see. So everything for me was just ground zero. So I would say that primarily it's observational, but as Percentage talked about, I do have independence that I can vary. I can vary my height, I can vary my distance, I can vary, you know, a few different things to get different information. And
Time
the
of
one thing
day.
that, yeah, time of day. I've filmed all throughout the day. Those are variables. But see, the thing about that, Howard, is no one in Wiki and no one in Andrew Thomas Young or Hyperphysics will tell you about the time of day. They won't tell you about the position of the sun. You know what I mean? They just give you these bare bones data that everybody just swallows and says, "Yeah, this is exactly what you know, it's supposed to be." But hold on, someone's at the door. I'll be right back.
That's one of the things that Dr. Sheldrake was complaining about, is that he wanted people to test the speed of light during different times of day and night, and they won't do it. And that was one of the things, because it's a constant and there's all this orthodoxy around it. And he said it could be done very easily, you know, and people's different measurements of gravity during the day and during the night could be done very easily. But nobody wants to do it because it's a constant.
Why do some Globers and some flat earthers believe in photons, but then some people believe in the ball and some people believe it being flat? Like,
Okay,
isn't
so-
photons along that same category of ball earth, because it's just another thing we can't, it's just imaginary?
No, photons aren't imaginary. It's like a concept. Okay, so light is the most convoluted
How is
thing that you
concept
can
not
study
imaginary?
other than time and space, right? So it's extremely convoluted talking about the science and the physics of light, because we don't got it all figured out. So one person might believe this and another person might believe that. Well, when it comes to the shape of the Earth, nobody can see it as a whole. So it's also one of those convoluted subjects because, let's face it, ballers, the argument isn't as cut and dry as you may have once thought. You may have thought, oh, a flat Earth debate in 2022, if they're going to get wiped out in seconds, all we have to do is say gravity and drop our microphone and walk away. The argument isn't that cut and dry, fellas.
I mean, again, I'll just state it again. Maybe I missed something that you said, but Photon's argument is the same as Ball Earth argument. If you're dealing with things that isn't cut dry, there is a lot of things that are questionable and imaginary and conceptual and theoretical. Why is it still though believed the same way a baller believes the ball by someone? Let's say, like I would say this. I would think that speed of light, quote unquote, is equivalent to heliocentrism because it's dealing. That's the whole like study and teaching that's coming from this one side. So when a quote unquote flat earther finally just realizes like the nonsense of the heliocentrism, then what? But how do they still carry in that backpack with like certain things though? Like they cherry pick, like, oh, I believe this, but not that, or this, or not that. Like, would you think that like electromagnetic stuff is the counter to gravity, and the instead of speed of light, it'll be the appropriation of light? Like, what you would think that those things would go hand in hand, like that bag would be in all together in one. Does that make sense?
So here's the thing. You can't argue when a scientific experiment comes up. Like, nobody is going to argue with me when I say the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function in the double slit experiment, right? Where the argument comes in is where they say light is a wave, not a particle, and light is a particle and not a wave. No, me too. It's not. It's not stew. It's not stew. It's not stew, right? And then you end up with a snot stew argument, right? That's because man got involved after the experiment data came out and then rubbed his blah 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 all over it.
Well, what I understand about the particle, the wave particle duality, is that light exhibits the properties of both a particle and a wave, though it is neither, is the way I understand it.
Mic check. I didn't finish up, and I'll try to make it brief. So the other thing that I've tried to say in the streams that I've done is that I absolutely have to get out in the field and take measurements, right? So until I'm able to do that with more than one person, the research is going to be stymied. Right? Hello? Am I talking to myself?
I hear you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd love to make this full time and not to just get paid, but for the research itself. I mean, this is important stuff. That's why I know people hate it when I say I'm your Copernicus, but I believe that this is absolutely going to be revolutionary. Abso-fucking-lutely. Look, I just bought a book today from Robert Greenler, who was a PhD astrophysicist back in the 70s and 80s at the Wisconsin University in Milwaukee. Wrote a book, Halos, Rainbows, Halos, and Glories, right? So atmospheric refraction. So I started reading it today, and I wanted to throw the book across the fucking room. Because the stuff that they say just doesn't match what I see. There's so much that just needs to be redone. It's insane.
Right.
Well, it's a noble cause, Travis. It's a noble cause, but don't expect the mainstream to like support you in any way, shape, or form. Remember, you are contradicting their information.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm back in a good conversation with Andrew Thomas Young right now, and I'm trying to be as direct but as safe as possible as well. I'm trying to give him as much scientific perspective without giving him without poisoning the well. You know what I mean? I can't show my hand. And the minute I show my hand, forget it. He's going to be done. He's not going to talk to me.
Exactly. And why do you think that is? Why do you think that he won't talk to you?
Stigma, dogma, in other words, that ends in ma.
How about self-preservation?
What did you say? Percentage? Other words that ends in ma?
Yeah.
That was funny, man. That was funny.
You think these scientists, all of these scientists that you guys have communicated with, you don't think they know what's going on? But they can't say what they really think publicly because it would be liable for them, right? They will lose their way of life. It isn't that simple to go to a university for 4-6 years and then all of a sudden say, fuck, this is bullshit. What are you gonna do when you've wasted a great portion of your life in the university learning some bullshit that turned out to be bullshit? You think a person is just gonna say, oh, you know what? I learned bullshit. I'm an idiot, and smile with a clown face and just no. They're not. They're gonna fight against it.
Hey, listen, get back to me on your camera, man. Don't forget about that. But I was having before Sean Hawkins completely derailed my relationship with the hyperphysics guy. I had a great conversation, great rapport. The last weekend, I had a conversation with him again, and at the end of it, I said, okay, look, you've heard where I'm coming from. You know where I'm coming from now, ultimately. I said, what can I do? Because the door with you is closed. He said, I wish you all the luck. Like he can't associate with me.
Because you're scaring the shit out of them, Travis. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Sean Hawkins wasn't the culprit of it. He was the excuse that they needed because they knew your information was gonna make them look bad. You understand? Sean Hawkins was just the excuse.
Yeah, I know. And I knew the minute I posted that video, I thought, I'm making this public and it's just a matter of time before some fucking troll comes after me.
Well, in light of our position and realizing that the standards aren't necessarily the truth, then what you've already done is revolutionary by our standards. We have a new standard of what is revolutionary, no matter what the mainstream says or who accepts it or if this Andrew Thomas Young. And it's like we're famous to the famous people that can't even admit that they agree with us. So right there, we're already famous in our own right. And that's all that matters. Because there's people like Jack Black or whoever that's in tune with this shit. They probably consider us famous. But that definition of famous is totally not about the mainstream acceptance of it. And it's way better, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, who would want to go anywhere else and listen to the conversation once you've been in our conversation? I mean, what the fuck else would there be to talk about, dude? We go as deep as humanly possible, and we argue actual reality for the way it is, and we gotta all be honest. It's a hell of a good debate, dude. It's a funny reality, man. The way it's set up, dude. It's an awful funny thing, man. Like God's got a sense of humor.
Mic check. What?
Yep.
I can't hear anything.
You
guys are just quiet?
Yeah, there was a low.
All right, so I want to make a clarification. So what happened earlier? So when I was talking about the porn situation, forget about the depravity of the porn, right? If you're watching, so let's say you're a virgin man, right? 18 years old, you want to find out how to interact with a woman, right? One of the options available nowadays is to watch porn, right? Now you've watched 10 hours of porn. Would you say that before watching the porn, his strategy has changed after the 10 hours of porn? He will probably do things a little different, maybe a little more exciting or whatever. Wouldn't you say that would be a consequence of simply observing the porn?
Yeah, but that's a study, though. That's more like a study, and you could become a specialist in a certain field. But science, I think, is by the way they're describing it as a real strict discipline, man. And I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
I get that. But why I got upset was because to imply that I'm saying that is all science is. That's what I got upset because I've been in this debate for a long time. What we talk about is science. to imply that because I said observation is science or part of science, that is completely science, will be the insulting part. Because that is no way, shape, or form what I said.
Well, it might have been the way you worded it. It might have been, but the fact that you said he's learning from it and that's science, and someone took it as you'd think that's all science is. But I don't think anyone meant
You
to
could have
insult
brought up something. You could have brought up something other than porn too. But here's what I don't like about
wasn't
the
the one that
method.
brought up the porn.
Hold on real quick. This is what I don't like about the method. I think they're too strict about the if it's observe a natural phenomenon, then there's no more science left to be done, because all these same natural phenomenons. I mean, there's only a certain amount of phenomenon in nature, except for what we create. I think I'm starting to agree with other people a little bit. I'm not trying to deviate, but I'm not sticking to no script. I think if we know a vacuum is a vacuum, and we know it always does what it does, then we should be able to perform science. I don't think that's a fucking gadget or a damn parlor trick. An interferometer is one of the best measuring tools there is, man. And as far as pinpoint accuracy, I don't think that's a parlor trick, dude. So I don't know.
Well, as long
See,
as you make
everything doesn't have to. Hold on. Everything doesn't have to go through the scientific method for it to be valid, right? Like you can run it through logic, like the definition of philosophy that I read earlier. I don't know if you were paying attention, but that's really important to understand that not everything can or has to go through the scientific method. So the belief that only the scientific method can prove things, that's called scientism.
There's no more science, bro. What left? What phenomenon are left that hasn't been ran through the method, bro?
Dude, they just now discovered the Schwimmer effect.
If I may,
serendipitously, go ahead.
I absolutely agree with what you just said, Hank. The scientific method is not the only method to acquire knowledge, and the acquisition of knowledge through other means, is perfectly valid as well. It's not diminished or or undervalued in any sense.
I agree with that, but listen, all these effects aren't science. The photoelectric effect is not science. The freaking Casimir effect, all this shit, by their definition, they're not science.
That's because we've adopted a very weird definition of science. As soon as people mention science, the other person automatically imagines some guy with a lab coat looking through a microscope, equipment, and that might not necessarily be science. It just might be engineering, building upon knowledge we already know.
How is the Casimir effect and stuff like that not science? I don't get it. And the photoelectric effect.
Well, they follow the scientific method. That's the only distinction we're trying to make as far as this conversation goes. If it follows the scientific method, there's a little bit more value to it in this discussion for certain reasons. That's all.
You're trying to determine the cause and effect relationship, and you come up with with an experiment. Then you're sciencing stuff. So
right,
applied science and what are you talking about? Theoretical science? They don't have any experiments. Theoretical physicists, they experiment with math.
But since you mentioned the Casimir effect, since we talked about this privately, Cyrus,
he did.
I think that's a good one. What's that?
I said he brought it up, actually. I was just replying to him saying...
since you re-brought it up, that's something we talked about. It's interesting. That could open up the discussion about how that is what we're observing with the Cavendish experiment and not necessarily what they're saying is gravity.
Yeah, it does open that up. Cavendish didn't know about Casimir.
Any ballers want to respond to that? Or are they even familiar with the Casimir effect?
Yeah. Give us a rundown on what that is. Do it, because I need a refresher.
Cyrus?
Like me? Why me?
Because you're the one that told me about it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you looked into it. It's that traction between objects. And they get really close.
Hey, long time no hear, Cyrus. Good to hear your voice, man.
Hey, what up, Sonny? What's up, man?
Yo, Cyrus.
Perspective. What's good? Crack villain. What up?
What up, bro?
So you take a Casimir sweat.
I'm no Casimir effect expert, but it's just there's this attraction that happens when you get bodies pretty close and do with plates, or they use the sphere and a plate because it's easier that way. Because you can get it really close without the plate deforming on you and getting stuck together. by this external force, not this internal force. But yeah.
I brought that argument up, and the one response I did note was a baller said that's only when the plates are close enough together, and we don't have that with Cavendish. But I guess I said with the torque, with the no resistance of the torque, that could cause the same effect.
What did he say?
I don't remember his reply. But is that
when you get really close? Think like sub-micron, the forces are great, like phenomenal. So yeah, you do have to get really close, but that helps you understand what's going on. So if it happens really close, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen from far away. Just the distance is a factor. And we're trying to understand what is actually pushing the things together, or pulling them together, if you want to understand, if you want to look at it that way. So then you get into the quantum world and their explanations for this stuff. It doesn't match up with Einstein, their quackery. So.
Right, in the quantum world, they call it quantum foam. Lawrence Krauss, I think he's a theoretical astrophysicist. I might be wrong, but he talks about it like it's virtual particles popping in and out of existence. There's another guy with a speech impediment. I can't remember his name. He talked about it like beer bubble universes popping in and out of existence.
Yep. Superposition. And,
yeah. The nuclear fission guy.
But I've never heard any of these. I've never heard any of these concepts associated with gravity or mass attracting mass, though.
Well, that's the mechanism that mass attracts mass by. We know that. There's that one at least. Not the only
You say
one.
you know that, but science actually says we don't know that.
No,
so
let me help you out, brother.
Contradiction.
I'll help you out. I'll give you a Harvard link. So if you look at the cosmological constant problem, you can pull that up. Cosmological constant problem. I'm going to pull it up on Wikipedia, and I'm going to give you the Harvard link. And this is a really interesting link because it puts it like plain out, like in plain English. All right, so this is abstract. Quantum field theory, which is the theory where they try to get gravity to work at the quantum level, right? Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed. Which effects? Gravitational effects. And the discrepancy between theory and observation is 120 orders of magnitude. Now I'm going to post the link so you can read the whole thing for yourself. And I'll post the Wikipedia so that you can go through some of those links. You can also look on Wikipedia physics outside the standard model, right? Because not everything fits into the model. So here's the Harvard link.
Well, what I read into what you just said is that gravity doesn't have anything to do with it. Like they said, maybe gravity should be prevalent, but it's not. We don't see these effects.
In cosmology, the cosmological constant problem, or the vacuum catastrophe, is the disagreement between the observed values of vacuum energy density, the small value of the cosmological constant, and the theoretical large value of zero-point energy suggested by the quantum field theory. So
how does that relate to gravity?
Well, you got to read the Harvard link. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. That's how.
But they don't.
They don't. However, these effects are not observed. These gravitational effects are not observed. The discrepancy between theory, the theory of gravity, and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. So it's not by a little. It's by a fuck-ton motherfuckload, for lack of better words.
I guess it's just the difference in your interpretation of what that's saying and my interpretation of what that's saying.
Okay, you interpret 120 orders of magnitude. Is that a little or a lot?
What does that pertain to?
The discrepancy between the effects that should be there by gravity.
Yeah, they're not there though. They said that the gravitational effects aren't there. So,
No
so
gravity.
I mean,
That's
that
right.
disassociates that observation with gravity. So that's my question. Why? What I understand that quantum physics and gravity are not associated. As far as the way we explain the downward acceleration and all that.
So the cosmological constant crisis is a well-known thing. Many papers and books have been written about it. It's not a secret. It's just that if you have an anchor bias, a preconceived bias, and a sunk cost value bias, you might want to overlook certain things like that.
Yeah, real quick. Gravity's supposed to be happening everywhere, right? Guess where the quantum field is?
Right.
Guess where that is, left lane. Everywhere.
Yeah, according to them, gravity permeates the entire universe. Each field of gravity.
Now, gravity doesn't pertain to the quantum level.
Well, I mean, everything that I read about it and hear about it, it either doesn't talk about gravity or like he just read, he said we should see something to do with gravity, but we don't see it. So it's like that confirms my bias that the quantum field doesn't have anything to do with gravity.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said though?
What was that?
The quantum field is everywhere, and gravity is everywhere.
Well, see, the quantum field, I understand it to be on the atomic level in regards to the atomic particles or subatomic particles and what holds an atom together.
And that's happening everywhere. No, the quantum field is the space where this happens. It's all around us, the quantum level.
But for an atom, for one complete atom, say a hydrogen atom, and it's got these forces within the atom, they're all balanced out and has a net value of 0.
And that happens in space, right?
I guess, yeah.
And that's everywhere. Space is everywhere.
But with that, how would that affect the things around it, though?
Well, gravity.
Yep. And that's the part that they don't know the cause of.
It doesn't work at the quantum level. Yeah, we know.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I agree. Yeah.
And it doesn't work at the galactic level.
Yep, that's an issue. I watched a very interesting little short last night that had talked about what if there was a star emitting a light, a frequency of light that the human eye can't detect. What if there was an infrared sun that we couldn't see, but was there nonetheless?
Yeah, what if there was a sun for every part of the light spectrum?
Yeah, maybe. What if there? And that's like, kind of like you say that to a Glover, and they're going to be others. But that's very interesting to me. What if there is that there's some kind of physics going on with the sun that emits a wave of light that we can't see? That would be a dark sun, wouldn't
it? The question was,
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, just looking at an eclipse is weird. If you look at it with your eye, it looks weird.
I've watched one. I got in the total eclipse of 2017 in North Carolina.
Looks like another dimension, don't it?
It was very odd. It was probably the most amazing thing I've ever witnessed. Yes, it was very odd. But I mean, I don't think it's odd with respect to what happened. I understand it to be that the moon got between the Earth and the sun, blocking out the light. But it was a galactic observation, unlike anything I've ever seen, and it was very strange. Yeah.
I agree. Whatever you want to call it, dude, it's real cool looking, man. I don't know why they tell you. You can look at it for a few seconds. My vision's still good, but it looks like a hollow. God, how do you describe it, man? It's no wonder they tell people not to look at it. That'll get people's minds racing.
Well, when it started, we were fueling, and a buddy of mine that ran with me, and I was like, man, it looks weird outside, and the only way I could describe what it would look like. It looked like the color was going out. It was still daylight, sun's still shining, but it was darker, and it was like everything was losing its color. and it's very strange. And we went on down the road a little ways, and I was watching my clock, and we jumped off an exit and just parked on the shoulder and got out. And like a minute later, we had the welding lens, and you could see the diamond ring, whatever that, and then it went total, and you could just look at it. You could look at it with the naked eye.
But before it goes full eclipse, you see little moon shadows everywhere. That's like, what? How in the hell is this even happening, dude? I see little crescent moon shadows everywhere, dude. Like through every guardrail or every tree, through the leaves and stuff. It's crazy. But I'm talking about it looks like another dimension, like a portal or something, man.
I think one of the books I have, I'll have to take a look at it, talks about that even in normal daylight with leaves and branches and shit, man. The way that it refracts through is the guy drew pictures and it was just like that, and he wasn't addressing the phenomenon of the eclipse.
It's basically the pinhole camera effect. That's why you see the crescent.
Yeah.
Yo.
And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, man. I'm gonna tell y'all right now that video I made when Ranty was still around on Ranty related that eclipse with laser, like from like a way the freak down the road, like a couple football fields down the road. I was trying to do two to mock the sun's angular size, come in from each side. So I made a little cutout of the moon, and I held it to see if Umbra Penumbra would work. And I mean, end results, no. I could go way the hell away from that I pinned on the wall, and it still gave me the same shadow. So, but besides that, it looked just like the eclipse, dude. It looked like a freaking a hologram or something, man. The laser, it's crazy, man. If anybody wants to see it, it's about 3 years back on my video, the checking number or laser eclipse. It looks really cool.
Post it in a live stream so we don't have to search for it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yo, Crack, you there?
What up, bro?
Yo, I challenge you to a one-on-one about the stuff you said about Islam yesterday.
Alright.
You accept?
I'm not doing anything right now. Not right now, no way. If you want to do it another time, we can, yeah.
I bet.
Yeah, man. I mean, you could challenge what I gotta say, but like a lot of it's anecdotal and personal life experience, and then it's what's written's written.
Yeah, no, not the anecdotal stuff. I'm not saying that there aren't bad Muslims, but you said a lot of stuff about the actual Quran and the ideology and religion itself, which was just untrue. So,
okay, did you really listen to what I was saying, or was it with the other guy as well? There's another guy that was commenting as well. So
yeah, I held his feet to the fire yesterday.
No, you didn't. You absolutely got destroyed.
If you say so. But yeah, whenever you want, man. I found a lot of the stuff you said problematic, so I'd like to, address it.
All right.
Craig, are you debating in TikTok too?
Me?
Yeah, I swear I heard somebody with chemo the other day.
No. I've never been on TikTok. I don't. Nah, I ain't with chemo.
Yeah, that guy Psycho or whatever his name was.
Yeah, that's
pretty good. Is he still in here? That guy needs to call Cyrus. That's who it was. Cyrus. Yeah, he needs to come around more. He's spitting it, talking that shit.
Ooh, Psycho.
I agree. Psycho's fucking awesome.
Yeah, maybe if you add a P to your name, Cyrus.
Psycho Cyrus. All right, that'll work.
Like the Psy, as in the mind, Cyrus.
Oh yeah, we can keep discussing light stuff. I don't care.
Yeah, it's like all the cool people filtered into this group. It's awesome. I know most people here from different places. It's really cool. Cyrus, you got to come in here more often. School us. School everyone.
Yeah. Welcome to Earth Awakenings.
I'm sure I'll get schooled. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a math teacher in here.
And he's humble to boot.
There's one thing you say, you know, he might be a math teacher, but he don't do a lot of schooling.
Talk about Matthew. He's
Yeah,
there.
Matthew learns. Matthew is here to learn. He's not here to teach.
No, yeah, Cyrus is very good when it comes to the electrical stuff, without a doubt, as well. Got a lot
I
of
never
knowledge.
even got into that. I was just going.
No, I know you haven't, but
basic Globy today.
I've heard you speak on that stuff before, though, bro. You got a lot of knowledge when it comes to that. Yeah, man.
I like the electrical gremlins. Controls the speed of light, but that's okay.
Yo, what do you know about Star Trails, Cyrus?
Star Trails? Nothing. Zero knowledge.
Nothing.
Sorry, man. What are they?
It's basically the idea that you can see the stars go clockwise sometimes and counterclockwise other times based on where you are on the
time-elapse footage. You know Star Trails, Cyrus. Come on.
Oh, yeah, sure.
In a perfect circle, like a racetrack, or like a perfect circle, like a phonograph. How's
Yeah.
it do that?
So the argument we've been having the past couple of days, Cyrus, is we see perfect concentric circles.
Are they perfect? Real quick, are they perfect?
Well, whatever. They're concentric and they're spaced perfectly apart, regardless if they're perfect circles or not, right? We can see that there's an even spacing between these, and that we see a clockwise on one side and a counterclockwise on the other. I like to say that that's exactly what is happening, and that's just two star trails adjacent to each other over a flat Earth, just like it seems. But the ballers argue that it's the top and the bottom of the ball. But the argument is, if you can observe both of them at the same time, then it couldn't be that you're upside down and right side up at the same time. So it kind of, the star trails actually prove more for a flat Earth.
Well, if any of them strap the camera to the the equator of the ball yet, and maybe made some background that would look in some way resemblant to what we see in the in the sky, and then done this right, like give us some rotations, show us one rotation of one object with one perspective showing two different directionalities in the north and the south. Like, that's what someone needs to do. Put a camera to the equator of a ball, rotate it, and show us an observation. How that could be possible that we could see that.
Yeah, and then you'd have to have the infinitely far away stars to actually make it work, which you can't model. But then on top of that, the other argument, real quick, Cyrus, and maybe you could help with the math on this, because Jeremy was trying to get people. I left the conversation when he was trying to get people to do the math with this 1 degree. You could explain it, Jeremy. The 1 degree, as far as the orbital rotation affecting the concentric circle time elapse.
Oh yeah,
the orbital rotation around the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, but we rotate. That's why we get the star trails. They say the stars are stationary. We rotate. That's why we get the star trails. However, there's this other movement happening, and it's a half a degree. So the stars
it's
are
effectively a straight line, Jeremy. We went through this yesterday.
Just because you said it doesn't make it so, though, Ruhip. Just because you think you're
not
here
a
to
good
teach
start.
everybody.
Hold on, bro. Yo, don't let him slide with that. That's not a good start. Okay, this is your last warning for interrupting, Ruhip. I was right in the middle of the sentence, bro. First and last.
All right.
So, where was I? Oh, yeah. So the stars are stationary, and then you move throughout the course of a 12-hour night about a half a degree due to the orbit.
What is the actual movement? The movement isn't half a degree. What is the actual movement?
Yeah, we move a half a degree.
In relation that's to a rotation. That's an angle. What is your actual movement?
In the position of the stars, according to the position of the stars, we move a half a degree off of their position.
Oh, you move half a degree in an orbit, and that's effectively a straight line.
Is this like almost parallel?
Yes, almost a straight line. Yes.
No, not quite. We can measure it, and it's a half a degree.
I don't know how else to explain it.
I'm explaining it perfectly well. We move the stars are stationary. We move a half a degree.
No, you move half a degree through an imaginary center point, which is the sun, right? But your actual movement is almost a straight line.
Almost, but not quite. And we can measure how straight of a line it is.
We move in a
It's
very slight curve.
It's off of the first straight line by a half a degree.
Oh, whatever. It's a slight curve, but that doesn't change the star trails.
Yeah, I know, but it should, because we've shifted our positions. So we've shifted our positions a half a degree. How can they make circles when we've shifted our positions? They should be off their position. The stars' positions should be off a half a degree from start to end.
Jeremy, it's basic three-dimensional geometry. If you don't understand it, I don't
really
know how
simple.
we can explain it to you.
Well, it's two-dimensional, really.
That's true.
Oh, it's two-dimensional?
Which one
you
is
treat
it?
the thing as a plane.
It's a three-dimensional universe being projected onto a two-dimensional image. So the image is two-dimensional.
You're both wrong. It's four-dimensional space-time, suckers.
Anyway, let's say it moves in a slight curve. Again, the stars are an incredible distance away. It's zero. It's zero in relation to the stars.
Okay, so there's a star with a fixed position. We move a half a degree. So
No, you move several thousand kilometers one way and also a couple of thousand the other way, right angles to it. If you want to treat it as a curve.
star in one spot. We've got a star in one spot. Okay, the stars are stationary. We're moving. We move a half a degree in relation to that star. Right? No, we don't move a half. So the stars are moving with us?
You move half a degree through an imaginary circle centered around the sun, but your actual movement, right, is almost a straight line. Your actual movement.
The star is stationary. We're moving. We shift our position according to that star a degree. We now have a new angle. We now have a new angle on the star by 1/2 of a degree, right?
Wait, where are we getting this half degree number from? Is that like because half a day?
The Earth orbits around the sun 365 days it takes. Right? It's 360 degrees. That's just about a degree a day, a little less.
Oh, so 12 hours would be half a degree is what you're getting at.
And if you do a 12-hour night, you got a little less, tiny less than a half a degree.
Okay, yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, though. I mean, this assumes, okay, so if the Earth was tidally locked to the sun, right, kind of like the moon is to Earth, then after 12 hours, it would have rotated, 0.5 degrees. But because that's not the case, we're actually rotating, not based off of that, then we don't have to account for the 0.5.
We're talking about in relation to the stars. We're talking about in relation to the stars.
Well, yeah,
the stars are stationary. The stars are stationary. We've now shifted our position according to any star a half a degree over the course of those 12 hours.
Yeah,
yes.
I got a question for Ruhif. So for the general sighting that we see in the star trails, is it possible to get half a degree worth of star trails? Is it possible to see that and measure that?
Yes, but it's just half a degree more rotation, that's all.
Hang on, I'm just asking Ruhif. I just want to know, for star trails, can we measure half a degree of star trails?
Technically, yes.
Okay, so in a different vector than the star trails, which is the orbit around the sun, we should be able to see
again
half a degree as well.
I'm not sure how many times I have to say this. Right, the half a degree is meaningless. Right, the actual movement is almost a straight line, a very slight curve. Right, which makes fuck all difference to the star trails.
You just admitted that you can measure half a degree in star trails in one vector, which is the rotation of the Earth.
Yes, if you rotate half a degree, if the Earth rotates half a degree, yes, you could measure that in the star trails. So not half a degree at the center of the orbit. Right?
If
not
it's a
half
different
a degree at the center of the orbit.
sun, if you're rotating around the sun half a degree compared with the stars, you should be able to see a star trail that way as well.
You're completely missing the point, Carlos. Completely missing the point.
I think everybody's.
Yeah, you would get a star trail.
Wait, why don't we just
star trail If the Earth, Arma, you're gonna love this one. If the Earth stopped rotating, you'd still get a star trail.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I was saying, why don't we do a new
No.
hypothetical where we just take the rotation out, right, and we just
Yeah.
have the Earth orbiting around the sun,
If
right?
the Earth,
let's
do
do that.
rotating, okay, Arma, I'm telling you right now, my position. The Earth stops rotating in the heliocentric model, there will still be star trails.
No, they won't.
I don't think so. It would have to be tidally
will move
locked. If the Earth was tidally locked,
night,
that's the thing.
Course of one night, you'll get over the course of a 12-hour night, you'll get a 0.5 degree, give or take.
No, you won't.
If it was tidally locked, then you would. But if it's not tidally locked, then that's not going to
We're
happen.
talking about the stars.
Tidally locked
bro.
is rotating.
We're talking
right?
about the stars.
Yeah, you won't get a star trail unless the Earth's rotating.
Bro, what do you need to get a star trail? You need something to be
Rotating
moving, right? You need something to be moving. In order to get a trail on anything, you need for there to be movement, a differential in movement between two objects, right? Your camera and the object, right?
Do you understand?
Either
how
you need to be
small-
moving.
If we move 500,000 miles per night, do you understand that's nothing? That is zero.
Well, it's 500,000, but
Yeah, but in relation
wait,
to
wait,
the
wait.
stars, it's zero.
Yeah, but
How is it
let me
zero
ask
if it's
this.
500,000? Both
Not
can't be
zero.
true. Sorry, you
Let me
can't
get a
say stuff like
scenario.
that.
Let me get a scenario to really, and I'm just kind of bouncing this off. So let's say the Earth is tidally locked. We're on the
That's
dark
rotating,
side of
though.
the Earth. Well, no, it's not.
Tidal
Yeah,
is
it's not
rotating.
rotating. It's only orbiting. And you're on the
Yeah,
dark
but
side of the Earth,
Howard,
and you do a
if you're saying
time
it's
lapse.
tidally locked, then it's rotating.
Yeah, I mean,
Left
technically, if you
lane
want to get
knows
technical, it is.
left lane knows I'm right, and you'll get a star trail.
No,
You get a
no, but that
slight
only
star
works.
trail
No,
over the course of one night.
that works if it's tidally locked, though. And tidally locked is technically, when you think about it, right? The Earth is rotating.
rotating.
You know, like
It is.
once
Yeah.
every orbit in a sense. When you think about it. Yeah. So technically, it is rotation. So,
Hell,
but if you take
somebody's mic's going crazy.
Hold on, who's not Mike and Larry?
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, turn your noise filter thing on. Your speech filter thing.
Okay, listen to me. If you can see a star, and the Earth stops rotating, you will absolutely get a star trail of a half a degree for every 12 hours.
No, you
So
won't.
let me ask this of Ruhif. All right, and I'm trying to figure out a way that you can see this. It won't be in a star trail though. But so if I find a star that's at my zenith at midnight, and I take a snap of that, and then I leave the camera all set up and wait 24 hours, and at midnight I take another snapshot of that same star, will it have moved by half a degree, or 1 degree?
Are we rotating at all?
Yes, just normal.
Well, then yes,
Everything's
of
normal.
course. Yeah.
So that would be a way you could see it, Jeremy. It wouldn't be in a star trail though.
Now listen to me. What do you need to make a trail? What do you need to make a trail?
movement.
You need movement relative to the camera and the object. So either the camera needs to be moving or the object needs to be moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Jeremy, let's try
we
that.
agree on that. We all agree on that, right? Does anyone disagree with that? With what I just said?
No, I doubt anyone.
Okay,
could.
everyone agrees with that. You get a trail if you have a difference in movement between the camera and the object. Now we know that we're in the heliocentric model. The stars are stationary, right? We all agree with that. Stationary stars. Okay, we're good. So the stars are stationary now. Earth hasn't stopped rotating, but we're now moving in relation to the stars. So would we get a star trail? Hello.
No, we wouldn't,
This ain't hard to
because
figure out.
it is. Well, apparently it is. Apparently it is. Let's say we move 1,000,000 kilometers in that, half a night or whatever it happens to be, 1,000,000 kilometers. Do you realize how small that is in relation to the distance to the stars?
Ruhiv, since I get your point, right? So
Can you explain it to Jeremy?
Well, I think he understands a limited amount of distance moved. It's just that I don't believe that you have the ability to qualify your position that would be the perspective of us looking at the stars based on, I don't know, I just don't know that you can make that claim. Maybe you can if you're saying that, I guess, that I guess the amount of movement you would see based on the location of the Earth if you remove the rotation would be so minimal you wouldn't really see any change at all in its location. But then, what star are we looking at? What's the movement of that star itself?
Closest
Right.
star.
But would you then at least say that the very dot, right? So if we took a time lapse of it, right, would the star appear to be exactly the same size as what it was 24 hours before if we did a
Same
24-hour
size
time
or
lapse?
same location?
I'm on about, well, what we would appear to see the dot, because you're saying it's such a minimal amount of movement, right? But there would be some. So if we were to measure the pixels of that dot, would it have extended in one direction? Or
I very much, I would
by a
say it's
minimal
certainly not
amount of
even a
pixels?
pixel. I would say certainly nowhere near a pixel.
So we wouldn't even be able to know that it moved at all. Okay.
Correct.
So then, do you claim that the stars then, however, are not moving? But no, you don't, do you? You claim that they do move, right?
Do they have absolute movement? Yes. But I mean, that's not the question here.
No, I know. But I'm just drawing it out for other people to see so they can see both your points so that we're not just fucking stood here doing nothing. Right.
Yeah, I think do the trig on 1 million kilometers movement against a 40 trillion kilometer away star. Fucking zero.
Right.
Does the sun move in relation to the stars over an 8-hour time elapse?
Does the sun move in relation to the stars?
Yeah, because we know the North Star stays in one position, right? We see the sun move, right?
Yeah, but then
So
you're
the
talking
sun's
about us
moving
being in an
relation.
orbit.
The sun doesn't keep its relative position to the North Star throughout an 8-hour period, does it?
That's talking more about our movement through an orbit than anything else.
Right, which is why we would get, if we have more than one vector, my position is, you cannot have perfect concentric circles with more than one vector of camera movement. And over an 8-hour period, there'd be 536,000 miles of orbit around the sun. Regardless if you put the stars infinitely far away, they're fixed, right? They could be close, they could be far, they're fixed. You're moving the camera in two vectors at least that aren't in sync with our sun, which is supposed to be moving with the rest of everything else. But then we know our sun also moves in relation to the North Star and all the other stars. And there's a parallax there as well. So you've got 3 movements there to account for, 11 according to SE. But once you move the camera in more than one vector, it's going to mess up your star trails, regardless if it's minimal in your mathematics. Just a nudge of that camera, a regular stationary camera star trail with the stars moving on a flat Earth, you just bump the camera slightly, then your whole thing's messed up. So you can't say that 536,000 miles of orbital rotation, just because it's mathematically able to be reduced, doesn't cause a star trail of its own moving sideways.
For the 40th time, new perspective, please quantify it. You will see that it is fucking zero.
Well said, new perspective. Let these guys dream in La La Land. I couldn't have said it better, bro.
Jesus
Christ. La La Land.
Hey, guys.
La La Land.
Hello, guys. Can I just say a word? I just came back from Gem Panda server. I need a hug. Everybody give me a hug.
Love you.
Hey, Ruhuf. Long time no see.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You need a hook? Did you say you need a hook?
No, we don't need a hug. No nid hug. No.
I thought he said he needed a hook.
I need a hug. Hey, Ruhuf. Long time no see. I miss you give the old animals a feed.
Yeah, that's 9 hours away.
Yeah. So how's it going?
Lovely.
I
haven't been in Gems for a while.
Real quick, Ruhif. I don't know how you can agree with the premise that if we have a difference in movement from one object to another, we'll get a trail. And we now have the Earth stopping its rotation. Stars are still. We're moving. There's a difference in movement between the two objects, and we wouldn't get a star trail. How do you come to that conclusion when you agree with the premise?
Nowhere near a pixel. Nowhere near it.
How many pixels is the rotation of the Earth?
Hold on, man. It would be measurable. It would be measurable
Well,
by a half
show
a
me your
degree.
measurements then.
By a half
Show
a
me your
degree.
quantified measurements, Jeremy.
I can quantify it by how much we're moving.
Show me your numbers, Jeremy.
What are you guys talking about anyway?
Star trails. They think
Yo.
the orbit of the Earth would cause a star trail. It
Well,
won't.
Jeremy,
It's too small.
Jeremy, we've eked it out to an even more precise point, right? You wouldn't even be able to measure it in terms of even a pixel, right, in growth.
No, you can measure it. You can measure it because a sextant.
his
Hold
thing.
on, I know, but a sextant can measure 6 arc seconds, or is it 10 arc seconds? Either way, that's well under. Either way, that 6 arc seconds is well under, and well within the range to measure this half a degree you would see within 12 hours.
Jeremy, just real quick. I think the strength in Ruhiv's position lies in the fact that we only have one star trail. We only have one image. So he is perfectly free and well within his science to say it's insignificant because we don't see anything. So he can deny something that's not there. We have to take this all the way back to the beginning, guy. Like, we're arguing this shit behind
2015.
Hold on. I don't know. Hold on. So the same thing about the star trails itself. There is an observation. We see diverging and converging star trails. It's there. Right? There's no doubt about it. Just like when you stand at the beach with your toes in the water and you see the sun reaching all the way to your toes. When you walk away from that, you can't look back over your shoulder and see what you just saw there. It doesn't exist anymore. It's following you. Okay? That's what the sky should do. That's what the stars should do. They don't, because the sky is what's moving, not the Earth.
What does reflections have to do with star trails?
Yeah, I'm puzzled.
Yeah, I know you guys are. I can't help you. I've said this for the past week.
But reflections have something to do with star trails.
I get it, Travis. I get it.
I know you do.
Because the reflection is light, Ruth. The reflection is light.
Okay.
Like stars. It's light. Lights in the sky.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
So it requires a spatiality in which I don't have.
Well, common sense. I would venture to guess you have common sense, Howard.
Yes, I do.
I would say that the blockage for you is, and look, I'm not trying to castigate you at all, is bias. It's favoritism. You like the model because this stuff is so simple, man. It is absolutely basic. Absolutely. There's no reason why you shouldn't understand what I just said about my explanation. None. Zero.
Absolutely
not. Or you know damn well, if you agree with the premise that if you just need a difference in movement between two objects, that when viewed from one of the objects, over time, they will leave a trail. You know that's
fine,
right.
but
okay.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Sorry, but what Jeremy's saying is an innate truth. Like, you can't.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Can I just 1v1 him just for a second?
Sure. Yes. 5 minutes.
So
me and Armbar.
So you're saying that within 12 hours, that obviously within its orbit, it's going to be traveling roughly 0.5 degrees within that orbit, right? Now somehow you're equating that movement to the actual rotation, right? Because that's the only way the stars can visually drift in the sky, right? Is with rotation, not movement, unless we're moving a whole lot, okay? Because within that 0.5 degrees of orbit, right? That's like nothing, right? In terms of parallax and whatnot, right? So you're trying to equate
5 milliarc seconds.
Wait, 5 milliarc? Wow, that's tiny. But yeah, you're equating two things. You're trying to mix two things up, Jeremy, right? The short of it is, this would only work if the Earth was tidally locked, right? Let's say it quote unquote stopped spinning, but then but it was tidally locked, right? Which is another type of rotation, but I'll just give it to you, right? If the Earth was tidally locked, then we would expect that 0.5 degrees of star trail or whatever in the sky.
All right.
Bro, you're
Yeah, that's because it's
orbiting
rotation.
this planet.
Hold on, Ruhif. It's Jeremy and Arma.
Arma.
Okay, armbar. We're on the dark side of Earth. Right, the Earth stops rotating. You're smack dab in the middle of Earth on the dark side.
Yeah.
Okay, the stars are still. We're moving. Is there going to be a trail? Are we going to see a trail of stars over time?
We would not, because we would not be able to pick that up though, because if we're doing physical motion, right, physical movement in space, right, instead of no rotation, then we're not going to pick up that parallax. All right, because here's the thing is what you're trying to get at, right? It would be like parallax, right? We would pick up parallax if we moved enough, right? But star trails, whenever the Earth rotates, that's none of that is parallax. That's just rotation. That's it. So
okay, so
you're trying to get, or what you can only get is parallax with this. Go on.
Okay, so pretend we have a sextant and we got our little crosshairs thing right on a star. Right? We're in this same scenario. Earth stop rotating. We're in the middle of the night side on the other side.
Yeah.
Night side. We got our sextant on a star. 12 hours later, is our sextant going to be pointed at the star?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, maybe like 0.0001 or some shit, but it'll be the same spot.
So the stars are orbiting. Are the stars orbiting with us in your heliocentric model? I didn't think that was.
Yeah, it's called celestial locking. I created the term because that's what they have to beg. It's called fucking celestial locking. It's ridiculous.
Okay,
You
well,
said 12
I
hours,
don't
not
know.
24 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours, but I don't know the exact, like whatever, like the exact math or whatever, like what the stars are exactly doing. But from my knowledge, though, after 12 hours or so, if the Earth wasn't rotating, whatever, those stars really wouldn't be moving any significant amount to where you could pick that up. You know what I'm saying? That would just be too tiny to pick up.
That's your
Okay,
but
So you agree with the premise that we need a difference in motion between two objects, and we have that with the Earth orbiting the stars because there's a difference in motion. But you're saying somehow in this case, no trails, even though that's all we need. That's all we need to get a trail is a difference in motion.
Yeah, but
Come
on, be honest though. You need a whole lot though. Like it needs to visually be moving a whole lot in order for you to pick up a trail in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like if something is moving, like let's say for example, like
they're moving
like
a half
cell,
a degree every 12 hours. Half a degree.
Okay,
every 12 hours.
okay. So tell me how you're getting that number. So you're saying that's because that's based off of the Earth orbit, right? But that you don't understand. Okay, so how about this? We'll take it in this direction. Okay, what if instead of the Earth rotating around the sun, right? So instead of doing a circle, right, it was to just move in one direction. All right. If it was to move, right, 12 hours, right, in just one direction without rotating around the sun, do you expect that 0.5 degrees, like star trail thing going on?
That's exactly the scenario we just proposed. We are on the night side of the Earth. The Earth stopped rotating. Now we're moving in relation to the static stars that aren't moving, which is the only prerequisite. Which that in time is the only prerequisite you need to get a trail. Yes, we would have a trail. We can measure it because it would be a half a degree because that's how much we've moved. And you can measure a much less than a half a degree. 6 arc
You
seconds.
don't move an angle, Jeremy.
Hold
on, guys. I figured this out. I figured this out. Right. So basically,
be in line, please.
Okay. So what? Let's say. So let me real fast pull up. Let me see. So what is it? The Earth travels. What was it? 67,000 miles an hour. Is that what it is? So let's just use some,
armbar in 365 days.
I know.
Hold on, just listen to me. In 365 days, where you started, where your sextant was pointed at, in 365 days, it would be back where you pointed at the same star.
Okay, just.
Do you understand that?
Well, okay. How about this? So let's say the Earth.
Armbar, do you understand what I just said? You understand what I just said?
I understand, but I think you're wrong though because I think you're thinking that it's going to be pointing around. So let me real fast try to go into that, right? So are you saying then that after 180 days, the sextant or whatever will be pointing to the other side of the sky? Is that what you're saying?
No, Jeremy didn't say that. Jeremy didn't say that.
I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. All right, so be quiet.
In 1 year,
Jeremy, what's up?
In 1 year, the star will be exactly in the same position. In 1 year.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what he's talking about. So That's why I asked, in 180 days, would the sextant be pointing in the opposite direction? Because if Jeremy says yes, then that's where the issue is. And I need to figure that out. Jeremy, you there? Hello? Hello?
He's on mute. So,
right.
I mean,
Yeah, you go ahead.
He's going to have to answer for himself, but I don't know why he wouldn't say yes, you're going to be at 180. If he's claiming that at 360 you're going to be back at your start, I don't know why he can't agree to what you just said. You cut that in half.
Well,
you're
yeah.
180.
See, but that's wrong though. That's
it's sunlinked, bro. It's a sunlinked.
Yeah,
Bruce
here's the thing.
made the same mistake I did.
So
No,
let me go back to the point that I wanted to bring up actually. So so if we're on the surface of the earth and we're looking at the stars, they are an insignificant distance away from us because the night sky doesn't give us depth. They're just there. There's no depth. And yet the rotation of the earth creates a star trail at that distance, right? They are quote unquote distances away from us. Some of them many millions of light years farther than the others. And yet all of them have star trails. All of them. All of them. All of them. So Jeremy's saying it's in the middle of the night and we stop rotating. You're telling me that even though we're still revolving, that is in motion, orbiting, even though we're still in motion, to those stars in the distance, no star trails.
No, we could pick up because
that's
once again,
only because right, gentlemen. Yes. So listen, this is another example of what all of us right now. Please don't interrupt me. This is another example of what every single one of us in this channel right now knows what should happen. It should, but we don't see it. So then we think it's either insignificant or whatever. But see, the whole thing is you're still presupposing your model so that you think your model eliminates that movement, which is the great fucking scale negator. It's too big, can't feel the spin. Too big, you can't measure the curve. Too big, too far. No, stop. Yeah. Too big, too far. All this bullshit. If you would just get rid of all of that shit and realize that the sky is in motion, the earth is stationary, all of this bullshit would go away. We wouldn't have these stupid discussions. I'm done.
Okay, well, all I know is that what you said was just weird because the whole point is we're trying to.
It wasn't weird, Arma. It was not weird.
Then let me say why I think it's weird. All right. The reason why I think it's weird is because we're trying to, well, at least, the flat earthers, Jeremy or whatever, right? They're trying to attack the model, right? And in order for you to attack the model, you need to actually, address, the rules and whatnot. All right. So, I mean, this whole thing that's going on,
you have no rules. Okay, look, I'm going to say it just one more time briefly. The rotation of the earth creates the star trail. The motion of the earth in rotation, the motion of the earth creates the star trail. If you stop, I'm begging, shush, I'm begging the question.
No, don't shush me. Can you prove that we are rotating?
That's their claim. I'm arguing on their side at this point, okay? Please wait.
Okay.
Okay.
My apologies.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, look, I'm trying to get my thoughts back. I'm not trying to yell or anything like that. I'm just trying to keep my thoughts going. Okay, so listen. Okay. So, the Earth isn't just rotating, though. It's orbiting. That's a different motion. So if we stop one motion, there's absolutely zero reason, why there shouldn't be another star trail created right at that moment. None. We all know that that's what would happen on the Earth in smaller scales. We all know that.
Right, and it'd only be a sun width over 12 hours, but that's measurable, right?
No, it wouldn't though. You guys aren't understanding that. It wouldn't be a sun width. That assumes the Earth was tidally locked. Oh my God, I'm having a stroke just like trying to talk to you guys. Come on.
Well, figure about this. It's 360 degrees over 1 year.
Yeah, but we're assuming we're not rotating, right? We're not rotating anymore. If we're not rotating, the stars are too far away.
Orbit, right?
No, you can't have it both ways.
I just got it.
You
I just got
cannot. Okay, great, Howard. You cannot have the stars be just the distance they need to for the rotation, and then fucking not for the orbit. No way. No.
Sorry, but the distance to the stars doesn't matter for the rotation.
Yeah, you can say that, but you
got it right here.
are fixed on your model, man. You can't let go of the ball. You got your thumb in your mouth, your security blanket under your arm, and you're just numbing away, man.
Hey, Travis, this might kill the sidereal day, man. Think about this for a minute. Wait. All right, yeah, go ahead. If y'all don't want to hear it, that's fine.
I actually want to hear from Howard.
I want to hear this, actually.
Howard just said that he got it.
Yeah, the thing is, if you stop the Earth rotating, that would make Earth to have a 365 day. I mean, you know, one day would be 365 days long. So if Earth was not rotating, I understand what Ruhif is saying about the minuscule amount that you would see a star trail. If the Earth was tidally locked, the Earth is still rotating once per year as well as orbiting once per year. That's where the half a degree that I would expect to see. But that would be due to Earth rotating once a year.
Yeah. Rotating in a sidereal sense, yeah.
Yes. That's what I got.
Can I just say something? I'm new here. I don't come in here often. But they say that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Okay, orbiting around the sun. The sun is pulling us through the galaxy. That's what the scientific say. Okay, so that makes a year. Okay, so the sun is pulling us, and when we go around the sun, we're coming up to the sun. We're accelerating, and then at a certain point we have to slow down. And then
we feel that
back again and back up again. We don't feel that.
Check this out, Ruth. This is very important. Wait. This is very important, y'all. Okay, so wait. So the reason y'all say we're not facing the sun is because of what? Okay, so in other words, if we just kept the same position, noon would be midnight. But y'all say what happens? What happens for that to be avoided?
What?
Okay, think about the Earth facing the sun. Okay, now
I got the
6
answer.
months later.
I got the answer.
I know, but we need them to answer it though, right? But
well, I know what they're going to say. They don't know their own model well enough to know that each day the Earth rotates 361 degrees.
Right. So they call that a sidereal day. And
that's not a sidereal day.
Point. Hold on, you see. No, I mean it's tied in though. Look, you say that okay, so we've made the argument that 6 months later, if we're facing the sun, 6 months later, that same position is going to be looking at noon. It's going to be looking out away from the sun. Okay, but y'all say that it spins like 1 degree every day, and that y'all define it with the sidereal day, basically. That little extra turn. So you're talking about the little minuscule angle, but that's not that's a different vector. So that would be measurable. It'd be about the sun, about a sun width, man.
We should feel the speed. We should feel the speed.
Hang on, we'll address Brian first, right? 6 months later, right? Because a solar day is 361 degrees of rotation, right? It's 1 degree extra to come around a little bit more to face the sun again, because we've moved in our orbit. 6 months later, you add up 6 times, 180 times that 1 degree extra. Guess what you get? You're facing the other direction.
Right, exactly. So it's turning.
No, the sidereal day is exactly 360 degrees of rotation.
But Rehif, when we get around the sun, okay, when we're closest to the sun, is the sun pushing us or is it pulling us?
So it's doing a negative spin, basically.
No, so in the direction of the sun, okay, the sun is, in your model, the sun is pulling us through the universe, okay? So when we get around the sun, is the sun pushing us? And then
the Earth is just moving. The Earth is just moving with the sun. It's not pushing or pulling through the universe.
No, but we're orbiting the sun, right?
So what's
Yeah.
massive?
Yes, we are orbiting, but our solar system as a whole is moving through space. It's
Yeah,
not
but
like something's pushing it
so
or pulling it.
so the sun is pulling our Earth through the
Right.
atmosphere, through the universe. Okay, so when we get
No,
to
I just said it's not.
when we get around the sun, is it pushing us? Is it
No,
pushing us?
the force between the sun and the earth is always attractive between the two.
Okay, so
You're saying every day we spend
So-
one extra degree.
hang on, just a sec. So when we get in front of the sun is pushing us?
No,
No?
no.
So
There's
what's it
always
do?
an attractive force between the sun and the earth.
Okay,
Right,
so
we-
on the
we have-
right-hand side, the sun, I'm coming up, I'm the Earth. On the right hand of the sun, I'm coming around the sun.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm being attracted. I'm attracted by the sun. And then at the face, when I come up at 90 degrees to the sun, what's it doing? What's the sun doing to me?
Yeah,
Is
like
it
I said,
pushing me or pulling me?
Like I said, the force between the sun and the earth is always attractive.
It doesn't make
Those
sense,
two
man.
bodies. Well,
Okay,
I'm trying to get there.
so when I go around the sun in December, right? I'm
Trust
slowing
me,
down.
I know what you're saying, Gadget. I
You
get
know what
1
I'm saying?
sentence in. Yes.
So it's when pulled, I'm pulling, and then I'm pushing. Is that it?
No. Right. First of all, the solar system as a whole has a motion with respect to other stars. Right. Whether that's accelerating or not, it's there's probably some circular motion to it.
Yeah.
Right. But the force
Which
between this
Rohith, what circular motion?
Bro, you
Tell
can't
me.
overtalk him.
around the galaxy.
Around the galaxy.
Around the galaxy. Right. So the star would be rotating around the galaxy.
Yeah. So, and what moment? Well, I'm close to the sun, and the furthest away from the sun. At what moment does the sun pull me back, and why can't we feel that?
Like I said, we are always being attracted to the sun. We're never being pushed away by the sun. Okay,
Real
just
quick,
not-
Rue, if you say so, basically in 12 hours we'd spend 180.5 degrees. Is that the way your model explains it?
6 months. In 6 months. So
No.
you think
What do you mean it's 6 months? It's 360 degrees over the course of.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant orbit. Anyway, go.
Yeah, you mean orbit. Well, you said it's 361 degrees for a day. So it's 100. So if we did a 12-hour star trail, you're saying it would be 180.5. So the 0.5 we measured would to you prove the orbit.
Would it?
That's the extra 4 minutes a day, basically, right?
Maybe. That'd be a
I
good
would
idea.
like to know if we're always being pulled towards the sun, then why aren't we actually being closer to the sun?
Because we're in orbit. We're moving.
No, you said we were always being pulled towards the sun.
There's always an attractive force towards the sun.
Right, so
but we are
mass
also
attracts mass.
moving.
So why aren't we always getting closer to the sun then?
Because we're moving in an orbit. Like, do you understand orbits?
This is literally two different
No,
arguments, but Rue made the same mistake I did. Is he divided it by 360?
No, I did that. Whether you're talking about 1 night or 6 months.
We've got two different things going on here. It's very difficult to follow.
Yeah, somebody hijacked me right when I got my first.
You cut out. Right.
No, but
I just tried to squeeze it in before Ruib's dogs got hungry.
For fuck's sake, you get a word in.
8 hours away.
Ruhif, when we're furthest away to the sun, we have to accelerate to catch up with the sun. It's pulling us, okay? It's
Always pulling on us.
It's always pulling on us. But when we
Yes.
get around summertime, closest to the sun, it has to be pushing us. If not,
Hey,
we crash into the sun.
let me give you an analogy, Gadget. I've got a rock on a string, and I'm slinging it around my head, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm walking
walking.
across the yard, and the rock's still slinging around my head, and I'm walking across the yard, so the rock's going with me. That's kind of the thing that's going on.
Good analogy, Howard. Good one.
Yeah, but your rock.
Yeah, but you don't have a tether to the earth and the sun. That's all imagination.
Yeah, that's gravity. That's gravity.
Yeah, that's when gravity or the space-time curve comes in. It
Your
holds
rocket
the sun
is
and the
always
Earth.
an equal distance, isn't it?
Again?
Because it's always on the end of a string, which is a certain length. But you're saying the sun and the Earth are actually different lengths from each other.
As in elliptical orbit, yes. Yeah. So there is a tiny, tiny acceleration, yes.
And we don't feel that, really. We don't feel that, do we?
If there's
Correct.
If
We don't
there's
feel
an
it.
acceleration, then there's a slowdown as well, isn't there?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, we don't feel
So
that.
where the slowdown, then the distance.
Okay.
is
Please
shrink.
calculate the acceleration.
No, don't calculate it.
No, don't calculate it
If there's
then.
a slowdown, then there's a shrinkage in distance. Correct.
Please, you do,
Kepler's laws, yeah.
Reef. That's your model.
Yeah.
Calculate the acceleration and deceleration when we go around the sun. Because there's none. We can't do
I want
it.
you to calculate it. I want you to calculate it and then tell me based on that number whether you will feel it.
Yeah,
What's the orbit length?
Hold on. Even
we
if you did
should
calculate
feel it. We should feel it.
Hold on. First off, even if you did calculate it, right? I mean, that's irrelevant though, because the whole point of an orbit is that it's, from my understanding, it's like free fall. So you're not going to feel free fall.
I agree.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can calculate it. It doesn't matter any of that stuff. It only matters if you can verify it, right? Like if I told you that I had green pubic hair, right? If I can't show you any evidence, you guys will probably just dismiss it, right?
No, but I mean, like,
well,
it doesn't.
actually, you sound like you have green pubic hair, so.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you to say.
No, all I'm saying is when we get closer to the sun, when we go back, we should feel the difference in speed.
Calculate it and then tell me based on that number whether you think you should feel it.
No,
and
I
also
don't
there's the point of
believe.
it being a free fall.
No, that's your model. I don't feel any difference in speed from December to December. I don't feel any difference in speed.
Okay. Do you think you should if we're in orbit like we say we are?
Absolutely.
Okay. Show me your calculations.
Because you're talking, the sun is pulling us, so it shouldn't be
It's always pulling us.
It shouldn't be a secular orbit. It should be yeah. It shouldn't be.
You have to prove to me that we're in orbit.
So we have to speed up and slow down.
Okay. By how much? Over what time frame?
A lot, I think.
Yeah. Come on, I'm really trying to get you guys to do some very basic physics maths.
Yeah.
And you refuse. Why do you refuse?
Can someone mute Demo, please? He's hot micing.
Do you know why we refuse, Ruhif? Because it's all bullshit.
Numbers are bullshit, yes, correct.
You know, it's all bullshit because we're not in a spinning water ball going through the space.
Yeah,
we're not. We're not on that. It's impossible. If we were going around the sun, a ball, a big light ball, right? We when we get to the ball, we are accelerating, and then we get around the other side, we are decelerating, and then we have to catch up again. We should feel that. We don't.
Should you? What do you think my answer to that is, Gadget? That I've said 4 times now.
Ruhif, you already asked other people to prove that your ball model was verifiable. Why don't you do it?
I'm asking people. I can calculate it, right? And I'm telling you that you won't be able
calculate
to
it and
feel
then present it.
No, because I want you guys to do it because my motto is that flurfers cannot
We've
math.
got to prove your model.
Oh, I can math. Just
No,
give me the speed difference. I mean, I'll give you
Gadget-
the acceleration deceleration.
Gadget has made a claim that we should feel it, and I want to know what kind of acceleration he thinks he should feel.
No.
Yeah,
you are saying
the thing
this.
Ruhif, the thing is, it's been calculated.
My claim is we are catching up. And then when we go around the other side, we're losing speed, and then we have to catch up again. We should feel that.
How much?
Yeah, that's just
You keep saying you should feel it, and I'm saying how much should you feel?
I don't
should it
feel
be
like
like
no.
it's
your model.
Hold on, can I just
It's
should
your
you
model,
feel it
It's
like
your
you're taking
model,
off on a fucking 747? Is it like
no,
taking
you
off?
tell me. You tell me,
point out-
Ruhiv, it's your
No,
model.
you're making the claim, Gadget. You're making the claim.
it's
You
your
tell
model.
me.
It's your fucking model, man. It's
Yes,
your model.
but you are making the claim that you should feel something based on our model.
Absolutely.
You just agreed it's your
Right.
model. Did you?
Yes.
Ruhiv, did you or did you not agree it's your model?
It's
yeah,
my
but he's
model, yes.
making the claim of it. He's the person making the claim of the model is the one that needs to produce the evidence.
I'll just point out that that's just one motion in the model. Why are we ignoring all other motions?
Well, I mean, it's
Combine
kind
them
of
all if you like,
kind of a
Agent.
kind of a spoiler alert. We've done the calculations, and like the human sense can sense like 0.05 meters per second of acceleration, and the acceleration due to the motion around the sun is several zeros beyond what we should be able to feel. If you want to
And it's free
calculate it,
fall.
you can. Yeah, and you're in free fall as well. So yeah, it's not something we should feel.
Yeah, but why are we isolating again one motion?
Put them together if you want, Agent.
The orbit.
Combine them all.
Well,
how do you know?
they
How
would
do you know
go
they
in
were
different
orbiting?
directions. Why would you combine them if they're
You
going
just
in different?
wanted to. You don't
Hold
want to
on.
combine them?
Yeah, but if they're going in different directions, why would you combine them mathematically speaking? What do you mean combine?
Summation.
Colloquially combine.
Some are vectors, yeah.
That should be,
Some are vectors. If you got a sideways force and a forward force, what's the vector?
Yep. Exactly. So why are you're
There's
you're
a
again,
resultant.
is that
There's a
what you're
resultant.
45 degrees.
Ruhiv, we are, according to your model, okay, we are orbiting the sun at 97,000 miles an hour, okay? You agree with that?
No, it's not like 60 something, isn't it? 66?
66, well, whatever, 66,000 miles an hour, okay? Around the sun, which the sun is traveling at, come on, it's your model. I can't remember.
What is it? 2 million miles an hour or something?
2 million miles an hour. It's pulling us, okay? So I'm coming up to the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, okay? I'm going to orbit the sun, okay? Up, I come at the face of the sun, I come around again. What happens? What happens?
Well, you go
Am
to
I,
like
am I still
1.93 or
traveling?
whatever,
Am I still traveling at 66,000 miles an hour? Or
relative to the orbit of the sun, yes.
I'm
You know
slowing
about
down.
relative motion, right?
I'm slowing down.
Okay.
Hey, slowing down in relation to what, Gadget?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, Jesus. Really trying to get you guys to do some very basic
To the initial velocity, man.
Okay, so I'm still traveling at 66,000 miles an hour, okay?
Relative to the sun, yes.
And then I get back into the gravity of the sun.
You're always in the gravity of the sun. Always.
Always. So I'm speeding up again to catch up.
In the elliptical orbit, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have to
What's
speed
the
up.
magnitude of that? What's the magnitude of that acceleration?
No, stop talking shit. I have to speed up again.
Jesus. Oh, fuck. I'm out. There.
It's impossible.
Later.
Yeah, go fuck off, you fucking indoctrinated bollocks.
Easy.
Yeah, easy. What you doing, man?
Yeah. Hey, I want to talk to the new guy. You sound like you might be Irish or Scottish or something. You know.
Hold on one second,
I'm
guys.
trying to
Can you hear
moderate
me?
real fast.
Larry. Larry,
Go.
can you hear me?
Sorry, Jeremy. You beat me to it. Go ahead, bud.
Now my wife's mocking me. Listen, guys, no name calling, please. Don't personally attack.
Yeah, no name calling.
Like that,
Sorry,
all right,
Jeremy.
Gadget, I
I'm
know
sorry.
you just came from gems.
Yeah,
but
be nice.
Don't do that here.
Yeah, having to say that the direction around the sun would create the same vector as the direction.
But you can't,
of
but you have to
Earth's
speed
rotation.
up
That's
again.
crazy.
You have
That's
to
crazy.
speed up again to be in the. I don't know. He didn't
Yeah,
say it.
saying that two different speeds of it, two different rates of acceleration represented in one vector is insanity.
It's insane. It's insane.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Did you ever go on a merry-go-round?
It's
Did you ever go on a
impossible.
merry-go-round? What did them
But that's not an argument.
You can't ever
You
demonstrate.
should show us why that is.
Demonstrate these rotations and the star trails, how they look to us.
Yeah, but
Show
stop
that.
looking at
Until
sky.
then, you can't
Stop
do
looking
it,
at
bro.
the sky. Fuck's sake.
I mean, I've done it in a 3D program, but I know you guys don't like that, so I'm not gonna show that. But
I saw that program.
You've done it in
It had the
software.
Earth stationary. You were just using a flat.
What?
I
I asked
saw
you
the
if you've done it
program.
in software.
What program? What program did you see? Because you're probably thinking of the wrong one. Which one? Which?
Maybe it was whatever you sent me the other day.
I sent you something? Hold on. Who are you? Who's talking right now? Let me see your name. Let me see. Who is this? Who's
Armbar.
Hold on. Who's the guy? Who's the guy talking?
I'm not trying to jump in and
I
talk
think
about
it's electric or
Electric. I see.
is it? I don't know. What's
Yeah,
your name,
electric.
guy?
Of course, it's electric. Always.
Anyway, yeah, electric. I mean,
Armbar.
oh, what's up, Jeremy?
I don't know. I don't know how you can't acknowledge. I think this denying the star. I think denying the star trails when the Earth stops rotating stems from this argument we had a couple ago about denying the sunrise if the Earth were to stop rotating, because you know damn well if we have star trails, we're gonna have a sunrise.
Wait, say again? You have a sunrise doing what?
Yeah, if we have star trails, we have movement in the sky. That means we still have a sunrise.
You're saying if we're not rotating and the Earth's still moving. Let me see.
Yeah, you still get star trails, and you'll still get a sunrise. It'll just take a lot longer for both of those things to happen.
You make it. You will get a sunrise only because, and it also depends on the amount. Well, actually, no, not with the 0.5 degrees. I don't like not with that much. Maybe depends. But the thing is with the sun, though, there's obviously more parallax with that, though, because that's a hell of a lot closer than the stars out there, right? So you may actually get a sunrise if enough distance is traversed. But you would need to traverse.
You're gonna get a star.
But you would need to traverse. You would need to traverse a whole lot more, though, for you to get the star trails though in the sky. Though that's the thing.
For days, that sunrise thing, unbelievable. Armbar.
What?
Crypto knows what. Everyone here knows what, but you don't know.
It's crack, but yeah. You got us mixed up.
Crack. Crack. Oh, I got fucking A. I knew.
Oh,
I knew
you
it
guys
was
just
you. I just said the wrong name.
I missed it.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but Jeremy, I can actually,
whether there would be a sunrise or not if the Earth stopped rotating, and if we have these star trails when the Earth stops rotating, there would still be a sunrise.
It depends on the amount of time, the amount of distance traveled. It really depends on a whole lot of variables. But in the case of, the Earth, stopped rotating, but it was to, let me see. Yeah, and if it was to move whatever, then no, that would still be, that'd be roughly,
Bro,
what,
put your
0.5 degrees.
cap on, all right?
Well, 69 divided by 2.
Maybe make some
do it,
models in
Jeremy.
Blender.
He can't do it, man.
No, it's
Make
possible.
some models in Blender if you need to,
Did you hear what I
point is-
said,
Call up-
Jeremy, earlier?
Call
Did
up
you hear?
Bill Nye or
Like Arma, there's no reason why you should be having this discussion right now based on what I said earlier. What
you said earlier is go on.
No, sir, no, man. Listen, that's the reaction of someone who does not want to be wrong.
All right, let me.
you're in a river in Egypt.
Arma seems to be a smart guy.
Yeah,
Thank you, I appreciate
yeah,
that.
seems right. But he's got a block. Don't sigh. I'm not trying to bring you down. Look, in all honesty, you need to go back and listen again to what I said because it's exactly what you need to hear because we all know that the way that our immediate physical world operates takes a shit when we go into the galactic. Takes a shit. You have to specially plead your case that, well, I guess it just disappears. Guess motion. All of it just gone. As soon as it gets outside of our quote unquote atmosphere. Because everything else in our immediate existence, we know parallax. We know changing positions. We know motion. Everything that Jeremy is saying is absolutely correct. There should be no reason.
No.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
absolutely right. I am absolutely right, but take it easy on my
Hold
knees,
on to
please.
hold on to your blanket. Put your thumb in your mouth. Look, honestly, man. Look, if you don't take these arguments that we're presenting right now seriously, When you come back, you're just a fucking troll, man.
Okay, listen, Travis. All right, if I, oh, what's new guy? What's up, new guy? What do you want?
I was just saying to Arma, I don't know. I'm new in here. Probably you are here as well. But you have to.
I've been here for a while.
Okay, so you have to do critical thinking. Okay, levels are horizontal. Just don't go into Borrow's channel and parrot off what they're saying. Open your mind. Look around you. Do you actually feel the world is spinning?
I get that. All right, I know, but look, I put my faith. A lot of my faith is in the math. All right, that's all I'm going to tell you. All right,
but math doesn't prove anything. Just open your eyes, okay? Just don't.
Hold on,
look at
Arma.
wrong, though.
Hold on, Gadget.
Hang on. Just let me finish. Don't listen to us. Don't listen to the others. Just open your mind. Just fucking feel what you're feeling.
That's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
Yeah.
Just gonna
Don't
give
be
you
a fucking
real
asshole.
quick anecdote.
Nope.
I'm just gonna give you a real quick anecdote about my religious transition. Right. I read a book that actually pushed me farther in the direction than the author wanted me to go. And I wrote to the author and said, I loved your book, but why aren't you taking this farther? What you're saying has implications. Listen to what he said to me. Basically, he said just what you did. I trust the math. But he said, the reason why I'm not going all the way isn't because of the evidence. It's because of my tradition. He would not follow the evidence because of his tradition. You, Arma, are not following the evidence. You're following the math.
Okay.
Why are you globetrotters such bigots? I'm sorry. That was rude. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, that's right. Go in your corner now. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. All right, I trust the math. Human senses are often wrong, or you get the wrong conclusion. So I have no reason to trust that over, more, solid, concrete stuff, like math. So
Like
math
is
all you
not
gotta
solid
do
or
is say,
concrete.
all you got to do is say really loud, math is reality, and say it with some enthusiasm.
Like that's
Like,
crazy. That's like
which kind of
saying
math?
I trust English. I don't trust.
Well, that's
senses.
not
I
the
trust
same thing, though. English.
It is.
I don't know. No, it's not
It
barely.
is.
I mean, come on, like we could
It's a
actually,
language. You can describe unicorns using math.
May I be so rude?
Yeah, with math, I can describe how much force Superman would need to leap over a building with a single bound.
May I be so rude?
But if
Arma,
sure.
May I be so rude? And asking you, Arma, how old are you?
You don't need gravity.
I'm in my 20s. All right, that's all you need to know, man.
Right,
That's
you're only young.
irrelevant.
No, it's good. It's good. He's only in his 20s.
He still got time, Gadget. He still got time.
Yeah, Jeremy. It's Arma. Just whatever. Just wake up. Wake up. Use your own senses. Just look around you. That's all you have to do.
Yeah,
Look at
I'm
water.
not doing that.
Arma. Look at water. What does water do?
Senses aren't reliable. That's all I got to tell you. What the fuck, you guys?
They got you this far. They got you this far.
Yeah, that's fine, but they're not reliable overall.
Listen,
though.
yes, they are.
Things.
Okay, look, but Arma, what you should be able to do is demonstrate physical shit, man. If you can't demonstrate your claim, fuck your math. Okay? You know that your you know that your eyes can't see certain frequencies. You know that your ears can't see certain frequencies. Yeah, you can demonstrate that physically. Yeah. Where the great scale negator comes in is where you can't prove your claim any longer. You can say that I don't feel the spin. The earth is spinning, but you can't feel the spin. You can say that, but you can't take me physically to a place I stop feeling motion. You can't.
I actually wanted to talk about the senses a little bit.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, did you want a response from him for that, or
I just wanted to say no. I just wanted to say the Arma about water. There's a saying water. You can't stop water. Okay, keep that in your head. Okay,
You can't stop the hustle either.
You
Yeah,
can't
you
stop
the
water,
hustle.
and water is the answer to all our questions. We are 75%. What are we? 75% water. Water is life. Okay, so Amar, take that into your head and look at water the next time you take your shower, you brush your teeth. Look at the water. What does it do? What does it do? That's reality. Okay.
Reality, Armbar.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Listen. Thanks. Now listen, you guys were talking about the sense. You guys were talking about the senses a minute ago. All right. And this whole convergence divergence argument, the argument's been based on one of our senses, right? How we see, how the eyeball works. Okay. And now they've been saying that because you put it on a 2D plane with a camera lens, that's why this effect happens and your eyeball wouldn't see it. But I mean, I did some research, all right, and I looked on how the eyeball, and the image is projected on a 2D plane inside our eyeball. So I think their argument falls apart. We wouldn't see this not with our eye, but we would see it with the camera lens because they're both getting projected onto a 2D plane.
Well, the one way you would,
Can I ask, just to that question, can I ask why we see the convergence zone when it's horizontal, but we don't see it when it's vertical crosswise? How can we only see it in one lot of star trials, but we don't see it in the other lot?
Is that the
Didn't
case?
we see it in both lots?
You see it whenever you're looking at the if you can see the celestial equator in the sky, and to the north or south of it, you're going to see the convergence and divergence.
I thought when it was like when it goes over my head, I see it, but I thought if it was on the horizon, just going across, you don't see it. You just see the stars doing the pattern. So that's what they were
you
saying.
have to keep your head. You have to keep your head static, still, like you know how you would do a star trail. You'd keep this camera still. You wouldn't move the camera at all. If you were to keep your head like that and your eye focused in the same spot, you would see this apparent convergence and divergence. But their eyeball argument didn't make sense because they're both projected onto a 2D plane inside your eyeball and inside the camera. So I don't really understand. This
But I don't
falls
think
back
the
to
divergence. You don't see any convergence or divergence when it's going horizontal. We only see it when it's vertical. Don't you? Isn't that what they're
anytime
saying?
you can see that.
So
no, this isn't a horizontal vertical thing. If you can see the celestial.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's okay.
No,
That's not trouble.
It's not a vertical.
I misunderstood them.
I wanted to say hi to Trouble. I ain't seen you in a while, Trouble. How you been?
Hey, not too bad. Hanging in there, annoying everybody as usual.
Carry on, then.
You'd say trouble though that a picture or camera takes a picture accurately and reflects what you see.
Yes and no. It depends on if you've got it on 50 mils, what the eye sees. Otherwise, you've got it on wide. Most of my star trails are on wide because I wanted to get as much in the picture as possible.
Well, yeah, obviously our eyeballs are wide zoom or zoom lenses, but the camera will accurately take a picture of exactly what you see. So you can take star trails and pictures of the stars converging and diverging quite accurately with a camera, which is exactly what you would see. Right.
But I can do that with a hallway or a railway track, and I know the railway track's not coming to a point at the end of my picture. I think there's a lot of illusion in sight. I'm not sure.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Shout out to Bradshaw. I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you.
There you go.
I haven't seen you in a while, and
Been a minute.
trouble about. It's funny because most Aussies are brain dead, indoctrinated fucktards, but
Stuff you Irish prick.
But yeah,
the
shout
Irish
out to you
Mecca.
guys. Yeah,
Buddy.
hey, how's it going, man? You
Yeah,
well?
good man. Good. Yeah, yeah, very well, very well. But anyway,
Good.
go on.
Carry on, carry on. And
Yes,
Jeremy.
Mandy.
Hey, hey.
A question to Jeremy. Are you there, Jeremy? Jeremy? Hello, hello.
Oop, I think he's away.
Oh, Lenny.
No, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, there he
Yeah,
is.
I just what happened to Brandon?
I don't know. We ain't seen him since.
No, he just fucked off, did he? I don't. Can anybody? He's
Holiday.
holiday, was it?
He was like, last thing he said to me, he was like, this gadget guy pissing me off, and I ain't heard from him since.
Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, had to get out of here. You're doing my head in.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Yeah. Good to see you, Branshaw, man.
Yeah, you're
I
still
got-
over in France? You're over in
Yeah,
France
I don't.
still?
Yeah,
Oh.
geez, you remember me, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah.
I was gonna say, what your Irish accent there does seem a little bit be affected by some Franken sort of influence. There.
Oh, I'm a Dublin man. I'm living the last 30 years in France.
Madness.
Yeah, fucking madness. And France is as flat as fucking Ireland as well.
Well, yeah, man. There's one point in England, I believe, that you can actually see Ireland and France at the same
Yeah,
time.
you're Welsh, aren't you?
thought
I heard that
Ireland-
accent. You're Welsh.
No, I was just putting a little bit of a twang behind the way I was talking at that moment.
Well, you didn't get it right, the old Irish accent. You got the old Welsh accent in there. I thought you were Welsh.
And I
Yeah.
thought Ireland was known for these rolling hills, like totally not this spot on earth.
Now, Jeremy, where are you in America?
You get these rolling hills all over
Well,
Ireland,
you
right?
have the rolling hills, but when you go on the coast and you look across and you can see
No,
England there, you know.
The east coast of Ireland is really kind of flat.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, no
and then,
doubt, no
and then
doubt.
on the west coast that kind of defends the Atlantic, it's all mountains. I wouldn't call them mountains on European standards, but they're big hills and mountains. You know,
Yeah,
you
yeah, no
ever
doubt.
heard about the Connemara and all that? You know, it's big fucking.
No, I'm
hills.
not familiar with Ireland at all.
Ah, yeah, Jeremy, you have to go to Galway. Best city in the world to get a piss up.
Some call
I've been to
Ireland.
Galway. I've been to Galway. It's a city near me.
No, Galway in Ireland. Yeah.
The thing about Ireland is that it's fucking mine.
The mines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
No, I
mines.
was referring to Braveheart where he's talking about. He
Oh,
goes,
yeah.
What, Ireland? And he's like, yes, Ireland. It's
It's-
fucking mine.
It's my island. Yeah, that was brilliant. Ireland. We're going to fight against the English. It's my island. That's what he said now.
The English bastards.
Jeremy, where are you about in America?
I'm in the best York, right? I'm in New York.
New York. I have cousins over there. In New Jersey.
Oh God, New Jersey. I drove through Jersey recently. That place is a cesspool.
Do you know that town? Do you know that town, Colonia? Colonia. No, you probably heard of it. No, Colonia.
It literally smelled like the bog of eternal stench from the labyrinth. That's what
Yeah.
Jersey smells like.
Trenton.
Oh wow, that place really fucking stinks. I remember that place from when I was a kid, bro. Yeah, man.
Fucking Americans. They think they're great, don't they, Banshaw?
Well, I mean, not listen, not compared to the King of Australia. Right? No one's that great.
No one's got it this good. I can tell you that right now.
King of Australia, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
All hail the king!
Hey, Banshaw, I saw that there's a new COVID coming into Australia soon.
Has anyone heard about this Queen of Canada? Is that a for real thing or?
She's
No, I don't think
insane. She's insane. Trouble.
But all the Americans go, well,
Someone
why
link.
not? The
Someone link.
English can't just, they can just name who they want king. Why can't we? It's like, what?
There's
Can you
going to
link?
be
Crazy
Queen of
shit.
Canada.
Can someone drop a link to do with that in the
Oh.
live stream, please? Someone please drop a link to whatever you're referring to.
The Queen of Canada.
I saw a clip of her at a big rally, Trouble.
Yeah?
She's got this. Yeah, she's got a bus full of her staff and her crew and whatnot, and they set up this big stage, right, on an oval, and then they pan out across the oval, right, from left to right, slowly from left to right, just panning across the oval at the whole audience, which included absolutely no one. Absolutely no one. There was no one there. And she's up on stage. She's giving a speech to no one. It was gold. It was absolute gold.
But that's going to happen in Australia as well. You're going to have a Queen of Australia as well. No?
Yeah,
I don't know. Who would we pick?
We've got a new king apparently.
Fucking hell.
Not for long, I wouldn't think.
I came across a Facebook fucking thread there. Apparently they're going into lockdown again, Australia or something like that. They're talking about. What do you think about that? Trouble about? I don't know. There's something the government was talking about. For the next lockdowns, they can take your house, they can take your car.
Yeah, but that's going to be energy. That's going to be energy lockdowns because we've all got green energy and it's running out. So now, if you use electricity, you're going to be policed.
Yeah, we're just they're about to
That's
they're about
climate
to pass
lockdowns,
the
I think.
they're
Yeah.
about to pass a new bill gadget. All our criminals, all our prisoners here, we're going to export them back to England.
Oh Christ! I've got two rooms free here in France. Maybe I can take two of them.
So we're exporting prisoners, but we won't take in the ones from bloody Afghanistan, all those women and children that joined their husbands fighting. We won't let them come back, but we're going to get rid of all the ones that we've got from somewhere else. Fuck.
Yeah. Send them back to back to England where they came from originally.
Back to the motherland.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, Banshaw, I can't believe it. I'm talking to your arse because you're upside down.
Really?
Fucking smelly bastard.
Well, look. Many of I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there about my ass.
What? Like, why are we upside down? I know on a map north is up, but on the globe, the equator is the closest point to the sun, so that would be up. So we're all sideways, really, on a globe. There is
kind of,
like,
yeah.
When
if
you
think
put
about it
north
like that,
up, that's
Trouble,
not how we're not traveling through space that way. Apparently,
Yeah, well, it gets even worse because our solar system is inverted in the Milky Way. So if you use right-hand rule to figure out which direction is north, the Milky Way spins in one direction. We're inverted, so we're technically upside down and tilted.
I liked it better when we weren't moving
it's
and we were just
certainly
rotating
inverted.
around the sun,
Yes.
and everything
It's
was
all-
nice and still.
It's all inverted, isn't it? We know all about that.
It's actually worse than that. You're actually circling the drain of the galaxy.
I actually saw a stream you were on years ago, Trouble, with Ewan, and he had a theory about the Milky Way breaking in two and then joining up again. What do you think about that?
I don't see any evidence for it.
Not where
Not that
we are.
anyone's really filming. Not that
Yeah.
anyone's filming. Like I did a video like, "Where in the star trail are you?" 'Cause I thought if everybody did star trails, we could map the sky. But I just haven't seen any evidence of the convergence and divergence zone. I know there's this little bit but it should split right off from there, or new stars should be appearing, or it should be winding in and disappearing. I
It's
would
all fairy
imagine.
tales. It's all fairy tales.
So that one doesn't seem to work for me either.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know. Then you go to the 4-pole thing, and that's just a little bit beyond my comprehension. I mean, I get it, but then, like, what have we got? Straight lines in the sky where it morphs from one sky to another? I can't quite comprehend it.
Well, I've come to my conclusion. I'm motionless. I'm not moving. I don't know about you guys. I'm not moving. I'm not spinning.
No,
Maybe
I'm
you.
not saying that.
But
I just can't get the sky to match. That's all.
Well, here's the issue of what you guys are saying.
No, yeah, I just say I can't comprehend that Trouble About is upside down compared to me in France. I just can't get that into my head. You know, it's
So
it's not.
Let's talk about that.
Logical. It's not
Yeah,
logic.
Let's talk about that, right?
The way water works. The way water works. You know, the way water works. When I see, you know, I pick up my glass. You know, have my glass of wine here. Like water is level and horizontal, and to say that the ballers say that after a certain distance it will derive your water level, and that makes Trouble About upside down compared to me. No, I can't comprehend that. I can't. I don't understand that. It's
Let's talk
impossible.
about it. Yeah, no, let's talk because it's completely possible, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, we have 2 poles. We need to have 2 poles if we have a magnet. Magnets have north and south poles, right? So quad poles are not going to really work, and then unipole won't work, right? We have an observed magnetic field, and if you even want to talk about toroidal fields still use north and south poles. So we can talk about that. Secondly, right, if you're on the motorway and you've been cruising, I don't know how many times you guys do car trips, but if you've been cruising for 4 or 5 hours, you know, it doesn't really feel like you're moving if you're on a really nice stretch of road. If you're going straight, I live in Texas, so this is pretty often. Straight as an arrow, no bumps, 50 miles an hour, good suspension. You don't feel the movement of the car. So just because you don't feel yourself moving doesn't mean you're not moving.
We can feel it, man.
But the car's got a container around it, and my body doesn't.
The what?
The car's got a container around it, so you're not going to feel the movement from wind. But my body doesn't have a container around it. But the Earth, the Earth has a container around it.
This whole idea of needing a container is kind of misplaced because
But your example used a container in a car.
Sit on the roof of the car, and what happens to you?
You feel the wind?
All horizontals parallel.
What?
All horizontals parallel.
No, they're
all
not.
Horizontals parallel. All horizontals parallel.
To the horizon.
Are all horizontals parallel to the... No.
You
Are all parallel horizontal.
No, hang on, Leaf. You establish a horizontal plane of a carpenter level, okay? You know the thing with the bubble, okay? You know that one?
Yeah.
Air
level.
Or a water level.
So or a water level.
Yep.
You know the bubble in the middle? You establish a horizontal level to the plane of the horizon, okay?
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No. Not to the horizon, no.
No, your bubble is in the middle of your carpenter level, okay? The bubble, you're like you're putting up shelves, okay?
Yeah, I know what a
the bubble in the middle, okay? You establish a horizontal level to the horizon.
Carpenter levels have nothing to do with the horizon.
Not at all.
Wow.
They don't.
Why?
Holy smoky. Don't they?
No.
What would they have to do with the horizon?
When do you use a carpenter level inside a house? Do you look at the horizon inside of a house? No. So carpenters don't reference the horizon ever. There's no correlation between a carpenter's level and the horizon.
All levels are horizontal to the horizon.
No, they're not.
They match perfectly. They match perfectly to the horizon. Perfectly.
First of all, the horizon's not a thing, right? The horizon's an arbitrary idea of where the Earth meets the
in
sky.
Your model it is, but all horizontals
No, in my
are
model, it's
horizontal
not.
to the plane of the horizon.
New leaf.
Yeah.
Right. You want to build a wall. Let's say a straight and horizontal wall. Okay.
Yeah.
Straight and horizontal wall. 5 miles. Okay.
Sure.
Straight and horizontal. Okay. Use a carpenter level. 5 bricks, 5 bricks, 5 bricks. Okay.
That will follow the curve, Gadget.
Yeah.
If the surface was curved, that would follow.
Hold on. So you're saying horizontal is curved?
Okay, so I don't think you
No.
guys are understanding.
No, I did not say that.
Horizontal.
No, you said it was
is
curved
not a
because he
word.
said 5 bricks, 5 bricks, 5 bricks, and you said it was curved.
Well, okay,
No, I
because here's the thing. Horizontal is not something that we care about in engineering. We call
Really?
Really?
Let me
What
finish.
the hell?
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I mean,
An
it might be
engineer-
crazy, but
Hey, come here. You Leaf, are you an engineer? Are you an engineer? You don't give a fuck about the horizontal.
I care about perpendicular and I care about parallel.
What is okay?
okay,
Hold on,
what's
hold on. Wait a
perpendicular?
minute.
What's perpendicular?
Whoa. Wait a minute. What is perpendicular? What is the definition of perpendicular?
90
Like
degrees
across.
towards, across 90 degrees intersection.
90 degrees towards the what?
To what?
It's an reference point.
To what?
No.
No. 90 degrees
To a line.
what?
To what?
I'm telling you, to a reference point.
To what?
To what? Yeah.
How do you get 90 degrees?
How many times do I have to keep saying the same thing? A reference point.
90 degrees to what?
You fucking idiot. Again.
No.
Because I know exactly what I'm
Do not
talking
call
about.
people
You
names.
don't.
Hang on. How do we get a 90 degrees angle to the perpendicular?
You measure it.
We need a what? It starts with a H.
Shall I tell him?
Yeah, tell him.
Horizontal.
To get to your 90. Okay? You Leaf. Mr. fucking university guy.
You don't need anything to be horizontal to make a parallel and perpendicular line as a reference point.
Perpendicular is horizontal.
No, it's not.
A horizontal is a vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah.
Yes,
With a 90 degrees
true.
angle. Do we agree with that? You Leaf.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What you guys are saying is true, but it's not completely true. See, what you don't understand.
It's true, but not completely true. It's true, but not true.
No, it's true, but it's not completely true.
Back in a second. I'm going to the bathroom.
So, look, I'm looking at my banister right now, right? And my banister is angled downwards, right? Or upwards, whichever way you're looking at, but it's on an angle.
Is it vertical?
It's not. I just told you it's not vertical.
Then
it's
not perpendicular.
Listen. I have a banister, right? Now, my banister and my floor, my molding on the wall, those are parallel to each other. Even though neither one of them is horizontal, those two are parallel to each other. Now, what I can do is I can install.
They are vertical. They're not horizontal.
Listen.
They're vertical, aren't they? They're not horizontal.
No, they're not vertical. They're vertical straight up and down. They're not vertical. They're parallel to each other, and I can form perpendicular. What are the things called that you support banisters with? What are those called?
So therefore, your baseline is not horizontal.
I'm telling you that's why your definition is correct, but not fully correct, because perpendicular and parallel do not need horizontal or vertical at all. You don't use horizontal and vertical in real engineering. That's not something that you talk about. You don't care about horizontal and vertical.
What the hell are you talking about?
How do you establish
horizontal then?
To a reference point. You can make something level to a reference point. You can build a house on a hill.
Oh, so it's vertical. So horizontal is level then?
No.
No, you just said that. You just said level.
Oh my god!
It wasn't me. It was you.
You're the one who's inserting the word horizontal and vertical. That's not something I use.
No, I said horizontal. You said level. Correct.
Right. I just told you I don't use your word of vertical and horizontal. It's not needed.
So your word of level. What does level mean to you then?
No deviation from the reference point. The same distance between the reference point all around. At every point. Every point that you choose is at the same distance between the reference point. That's level.
So is that horizontal then?
I don't wish to talk to you anymore. Talk to somebody else.
Hey, why don't you want to talk to me?
Level could be horizontal, yes, but you could also take a picture and you can tilt it and it's still horizontal, but it's not level.
No, it's not level.
Yeah.
It's not horizontal. No, if it's on an incline, it is not horizontal. It's not level.
Yeah. Well, they're one and the same, right? Horizontal.
No,
and level,
no, they're
same.
not. No, they are not.
That's why I said you can take a picture frame and the sides are still horizontal to one another, but it's just
that's parallel.
not level.
Vertical.
That's parallel.
No, the sides will be vertical. It's the baseline which is horizontal and level.
If I establish a horizontal level, okay, and then I draw another, I can establish another line horizontal to that line, means all horizontals are
will be
level
level
to the
No, that doesn't mean
horizontal
that.
plane. That's fucking logic. It is.
Yes.
No.
What do you mean no?
You can't establish one horizontal and then assume that all horizontals are parallel to that horizontal. You can't. That doesn't make sense.
Right. Okay. Draw one horizontal. Draw one horizontal and draw another horizontal and show me how it is not parallel to each other.
Well,
you would have to level. Hold on, you would have to level your second horizontal that you drew according to the horizontal below you. I get what you're saying, and
No, you wouldn't. No, because you've already drawn one horizontal.
You always
so
have
therefore,
your
the next
horizontal.
horizontal would be level with it.
You establish your horizontal, and then you do another horizontal to that. So all horizontals are horizontal to the horizontal plane. You understand that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Look at your screen. Look at all the squares in your screen. Look.
Except
I
for
draw one straight line. You draw a straight line. You draw. That's fucking sense, man.
It sure is.
To make something level, you'll make it horizontal.
Yeah.
You're right. Every single day of the week.
So you're in your house putting up a shelf. Yeah, with your carpenter level. You get your carpenter level. It's horizontal. You can go fucking mad horizontals with that. Everything will be horizontal.
I think you're underestimating the difficulty of what you're talking about. You think that you're
it's simple. It couldn't be simple.
Listen.
The simplicity of it is absolutely beautiful.
You think that you're disproving 3,000 years of science with a fucking carpentry level. Let me explain to you how you
3,000 years. I doubt anything before 1800.
No. Hey, come here. We can go back. Water. How long does water exist?
Let me just show you.
No, you leave.
1 second, sir.
You leave.
1 second.
How
Let me
long does
finish,
water
please.
exist?
Let me
Come
finish.
on, guys.
Guys.
Right. Let me just explain to you how you're wrong about this level thing. Right. We're going to do a thought experiment. We're going to think about the stupid little globe, right? Now, in the globe, You can
Hold on,
have
wait a minute.
horizontal.
Whoa. Who? We're not talking about globes. We're not talking about
Well,
spheres. We're talking about
well,
straight and level.
There's 2 points of that I want to make within this
I
last
was
10 seconds.
I was
First off,
I was
Smooth. If you
okay.
start off,
Yeah. Hold on. What was I
saying,
gonna?
"Let
What
me
was I gonna
explain,"
say?
Hold on, Smooth.
let me finish, man. If you
You
start off
interrupted me.
yeah, because I'm moderating. If you start your sentence off with "Let me explain to you how you're wrong," you've immediately lost your opponent's attention.
Yeah.
Number two, if we're arguing two different models, each opponent has to understand the concepts of the other's model and understand how that works before you can argue against it. And that's it.
Okay. So what I was gonna tell you is I was gonna explain how you are wrong about things that horizontals have to be parallel. So I was gonna use my model to express that to you guys. Now, if you don't wish to hear it, let me know. I'll shut up. You guys continue
I don't wish
on.
to hear it. Although
All
every
right.
time you
would
say
like,
horizontal, from now on you should say bendizontal, because that's what you mean.
I would love to hear New Leaf's. At what point does
So, all right.
horizontal bend
Yeah. So let's talk
in
about
your
this,
model?
right?
It
Yeah.
never does.
At what
All
point?
right.
I don't want to hear a model because I'm not actually talking about a model.
No, I don't have
I'm not
models.
talking about
I'm
flat
talking about
Earth. I'm not talking
horizontal.
about globe Earth. I am talking about horizontals being
I know.
parallel to
I'm
each other.
I'm trying to
And I'm
explain
not
to you
talking
how
about
you're
any
wrong.
models.
Me too,
I'm-
Ninja. We're not
I'm
talking
trying
about
to
models.
explain to you how you're wrong. If you want to shut your ears and put your head in the sand, be my guest.
Now, me too, Ninja. I'm not talking about models or anything, but how can you have a horizontal on
I'm
a
trying to
globe?
tell you.
Okay, go ahead. And you better tell us.
Just let
when.
the guy speak,
Come
bro.
on, give him some space. Give him
Don't be
some
like,
space.
you better
Okay.
tell us. What the
Okay.
fuck are you? Shut up, Gadget. What are you doing, bro? You're overstepping, bro.
Okay, I'll shut up.
All right. So in the heliocentric model, we say the Earth is a globe, a sphere, right? So this is just a thought experiment. But what we're going to do is we're going to say that it's a perfect sphere. So that means every point on the outside of the Earth is the same distance from the inside of the Earth, right? Now, if you just do this as a thought experiment, right? So someone's in Australia, someone's in America. We're both looking at the sky over a large body of water. So we see a horizontal, clear horizon, right? The horizon is just an arbitrary place where the sky meets the land. There's no defined horizon anywhere. So if you're in Australia and you're in America and you both see the horizon, remember, this is just a thought experiment. Those horizons do not need to be parallel to each other. Those horizons can exist independent of each other. That's how horizontal is not a very accurate description. Because in the globe Earth, you can have a horizon at different angles where they are not parallel, they're not perpendicular. That's how you could be wrong. Thank you.
Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
In the real world, a horizontal line is not bending at one side or the other. In the real world, when you're building something, a horizontal line is not bending at the ends. It's flat, straight across, and then you're going to build on that flat plane, and then your next horizontal line, let's say the first floor of a building that you're building, it's going to be let's say
Level.
12 feet. It's going to be 12 feet from the left and 12 feet from the right. And when you lay that beam 12 feet high, that is going to be a new level plane or horizontal line.
See, you guys are mistaking
Can I answer as well, please?
construction.
Can I answer as well, please?
What?
Can I answer as well, please?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So, on a sphere or a circle, you have a horizontal line. It's called a tangent point because the horizontal line only meets on one point on the circle. So it is a point.
That's correct.
And that is it.
Can I just say something as well? To have a horizontal, you need a straight and level base to have the 90 degrees. That is impossible on a globe.
The point is that you can't you're not going to put a 1 mile line horizontal and then multiply it by 10,000 horizontal lines and make a circle. You're going to have a 10,000 mile straight line. That's the whole
No, you're
point
not.
of it.
Not on a sphere. You won't.
You can't.
No. Hold on. But
You
that's
can't have a horizontal line.
On a
You
sphere,
can't
you
have a
can't.
horizontal line on. You can't have a horizontal line on the surface of a sphere. Yes, we know this.
Exactly.
Their horizontal line comes up off the surface.
And that's why I said a horizontal line only touches at a point.
Yeah, but
Of
here's
the
the problem with that though. Then you could make like it'll end up looking like an octagon or something at the end of the day, and that's not a circle.
No, look. No. A horizontal line is horizontal. Then you've got the circle.
It's a straight line.
Representing the sphere or whatever it is. It's only touching at one point, but you've still got a horizontal line, but it's only touching at one point on the circle.
Absolutely. It's a straight line. You can't do it. Water says it. You can't do it. It doesn't work otherwise. Water shows a horizontal line.
No,
it doesn't.
So once again, their horizontal line doesn't stick to the surface. It raises up off the surface. You can absolutely do this with, if you get a basketball, you can make a horizontal over it, and you can see that it doesn't stick to the surface because it has a constant Gaussian curvature on the surface of the sphere.
Okay, but that's not reality of building
Yes, it is.
horizontal
Yeah, it
line.
is.
Okay. So okay.
You're
Jeremy,
wrong again.
hold on, Jeremy. If I took a torpedo, and I put it on top of the basketball, you're saying there you go, horizontal. Okay, but now put a second and third level over the basketball. You're not even on the ball anymore. You're going straight off across.
Yeah, they're not. That means the horizontals are not parallel to one another.
Welcome.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God! It's been a fucking breakthrough. We finally agree. Horizontal does not mean parallel or perpendicular. Horizontal is a weak word to use when describing that type of feature. I'm glad we got to this point.
Yeah, because if you put a level and then put
you're
another
agreeing
level
with me,
next to
right?
it, if you put another level next to it to keep the horizontal line, you're not even the basketball's not even underneath the level anymore. You're going off
you're agreeing
straight.
with me, right?
At some point on the surface of a sphere, on the surface of the globe, if you make a horizontal line long enough, yes, 90 degrees underneath it, there will no longer even be the sphere. Yes,
Exactly. That's why it can't be a sphere. That's the whole point. That's logic.
Why can't it?
Because it's no longer a horizontal line. If I'm having to take my level and then bend
Yelling doesn't make it horizontal. You do know that. Listen, why do you drop your?
Go ahead, Smoke.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, a horizontal doesn't matter what's underneath it. You can have a horizontal regardless if the land sticks with it or not. And I mean, if you're talking about the globe model, the land doesn't stick with it. Why wouldn't they? I don't get the argument.
Okay, but eventually, Jeremy, 5 miles down the road, if you kept a level horizontal line, it's going to be sticking out into the sky. It's not even going to be dropping with the curve of this ball that you have a thought experiment about.
No, it's an imaginary ball, but a horizontal line establishes a plane, and then you measure elevation changes from that horizontal plane, don't you?
Absolutely. So, when we hear these globers, they're talking about it. The Earth must be a disco ball. Then.
Okay. Let's
the
talk
argument?
about this, right?
I don't understand. I don't even understand what the
Jeremy,
argument
the
is.
argument is that I'm telling you what the argument is. They believe that horizontal means parallel and level, and that horizontals cannot exist perpendicular to each other or any variation of that. And
On
I'm
a
trying
ball.
to show them that it can. Because like the one guy said, I think Skylane said, if we look at circles and tangents, right, we can draw 1,000 tangents and see how most of them will not be parallel or perpendicular. They will not reference each other in any way.
Yeah, if Earth was the globe, all the you would only have 2 parallel horizontals at a time, but that's not how it works. All horizontals are parallel.
No, they're not, Jeremy. Well,
all horizontal planes are parallel. Let me rephrase that.
But that's what
all
I'm saying.
horizontal planes are parallel.
Why does
flat
it?
Earth, that would be true.
Look at why does it make perfect sense on a flat plane and not on a ball? On a ball, you are then having to invoke that level means you can take a curve and still be horizontal. That's so wrong.
So you know,
on the sphere, it's important to differentiate. On a flat Earth, horizontal and level would basically be the same thing. On a sphere, horizontal and level are not the same thing.
Correct. Because
if you talk about level, you're now talking about. If you talk about level on the sphere, you're now talking about. You're not talking about elevation. It's the same elevation all the way around.
Correct. You're taking these straight lines and then building around a circle, but then that's not even a curved line. That's how many horizontal lines does it take to build a basketball?
That would be called a segmented curve.
He said a lot.
It takes a lot
No
of
straight lines can build a
so
basketball.
here's the issue,
They're all
right?
curved.
I think Skinner said it best. Calculations do not require for you to understand them. The people that Jeremy loves, Skinner and stuff like that, says in his lecture, I don't care if you don't understand. That's not my job. My job is to teach you what is true, right? And what we're trying to tell you and that you're resisting is that horizontal is an arbitrary word. It's only in reference to a point. We use the idea.
I get what you're saying.
We use the idea of
Let him
level,
finish.
vertical, parallel, and perpendicular a lot in engineering, but we really don't care about referring anything to the horizon. So the original argument that your little carpenter level disproves a globe is invalid.
Who said it disproves a globe?
The one guy.
No, yeah, someone did say.
No, all I said was horizontal is level.
You didn't say it, but someone else said it, and that's
You're no, I because I took a torpedoes level, and I'm telling you, if you took a million torpedo levels,
either though. I'm just
if
saying.
you took a million torpedo levels and put them across from one another, they're never going to curve because
And they're not going to be reading level either.
No, if you started curving them around a ball, you're right. It would not be level now, and that's the whole point. That's my whole argument. If you took a million levels and put them butt to butt, and you went straight line, if you have a ball Earth, then that torpedo is going to start going off into the sky, and if you go like 17 more miles, that torpedo level. Yeah, it will be level to itself, but not to the ball.
No, it would not be level anymore.
If you kept them straight, it would be level.
The thing is, if you establish a horizontal, I'm going to use a plumb bob. I'm going to drop the plumb bob, and 90 degrees to that plumb bob is a horizontal reference.
Correct.
It's level only at that point of tangent to the sphere. Every foot away from that point you move, it becomes increasingly out of level.
If you establish the horizontal plane,
you're right.
The horizontal plane is a horizontal. And all verticals are perpendicular to that horizontal.
That's true. All verticals are perpendicular to the horizontal, but they're not parallel to one another.
They are. Because if they're perpendicular to the horizontal plane, they've got to be perpendicular to each other. And they've got to be vertical.
Okay.
And they've got to be parallel.
Euclid.
Because it's 90 degrees. If you establish a horizontal plane, Every vertical has got to be perpendicular to the horizontal, and then 90 degrees, so they are parallel to each other.
Well, you know where this is going to go? It's going to go to the reciprocating zenith angles that have been measured to be
let's look at
greater
the
than
sky.
180
Okay, go on.
degrees.
No, why should it go there? You got to
Well,
plumb
I mean,
line.
Because
They're saying they have
And
measurements.
a horizontal.
They're saying
Go on.
they have plumb lines, not parallel.
No,
Yeah.
you get the plumb.
That's false.
Establish a vertical. Then you get your
It's measured.
horizontal. It's a horizontal, 90 degrees. You do another line.
I mean, this ain't
Horizontal,
a surprise.
perpendicular
You
to that.
knew
Yeah, of course you can.
this ain't a surprise. You knew it was going to go to this.
Yeah.
If you have
reciprocal zenith angles with plumb lines not being parallel.
if you have
You
a
must have known
plumb
that.
if you have a plumb bob and it's not creating a 90 degree, that's no longer plumb. Did you not understand that?
They believe
but,
in
but
leaning.
do you understand
plumb
that
bobs
they're
do.
measured? They're measured to be not parallel. What does that mean?
Then that means you don't have a straight line.
That means
to be
you're on
fair-
a curved surface.
A plumb gives you. A plumb gives you. A plumb gives you your 90 on the horizontal.
Yeah,
Your
Jeremy's trying.
vertical.
To be fair, you have. Hold on a second, Gadget. To be fair, you have plumb lines. You claim that you can measure that they're not parallel. You also can claim that you measure plumb lines not being plumb. So
Exactly. They wouldn't be. They would if you if you have a plumb bob and it's not creating a 90 degree below you, then that is called out of plumb. That's the whole.
what was
the whole.
No,
I never heard of
They
that
did some
out of
experiment. Yeah, the Schehalian. I think it was called the Schehalian experiment. Yeah. They
Yeah.
measured plumb lines not being plumb.
I never heard
You
of
know,
that.
you know how they measure
Yeah.
them, though, Jeremy. You know how they measure them not being plumb.
I'll bunch
the
off.
stars?
Fuck off, will you?
Yeah, they use it by
Fuck off.
referencing them to the
Bunch off.
stars.
How the
Haven't
fuck can
measured
you
them
have
at
a?
all.
I
How the
can't hear
fuck-
Bandy, Gadget. I can't hear Bandy. Bandy's talking. I can't
Settle
hear him.
down. Settle
How
down.
the
Tell
fuck
them
you
how
come-
how they measure it, Bandsaw.
By referencing the stars, they line it
Yeah.
up to the stars.
Right.
Wow.
That's how you measure plumb lines not being.
Yep, that's how you do it. You reference them to the stars.
That's how you tell if a plumb line's plumb. I mean
Oh, wow.
that's fucking. It's reasonable.
Yeah. So now next time I go build a fence or a building, I'm gonna wait till midnight to make sure that fence or that building is plumb.
Yeah, because you don't even know if your plumb line's plumb.
Hey,
Do
Banjo,
you
how
see how
can I
silly
say
it
that?
is, left lane? Hold on. Do you see how silly it is, left lane, when you tell us you've measured plumb lines not being parallel? You've also measured plumb lines not being plumb. I mean, it's madness.
That was an experiment to determine if the mass of the mountain would cause the plumb line to deviate from being plumb, and I think that was actually a positive result. Yeah.
Yeah. So in your
But-
model,
Wow.
plumb lines aren't even always plumb, so you don't know what's going on.
But the thing is, we use these theodolites that seem to be pretty consistent and work pretty good.
When a plumb line intersects a horizontal line, that gives you your 90.
I'll tell you what. The only building that is even worth like that argument is the Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles, because it was engineered to not have corners and straight lines. It was literally a shit show for ironworkers building it, and even the guys putting the panels, because that was engineered to not have one corner. If you ever look look into it, that thing was not plumb and it wasn't straight. We call it PLS. It's not plumb level squared, because that building was purposely designed to have no corners and no edges. So that's the only building you could ever do that on, ever.
Yeah. What about the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Yeah.
What about
Definitely not plumb.
what about the cathedral in Barcelona? I can't remember the name of it. You know, everybody knows the cathedral in Barcelona. That's not straight either.
Hey, I thought the Leaning Tower of Pisa was due to the fact that it's leaning because of the ground collapsing below it.
No,
It is.
because
Oh,
yeah,
that's
probably
not plumb.
the engineers fucked up as well.
They were probably using one of those
referencing them.
plumb lines that they were probably using one of those plumb lines that weren't plumb when they built that thing.
Yeah, they reference the stars. They reference the stars.
They
when they were
built,
building
they
it.
built it at night, and in the daytime they're like, "Holy shit, we're off."
Hey, Banshaw, what about the Egyptians? They fucked up as well when they built their triangles.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they fucked up as well, didn't they? With their plumb lines.
See,
They
I would
forgot to
believe
put a
you
roof
guys.
on it, didn't they?
Mhm.
I would believe you guys when you start talking about plumb lines, but you don't even think they're always plumb. So I mean, I can't even believe you.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's tough, man.
That's tough, man. The globe puts you in some weird, sticky predicaments, like these weird things. And I know you can see a lot of it, Left Lane, because you know, you're like, yeah, that doesn't make sense or whatever. For some of the stuff.
Yeah.
I work with plumbs and horizontal every day in work. There you go.
Okay, how do you calibrate? How do you calibrate a plumb bob gadget?
How do I a plumb?
You got a plumb bob, right? How do you calibrate it?
I just hang it over my head on a plank and let it fucking low, and then I can get my 90
And it's
off
not
my
even calibrated?
No, as long as it's not moving, I get my 90 off that.
How do you calibrate it?
You don't calibrate. As long as my plumb it's not moving, I hang it. As long as it's not moving, I get my 90 degrees.
Listen, you got a plumb bob. You're walking around with uncalibrated plumb bobs, you're telling me?
No, I'm hanging it, right? It's coming off a beam. It's coming off a beam. I have my plumb coming down. Okay?
Yeah.
I
No, I
want
know
my
how plumb bob works.
I want my 90. I can work off that. As long as it's not moving.
It's not a digital instrument. You don't calibrate a plumb bob. Come on, man.
You don't
It's
calibrate.
a string and
You
a
don't
weight.
calibrate.
It's a string and a weight. You don't calibrate it.
Somebody caught on to it, Jeremy.
Your question is a false dichotomy in itself.
Fuck's sake. And then I go off my horizontal with my bubble.
Listen, I don't know how much. So I could have swore Steve Glover was telling me that you had to calibrate a plumb bob or something.
You don't calibrate a plumb. You don't calibrate.
I think it was RC Meisty or maybe I don't know, but I could have swore there was some Glober telling me that you got to have a calibration, plumb bob.
Wow,
calibration.
what an idiot!
Jeremy,
levels.
Jeremy,
Levels you got to calibrate.
Jeremy, do you know how you answer that? You say nature calibrates your plumb line. Nature.
Calibrate a laser level, but
nature calibrates your plumb line.
A bubble level. You got the fancy ones. You got to calibrate.
Yeah, that's why I'll take experience over education any day, Cyrus. Any day.
Yeah.
And I'm hiring.
Oh, okay. How much you paying?
Most of these ballers never put a fucking shelf up in their house. Fuck's sake.
Well, it depends on what position you're applying for and what your qualifications are.
You said they never put a shelf up, guys. Left Lane, you ever hang a shelf?
Nobody.
Left Lane, you ever hang a shelf? Left Lane?
Oh, I don't. I spend too much time calibrating my plumb bob to get the fucking shelf on.
I do.
By the time your plumb bob's calibrated, it's like, it's time to clock out.
It's time to roll up.
I do hear one thing that kind of irks me in the conversation about water levels. They say that water levels are used to establish a horizontal plane, and I strongly disagree with that. I've used water levels, and they're used for referencing points of equal elevation, but I've never used one to draw a line with or establish a horizontal plane.
I would agree with you. That's a level surface, or yeah.
When you build a big wall, you use a water level. Like a water level, like just say when you're building a big wall or kind of a corner of a big building, you would use a water level.
Yeah,
I've never used a spirit level to determine points of what did you call it? Howard?
Equal elevation.
I have never in my life have I ever pulled out a spirit level and go, you know what? I'm going to determine points of equal elevation. I've
No,
always.
Yo, real quick.
you
Real
always
quick,
have to
guys.
shoot elevations.
Real quick.
Let
Hold
him
on.
finish.
This is
No,
from
I'm talking to.
Wikipedia. Hold on.
Do you
Yo.
establish a horizontal with a spirit level?
I'm talking about
Oh
a
my
water level.
God.
Do you
I'm not
establish
talking
a
about a
horizontal
spirit
with a
level.
water level?
Yeah, but now they have
Please, please.
lasers and shit like that.
See,
They have lasers.
so Bandy,
They have water
Bandy,
levels.
here's what I
check.
did. Here's what I did with my water level, Bandy. I was setting a ledger on my brick wall. I was going to build a deck, right? And I was going to go around the corner of the house. So I put me a mark and established where I wanted it to start, and then I set one end of that water level on the top of that board, and then I went down the wall marking with that other end of that water level, went around the curve and about 10 feet past the curve, and I knew that my board, my ledger around that curve was going to be at the same elevation as it was under my porch step.
All right, real quick. This is for, real quick, Bandsaw. Real quick. This is for left lane. This is from Wikipedia. Level. Utilizing two or more parts of liquid water surface to establish a local horizontal line or plane of reference. A horizontal line or a horizontal.
I would go with the plane of reference.
You know
Yeah,
what they
plane
mean
of
by
reference. I would.
local. You know what they mean by local? Is it a 1 foot level? Is it a 3 foot level? Is it a 5 foot level? And that's your local distance.
It doesn't matter. It could be 10 foot. It could be 20 foot. It could be 30 foot.
500 foot water.
Well,
Clearly, Wikipedia clearly states that it's a horizontal.
to the distance of the level itself, the spirit level. But for planes of equal elevation, I use a laser level, and that's over great distances, highways, parking lots.
It gives you a good constant line too.
Did you read the thing I put?
Yeah, it's Wikipedia. I threw it
Mike
up.
Wagon.
So the tool you're using then, you say you use a laser level. What do the manufacturers say is the distance that you can actually use it to be accurate for?
Jeremy? Yeah, Jeremy's got a point.
Yeah. Did you read the site?
Can I answer
Did you read the
that?
citation from?
Go, Jeremy.
I never go by the manufacturers. Ask me a
Go ahead,
question.
guys.
On the laser level, I go within the distances my state allows me. You never go by the manufacturer's reference. We do it in sectors. You either do it in the sector or you don't work for the state. It's that simple.
So what's the maximum distance you can use a laser lever?
Depends on your. It depends on
the level.
Yeah, it
Model.
depends on the level.
Depends on the equipment you're using.
Yeah, some are good.
You said your state. So therefore, what does your state?
State requirement is within 30 yards. You're doing 30-yard sectors.
So it's 90 feet.
Yeah, maybe 90 or 100 feet.
Yeah,
No, 30 yards
and
is 90 feet.
Some lasers are good
1
for
yard
100
is 3
feet.
foot.
Some lasers are good for 100 feet. Some are good up to 1,000 feet. But anything beyond that, it's not even recommended because it's that's not the way they're calibrated.
If I said,
I didn't ask that. I asked what's the state that he says he was working in.
If I said left lane,
confined him to work within a specific distance, and he said 90 feet. Thank you very much for answering it.
Yeah, and for each state that varies.
Yeah.
It's a
Bandsaw's
working.
Bandsaw's trying to talk.
If I Howard said to 99.999% of tradesmen out there, if I said to them to go make something level, right, first thing they would do, they would go and grab a spirit level, right, and they'd go make it horizontal. Now, also too, if I said to them, go make something horizontal, right, they'd go grab a spirit level. Okay. Like they're interchangeable. Now, you would never in the trade ever say to someone or even think in your own mind, I am going to go grab my spirit level, right, or my plumb bob or whatever, so I can make something equal levels of elevation. It's not even in the vocab. You're the first person that I've ever heard actually say that, Howard. You're the first person
Well,
I've ever seen.
that's the best description that I can give to what I've used the water level for. And in setting up house trailers, you'll set up the one end of it, get that end where you want it, and then you'll jack the rest of the trailer up to match that with the other end, which would basically indicate you're setting that trailer up on an equal plane of elevation, right?
Yeah, but to me, Howard, what you're saying here is like a debate point. Like this is like a technical definition, but you're not thinking to yourself. Well, I'd find it very hard to believe that you've ever thought to yourself, I am making something equal levels of elevation. I've never heard that.
I mean, I've always just picked it up and used it. I knew what it did. I didn't think really anything about defining what I was doing. But within this argument, it's made me think about what I'm doing. And here's what I'm doing. I'm taking that water level and I'm establishing multiple points down that wall and around that corner, multiple points of equal elevation, so that I can set my ledger on a horizontal
Wiki,
plane.
I read you this. I read you the
Actually, you're
citation
just
off Wiki. It
leveling it.
literally said.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, if you're
I
constructing
used it
the
to
wall,
survey like
the
that. Yeah.
wall is one plane. If you're leveling a trailer, the trailer is one plane. There's no separate planes. You're not equaling two planes. You're leveling one surface.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Bandsaw, in reality, on a job site, when you're trying to shoot for elevations, for it to be level from one side to the other of the building, you're literally going to get a theodolite and a dude, a kid holding a marker.
Laser level.
Yes, he's going to. Well, yeah, you can use that too, but you can use that too. But I'm saying though that on the job site, you're going to get a theodolite or whatever a translate, whatever you use.
Total station.
A total station, whatever.
Yo, I'm next, guys. I'm going after
whatever.
Apocryphon.
Yeah, whatever you're gonna, whether it be a total station, a translite, or a theodolite, either way, you're going to have a benchmark that was already predetermined by the surveyors that went out, and they used the same equipment to establish a point. And then everything built in that building is going to be based off of that benchmark. So if you want. Sorry?
You're absolutely correct. You are.
No, I know.
Did you hear me say? Yo, I'm going next after Apocryphon. Please, guys. Fine now.
Yeah, I wasn't done yet. I'm just gonna say. So if you're measuring something that's whether it be 50 feet or 50 yards, you're use these benchmarks, and it's going to establish that to make sure that from one side to the other, it's going to be the same height to the floor below it. And then once you establish that, that's what we're going to call level. Everything you build above that is going to be level, and it's so simple.
And do you know how we established the benchmark?
Yeah.
Hold on,
man.
Jeremy,
go, Jeremy, go. I've got you.
Left lane. I literally read you the citation. I'm gonna read it again. I don't know why.
I hear it. I heard it.
It is used to determine the liquid water surface to establish a local horizontal. It's curved. You're saying it's Wiki is saying it's horizontal.
That's from Wikipedia. That's
Wikipedia is telling you that a water level is used to make a horizontal line.
No, Wikipedia is not accredited, right? I mean,
but I've never used a water level. I've never used a water level and drawn a line with it.
Can we get a collegiate? Collegiate citation or definition that says the same thing? Can I get that?
But you guys never use a water level. But
I never use one now.
No, because we have carpenter levels now. Levels when we want to level out. We have water levels. We have spheroidites. We can do everything now. But the ancients, right? Notre Dame, the pyramids. What did they use? They use water levels. They used water levels. They hadn't got the
I'm
technology we had today. They used the water to level out their constructions. You understand that? Because they hadn't got that. They hadn't got carbon levels. They hadn't got auto levels or thyroidites or whatever. They hadn't got all that shit. What did they
True.
use? They used water. They used water to level out shit.
That's a good point. Yeah, that makes sense. You would, because water always finds its level. Like, come on.
Water doesn't always find its level, guy. I mean, like, listen. I don't know how many times I can express this.
Okay, New Leaf, tell me when water stops finding its level. Tell me.
Okay.
At what point?
When the
So-
wind
What point?
blows. When the wind blows.
Tides, when the wind blows.
Can I let me show you something even better,
but-
right? What about a centrifuge? What happens then?
A what?
You're in a centrifuge, man. Come on,
But
man.
left lane, you don't like that wiki, you don't like that wiki citation. Left lane. Do you not like that wiki citation?
Can I ask a dumb
You
question?
just did that.
Can
You just did that.
I,
I heard them talking, but you're no.
can we get the T-Mark unmuted?
Who was that?
I'm gonna forget it. I'm gonna stick with my description because that's what I'm comfortable with calling what I do with it.
I don't understand why you guys say water always finds a level. It doesn't. If I put shit in a centrifuge, it's not finding its level.
Come
on, Gadget. Come on.
No,
So
I mean,
is that what the Egyptians did? They put the water in a centrifuge to establish their
level? I guess
That's not what we say. That's not what we say. We don't say water always finds its level. We say
you literally
large
just said
body.
that.
Okay. Do you mind if it's okay if I finish the sentence? We say large bodies of water at rest always seek their level.
You've never.
I
no
would
one's
agree with
ever
that.
said that to me. I can.
So-
agree
I would
with
agree
that,
with
but
that.
No one's ever said that to me.
So New Leaf, you're
yeah.
saying it's a disco ball.
Where can I find a centrifuge in nature and observe it?
You're saying it's a disco ball.
I'm trying to think if there's any centrifuges.
I don't know, guys. We got to reel it in because
There are
I mean
none.
we're not able to like get on a path and talk about something and stay on point. This conversation for 30 minutes has been all over the place.
I just ran the YouTube back, Gadget. When other people are talking, don't power through them, bud. Okay.
Okay, Jeremy. Thanks. Cheers.
Cool.
I use the water level to do the same exact thing, is to read the points of, or read the terrain, to establish that horizontal plane, or from that 0 point that I chose, the lowest point I assumed, and I went, and you kind of just map it out, with the water level and the stick.
Thanks for the unmute.
So okay.
Were you not happy with the? Go ahead, Mike.
I just said thank you.
Please, I
I'm good.
think you're trying to squeeze in.
Somebody else.
Left lane. Were you not happy with the wiki citation? You didn't like
Oh,
that?
I'm not unhappy with it, but what the way that I describe it means to me what I do with it. I just use it to reference points of equal elevation to know where to set that board and anchor it to the wall.
Which are horizontal according to wiki. Horizontal.
Yeah, once I get everything up, you could throw a dang spirit level anywhere on that deck and it'll be level.
Exactly.
It'll be horizontal in the wiki. Those are
I got a
horizontal points.
problem with the wiki.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it horizontal.
These guys love wiki, though. These guys love wiki. I
Well,
could probably
we
find
love
that somewhere
reading.
else.
What do you
But here,
mean by
let
these
me
guys?
explain something
Are
to
you
you guys.
these guys racist? Are you these guys racist? He's racist against these guys, huh?
I'm just saying the Glovers like wiki. That's all.
Glovers, huh?
The Glovers love wiki. Yeah, right.
You're labeling them.
I would have failed
Smooth.
college.
You love
but
wiki, Smooth.
I love you.
I'm
like to
afraid to
address
talk.
people.
They fucking love it.
I'm afraid
like
to
to
talk now.
address.
Go ahead, Gadget. Go ahead. What do you got?
Right. If I establish a horizontal line in Dublin, okay, and I go straight, at what point does it deviate? That's all. That's all I want to know. What point does it
If
deviate?
you
on a
establish,
globe? Yeah,
if you establish a horizontal in London, in Dublin, or London, wherever you are, and it's
in
6
Dublin.
feet high, in Dublin, and it's 6 feet high, that
Yeah.
shit's gonna go over Sean G's head by about 6-7 inches.
No, I just want to say, what would that represent to a horizontal line in Sydney, Australia? That's what I want to know.
So anywhere you establish that, it's going to deviate the minute topography allows it to. So
Yeah,
the
but
first
where?
valley, the first hill, first change in elevation, that would be a deviation from that horizontal line.
Okay, Michael. Okay, so I'm in Dublin.
How does the
okay?
horizontal deviate then?
I established a horizontal line in Dublin. Okay, at what point does it deviate?
At all points away from that
first,
point.
yeah, it's called topography.
Horizontal is a horizontal.
Earth isn't a smooth, perfect surface, so
Yeah, but
topography.
horizontal is a straight line. Okay.
Oh, it is, but Earth isn't. Earth is on-congressional.
No,
Horizontal
hang on.
doesn't
Horizontal is a straight line.
about the earth underneath it.
Michael,
It is.
I established a straight line. Okay, horizontal. You can't bend my straight line. My straight line. I established a straight line. It's my straight line. Okay. I'm going to Australia.
Listen,
It's
so
gonna
the line
deviate.
will never deviate. I'm with you.
It's
The
my straight
elevation-
line. I'm going to Australia,
elevation-
Sydney. Okay, I'm going.
The elevation will always change.
He
due to
said
topography.
it's my straight line.
I know. Are you gonna
ground.
snort?
It's
Are you
my
snorting all
horizontal
that,
line.
or can I get a bump? What's up?
Well,
The
you
altitude.
Snorting? You gonna snort the whole damn line by yourself? I guess I'll smoke this joint by myself.
Mike, the altitude would change, right? Not the elevation.
Oh,
I'm not talking
altitude.
about
The
No.
ground.
Land
6
has
foot off the ground.
elevation.
Plane.
Listen, land has elevation. Things in the air have altitude. You figure it out.
No, I'm 6 foot off the ground. I established a horizontal line. I want
Horizontal
to go to
plane.
Australia.
Okay.
Horizontal plane, straight line. I want to go to
Okay.
Australia.
Yeah, but
Okay.
elevation is from sea level. So if you make a horizontal line
Yeah, but
over the flat Earth, it's going to relatively.
I'm with my plug. I have
Hold
my
on, because there's a
plug.
difference in altitude and elevation. Hold on.
Yeah, and that's our mean sea level. That's our straight line. That's where we
Okay.
start, sea level, and we
The altitude.
dictate.
But the altitude's going to deviate, right? Hold on. It's still going to
No,
be the
I
altitude.
already answered that. No, what is altitude?
It's the height of the ground is above the elevation.
Ground?
Hold on, I'll read it real quick. Altitude, the height of an object or point in relation to sea level
or ground level. That means how high is it above the ground? How high is it above the sea? Therefore, it's airborne, so it's not elevation.
All right, I thought it was just ground level. All right, never mind, my bad.
All right.
I didn't
So,
know it was
Michael,
sea level or ground level.
Michael.
So it's just saying how high are you above Earth? That's altitude. Elevation is how high is the Earth.
The horizontal is always above the earth because you're establishing a horizontal because you are always measuring it above the earth.
Point of
It's
reference.
curving up.
Or beginning datum.
Anyway, Michael, I have my thing.
Your
4
datum
foot off
point
the
is
ground.
always
From
above
Bob.
the earth because you're not measuring it from ground level, are you?
9 degrees.
That's
Perfect.
right. You're
Horizontal.
measuring things above ground level.
So therefore,
gone.
everything from that is below or above ground level.
Above.
the,
Interesting pause
the
there.
datum
Above.
points you've measured.
I know, but a mountain topography, when I'm talking about topography, I am talking about ground level.
All right, Michael,
The
are you trying to? Are
ground
you,
has topography. To have altitude, you have to be off the ground.
Michael? Are you trying to bend my straight line and my horizontal for some
Is that
reason?
freaking? Is that PMAC? Yes or no?
Are you? Are you
Yeah,
trying to bend my horizontal and straight line for some reason? Because you're
I don't think so.
indoctrinated? Because you're muddle afflicted?
No,
You have
he's
to
saying
bend my
the
straight line.
ground
Do you have
distance.
to? Yeah. Sorry.
He's just saying that your horizontal line would deviate in distance between the ground.
No, it would not.
He's trying to bend
No,
it.
horizontal is always horizontal. The ground level, the
Hold on.
ground elevation would always
Ground is not level.
be measured.
Ground ain't level.
Mike's
Not
just
everywhere.
saying. Mike's just saying that if you shoot this horizontal line, you got topography. It's gonna vary. The horizontal line is absolutely gonna vary.
I
in
shoot
distance.
a laser level.
No. The
And
horizontal is always
From
going to
the
be
ground.
horizontal.
Here, I'll
The
explain it to
elevation
you.
is always going to change.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I shoot a laser level across the field and then I send a guy out there with a transit, at one point I'm going to have 1 foot to the laser line. Another point's going to be 5 foot from ground level to the laser line. At another point, 6 foot. So the distance between ground level and the laser level changes. And this is what I'm talking about. You guys can play this semantical bullshit if you want to try and sound intelligent or make some kind of point that it
How
gives
far are you going
Mike,
to
Mike,
shoot this laser level?
calm
Excuse
down.
me, but I wasn't done. This is
Hold
an
on,
absolute
guys.
truth I speak of. I do this every day for work.
We're not doing that with water.
Mike's-
We're doing not with lasers.
Water.
We're doing with water.
You'll do the same thing, same exact thing. You'll do the same exact
Water's
phenomenon.
turbulent.
No different.
Water's
Yo,
turbulent.
guys.
It has waves, wakes, and eddies, so it has topography also.
Well, he's saying
Water-
like water in the
Yeah.
tube. I think like a water level. You can
Water
do the
level
same
doesn't
thing
have
you can do.
turbulence.
Well, I'm saying you can do the same thing
I'm
with
talking
with a laser
natural
level.
water. Natural water is
Oh,
affected by
no.
weather. It varies in height.
I was just
Yeah,
talking about reading
How far are you
topography.
shooting this laser level?
from Dublin to Australia.
Yeah, Dublin to Australia. At what point does it change? What point do it have an angle?
No. How far are you shooting the laser level?
How far you want to shoot
That's
it?
for Mike.
Can you
That's
be
for
more
Mike.
specific?
I don't know.
Are you
100
asking
meters.
the
100 meters.
capabilities are? Some are capable of a mile, some 2, some
Yeah.
5 miles. But do we do measurements and call it an approximation within them distances? I already covered that.
I think there's one that's like better than a millimeter over 100 meters.
I got a laser on my rifle that'll shoot 9 miles. I need it for 9 miles? No.
No,
Mike's
so
right though.
How far
When you shoot the
practically do you do this?
Well, laser
Yeah.
spreads out and it diffuses, so it's
Basic surveying, man. You're reading the ground below you, comparing it to the horizontal plane you established with the water or the laser. That's it. That's what you're gonna do. You're just
I'm
gonna
asking
read
how
the
far
terrain
he-
below you.
I'm asking how far he shoots the laser. I'm not criticising him or anything like that. Well, I was asking how far he does this. He does
I've
it
already
practically
covered
every
that.
single day. I don't
for
know how
work.
he does it.
Ninja, I
For
want to
work.
know at what point it deviates. That's all I want to know, Michael.
Hold on, guys.
I said 90 foot. I said
This is
90
getting-
foot
90
in
foot.
my state, right? 90 foot in my state, right?
Okay,
90 foot. 90
90
foot.
foot. Sweet.
Okay, Michael, 90 foot. It deviates. Water deviates at 90 foot. Okay.
No, I'm not touching your straight line. I think that's a hard on or something, or it's a euphemism for something else, and I'm not playing with it.
You just said water deviates at 90 foot. If I put all the
No,
level,
man. Not
No,
what you
that's
said.
not what I said. I said I'm required to keep my survey within 90 foot. It'll be 90 by 90 square. If I got to do 300 yards, it's going to be broke up into sectors.
Okay. How much?
How many
90
other
foot,
sectors?
man.
90 foot.
That's a little under 90 meters, whatever it is, or over. I'm not sure.
Right. This
Under.
guy never fucking did building.
90
ever.
foot.
Yeah.
90 foot is less than 90 meters. Yeah.
Oh, a shitload of less.
I don't know if you understand in meters. Or...
Okay,
I've
let's
done
say-
it with lasers and water.
Hey.
You read the terrain below you. That's what you're doing.
Hey, if you shoot a straight line in Dublin, you're not going to kill them kids in the forest, are you?
Okay, let's say Michael. We're gonna. Let's say Michael. Okay.
We don't need no more mysteries and shit, man. I seen that shit on TV. You guys are crazy over there, man.
Yeah, go away from the topic, asshole. Come on.
The Dublin. I was talking about the Dublin murders. You know, I'm sure you're hip, right?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, don't talk about Dublin. Okay,
All right.
90
let's
foot.
not.
90 foot. Okay, 90 foot. Then you say deviates after 90 foot or 360.
No,
I said that.
Gadget.
I said that's a
Gadget.
distance.
If
Gadget.
you're on a
If you
side
shoot
of a
90
hill,
feet,
Yeah, Jeremy. Sorry. Yeah, I'm listening.
listen, if you shoot 90 feet, okay, and the ground's sloping underneath you, or you're on the side of a hill or a mountain or something, it's going to deviate. The horizontal line is going to deviate from the ground. Obviously, that's all
he's
Mike was saying.
Jeremy saying
No.
The
you're
horizontal
on a
line
hill.
will not
Jeremy.
deviate.
Jeremy,
You're on
The
a
ground
hill
will
in
deviate.
Dublin, and your
Jeremy.
laser shooting downhill, so you went straight to the ground from the get go. Your straight line didn't go nowhere, motherfucker. You was drunk.
No, if you have a water level, it wouldn't deviate.
He was pointing it
Establish your
downhill.
horizon.
If you had a water level, yes, the water level would match the horizontal. Yes.
Of course it would. Of course it would.
yes. But if
So-
you have a stick and you're reading the ground, you're just mapping the terrain to know the high spots and low spots. So like
Yes.
what Mike was saying, if 10 yards out, you get a foot drop between the laser and your zero on a yardstick, then 20 feet out, you're reading 10. Well, guess what? He's going downhill. The guy's going downhill. It's not hard. So
Have you guys
then
figured
you have
this
to
out?
compensate for backfill and shit like that. So whatever.
And absolutely, water will show you that as well. If you go downhill,
Yes,
it would
same
show
thing.
you. Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah,
you're just
it would.
establishing this horizontal plane, then you're just going around with a stick to see where Earth is and compare to this plane. So
It's just a reference point.
And then if you
Yeah.
got up the other side of the valley, as Jeremy said, if you got up the other side of the valley, if you could have a tube of a water level that brought you over the other side of the level, you could establish a horizontal plane over the other side of the valley.
Do
Absolutely.
it anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Jeremy?
What's that?
Can you unmute Timo, please?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. He
Have
might
you
have been.
guys
I think he
figured
was
out-
hot micing earlier.
Have you guys figured out the level yet? Have we
Hold
reached
on a
the
second.
consensus?
Demok, you're hot micing.
What level?
So does a horizontal plane establish whether you've
Go
got a
ahead.
deviation in elevation?
Hold on. I don't know if Demok was hot micing or what. I had to remute him.
Does a horizontal plane, i.e. a water level, establish a deviation in elevation?
No.
Elevation of the ground compared to where you started? Yeah.
Ninja, say your question again. What was it?
Does a water level establish a deviation in horizontal? Does a water level establish a deviation in elevation?
No, doesn't.
Of course it does.
No. Water level
what was it? Say
establishes a
the
horizontal plane.
question again.
It doesn't
Say
establish
that
a
question.
Does
deviation.
a water level establish a deviation in elevation?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
You've never used a spirit level on a footer.
Water level? You're saying that
Yeah.
with a water level?
Does a water level establish
Listen,
a
what's the difference
deviation in
between a
elevation?
water level and a spirit level? If I'm laying footers to build a foundation on, yes, I'm going to decide whether or not they're level all the way across. I'll do it with a spirit level.
So what's the difference between a water level and a bubble level?
A water level.
What level?
In
A
a
water
what
level
level?
establishes a horizontal plane. You can't.
And what does a bubble level do?
Same
Yeah,
thing.
and what does a bubble level do?
Same thing.
You have to make sure it's calibrated for bubble levels.
How can you
It's not-
calibrate a water
What
level?
is the difference
Oh,
between
yeah.
a
Bubble
bubble
levels.
level and a spirit level?
A bubble level
I
establishes
have
a horizontal plane. Same as water.
I have
Spirit level.
machinist levels, and yes, those bubble levels. You have two components. You got the body,
Horizontal.
and you got the bubble. Yeah, the vial. So the vial, you have to calibrate the vial to the body, and you at like a machinist level, like the surface flatness of like the surface that touches it. If it's a foot long or 8 inches or whatever. There's a grading for that too. It'll describe the surface flatness, but we'll make sure the surface is pretty flat and that piece is rigid and it doesn't deform under because it will deform with temperature. So it's calibrated at a certain temperature because the vial and the body will have a difference. The way you do it, it's a self-proving instrument. That's how you make sure your spirit level is on point. Because for like the garbage ones you pick up from Home Depot or whatever, the trash, because you have to be able to calibrate it with a screw, the bubble to the body. And you do this by rotating. If you have any plane, even if it's out of level, when you put a level on it, if you rotate it 360 degrees, there is one plane where that bubble is going to read between the lines. Okay, so you take that line and you bring another piece of heavy stone or whatever, a straight edge, because that's your reference, and you line that up to that, and you flip the level 180 degrees. If the bubble is reading in the same spot, then your instrument is correct. If it's not, you adjust the adjusting screw until it reads both directions the same reading, and then you test it out. There you go.
Yo, I really didn't understand your question because on both models, flat or globe, neither of them have a deviation in elevation with a water level.
Also, set a water level on a hill.
On the globe?
I don't know. I think you're confused that there's a difference between a spirit level, a water level, and a bubble level. He's talking about the
spirit level and a bubble level are the same thing.
Yeah, they are. And he's talking about the differences between a machinist true level and a construction level. When I calibrate my machinist level, it's a water level. It's a bubble level. It's a spirit level. Nobody puts water in fucking levels because it evaporates. We use spirits, okay? And we use it on a bubble. But when I calibrate my machinist level, I do it on a true slab, which it's known as a zero slab. And my slab is more level than any surface on Earth.
Yeah, people definitely put liquid in tubes, though. People definitely put liquid in long tubes and then call that a water level. But that wouldn't have an elevation change if in either model.
Bubble level.
Yes.
He didn't say bubble level. He said water level.
Water.
I know that.
Michael, did you ever build a wall, Michael?
And when I said spirit levels or things you can calibrate, that guy laughed at me. I'll show him a picture of one that I calibrate.
I built the foundation under my house. Yeah, I took out the old Michigan foundation and put a new 10-inch block foundation. Yeah.
So you did the plumb, yeah. You did the plumb line.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you did the plumb line, and then from the plumb line, what did you do?
I made it all the same level, true and plumb.
With your carpenter level, okay, and then you drew a line over to where you're going to draw, 90 degrees.
Made every brick come together with joint mortar and compound.
Absolutely.
To form a perfectly smooth surface.
That's the way you build the wall.
Are your verticals
to the capability of my instrument?
Are your verticals plumb?
As much so as my equipment is made to make them.
No, but today the way we
no
build walls.
Listen, bro, no construction is perfect. That's my only point.
Plus or minus something, always over a distance.
That's right. That's right.
As plumb as they can be.
Once
then
it's always complete, you're always gonna have sinking and shit like that too. So settling.
So we say true and plumb, but we say true and plumb, but the truth is nothing can be 100% true and plumb, and I think we all know that. But how does that apply towards the topic at hand?
So you're saying as plumb as it can be.
But the first step in building a house is to establish your plumb. That's the first step. When you have your foundation down, the first brick you put in the foundation, you establish the plumb.
So the first thing I do is dig my.
You have to do that. You have to do that. If not, your house is fucking crooked.
Hold on. There's no reason for you guys to be arguing. Listen, here's what we should do. We should eliminate the idea that the center of their globe actually has a real center, because when you have canyons and mountains and topography on the top of the ball, it's not a perfect ball, and they don't have a perfect center. So I'm going to take their perfect center from them and ask them how the hell they get any calculation now. Like the idea that Jeremy said, the water level on a globe would be level compared to level or horizontal on a flat plane. That's the way they explain it from the center of the globe out. But they don't really have that, Jeremy. They really can't, because if you think about it, the topography of their globe is like a potato or a pile of poop. I mean, literally, I'm not being funny at all. So if you poured a little bit of water on the outside of a pile of poop, the weird shape it would be, the water would like consistently make any part where the water touched, like 70% for the ocean, that part would be like the smooth ball part. Everything else would be like, lumpy, down, whatever. Like, so there is no idea of a perfect center for their globe either. Not even for their model. None.
Yeah, but there you go. Yeah, you're talking about the center. We've no proof of the center. Nobody knows where the center is.
Even if they did, it still wouldn't matter. It still wouldn't give them the exact thing because the topography of land throws that all. No portion of land is perfect anyway. Everything like a mud puddle goes down and up and out. Like there is no perfect center to the idea that they have either for that. Even though they don't have the center, I'm with you 100%. I'm a flat. Yeah, I don't believe they got any ball. But I'm saying even their idea that they explained to you, they have a perfect ball like our name with a perfect center. That's gone out the window. That doesn't exist.
Absolutely.
Why even entertain the idea of a ball?
I don't have a model. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
No, not you. The Globers that have them. Just generally speaking about if you believe it's and you believe you have the center of anything out from that center should be a matching amount. 39.59. That would be your level. 39.59 would be your level from the center out everywhere. Correct?
Yeah. It doesn't work because we can see further than 39.59 with the P900. With the P900.
I'm with you 100%. I don't believe in a ball at all. This is just for the ball believers only.
We can see 4,000 miles with a camera. I don't know, man.
Yeah, we can see further than 39.59.
Why entertain them?
What's that?
We don't. Listen, guys, since 2015, I'm getting kind of fed up with all this bullshit, And it's the same.
And it's complicated, huh?
It's the same old.
2022, man.
Yeah. Oh, hey, have a cup of
You say it was
concrete,
215.
It's very complicated, man.
I heard that too, man.
Before I came in here, I was in Gem Pandas, they're sporting out bullshit, and it's absolutely crap they're sporting out there.
Well, let's join the Globe Earth side on this one on the 2015 thing.
Right. It's 2015. Let's go.
Let's get stuck in the past.
On elevation on a ball, and when they can't produce it, they can't produce the same barometrics going forward or vertical. They have to have the same barometric going vertical and horizontal. They have to match.
Yeah, the match
elevation has to be on a ball. You have to have forward elevation. Yeah.
Horizontal, perpendicular.
Elevation. Horizontal elevation.
Kills them all.
Elevation.
Yeah.
Not going horizontal on a flat plane that never ends. Horizontal elevation, like reach the clouds, going straight.
But
are we talking about gravity or something? I don't know.
But guys,
we're talking about can you go up and get 100,000 volts? Like, say you go up. This is just an example. Say if I go up to 500 foot above the ground vertically, and there's 500 volts forward on a ball. There's a point where you should go forward, and the same 500 feet forward should be the same 500 volts forward off of a ball. Horizontally and vertical are the same. You have the same ring of clouds around you. So if this can't be done, then we don't have a ball. Has nothing to do with gravity.
But we all know that the earth is not flat.
Descriptive words are generally called adjectives. Yes.
Yeah, we can't call it a
what
mirror.
kind of
A mirror.
moron-
A mirror is flat. The earth is not flat. Our world is not flat.
Plus
We've
or
mountains
minus.
and valleys and plus and minus. You know, flat is a bad term. You know, everybody calls flat earthers, but I think it's a bad term because we live on a level plane. We have valleys and mountains and shit like that. You know, we can't call it flat, but I can
We live
absolutely
on the
call it
horizontal Earth. It's a horizontal plane.
level
It's a
earth,
plane,
horizontal.
like a
Yeah,
sandbox.
yeah. We
Yeah,
can't call
like
it.
a sandbox.
Yeah.
We measure it from the horizontal.
Yeah, absolutely. We measured for a horizontal, but you know, and you know, since 2015, we have this label on us, flat earthers. It's kind of, you know, flat earth is kind of like a mirror. Yeah, for me, a flat is like a mirror, a flat table. But we have the mountains, the valleys, and shit like that. Level, it's water. The answer is in the water, guys. It's in the water. Horizontal
Oh, yeah, we're with you.
water
We're
level.
with you 100%.
Fucking hell, it's amazing. And they have the audacity to say that they can bend straight lines, they can bend horizontals. No. And they can say because it's coming into the center of the earth that nobody, by the way, nobody went into the center of the earth. We don't know. We're going to Mars, we're going to Jupiter, we're going everywhere, but we don't even know what the fuck is in the center of the earth. They're talking
They
about the
haven't
center
even
of
been
the
in
earth.
all the caves. They haven't even been into all the caves yet, let alone the center of the.
Absolutely. And you know, they're trying to bend. That's what gets them. They're bending straight lines.
Where can I
Reality.
diagonally swim? Where can I swim 33 degrees down and then pop out and see stars on the other side?
No
when
way.
can I swim down into the water and then aim myself 33 degrees and then pop out?
Yeah.
Left lane, any globert. You got the answer for that? How far do I got to swim?
Hey, see much. Imagine I'm in Ireland, right? Imagine digging down from Dublin. I come out, right? I'm digging down.
You in the forest.
In Australia, do I come out feet first or head first?
Are we going to meet each other? Am I going to swim to your digging hole? I'll swim diagonally and you dig diagonally up towards me and we'll meet each other in the middle.
We have a fucking beer.
Hey, if you find the missing kids, let me know, man.
Yeah. Fucking hell, man. And then they're delusional. And they call us fucking. You know what? We can see not too far. I wouldn't say too far. I hate that. We can see further than we should under our model.
No, you can see what you can see.
Yeah. I wouldn't say too far because I don't like that expression. We can't see too far.
You can see what you can see, man.
If I say that, I'm model afflicted. So we can see 30, let's say 32 miles. Okay.
Know that song? I can see for miles and miles.
Yeah. We can
clearly now.
I want to know how much is 93 million miles in space. Where's my legend?
Yeah.
Where's my key or my legend for 93 million that I can hold up in the air like they do their sex and they get their degrees, right? Where's my 93 million mile little cardboard that I can put in the air and start and match them up to the stars and see which ones are 93 million miles apart? And I mean, when can we do any of this stuff? Like
with the P 9000, 900 and the P 1000, we can see further than their model predicts. Their model. No, I can't remember their. What is it? 8 inches to 5 miles square. We can see further than that. So we can see further. We can see the
Do you know why you
horizon.
can see further?
Why?
So what's happening is light is refracting up from over the curve, producing the image.
How is it doing that? Can you demonstrate that for us?
Yeah, that you can actually demonstrate.
No, can you?
I have in college.
No, I think you've observed something and then said, "This is why."
I don't think you've ever demonstrated anything lumen over because I'm pretty sure you can go
No, I
dig a hole.
demonstrated refraction in college.
No, hold on, I'm not done. You can go get a garbage can or get a mountain, right, and put a little rubber ducky at the bottom of that mountain or on the side of it somewhere on the other side, and get a side view camera and have you standing there on the other side, right? Side A, and you got side B of your mountain or your little hill in your backyard, and then refract your rubber ducky over to your side. We'll wait. I mean, do that. I mean, you got time. You got like what? Give it a week.
Yeah,
7 days.
remember, ULeaf, your model is not 2D, it's 3D. So you have to reflect back to me, okay, with your humps and your drops. Remember, you have to do that as well.
I say we shoot doofus out of a cannon.
I say all we do is get the elevation horizontal. Get our helicopter and fly it horizontal, and get our helicopter and fly it vertical, and we should have the elevation on both.
Hey, do you remember that video the Globers have with the train bridge? You know the bridge that they have, the bridge.
Digging that analogy.
Cooking that bridge. You know that bridge?
I think that perfectly fits. I got some of that good scotch in the barn, P-Mac. You need to come on over, man. We'll shoot some pool, drink us some scotch.
And what about that taken from the east to the west? A picture of that.
Don't forget to invite the Irish man. I'm sure he would love to drink some scotch.
I'll pay the
I like
ticket.
the squash is
Hey,
a little bit more tender.
I gotta listen.
Isn't there Model
It's
40?
also like kind of fine.
I
kinda
got
like it a little
a few
bit.
$1,000 if you can bring me some of that real scotch too.
No, come here, guys. You know that bridge that the ballers took? What's the name?
Soundley's Bridge. Yeah.
Soundley's Bridge. You know that shit? I'd love to see a picture of that east to west. East to west.
I want to see the elevation past it. I want to see what the elevation is horizontally past his bridge. If his bridge is the curve of the earth, then just walk past it and you should start going up in elevation, right?
Yeah, and you get a fast car, you'll be in Australia in no time.
Well, not even that. No, listen to what I'm saying though. So you get a helicopter at the front of his bridge and it goes up, or a hot air balloon with the barometer on it, right? A helium balloon with the barometer. You have one go forward, up, and then you have somebody at the end of his bridge where that's past the curve of the earth, where it's curving down, right? And then you let your helium balloon go.
What are you saying,
match your barometric pressures. You got to match your horizontal barometric with your vertical barometric, or else you're not on a fucking ball. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but it takes 2 hot air balloons to do, or 2 helium balloons. Nothing expensive, nothing crazy. This is so simple. I don't get it.
How dare they? How dare they show us that?
Why don't you do it then if it's so
How
simple?
dare they not? They can't. I challenge them to show us horizontal elevation for the last 8 to 10 years, and they haven't. They think it's funny.
What does the color red taste like, Demek?
That is a non sequitur. I mean, you're trying to compare his logic to that.
All I hear from him
that's
is
just
nonsense every time.
That's just one man's opinion. So
No, it's a fact. It's a fact on a ball. The green line on my name representing the clouds. That if you go forward, you should hit the green line and up. And if I put an L, if I make an L, that's like 100-mile or 100-foot L or 500-foot L up, and a 500. It's the same. If the L is the same, it's 500 for the top of the L and 500 for the bottom of the L. The 90-degree L that's like going to sit on the ground, like upside down. So you just have an L, like an actual capital L and a letter L, and you have it on the globe, and you have your vertical and your horizontal. They should match evenly, 1,000,000%. So you should be able to go straight forward with any airplane, crop duster, anything, and hit the clouds or hit sky or hit not dirt and water, air, horizontally.
Water.
I don't think he gets it. He thinks you can just fly without adjusting altitude and you'll stay the same distance from the surface of Earth.
No, that's why we got vertical. We got vertical. When you go up vertical, you have a differential on your metric pressure. You have a differential. It's going to get a reading. It's going to tell you how high
your altitude meter.
On a ball, you need the same reading going forward, or else it's
So why is it that when you go higher, you can see further then?
What's that got to do with what I'm saying?
Because you have a wider field of view. Next question.
Of course you
That
can.
ain't got shit to do with what I'm saying. I don't know anything about that.
Of course you can see further. Higher you go. Of course you can.
Because the medium's not as thick up there. It thins out up there, man. The medium thins out.
Shouldn't you be able to see like if you're high, let's say 20,000 feet, if the Earth was flat, shouldn't you be able to see like 6,000, 7,000
No,
miles?
you shouldn't be able to do anything
Why not?
Supermanish. Unless
Why
you're
not?
Superman. Hold on. You can only do what you can do, bro. No matter what you think the Earth is. So if you can only see 10 miles, that's what you can see. If you can see 100, that's what you can see. Doesn't matter what the Earth is round
Yeah,
or
if
flat or
it was
not.
flat, you would
Your
see
eyeball,
further.
hold on, bro.
You would see
Awaken.
further.
Your eyeball. No, you can't see like Superman just because you think it's flat around in your imagination. That's not how it works, buddy. That is not how reality works. You can see as far as you can see. Do you understand that?
If the Earth was flat, you would see way further.
No.
No chance.
Hey, here, hold
that.
on.
Just
Hold
look
on.
up.
Let me
Look
try it
up. When
this
you
way.
see a
This
star,
dude,
you can
this
see a
dude's a
star.
nerd.
Can I say
Listen,
something?
bro.
Can I say something, please?
Listen,
Can I
if
say
you
something,
didn't need
please?
It's just imagine if the Earth was flat, you would see so
Please, can I
far,
say something?
so far. You would see
If you
cities
didn't need
across the Earth.
glasses, you could see
Yeah.
further too if you didn't
You
have
would
to
see
wear
like
glasses.
London
Can I
from
say something,
Florida.
please?
Hold on a minute, man. Water is clear. Water is clear. You can see
You would
forward
get
in
a
water
telescope.
backward.
You could get a
Hold on,
telescope
bro.
from like Mount
Wait,
Helen and
hold
see
on a minute.
see
Hold on a
Europe
minute.
if it was flat. That's how
Stop
far
saying
If
you
you
could
what
guys
you
see.
can
don't
do
get
for
this
ifs
shit,
and
if you
buts.
guys can't get this shit under control, I will.
I'm trying.
Jeremy,
Awaken. You keep
Go.
asking about ifs and buts, right? If this,
Can I
if
say
No,
that,
something,
but you
I
don't have
please?
a
never said if, but
demonstration.
I
Hold
said
on, can
if
you
it was
stop?
flat. Yes, that's
No,
right.
I'm not done. You said if a couple times. So if you can demonstrate a flat plane that you're talking about versus a round plane that you're talking about, and show us how they look compared to each other, stop making stuff up would be the first point, right? You're just
can I?
making up what you think you can do for an if and a but. Your eyeballs only work how they work. Let's get that clear, right?
And
And
can I?
in water, 1 second, I'm done after this one. In water, I can see forward and see what I'm seeing, but above water, the light stops and it gets dark. Even though it's daylight above me, I go down in the clear water and it gets dark. Why is that?
And can I just say that
The reason I said
Can I say
if that
something,
Mark can explain
please?
to you is because if it's we know it's a globe, right? So what we see is a globe. If it was
No,
flat,
it's
you
not a
would see
globe.
way further. That's why I say if.
can
No,
I just
it's not a globe, and you would have to demonstrate what your ifs are really meaning because you have it in your what you think you would see in your imagination on this if or that if. You need to demonstrate that to us because that's just in your mind. I'm sorry.
and I want to
Can I
say
say
that
something, please?
I just want to say that
Yeah, you're next, Kawasaki.
in
Okay,
reality,
please. Thank you very much.
in reality, okay, we look up, we see the clouds, okay? The clouds are full of water. That's what rains on us. Like, so the atmosphere is full of water. So we're looking through a medium, okay?
Aye.
But some days we can see, when you have no clouds, we can see further. And when it is clouds, we're looking through a medium full of water, okay? Our atmosphere is full of water. I wouldn't call it an atmosphere anymore. I'm trying to get rid of that fucking term. Atmosplane, right?
Be a cloud.
So we're looking
Hold
through.
on, there's a line. Hold on. Go ahead, finish it up, Gadget.
Yeah. So we're looking through a medium. If it's a rainy day, a grey day, we can see less. If it's a nice sunny day, we can see further because we're looking through a less medium. Okay. So we're looking through water. It's our water is the answer to everything.
So
I said
what
that
you're
loads of
saying-
times. Okay, go ahead,
Hold
Jer.
on, man. There's a line. Mike, you're next. Go ahead,
Kawasaki wanted to
Kawasaki.
talk, yeah.
Kawasaki, then Mike.
Thank you very much. Yeah. You was talking about looking through a medium, but if you're actually flying, then air traffic control tells you how much visible space you've got. So therefore, they've produced a figure for how far you can actually see without interference. And the interference is, like the Irish guy said, it's water vapor. Water vapor actually dissipates how far you can see, but you can see a certain distance before you can. Sorry, I'm going to go now. I've lost it.
Yeah, sorry, Kawasaki. It took a while to get you in. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, he's right. There's more. All I was going to say, there's more to how far you can see than just the shape of what you're on. There's the atmosphere, there's obstruction, there's weather, and then there's the capability of your eye. I'm not going to say the guy that wears them beer bottle lens glasses can see as far as I can see. So I wouldn't expect all men to see the exact same distance, period.
I wanted to talk about how we see earlier today, because the Star Trail argument, they're trying to bring in the way we see and shit. And now, I think personally, if you close one eye, and you only have one eye open, you see in 2D. You see left to right and up and down, right? Does anyone?
I still have depth perception with one eye.
I have peripheral. I have peripheral with one eye too. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, but you won't. You can only see left. You see an image, right? If you freeze frame, you would just see left to right and up and down.
Yeah, I can see depth too, though.
Anyway,
you can't see depth.
But you see in this.
Can. Go ahead.
Okay, look, I'm going to post a picture.
Or Mike.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Your
sphere,
think you can... It's called your sphere of view. Sphere of view.
All right. If anyone thinks they can... Hold on. If anyone thinks they can see depth, I want you to tell me if this is if this is 3D or if this is drawn. I just posted it in chat. Is that 3D or is it drawn?
I'm just looking out in front of me, and I put my eye out back in like '83, and I had to wear an eye patch for like 6 months, and I had to drive with an eye patch. And I right now I'm driving down the interstate coming around Dallas. Got one eye closed, and I can see if I'm getting close to a vehicle in front of me, or I can see how far the next one is in front of that. I can still see depth with one eye.
You see left to right and up and down. You don't see front to back. Look at this image I posted and tell me if that's is that a 3D thing or is that a 2D thing that somebody drew on paper?
Drawn.
It's drawn?
Yeah, it's art.
Well, I mean, I mean, it's hard
how
to...
did you know it was a drawing and not real?
Because I've got good eyes. I can shoot a rabbit running at 500 yards.
What from that picture indicated? What from that picture indicated that it was drawn, though?
The tablet that it's drawn on.
Jeremy,
I'll find some other ones. I'll get a bunch of them then, and we'll see if you can spot them out every time.
It's the shadows.
Jeremy,
you can't do it every time.
Jeremy, I'm a professional charcoal artist.
Every time doesn't mean shit. I'm using 2 eyes, so what's the point? Be able to see the point of this.
The point is, you only see left to right and up and down. We'll get a few more, and we'll see if you can really see. If you can really see 3D.
2 eyes. That's how you see with 2 eyes.
If you can really see 3D, then this real or drawing thing, it'll never fool you because you'll be able to tell if it's real or a drawing, right? Because you can see if you can see depth.
It's called illusion. As the illusion.
That's my point. That illusion wouldn't be there. If you could see depth, that would never be an illusion. It would never fool you.
I'm a professional artist, charcoal artist. I can see that shit.
Are you serious with that? It's trading that does this.
Yeah.
I mean,
when you draw something like reality, and it's really good, and you put the depth perception in the drawing. I
do realism in charcoal, pencil drawings.
I mean, there's a fake depth to every drawing, right, Jeremy? A little shot when they shot.
That's what I'm saying. If you can,
of course there is.
If you can see 3D, if you can see in 3D, this wouldn't be an illusion. This wouldn't be an illusion because you would just be. Hold on. If you could see in 3D and you can see depth, this wouldn't be an illusion because you would say, "Oh, I can see that's drawn on the paper," or "Oh, I can see that's
it's about
that actually has
perception.
depth to it."
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, you're not testing
Perception.
their eyes. You're testing their perception.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Yeah. So actually, we see in 3D. You just this depth thing is just something you think is there. You know it's there because you're used to dealing with these objects. When in reality, you only see left to right.
Relative. Yeah, all the perceptions relative to whoever's got where they're looking at. Yeah.
I draw in 2D, but I can bring out drawings in 3D. 3D.
I can still guesstimate how far things are in front of me with one eye.
Yes,
I
because
don't
we know
understand what you're saying.
But if we're next to you, we might guess a little different, is what we're saying. If we're 10 feet over or touching you, we might have just a couple inches difference, or we might say it's 5 foot and you might say it's 8. So what we're saying is we still might be different.
Left lane later when you're done driving. Left lane later when you're done driving, and you're in a room somewhere. Just look at something, a wall or something, and just sit still, and you'll realize that you can only see left to right and up and down. It's just an image you see. It's a 2D image that you see.
That's why it's called depth perception.
If you're just looking at a wall, yeah.
It.
No, anything. Look at any. Just look at anything.
You're seeing
there could be
3D.
anything there.
You
can only see.
Hold on a second, Jeremy. You're looking at the flat paper though, and you're asking us about the depth. So on the flat paper, correct, you're looking at the flat paper with a drawing on it. So there shouldn't be any depth. It's just a drawing of depth. Got you. But now in the jungle, and in reality, like Left's saying, Skylane, I'm not sure what he's got his name as, but in reality, like when he's driving down the road, he has to be able to have to see what signs or whatever's in front or whatever to stop behind or in front. So like in that way, his perception on how his thought process or how he coherently perceives it that way. So I mean, I guess that's the way it works, right?
I mean, there's citations and shit. I know you guys don't trust the mainstream people, but they literally tell you it's projected onto your retina as a 2D image. You can only see left or right, guys. This isn't I don't know. You think you can see 3D. You have this perception of being able to see 3D, especially with two eyes. You get a little parallax. But
why
with
it's
one eye,
perception. That's perception. It's in the word.
Yeah,
the definition of the
word. Jeremy, as I said, I'm a professional artist. I can bring pictures out. I can draw in charcoal. I can bring that picture out in 3D.
Gadget, you ever seen Superbad? All right, you were that little fat kid that had the dick drawing disease.
Are you any good, Gadget?
I'm just fucking with you, Gadget.
I don't know how can I post my images here in the chat?
Gadget, you draw some
posted in the chat.
Wicked pictures.
Yeah, you seen them, Ninja? Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely beautiful. They're absolutely wicked.
So that means that I mean, basically, in the idea that I guess that the people, whatever, I don't know, whoever has the word on this and that. I mean, in a way, you're just describing that everything's 2D. I mean, every fucking thing, everything.
Gadget, you should be able to post pictures now. I'm not saying anything's 2D. I'm just saying when you see left to right and up and down. You can't actually see the depth. It's you can perceive it, but you can't actually see it.
Do we live in 3D or 2D?
3D.
Oh, we live in 3D. 3D.
Four-dimensional.
No doubt, you're looking at 3D objects.
You live in four-dimensional.
Define the 3D thing.
Come on.
The 3D.
4D? You said 4D, Mike?
You live in a four-dimensional universe, yes.
We observe the fourth dimension.
We observe. Really?
What's the fourth dimension?
So Jeremy, I mean, it just dawned on me. Do you not see in 3D you have depth perception, right?
I have depth perception, but that's just something your brain puts together. When you actually see, you only see left to right and up and down. You don't see front to back. It's just an image. It's a 2D image on your retina.
You have two eyes,
Okay.
though.
I can go with that.
I have one eye. I have one eye.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Sorry.
But when you close one eye,
no, the two eyes are a key part because that's what gives you the perception of depth. Like
yeah.
the
Well, when
idea
you
that
see
you're looking beyond. No, I got you, Jeremy. I mean,
when
I
you
see what you're saying.
when you use two eyes, you get a little bit of parallax, and your brain puts it together, and you can gain some depth from that. But with one eye, but with one eyeball not moving, you can't tell because you don't see the depth. That's why those optical illusions are illusions. If you could see the depth, they wouldn't be illusions.
Right. And that's why the paper can fool you because it's a flat damn piece of paper. There really is no depth of the paper.
Jeremy's
there is none.
Jeremy's got me driving down the road with one eye.
Well,
Left lane, be careful out there.
Well, my uncle had an accident, and he said he like the perception of the other eye compared to like the way it used to be. So, I mean, it's true. It is true.
You can perceive that depth because we know the situations. We know when you're driving, there's length to the road and shit. But really, it's just an image that you see. It projects in your retina as a 2D image.
Well, we have a mind too. We're deciphering. That's about the perception portion too.
Your mind's putting in this 3D world together out of these 2D images. Yes.
Wow.
So, are you saying everything is 2D then, not 3D?
No, everything's 3D. Everything's 3D. There is no 2D stuff. Everything's 3D, but you see it. You can only see left to right and up and down. When you see, just look. It's an image. You see an image like a picture, basically. Take a picture. Take a picture. That's what you see. Left, right, up, down. You don't see the depth.
Left to right. Is that 1D?
How many dimensions?
Is that 2D?
Yeah, that's 2 dimensions. Up and down. That's how many?
No,
up and down,
left to right. Is that 1D or 2D?
Width, depth, height.
Up, down, and left, right. That gives you 2 dimensions.
Two people spoke at the same time there. So left to right, is that 2D or 1D?
That's the 1D, and then you get up and down for the second D.
Depends on whether or not it has depth.
So 1D is right.
Length and width.
Due to the distance you observe, you can observe at 1 foot or 20 foot, so you have depth. You see in 3D.
So,
no offense, but
left is right.
I don't think we do.
Right is 1.
You're confusing 2 axes of travel with 2 dimensions. It doesn't work that way. You come up with a tesseract or a hypercube.
Listen, if you take a picture,
they're not axes of travel.
If you take a picture, you think that accurately can represent what you see?
So if I go along
hold on. That's for Mike.
That's only 1D.
Hold on, real quick. That's for Mike. Do you think if we take a picture?
Cameras have focal problems and lens problems. They have compression and all that. So we absolutely know that a photo is a distortion of reality. It's not reality as we observe it. But we see reality as we observe it.
We're not asking about a photo. I'm asking about what we see in reality. So therefore, if you go along the horizontal from left to right.
Yeah, but cameras
so
don't
you start
see
off
the
on the
human
left
eye does.
And you finish on the right. Is that 1D?
I don't know. Michael, talk to you. What'd you say?
Said is the line from left to right one-dimensional, and I'm asking.
No, I never said that. No, I said if you look from the left, if starting point is from the left, and you go across to the right, is that 1D?
Length is 1 dimension. Length.
Right. So,
and then if you add height, you have another dimension. That's what you see. You see length and height, just like a picture. When you look at a picture, you don't see distance.
100 yards away, I can see 50 yards away, and I'm not going to let no moron tell me I can't see down the black. I'm not going to let anybody tell me I can't see down the block.
But
I can.
But
You can see
in
down the
reality,
block.
that is
You're
3D
looking
because
down
you're
the
going from
block.
left to
So
right
it's
and up.
not.
Hold on a second.
So
Hold
it's
on.
not just.
Hold on,
So
man.
it's not just a left to right view. It's
I
a
wasn't
left
done,
right,
Mike.
and as
Mike,
far
I
out
wasn't
as I
done. That
can
guy
see.
interrupted me. I wasn't done. That guy interrupted me. Relax. You can see down the road, yes, but when you're seeing down the road, you are only seeing left to right and up and down. Just like a picture, you can take a picture. In the picture, you can see down the road, but that picture is only 2D.
But in reality, that is 3D.
Yeah, no one's.
I agree with you, brother. It has depth. There's requirements. These things we define them so we can use them so we can describe a certain state of being, and he's perfectly described 3D, length, width, and depth. This is grade school shit, man. This is boring. Isn't it Saturday? Shit.
It's Saturday.
So how can we have 2D
It's
and
Sunday
3D?
in Australia.
How can we have
It is
2D
indeed
and 3D
Sunday.
So I think it's just all
proving
about
the same
what you
thing?
Did you guys hear Kawasaki? Does everyone have him
How can
muted
it be
or what's up?
Sunday, the other side of the Earth,
I don't
if
hear
it in a
none of this.
flat Earth? How is that possible?
That
Hold
guy
on, there's
ain't give a
another guy
fuck.
talking.
This is fucking.
No. How can we have 3D and 2D proving exactly the same things? It's a contradiction.
I don't understand what you said.
I miss
Well,
your
you
point.
said 2D is you look left to right and up and down, but 3D is you look left to right and up and down. They are contradictions to each other.
No, the 3D is depth.
2D is
Z-axis.
length and width. Well,
Yeah,
sorry, length
2D
and height.
is
You got length and you got breadth and you got width.
2D is
on
length
both
and
of them.
width.
Both of your explanations, you got length and breadth and width.
Oh, breadth and
So
width.
how can you have a contradiction for both of them?
Right.
I
We
don't
see
know.
how we see. It's all down to the observer.
What's the significance of it?
No, it's not. It's not down to the observer. It's down to the contradiction because you've got length and then you've got height. Correct.
It's a contradiction of wording.
Right. Somebody's contradicting themselves because look, we see what we see, right? How we see is how we see, regardless of how what you want.
It's not my contradiction. It's your contradiction.
I know that. I know. It's the person who gave us the idea of what we're about, the 2D versus 3D. Right now that we're discussing. That's the contradiction because we're trying to figure it out. What are we really seeing in the 2D or the 3D? Now, what I'm saying is we all see how we see, right? We literally all see exactly how we see with. Now, the question is, are you calling it 2D or 3D? That's my opinion on it.
Yeah, and that comes in the
why are
argument.
you putting that on me? Because I never
I'm
said
not.
that. You stated that.
That's my opinion.
Listen, this is a philosophical argument. Are we a
Yeah, man.
four-dimensional being? Are we a four-dimensional being that observes things in the third dimension, or are we a third-dimensional being looking down into the second? You know, this copy came up.
Hold on, Mike. I wasn't putting anything on him.
There you go, Jeremy. I just posted one of my pictures.
Yeah,
in live chat.
It's a paradox. I know you weren't, Democ. We're attacking the descriptions and the wordings. And the world as it's been described to us. These are the words we use to define what we see and how we view.
Right, and the only way we can come to a conclusion.
There's a problem. There's a problem with that image in chat.
What is it?
Gadgets?